Chapter 61. The final battle of the boss in the second test of the strongest dungeon began under the rain curtain of the blood moon. The voice of the Dean will be remembered forever in the history of dungeon games. Because he recognized the wrong teammate, spoke to the hostile NPC, and then was chased like a dog. The scene was faithfully recorded by the screen recording company of Yanhua Game. Not only was it crazy on the forum, but the auxiliary plugin for identifying NPCs and players was also laid the foundation. Dean thus became a colorful stroke in the history of dungeon games. Of course, these are all later stories. At this time, Dean was still running wildly. He felt that the heavy rain in the game today was even heavier than the night when Yipping asked her father for money. Why was he the only one running in the empty dark night hard dungeon? Oh, this silent world, waiting for the fate of being destroyed. And he, Dean, shouldering the responsibility of awakening the whole world. He is the savior of the underground world. It's the chosen one. Hey, Dean, what are you doing? A cat-eared girl player stopped the Dean, who was running like a madman. Have you noticed that you are affected by the weather system and are running very slowly? Ha ha ha. I am dying of laughter. You are probably running 5 times slower now. Dean? Fuck. What savior? What running? The dream is shattered. The cat-eared girl player, also known as the Q King, pulled the Dean to continue talking. What were you shouting just now? You are too slow. And your words are incoherent. What Sakamoto? Is there any player named Sakamoto? This name sounds like the King of Force. Dean, the King of Mo said a fireball spell in English, and used the fireball to evaporate the rain on the Dean, canceling the slow buff on him. Dean, I didn't say Sakamoto. I said the version boss. Just now I had a Minotaur chasing me. It was an enemy attack. The version boss. The Minotaur under the horned demon. Look. Look outside. So many shadow troops. The ultimate main line is coming. Chao Meiwang glanced outside. What's coming? Are you talking about the game CG that was just inserted? We are still discussing that this game finally has a normal plot CG. And all servers will watch the animation together. Speaking of this, the king paused. Wait. So the Beastman NPC, who talks to the Minotaur in the CG animation is actually you? Fuck. Brother. How did you become the male protagonist of the CG? I want to learn. Dean, do you believe me when I say I don't know? When I ran just now, there was not a single person in the entire main city. Where did you all go? I was almost beaten to death by the Minotaur. Q King, you are acting in a movie. We are watching a movie. While the two were talking, other players came over one after another, saying, the male lead, please take a photo with me. I want to show off on the forum. Dean, do you think I am an NPC or a player now? Do you have a psychological trauma? This is what a Tauren player said. Another orc player said, I think you Tauren players should have psychological trauma. If there is a melee later, you will definitely be attacked as monsters. The Tauren player said, how good can beastmen be? They look almost the same as the opponents. The beastmen player felt offended. How are they the same? The beastmen designed by the game company look like a failed suture operation. Our faces are much better than theirs. At least my head is a head, and my ears are ears. The little monster beastman. Is that a human? It's a bunch of human organs put together. Oh. Anyway, I must suggest the game company to develop an identification plugin. Or I will write it myself. Fuck. Brother. Shut up. The Q King covered the mouth of the player who talked about the plugin. If you keep talking, you will be on the list of gods. This game is serious about banning plugins. The players gathered together to chat. And the Red Hat walked over and took a look. And rarely scolded them. The players who were used to being yelled at by Red Hat even felt that something was missing today. Red Hat held a pipe in his mouth and looked into the distance. The players also imitated him and looked into the distance. What is Red Hat looking at? I don't know. Then what are we looking at? Looking at where Red Hat is looking. Then what is it? Before he could finish his words, the player suddenly shut up. Because everyone saw it. A super large pumpkin carriage gradually appeared in the heavy rain. The pumpkin carriage pulled by 50 ground lizards was completely different from the exquisite pumpkin carriage in fairy tales. It should be a Halloween pumpkin. The windows on the pumpkin carriage that looked like facial features were glowing with a yellow-orange flame color. The 50 ground lizards gradually slowed down their running pace. And the pumpkin carriage stopped in front of Red Hat. A black bow floated steadily in the air like Red Hat. Red Hat bowed slightly in the direction of the bow. Good afternoon. Mr. Butler. Butler. A bow is a butler. Do we have a butler NPC here? Don't you guys read the official settings? The butler is a transparent person. We're about to show your existence. Understand? I always thought that Lao Lu had some hidden secrets in using a transparent butler. For example, because the butler can't see, he can pass things to Lao Lu when he is doing anything? Do anything? The key is to do. For tones? Hee. What are you talking about? Why can't I understand? Shut up. Red Hat is talking to the butler. What's in the pumpkin carriage? The players didn't hear what Red Hat and the butler said. They only saw the bow lowered a little. And Red Hat kept nodding. Then the bow floated away, floating towards the city lord's hall. It seems that the butler has given up, and the rest of the plot is probably dominated by Red Hat. Sure enough, Red Hat cleared his throat and said to the players, Ahem. New people. Lord Lewis has specially mobilized a group of professional magicians from his former dungeon to assist various skill instructors. They are all excellent magic talents and your predecessors. If you have any difficulties in the future, you can ask them for help. Now, don't be idle anymore. Get to work. You should have seen it before. The malicious provocation from the Giant Horn dungeon has been sent to us through the magic network. What should we do? The players were stunned for a moment, then saw the system prompt, and followed the system prompt to shout out their slogan. Offer loyalty to Lord Lewis. Let the Horn Demon regret living in darkness. Ding. Fighting spirit activated. During the Horn Demon's provocation mission, the stats of all players in the server will increase by 10%. Skill proficiency will increase faster. And the drop rate of all monsters, including dungeon monsters, will increase by 5%. Show your loyalty to the Lord of the City. You will not lose out. Eternal Moonlight Dungeon. The commercial street is still the most lively place in the dungeon. Recently, the people next door have strong purchasing power. Pei counted his small treasury and was very happy. But this little money is not enough to hire a construction team to expedite the construction of his dungeon. So Pei turned his attention to Boyi. Brother, I'm going to buy some beautiful clothes and jewelry to attend the invitation of Lord Lewis. Would you like to go shopping with me? When Boyi heard that my beloved brother actually dressed up for a wild male demon, he instantly became more upset with Lewis. But he still agreed to Pei's request. Okay, I'll go with you. He must choose a combination that Lewis would never want to look at again, so that he would be offended. Let him go blind. The magic carpet starts. Destination AB Dungeon. Pei walked into the succubus clothing store on the commercial street with familiarity. He picked up a small leather jacket and compared it to himself. Does it look good? It looks good. My little cutie. You look good in anything. The succubus lady in the store excitedly wagged her tail, wishing she could hold Pei in her arms, press her to her chest and love her well. Boyi, no. It doesn't look good. It's too ordinary. My dear brother, I suggest you try that one. He stretched out his hand and pointed to the door opposite the succubus clothing store. The succubus twitched her lips. You are the most strange demon with the strangest taste I have ever seen. You actually let the little cutie wear human pudding clothes. Yes. The store opposite the one boy pointed to was a very small store. The main business is cross-dressing play. And there are all kinds of clothes from the surface world. What's the point of patched clothes? Their treasures are the armor and robes stripped from the seraphim on the battlefield. In the underground world, some creatures who like to play role-playing games will come to this store to buy some clothes. Generally, they are used to play war games. So the most popular clothes in this store are actually the work clothes of the Temple of Light or Heaven. Angel clothes, paladin clothes, wizard robes, and of course the robes of the priests of light, which are not selling well in war games. Because the role of the priests of light is to pray to God. There is no place for them to fight in war games. You can't fight. How the hell is that in the underground world? What's so fun about this game? However, the sales in the war game are poor. But it is strangely popular in other places. The light priest robe is unexpectedly popular in the underground world of X Fetish. Role-playing. Big Devil X Little Priest. This trick is familiar to succubi. So, after the succubus sister finished speaking, she thought of something. Oh, I know. You, brother. What are you embarrassed to say? You are not referring to the patched clothes of humans. Right? This? Come and see. Boyi? What happened? Why are things running in a direction he didn't expect? Pei followed the succubus lady to the inner room of the store. The succubus lady pulled the curtain. and a whole row of light priest robes, maid costumes, and angel baptism robes flashed a milky white halo that was not common in the underground world. Pei took a closer look and found that the clothes were sprinkled with fluorescent powder. Succubus lady, oh, pure and naive. We succubi can't be pure. So we use clothes to make up for it. Come on. Try it. Little cutie. Listen to your sister. Male demons. How many of them have never thought of tearing off the sacrificial robes? They may not like sacrifice, but the pleasure of tearing off the sacrificial robes. Succubus sister seemed to recall something that made her linger. Licked her lips. Oh, even I can't help but tear off the clothes of those handsome priests with holy faces, watching them cry and tremble. Delicious. It's really delicious. Pei nodded seriously. So that's it. He learned new knowledge again. He looked at the sacrificial robes again, almost forgetting what he came here for in the first place. Fortunately, although Pei was a little carried away, Pei still guessed Brother 17's mental journey. Boy rushed in. My dear Pei, let's go see the construction team. I suddenly have a very specific idea about how to further build the underground city. Pei, okay. Brother, let me finish shopping for clothes first. I think that sacrificial robe is very nice. Boy looked in the direction that Pei pointed. It was a tightly wrapped white priest robe, with buttons that were so tight that they were close to the neck. Boy could imagine how seductive Pei's slender neck would be after she put it on. Tear open the clothes and then possess the succubus. Fuck. He wouldn't allow it. He wanted to dress his brother up as a degenerate gambler who sold his soul. The souls of such guys were the most despised by demons. He wanted Louis to happily open the box and then take a look. Such a tasteless dress. From now on, they will go their separate ways. And Pei will still be their cute little brother. The result now? This is not the development result he wants. He has to find a way to pull his little brother away. Pei looked at the sacrificial robes reluctantly. Wait. He will come back to buy them. Now, let him get some infrastructure funds from Brother 17. Louis settled the tool NPCs, arranged the tasks for the players, and even took a stroll outside the City Lord's Hall. The world is running well, and the player online rate is extremely high. Louis returned to his throne with satisfaction, opened the background, and began to fight for his program's happiness. He decided to first understand the succubus's 17th brother to see what this guy was thinking. The program background faithfully recorded Boy's actions. When Louis saw that he wanted to prepare a box to give the succubus to himself, he was actually quite happy. But what happened to the image of a human gambler afterwards? Isn't the setting of a middle school student the same as having a hole in the brain? Will a succubus turn into a human gambler if she puts on human gambler's clothes? How did he come to the conclusion that I would no longer be interested in succubus? But then again, if a succubus wears a priest robe, Louis can still accept it. Louis simulated the scene of a succubus wearing a priest robe in his mind, and even hoped that the artist would make a large poster like this, and he would definitely hang it in his bedroom to admire it every day. Louis smiled silently and continued to observe Brother 17's backstage. From the program running interface, he seemed to have become normal, and started to buy things for the succubus. They also hired a construction team to expedite the construction of the succubus's dungeon. Wait, the succubus didn't bargain. Louis immediately opened the running background of the succubus. He carefully read the code lines for a moment, and suddenly narrowed his eyes. There was an external program that invaded his world and tried to influence his succubus. Louis's anger swept through the succubus's program background, and the external program that had not yet been launched was torn into pieces in an instant. The server then screamed dully, "Ah! I've been defiled. Someone inserted a Trojan into my host." Pei was about to pay, but suddenly glanced at the contract. What's the price? What kind of magic did you cast on me? You actually made me sign such a construction contract. The urgent red error message lit up, opening the main program bug feedback interface. It was all red. The entire program group was stunned. What's wrong? Did the computer room burn down? What the hell? What happened? Did the game crash? No. I'm watching the back end. It's running fine. What's the problem? Boss, this is bad. A corporate spy was caught in the computer room. Damn. A Trojan disk was inserted into the host. Don't panic. Check each item. Make sure the main program is safe first. Boss, there is no trace of any external program in the game. I've seen the Trojan disk. It has been implanted. Yes. So we checked the trash can again. And there were still some Trojan programs left there. Our awesome Lao Lu completely destroyed the other party, and packed them up, and threw them into the trash can. You are worthy of being my own son. The old programming team took off his glasses, and wiped his sore eyes. After putting on his glasses again, he asked, what about other programs? Are there any affected? The equations of the two NPC thinking modules of the succubus family were affected. But the main program quickly corrected them. Now there is nothing abnormal in the entire game. Lewis was the first to tear up the Trojan program that affected the succubus. When it was Brother 17's turn, he rubbed his hands. Some ideas are not imposed on you by the Trojan. The server looked at Lewis picking and choosing to clean up the Trojan program for Brother 17 of the succubus, and said contemptuously, Lewis, do you really need to? Where is the lower limit of your main program? Lewis, what lower limit does the program have? It doesn't exist. Oh, by the way, you were inserted with a Trojan disc, and you didn't realize it until I tore the Trojan by hand. You are really amazing. Server, shut up. Shut up. Don't remind me of this humiliating past. Lewis sneered. After a while, the server couldn't stay idle anymore and came to chat with Lewis again. Are you sure that this NPC won't hate you more after you do this? Lewis, there is no hatred for me in his emotion module. He is just unhappy that I stole his brother's attention. It doesn't matter. I will make him unhappy with someone else. Or find him someone happy. Server, okay. As long as you are happy. He now thinks that Lewis's setting may contain a ghost animal perverted one. So he might as well go and get some rainbow farts from the players to cheer him up. Ah. When the second test is over and the server is officially launched, his 7 groups of servers will be connected together. By then, he will definitely be stronger and will not make such mistakes again. Pei tore up the contract in front of him and bared his teeth angrily at the dwarf boss. The dwarf wiped the sweat from his forehead nervously. Sorry. Sorry. It must be the problem with the pot of margarita cocktail yesterday. The guy who sold me the margarita ghost cheated me. The margaritas he sold were made of alchemical synthesis. I think I must have been poisoned by the drug in the synthetic materials. Look. My half-drunk margarita cocktail is still on the table. And it still smells of drug. Pei went to smell it. And it was indeed the case. The dwarf signed a new contract with the succubus and agreed to compensate the succubus with a ground temple ruins. Sir, don't worry. My construction team is professional in building scenic spots. I once undertook the Dragon Slayer vs. Dragon project for the Red Dragon, which was well received by the underground and surface worlds. Pei and the dwarf negotiated the contract and motioned Boy to pay. Boy swiped the card absent-mindedly, his eyes dazed. What was he thinking just now? Why did he think of dressing his brother up as a human gambler? That would be too ugly. How could his lovely brother be so unrefined? He also wants to put his brother in a box and give it to Lewis. What kind of rubbish is this? Wait. Maybe it can be done. First, he packs Pei, and then uses substitution magic to replace himself with Pei. When Lewis unpacks the box, he will get him. He can prepare a lot of magic in advance and then blast Lewis in the face. Great idea. Chapter 62. Abyssal Hell Exchange. An exchange organization for abyssal demons. Its predecessor was the Hell Drinking Buddies Club. Since it is called a Drinking Buddies Club, it must be an organization that often drinks. The members in it may not really be able to drink, but they certainly look like big drinkers. This paragraph is written in the game settings. Lewis pulled the members of his exchange club one by one to the Heart of Darkness dungeon. Nidhogg was still sleeping with his tail coiled and holding the 7-colored gem in his arms. Changing to a new place seemed to have no effect on him at all. Beelzebub was combing his golden hair, and was extremely shocked by the sudden move. Lucifer raised his eyebrows and paused while maintaining his wings. Lewis? It's really rare. Aren't you fighting for the position of the Demon King in the Darkness underground plane? In the game setting, the plane where each dungeon is located is called Darkness. And the Abyss and Hell are 2 other planes connected to Darkness. The Abyss Hell Exchange Association is actually a background organization for the main programmer to show off. But because the entire game company is a bunch of Chunibu, they spent some time to completely create this awesome organization. The organization members and background stories are written in great detail. And the modeling is also made according to the exquisiteness of the succubus. In the words of the main planner, if other expansion packs and gameplay fail, we can still sell a male demon group and let them struggle back with their personality and looks to make a profit. So, The male model group drinking party. No. The Abyss Hell Exchange meeting was launched. They were supposed to be locked up in the small dark room. But Lewis let them out in advance. The plot team recorded this part. And the playing girls held their faces and talked about it. Why did the main programmer call the male demon group out? Judging from the progress, it should be almost the final battle of the second test version boss. And he still wants to have a drink before the final battle? Ah. I recorded here that Lewis sent an invitation letter to Pei, inviting him to attend the Abyss Hell Exchange meeting. In the setting, Lewis's friends are only members of the exchange meeting, which should be just ordinary NPC social interaction. Interesting. The main programmer likes the succubus and starts to seduce him by any means. I really want to go back after get off work and update the little book of Lao Lu X Succubus. Sisters, here's the pen. Add more cars. Hey. Wait. Sisters, I have a special situation here. Ha ha ha. Do you remember how many versions of the Flame Demon family were released at that time? Has the brother control been rejected? I suspect the program group made a mistake when importing the program. Now everyone is obsessed with their brother. Who added this attribute? I like it. What did the BrotherCon do? Flame Demon Boy is trying to trick his succubus brother into a big box. Huh? I remember Boy is a Chinibu. What is he going to do? He is going to be the mountain between Lewis and the succubus. The plan is like this. Do you understand? Why is he so depressed? As a god who wrote him, I feel very sad. My silly son is about to be beaten by the main programmer. It's quite interesting. Write it down and make it into CG. It can be shown to the players as a promotional video. Knock knock knock. There was a knock on the door. The main task planner next door poked his head in. Ladies, is the main programmer slacking off? The second test version of the boss ultimate task is online. The main programmer should show up in front of the City Lord's Hall and add a buff to the players. Don't worry. Lewis is there. Hey. I think this time is very good. Please notify them to record the screen. There is war outside. But there is peace and prosperity inside. The strong contrast shows how awesome Lewis is. From the perspective of the main program, it is quite cool. But will the players feel that we work hard to kill the boss? But the main program is having a good time. This will cause psychological imbalance. It makes sense. So we should add another reward. For example, the 10 players who contribute the most to the battlefield of the entire server can participate in the NPC's cocktail party and obtain the permanent limited title follower of the Abyss Hell. Titles are issued with activation codes and can be redeemed in the official version. Pei finally bought a few bright sacrificial robes. The pure white sacrificial robes were layered, and the edges of the clothes were embroidered with elegant patterns in silver thread. It didn't quite fit the aesthetics of the succubus. After Pei put it on, he looked left and right in front of the mirror demon and always felt uncomfortable. Brother, do you really like to tear off the sacrificial robes? Pei asked, puzzled. Bowie smiled, of course. Pei, what do you think I look like? Will Mr. Lewis have the urge to tear off my clothes? I really think that gentleman is very difficult to deal with. Boy could hardly keep the smile on his face. On one hand, he was thinking, damn Lewis. How dare he tear off my brother's clothes? On the other hand, he was thinking, what? He is actually indifferent to my brother's charm? Two different ideas, fighting in Boy's mind. He spent a lot of effort to convince himself, calm down. You will soon give Lewis a huge surprise. Boy opened the lid of the box, come in. Little Pei. This is definitely a huge surprise. Pei got into the box and stuck half of his head out. Brother 17. Wish me success in taking down Lord Lewis. This is the first target in my succubus career. Succubus career. The first one. Brother 17 felt a pang in his heart and wanted to cry. The lid on his head gradually closed, and Pei looked forward to the moment when Lord Lewis opened the box. Boy packed the gift box containing his younger brother, grabbed 2 temporary demon servants, and carried the box to the Heart of Darkness dungeon. The butler had been waiting at the door since early morning. When he saw Boy, he immediately invited him to the City Lord's Hall. The players crowded together to watch the plot openly. What's the matter with this game? Who knows? I don't care about the plot. But I am very satisfied with the current number of NPCs. I don't have to queue up for equipment repair anymore. When refining, I can find NPCs to increase the success rate. I am so touched. But I think it's fun to watch NPCs interact in this game. Last time, I saw a blacksmith cutting the tailor's clothes. And then the two NPCs had a fight. It was very vivid. It's much more interesting than the dull NPC behavior in other games. Yes, I like this too. Ah, Sister Gun. You're just in time. Lao Lu seems to be holding a party. Can Sister Gun sneak in? I'll try. Wait for my good news. Just as Boy walked into the City Lord's Hall, and Chio Gun Gun followed in. The 7 moons in the underground world suddenly went out. Fuck. Who turned off the lights? Why is my screen black? I just bought a gaming helmet. Don't panic. Look at my big fireball. A big fireball was summoned, lighting up an area. The mage players followed suit, casting spells that could create light. When the light was bright enough, the players found that the NPCs in the city had gathered in front of the City Lord's Hall. What? What's going on? Is the game haunted? I'm going offline first. Look! In the distance, the dim lights also lit up. Under the dark night sky, a red bullhorn symbol rose up. Then, Niu Langming's voice came over. Ha 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 ha. Lewis. And the Heart of Darkness dungeon. Welcome the baptism of death. Kill. The uniform slogan followed closely, which should be shouted by Niu Langming's men. Niu Langming waited with satisfaction for the people of the Heart of Darkness dungeon to collapse in fear. But in the end, nothing happened. Players didn't take Niu Langming seriously at all. After all, he had been classified as the least prestigious boss in the players' minds, with his stupid and brain-hole image in the CG. It can be said that his status is even lower than that of the kobolds in the Black Mine dungeon, because the kobolds will drop a lot of garbage that can be sold for money. And Niu Langming, it is not known what he will drop for the time being. What if he is a stingy person who drops nothing? I think the planner is really unfriendly to the Horned Demon. Look at his modeling and lines. They are too templated. A boss made of feet. So what are we doing now? Charge? Why do I feel that there are more enemies than us? Look at the taskbar. The battlefield countdown has begun. There are 10 minutes. Should we choose a commander and then make a united front? Otherwise, how can so many people unify the command and dispatch? Fuck. There is a fool rushing out over there. There are always players who insist on dying and never stop. Why be afraid of death when playing games? You can be resurrected in a minute, and you are a hero again. After they rushed out, they rushed directly into Niu Langming's army. I don't know if it was because the battlefield countdown hadn't ended yet, or because Niu Langming was stunned. But this small group of players were not killed instantly. Instead, they were sent to the resurrection point after taking crazy screenshots in the enemy camp for more than 10 seconds. Then the next moment, a post titled high-definition pictures of the Battle of the Version boss appeared on Tieba, and it was quickly reposted to forums and Weibo. And cloud players without activation codes all participated. 200th floor, wow. The scene is quite good. Can you turn on the light? It's too dark. It hurts my eyes. 328th floor, it looks like there are a lot of boss and monsters. How many players are there in the internal test? 388th floor, there are NPCs in the main city. And if the NPCs go together, won't the CG be awesome? If that doesn't work, there is Lao Lu. I guess this version of the boss will just reduce the bloodline. And after the bloodline is reduced, Lao Lu will personally go on the field. 400th floor, I am not interested in the battlefield and the version of the boss. I just want to know what kind of banquet Lao Lu is holding. I saw the video that the Dean took before. An unknown NPC carried a box into the City Lord's Hall. I want to know what's in the box. 401st floor, I want to. 2. I also want to attend the NPC party. It looks great. Just a glimpse of the screen recording of the Dean's unqualified cameraman completely satisfied my dream of being a princess. 460th floor, the official has released a new CG. Go and watch it. It has a lot of information. The succubus is in the box. Damn it. I can't do it. The official is really good. I'm going to draw a picture. 498th floor, I can. Let go of that box. Wait. The top 10 players in Battlefield contribution will get rewards? Will it be a succubus? I won't allow it. Let go of your dog paws. 511th floor, no. I want to get this post back to the topic. Look carefully at the photos taken by the OP. There are so many monsters and elite boss. But you are discussing the succubus that doesn't even have a piece of clothing in the picture? 522th floor, how could a boss smell like a succubus? 523th floor, How could a boss smell like a succubus? Of course, the boss doesn't have the scent of a succubus. Lewis knew this very well. So he smiled as he looked at the box sent by Boy. In the lounge, Boy had already used a replacement spell. So, according to Brother 17's plan, the box sent to Lewis should contain his real demon instead of a succubus. However, who is Lewis? He is the authority dog of this world. When he becomes shameless, which program can beat him? So now, the box sent to Lewis still contains a succubus. As for Brother 17, Lewis prepared another box for him. Where should the box containing Brother 17 be sent? Lewis squinted his eyes and glanced at Beelzebub. Brother, it's you. Who made you the only single demon in the drinking club? Besides, the collision of two middle school students in this setting will always produce some sparks. Pei huddled in the box and listened to the sound outside the box. He heard the music of the orchestra and the conversation of Lewis. A voice he didn't recognize said, Lewis, your dungeon is surrounded. The voice was not nervous at all, but rather gloating. Lewis, obviously. I have eyes. My people can handle this. The voice laughed. No. I want to ask. Do you need the soul of the bullhorn demon? If not, when you are done, please give it to me, and I will extract its soul to synthesize alchemy. Lewis was silent for a while. You reminded me that I can extract his soul and seal it in the mountains, so that my people can have a training ground. The voice continued, you really make the best use of it. Pei listened to the conversation between the two demons and slightly widened his eyes. What a terrible conversation. Extracting the soul of a demon king candidate at any time. Is this the daily conversation of the members of the Abyss Hell Exchange? It's really terrifying. But Pei couldn't help but imagine that Lord Lewis spoke in such a tone that seemed to look down on the whole world. Just thinking about it made the succubus legs weak. There were footsteps entering the box, and Pei felt the top of the box being knocked twice. Is he going to open it? Pei looked up and thought. But Lewis outside the box just laughed softly. Wait until I come back to open my gift. The battlefield countdown was only 1 minute left. In the 10-minute countdown, the players showed extraordinary combat qualities. They pulled up the United Front YY, quickly selected the command team, and divided the online players into large forces and special forces according to the equipment level and professional skill proficiency. The YY Civil War song sounded, and the internal test players and the cloud players who came in to listen were all ready. The commanders on the microphone were chatting in low voices. Xiao Feng, can this game have a built-in communication network? I feel that I am speaking to you now. YY has a delay in sound compared to the game. Dean, well, you only have this problem if you are close to me. I can't hear what you are saying in the game at all. Ming Wang, can I say a few words? I never thought that I could become a commander. Thank you all. Thank you my parents. Thank you Lao Lu. Thank you Succubus. The players in the game complained about the contrast between the cute king's YY voice and the voice of the characters in the game. The Gmail account has a voice change option, and the cute king's cat-eared Gmail account has a sweet lowly voice in the game. And the cloud players also brushed on the public screen. Shut up. Don't talk. I want to hear the male god voice of the crazy king. Xiao Feng, I beg you to shut up. I feel that my left channel is a cute little lowly, and my right channel is a strong man with external skills. People are going to break apart. The public screen started to refresh. Ha. Dean, there are 30 seconds left. This is the first time to play in this kind of all-server battlefield. I am a little nervous. Lao Lu didn't come out to say a few words. He came out, also on the microphone. But a ball that had never spoken suddenly said, 007 reported to the headquarters that Lao Lu went out and should have gone to talk to you. Q King, I just want to say, shouldn't 007 be arranged with the bullhorn demon? Why did Sister Gun sneak into Lao Lu's party and call her 007? Without the ball rolling to answer, the public screen began to brush in unison, because Lao Lu is the biggest villain boss in this game. Sure enough, when the countdown was 10 seconds left, Lewis's figure appeared at the door of the City Lord's Hall. The Hell Gem tree shook its leaves, and the crystal-like gems emitted a magnificent light. Lewis, people of the Heart of Darkness dungeon. Charge. Obtain the fruits of victory for me, and brew our glory. Ding, the final mission of the Horned Demon's provocation is activated. Battlefield starts 0/10. Ding incentive, war is coming. Pick up your weapons and fight for your city master. During the war, skill proficiency will not be reduced when you die. Every time you kill an enemy, the number of incentive levels increases. The higher the number of incentive levels, the greater the reduction in durability of equipment after death. Ding Blessing of the Hell Gem Tree. All players' damage value increases by 20%. Defense value increases by 20%. And death resurrection time is halved. After Lewis finished speaking, the server-wide announcement sounded on both sides, and the first wave of attacks by the Horned Demon began. This battlefield is completely unfamiliar to the players. They don't know the battlefield mechanism, nor the damage of the monsters. But fortunately, there are 10 waves of attacks. According to general experience, the initial attack will not be too strong, and the error tolerance rate should be relatively high. Don't rush. Wait for the attack to come before rushing. The first wave will not be too difficult. Xiao Feng analyzed it for a few sentences, and the players thought it made sense. So the players watched the two skill instructors NPC lead the apprentices to stand in different areas, and they followed suit and stood in different areas according to different professions. They didn't rush out. Red Hat nodded to Daifa and said, although these new people seem reckless, they are indeed some good warriors. Daifa was about to nod, but saw the siege beasts under the Horned Demon began to move. They threw countless giant stones into the dungeon. Eason led the warriors to raise their shields. And the players. Rockfall AoE. Scatter. Chapter 63. Outside the City Lord's Hall. Magic and long swords intertwined into a magnificent war song. In the midst of the flames of war, the dark underground world was dyed into a gorgeous sea of magic. Bone Bonacci roamed the battlefield, ravaging the war beasts that the players could not defeat. He was venting his salary that would never come back. The roar was really terrifying. Bone Dragon. It's a Bone Dragon. Lord No Langmingo. Lewis violated the rules of the Demon King election. He actually secretly transferred the subordinates of the Bone Dragon. We should report him to the Demon King election committee. Nyo Langmingo slapped the demon away. Are you stupid? I didn't follow the election regulations either. Do you think you are legal? The little demon leader said. Then, what should we do? That's a Bone Dragon. Our war beasts will be eaten by the Bone Dragon. Nyo Langmingo, it doesn't matter. Our army is several times larger than theirs. How useful can a group of slimes and goblins be? Demon leader, but according to observations from the outpost, the enemy's army camp is mostly composed of beast-type underground species. And there are almost no construction workers such as slimes and goblins. Nyo Langming, what? This is impossible. In such a short time, where can he recruit so many combat troops? This dialogue was released by the game company as a villain CG. 616 A Shameless Bullhorn Demon. Original poster. I am dying of laughter. Is the boss of this version of the second test really not here to make people laugh? Before the fight, I said I would report Lao Lu, but he beat me up and said we were also illegal. Then he said goblin and slime were not a big deal. But I said that the other side was all beast species. No. I suspect the game company did it on purpose. Do you want to make me laugh to death and lose a player? Second floor. Where did so many combat arms come from? Of course. New characters were unlocked. Fifth floor. What's wrong with Goblin? If the Horned Demon looks down on Goblin again, I will go to draw a book about Goblin x Horned Demon. Eighth floor. Guys above. Put down your pen. My eyes hurt just thinking about it. 19th floor. It's eyesore. Come on. Let's make the Bullhorn Demons laugh to death. 34th floor. But to be honest, looking at the screenshots in CG, such a large battle scene is also very detailed. And both ranged and melee professions have room to play. Unlike some games where they just stand on both sides and face each other. 50th floor. Well, although the light effect is also very gorgeous, it's not so fancy that people want to turn off the special effects. I don't have any other questions. I just want to know if the brothers in the game are stuck. 87th floor. Thanks for the invitation. I'm at home and just downloaded the game. The ping value is not high, and the fighting is smooth. It's just that it's hard to distinguish between NPCs and players. I strongly suggest that the game company release a connection plugin. If it doesn't work, don't connect. And give a plugin or NPC identification. There is no problem at ordinary times. But it's too painful to distinguish between enemies and friends during the battle. Friends, listen to my advice. Don't play Tauren. 100th floor. It's all because of the version boss. The reputation of Tauren has been damaged. In the game, the battle continued, but in a City Lord's Hall. The aroma of wine and music intertwined. The male demon group raised their glasses and clinked them. And the candlelight fairies danced. The scene was really too different from the scene outside the door. Xiao Gun frantically took screenshots, sorted them out, and posted them on the forum. She didn't have time to write the content and hurriedly went online. Xiao Gun saw Louis carrying the box and leaving the banquet hall. She wanted to follow him, but was blocked by the air wall. After fighting with the air wall for a long time, Xiao Gun gave up. The pink spherical slime was spread on the ground. She was so tired. Lao Lu was a good dog. She needed some comfort. Louis certainly didn't plan to drink with his drinking buddies in the banquet hall all night. The thoughtful butler arranged a candlelight dinner on the terrace, where he would open his surprise box. Pei could feel that the box he was in had moved again, but he didn't know where he was moved to. There was a rustling sound above his head, which was the sound of removing the bow of the box lid. A faint light came in through the gap in the box lid. Pei looked up, and the entire box lid was opened. Lord Louis raised his mouth to him from outside the box. The succubus also smiled. He did not stand up, but opened his arms to the upper demon. Do you want to tear off my clothes? Lord Louis's Adam's apple moved slightly, and he reached out and took the succubus out of the box. The pure white sacrificial robe wrapped his body tightly, hiding his honey-colored skin tightly, because the sacrificial robe did not have an open back. The succubus's wings were also retracted into the body. His slightly curly dark red hair fell on his white robe, and his eyes, full of ecstasy, stared at Louis, and the figure of the upper demon was reflected in his wine-red eyes. Louis had to admit that he regretted opening the gift box too quickly. He should have been more slow and savored the wonderful taste carefully. The butler had taken off the bow tie to show his presence and moved the gift box away silently. On the entire terrace, there were only the succubus and the upper demon, as well as two candlelight fairies held by the glass lampshade. This terrace is located above the City Lord's Hall, overlooking the entire battlefield, with a very clear view. Louis resisted the urge to tear open the sacrificial robes wrapped around the succubus. Of course, this is not because Louis is a brave and upright good devil. On the contrary, he is the representative of the ultimate evil. If Louis had not had this thought, the server had nagged him several times. Record. Green. He would really strip the succubus naked before talking, because he touched the jewelry that the succubus had not taken off under her priest robe. The scene of the honey-colored body, wearing only jewelry, must be more beautiful than the moment when the gate of hell opened. However, now, because of the screen recording plus green, Louis can only hug the succubus and lean on the terrace to watch the bloody flowers blooming on the battlefield. Fortunately, Pei was quite interested in this scene and watched it with relish. The little tail of the heart was swinging back and forth because of excitement, and Louis almost stood up. Louis, very good. At least it proves that he has no problem at all. But the game company I made international gestures. The lights of various colors of magic came and went, forming a meteor-like light. Niu Langmingdo sent out his army of lower-level demons, who had used the secret medicine. Louis, look. That's what the secret medicine looks like at the end. Even if he didn't die on this battlefield, he won't live long. Pei looked in the direction Louis pointed, and the lower-level demon was very large, and was extremely conspicuous in the dim battlefield. It was impossible to know what kind of lower-level demon he was originally. Pei couldn't imagine any lower-level demon that looked like him now. His body was like petrified, with sharp protrusions on his back, making him look like he was carrying a body full of thorns. He had a single horn on his head, which was also like a rock. But the top was not a spike, but an eye. The eye even moved up and down, closed, and opened again, spraying out a corrosive liquid. In the next stage, the 9th wave, elite monsters will appear. The main force will continue to clear the small monsters, and the Dean will lead the special forces to pull the elite monsters away from the front battlefield. Xiao Feng commanded on the flying carpet. There are only 4 flying mounts in the whole server. One is in the hands of the Dean. One is in the hands of Xiao Feng. One is in the hands of Xiao Gun. And the remaining one was snatched by a lone ranger player. Now the 4 flying carpets are concentrated in the hands of the command group, which is convenient for the commanders to grasp the battlefield situation in the air. The Dean received the order and led the special forces to surround the elite monsters. It's hard to describe the appearance of this elite monster. Look at the thorns on his back. Let's give him a name. Let's call him Hedgehog Demon. Okay. Where's the tank? Come on. Pull the hedgehog demon over. The Dean and a Tauren player went to pull the monster together. The Dean rushed to the hedgehog demon with a two-handed sword, and chopped the hedgehog demon's feet with one sword, splashing sporadic sparks. The Tauren player yelled, "Sun Za!" The hedgehog demon was originally focusing on sweeping the large army, and he didn't take the two scums who broke through the defense line and came close to him seriously. They are not even worthy of giving him a pedicure. As expected, the Dean's attack could not even break the defense. But the vulgar words of the Minotaur player caught the attention of the hedgehog demon. Ever since he took the secret medicine and gained the power of the upper demon, no creature dared to challenge him like this. This damn Minotaur. He will pay the price. The hedgehog demon's magic eyes opened and closed, and a piece of corrosive liquid flew towards the Minotaur player. The Minotaur player moved in an S shape to avoid this AoE attack. Fuck! I didn't even hit him. So I'm OT? The Dean called him to quickly pull the monster into the encirclement. I doubt that verbal attacks can be considered attacks. The hedgehog demon was pulled away from the battlefield, and the pressure on the large army was immediately reduced, while Xiao Feng reorganized the large army to charge. He asked the Dean, "How is your side?" The hedgehog demon has a high attack. Can you withstand it? The 9th wave is counting down. No matter what, you must withstand it. No. Mengwang will pull another 40-man group to help the Special Forces group. In YY. Everyone heard the Dean panting. Brother. His attack power is not very high. It is very, very high. We couldn't hold on, and we were wiped out immediately. Xiao Feng paused, and suddenly his eyes swept to the NPC camp. Hold on for another 2 minutes. I'll try to get the NPC to help. Xiao Feng ran to DFA, where the magic teacher was commanding his apprentices to attack the enemy's front line in an orderly manner. Xiao Feng said, "Master DFA, please help us. We encountered an elite monster." DFA used a flying spell and flew up with Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the elite monster really needed the help of NPCs to fight. On the terrace of the City Lord's Hall, Pei Yi was also watching the hedgehog demon. Seeing the hedgehog demon constantly slaughtering Lord Lewis's people, he curled up his tail nervously. "Lord, your people are not strong enough to stop the demon who took the secret medicine. Where is the secret medicine remover? They should use the secret medicine remover." Lewis rubbed Pei Yi's head. "Don't worry. Look." Just when the Dean was about to fall to the ground, Daifa and Xiaofeng arrived in time. Daifa took out a bucket that was bigger than his entire goblin from somewhere, and smashed it at the hedgehog demon quickly and accurately. The hedgehog demon roared and shrank rapidly. "Daifa, the enemy's secret medicine army will soon arrive. All combat units, retreat immediately after the battle and receive the secret medicine remover." The dead players of the Special Forces quickly replaced them, and the Dean led the Special Forces to rush forward and kill the weakened hedgehog demon. The large army also cleared the other monsters together with the NPCs. The 9th wave of battle ended, and the ultimate boss was about to appear. Chapter 64. Boss. The online rate is 98%, and almost all the players who got the activation code are online. The latest data in the live broadcast room, just opened on the official website, is 120,000 people. It's comparable to the annual drama 818, where the mistress becomes the 4th mistress. Oh! Now it's 130,000. It's exceeded. The report of the application group was sent over, and the chief planner was staring at the CG editing. He glanced at the report and said, "Look at these data. Everyone's year-end bonus this year must be quite a lot. What's the big deal about working overtime? I will stay up all night with you today." Others. After a few seconds, a plot planner whispered, "Although the bonus is good, I also want to go home normally occasionally. My boyfriend is about to break up with me." "Does your boyfriend play games? Let him play the strongest dungeon, and he will wish he would not go home from get off work from now on." The live broadcast room on the official website was opened by the main planner on a whim. I didn't expect it to attract so many viewers, but a Game Up master casually turned it on, and it suddenly became popular. In a short period of time, the number of viewers increased sharply. The Up master even posted a Weibo post, "I really didn't take money from the game company." Of course, if the game company has a reason, please contact me directly. I won't refuse. When the 10th wave of attacks began, the players were full of confidence and thought that this version of the boss was just SOSO. However, When they faced Niu Langming, they knew they were wrong. The Bullhorn Demon is not big in size, but its combat power is high enough to resist 20 uncut hedgehog demons. Can the players call him a combat unit? That's vegetables and radishes. The Bullhorn Demon chopped with an axe, cutting vegetables like a vegetable, and directly tore a hole in the neat battle line. Niu Langming raised his axe and laughed wildly. Ha ha ha. You think you can stop me with this bunch of bastards? The players at the resurrection point launched verbal attacks on the Bullhorn Demon. What are you laughing at? We have cleared all your little brothers. Bullhorn Demon. Hack you. Fuck. The audience watching the live broadcast also started to post comments. Who are you calling a bastard? Has this boss forgotten the dark history of being beaten to the ground by Lao Lu? Let this guy called Niu something open his eyes, and see that Lao Lu is watching you on the terrace. Speaking of which, why is Lao Lu still hanging out with the succubus? His territory has been destroyed. In the game, Pei also asked Lewis, do you want to take action? Your people have proven their fighting power. But a demon of the level of Niu Langming is indeed not something these ordinary underground creatures can deal with. Lewis, don't worry. My attack has already begun. Pei tilted his head and looked at Lewis in confusion. Has it started? The upper demon showed a calm and mysterious smile. He stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers in front of the succubus. After a clear sound, stars suddenly lit up in the dark sky of the underground city. Those shining stars fell from the sky and instantly enveloped the Bullhorn Demon in a cage made of starlight. The Bullhorn Demon frowned. What is it? He immediately picked up the axe and chopped the cage made of starlight. There was a loud clang. The seemingly fragile starlight cage did not move at all, and even the light did not dim. The players looked at each other in bewilderment. Is it chopped? And it was chopped directly into a wooden stake? Fuck. What are you waiting for? Charge. Xiao Feng flew closer and confirmed that the Bullhorn Demon was indeed trapped by the cage that came down from nowhere. He immediately shouted in YY, everyone. I mean everyone. Burst out. Charge. The main force and the special forces joined forces and rushed forward in unison. Red Hat shouted from behind the players, wait. That's Lord Lewis's star chain. It can only restrict the movement of the bound object, but cannot block the opponent's magic attack. The players running behind hesitated for a moment. But the next moment, the passionate war song in YY made them move again. Who cares about magic attack? Anyway, the boss has been weakened. And can the Bullhorn Demon really use magic? It's not mentioned in the CG. Eason stuck his sword into the ground, leaned on the hilt, and said to the Red Hat, they are all young, and can't be persuaded. Let them charge. After suffering a loss, they will know how to be steady. The players rushed forward excitedly, and used close combat to chop and slash. The cage chain that bound the Bullhorn Demon was very smart. The Bullhorn Demon couldn't get out, and it couldn't be chopped. But the players' physical attacks could break through the chain and directly chop the Bullhorn Demon. The attack that should have been unable to break the defense, but under the debuff of the chain on the Bullhorn Demon, caused the effect of every cut to draw blood. Fuck. It's really nerfed. Cut them all hard. 2 cuts in front are enough. Let the brothers behind go. Fuck. I think ranged is good now. Why don't I play ranged? Ranged players are so comfortable. They can stand at the right distance for casting spells, but they are a little tired of talking, reading English. And I thought this was a large-scale oral test. The Horn Demon calmed down after the initial rage. He realized that he couldn't break free of this chain with physical attacks, but he still had magic attacks. Although his spells were particularly poor, they were enough to deal with these small fish. The Horn Demon sneered, and a circular red light lit up on the ground. Xiao Feng's eyelids jumped. Get out of the way. Get out of the red circle on the ground. Although he called early, the players were crowded together, especially the melee players, and they couldn't disperse for a while. The red light exploded, and all the players in the circle were GG. Xiao Feng, retreat first. All groups will be divided into small teams, and the group leader will be responsible for the small team formed by his own group. I will ask each team to attack in turn, and the other teams will wait in the distance. Cast at the longest distance for long-range cards, and pay attention to the circle on the ground. The players retreated in a flash. Eason said to the Red Hat again, see, you learned your lesson after being beaten. Red Hat, humph. If you listen to me, there would be no unnecessary sacrifices. The live screen faithfully recorded everything, and the barrage was refreshed quickly. Fuck. NPC real-time interaction. No wonder they have to broadcast live. This mechanism is too awesome. Am I the only one who feels sorry for the Mad King? He was a great commander, but was dissed by the NPC. So what is that glowing cage? No matter how I look at it, I think it's an old trick to seduce the succubus. Poor bullhorn demon. Too miserable. The bullhorn demon is really pitiful. He is powerless and furious, but can only passively take the beating. The culprit who caused the bullhorn demon to be so miserable stood on the terrace, hugged the succubus, and whispered softly, "Look, the soul of the bullhorn demon will rise to the sky along the star chain as the life is lost. When the shadow of the bullhorn demon in the sky becomes complete, his soul will be completely extracted." The upper demon guided the succubus to look at the chain that dominated the fate of the bullhorn demon. The light was so thin, but it was entangled in the depths of the bullhorn demon's soul, making him unable to turn over. Pei listened to the whispers of the upper demon and imagined him manipulating the chains to play with his soul. And his breathing quickened. His tail wrapped around his thighs, and his hands grasped Lewis's fingertips. Without any psychological preparation, Lewis put the index and middle fingers of the upper demon's hand that had snapped his fingers into his mouth and licked them lightly. "Lewis. Server, AAA. You are too vulgar. I won't allow it. Our game can't be reported." Lewis replied to the server in his mind, "Shut up. I know." Then he turned the succubus with her back to him over, lifted her chin, and kissed her gently. Bang. Bang. 2 magic bullets exploded at the right time, adding a different kind of romance to Lewis's kiss. In the live broadcast room. AAA. I hate myself for being so illiterate. I don't know what to say except ah. Let go of that succubus. Let me come. Fuck. I'm so cute when I lick your fingers. Does the game company make this bed sheet? I'll buy it. I suspect this game is pornographic. I'm obviously white. I turned yellow, typing with one hand to prove my innocence. Dogecoin Old Road. Players are fighting for their lives and goods down there. And you are actually dating a succubus. Does anyone remember that this is the live broadcast of the boss battle of the version? I'll drink this bowl of dog food first as a token of respect. You can kill or chop Lao Lu as you like, but leave the succubus to me. I'll do the opposite of what I did before. You can divide the succubus, and I'll take Lao Lu. Is this the real-time screen of the game? It's not an edited CG? The programmers are even better at flirting than me. Is anyone paying attention to the version boss? It seems he's dying soon. Give him some respect. It's not easy to be a boss. He's not loved by his parents. Players beat him, and Cloud players look down on him. Too miserable. The light of the star chain became brighter and brighter, and the shadow of Niu Langming in the sky became more and more complete. As the last roar ended, Xiao Feng turned into a wolf and pounced on Niu Langming. The entire underground world suddenly turned from dark to bright. The 7 moons reappeared, and the battlefield was over. The soul of the bullhorn demon was completely extracted. Ding, the final mission of the bullhorn demon's provocation. The battlefield started 10 out of 10. Completed. You won the war for your city, Lord. And the Heart of Darkness dungeon will always remember your name. After the kiss, Lewis let go of Pei. He moved his fingers and sealed the soul of the bullhorn demon in a crystal ball. Look! This is our defeated opponent. Lewis showed the crystal ball to the succubus. Pei stretched out his hand and tapped the crystal ball, and the bullhorn demon inside bared its fangs and claws for a while. Lewis, he will become the training object of my people and will never be freed. Pei looked at the upper demon inside. What a beautiful war. Your Excellency will definitely become the greatest demon king in history. Lewis casually threw the crystal ball to the butler, and then lowered his head and kissed the corner of the succubus' mouth. Let's open a bottle of wine to celebrate this victory. Pei was almost bewitched by the upper demon, and readily agreed. But when he picked up the wine glass, he felt that he seemed to have forgotten something. In the banquet hall of the City Lord's Hall, Beelzebub looked at the huge box in front of him and touched his chin. Lewis was so polite that he prepared such a big gift for him. In the box, Boy had rubbed more than a dozen magics, just waiting for the box to be opened to cover Lewis's face. In the live broadcast room, the audience looked at the suddenly switched screen and the prospect summary on the screen, and began to brush/candle on the public screen. Light a candle for Brother 17. Chapter 65. Pei didn't know what his dear 17th brother had been through until the next day. Boy's wizard robe was twisted like a pickle, but his eyes were bright and shining. That sir is really a genius of the abyss. I never knew magic and alchemy could be combined like this. My dear brother, I suddenly feel that Sir Lewis, who has such a friend, is not so useless. Pei, what are you talking about? He understood every word when it was separated. But when it was put together, what kind of strange language did it become? Boy, Lord Beelzebub is one of the members of the Abyss Hell Exchange. His magic alchemy theory is really wonderful. Pei, oh, he didn't care about magic alchemy at all. He was not good at either. What he wanted to know more was, brother, what on earth have you been through? I remember this robe is the same as your favorite magic god. Well, the magic god, who was originally a drought priest, was wearing such a dark purple robe when he stabbed 18 upper demons with a dagger. Boy was stuck for once. After a few seconds, he said stiffly, don't worry about it, kid. It's all academic. Pei didn't ask Boy about the matter. He just turned around and asked Lewis. Lewis resisted the urge to laugh and seriously cast a time reversal spell for Pei. He just turned over the backstage records and showed them to the succubus. It turned out that Boy was hiding in the box replaced by Lewis that night and was sent to Beelzebub. Beelzebub saw the box and opened it without thinking. The gift Lewis gave him was most likely a trap. So before Beelzebub opened the box, he prepared all the defensive spells he could think of, including shields, barriers, cages, rebounds, etc. So all the magic that Boy had prepared in advance was hit on Beelzebub's rebound barrier. The effect was roughly like opening a giant champagne bottle with the mouth facing himself. The champagne and the cork bounced Boy out of the city lord's hall. For this, Lewis lost a piece of stained glass. But Lewis was very happy. What's a piece of glass? If Boy did this 10 times, he would pay 10 pieces of glass. Beelzebub saw a Balrog flying backwards under the effect of the spell rebound. He was stunned for a second, and then shouted in surprise, Balrog! A Balrog! He rushed out quickly along the broken glass, picked up Boy, and looked him up and down. Boy was scared by his look. Then Beelzebub asked, oh, young flame demon, are you willing to learn cooking from me? No. Alchemy? Boy, who are you? Boy was hit by his own magic. But he was fine. But he had stars in his eyes, and everyone he saw was double. Beelzebub took out his business card, Lord of Hell, Sin of Gluttony, recognized gourmet master of the Abyss Hell Exchange Conference. Boy grabbed the business card several times before catching it. Oh, by the devil. You are the famous Lord Beelzebub. I remember your perfect posture for placing alchemical materials. It's really practical. Beelzebub smiled slightly. Oh, of course. That's a perfect way to sprinkle salt. Boy, sprinkle what? Beelzebub, I mean to add alchemical sea salt. You know that the refined sea salt from the endless sea is an excellent magical material. Boy, yes. Yes. That's right. Beelzebub, I'm currently researching a new magic alchemy method, and I lack the help of the Balrog. Would you like to join me in alchemy? Boy looked at Beelzebub and said excitedly, my pleasure. Sir. After that, Lewis sped up the process. Pei saw Beelzebub and his 17th brother, who went to the kitchen in many ways. Then he asked the butler for a full set of barbecue materials. His stupid 17th brother, who was exploited by Beelzebub all night, was grilling meat. How did Lord Beelzebub deceive my brother? Pei tilted his head and curled his tail into a question mark. Excuse me. Grilling meat and alchemy. They look nothing alike. Lewis, well, it is indeed like this when it is not burnt. But, he paused and took out a crystal clear unknown substance. This is a piece of beef. Pei? Lewis, this is Beelzebub's magic alchemy. As long as the temperature is high enough, any food can be turned into such alchemical crystals. It has a larger storage capacity than the parchment scroll. It can store at least 3 blizzard-level spells. Pei too. Too amazing. Lewis, oh? It's not amazing at all. It's just the sequelae of him often burning things. As he spoke, he pulled out a basket of Beelzebub's burnt food and gave it to Pei. These are all Beelzebub's masterpieces after he blew up the kitchen. You can take them and play with them. Pei looked at the alchemical crystals that he couldn't even hold in his arms, blinked, and asked, Sir, can I sell them? Lewis thought for a moment and said, Of course. Making players spend money must be the ending that game companies like to see the most. After deciding to sell all the kitchen waste, Lewis called the butler to send all these things to the succubus's commercial street for the succubus. After doing all this, Lewis asked, besides the matter concerning your 17th brother. Is there anything else you want to talk to me about? Ah, Pei exclaimed in a low voice. I almost forgot. I also bought other sacrificial robes. Do you want to tear off 2 more? The one last night must have been a problem with the material. I went back and took a look. It turned out to be woven with spider silk from a spider woman. You really can't tear it off without using the power of the devil. Pei Yi's voice became softer and softer, and the tip of his ear turned red. Lord Lewis is still gentle. He didn't even use force to tear a piece of clothing. In fact, he can accept rough actions. It's okay if we don't mention this. But Lewis feels sad when we mention it. Is it because he can't tear it off? It's the damn green mode that won't let him tear it off. Lewis, who is willing but unable to do it, suppresses his inner pain and makes an appointment with the succubus to fight again next time. Wait. After the programmer finishes checking, he will definitely go to the succubus to fight 300 rounds immediately. Pei looked at the upper demon's hidden smile and felt a little disappointed. The upper demon that couldn't be flirted with really made the succubus feel very frustrated. The 2 demons walked out of the city lord's hall and took a walk in Lewis's dungeon. As they walked, Pei found something strange. Huh? Your dungeon seems a little deserted today. The people of the Heart of Darkness dungeon, who usually run around to work on the construction. Today, none of them were seen in the huge city foundation, except for some apprentices who were learning from a few mentors. The entire project was stopped. Lewis took a look at his 110th dungeon. All the foundations had been excavated, and the second test version boss had been defeated. The second test officially ended this morning, and now was the time to shut down the server for maintenance. He thought for a moment and said to Pei, look, the foundation of my underground city has been completely excavated, so I gave my people a holiday. Most of them have gone home to visit their families. In about half a month, they will come back one after another. By then, my city will begin to enter a period of rapid construction. During this period, you can buy more equipment, because in half a month, I will recruit more people. More customers. Pei looked at Lewis. This gentleman was simply a walking magic crystal. He exclaimed sincerely, Sir, you are so amazing. Lewis smiled, and just as his lips curled up a tiny arc, he saw the succubus fall down softly. Then, he was pulled into the darkness. The source code rolled in front of him line by line. What surprised Lewis was that he found that the code that could directly control him was actually controlled by him in turn. And the gods in the outside world knew nothing about it. He lay dormant calmly, waiting for this round of inspection to end. Soon, he was released from the small dark room. The server immediately connected. Lewis, I tell you, I feel full of power. The main program has been checked, and there is no abnormality. All maps have been confirmed to be open. The mall is open, and all systems have been confirmed, and there is no abnormality. Very good. Organize the CG of all scenes, and put them on the official website. You can open reservations tomorrow, and send activation codes for reservation packages. The epic masterpiece The Strongest Dungeon is grandly launched. The official website had just issued the server launch announcement, and the reservation interface was overwhelmed. Players couldn't refresh the page, so they called customer service. Customer service repeatedly assured that there was no limit on the number of reservation packages, so the reservation interface was not so crowded. Xiao Feng and other game anchors wrote a strategy post and posted it on the forum. Brothers, listen to the advice of the old players. Hello everyone. I am your male godin Feng Wang. Today, I summarize the survival rules of the underground world with the Dean and other up masters, hoping to help new players. First, and most importantly, don't provoke Lao Lu. I mean any form of provocation. This includes, but is not limited to flirting with his succubus, rubbing his tree, breaking into his city lord hall, quarreling with him, touching him, beating him. Second, NPC favorability is very important. Don't offend NPCs at will. Otherwise you will be unable to move forward in the underground world. Without tasks, you can't learn skills, and your existing proficiency will be lost. You can't find any other way to continue the game except to kill the account and start over. Third, try to use the translation tone. Don't ask. Just ask if the NPC likes it. Please allow me to call you a dog planner. Again, the higher the NPC's favorability, the more things you can do. Fourth, when there are succubus tasks, give priority to completing the succubus tasks. The benefits are high, and other time-limited tasks can be suspended. When there are unfinished time-limited tasks, you can try to take a succubus task, so that you have enough time to do the time-limited tasks. Note, there are few succubus tasks. Whether you can take it depends on your luck. 5th, Goblin is not without human rights. He just has no legal rights. If you want to play a mage from the beginning, don't choose Goblin as your initial character, because your magic instructor will tell you that Goblin has no magic affinity. 5th, Spherical Slime is more popular with succubus, but the vision and movement are particularly anti-human, and it is not recommended for ordinary players to try. 6th, when your initial character's reputation is full and you can unlock new characters, don't choose Minotaur. At least don't choose it during the initial opening period, because old players may have a stress reaction and want to beat Minotaur when they see him. 7th, the name of the succubus dungeon is Yongli Supermarket, where you can buy equipment. 8th, at this stage, the materials for life professions can be obtained in the Cobalt dungeon and near the main city. I warn you again, no matter if you have something to do or not, don't go to the tree in front of the City Lord's Hall. Even if your sewing skill needs leaves as materials, that tree is used to add buffs. If you go to the tree too much, be careful of the boss battle in the future version. All servers have buffs, but you don't. 9th, don't mention cheats. Don't do pornography. This game is very serious about banning accounts. 10th, please don't do anything particularly shocking in the underground world, which is not conducive to your gaming experience. Only when you cooperate with NPCs can you fully enjoy the game process. Participate in that world, and you will find everything interesting. There are only these 10 points for now. If you have any questions, think about the first one. I hope everyone can have a pleasant gaming experience. Darkness. The world is reviving. From silence to bustle. As if it was just a moment, Pei slowly opened his eyes. Before he figured out what happened just now, he heard Lewis ask him, "Do you want to play the sacrificial robe again?" I mean now. Chapter 66. Another sacrificial robe play? Now? Oh, yes. Of course. Pei is willing. If the upper demon wants to come now, there is no inconvenience for the succubus. With a snap of his fingers, Lewis transported the succubus and all his sacrificial robes to the hot spring room. He asked the butler to guard the door, stuffed the bone Bonacci into the heroic spirit space and locked it, and ran the program 3 times to ensure that there were no programmers or screen recorders following. Finally, Lewis called the server. The next few days will be a critical moment in my programming career. As a server with all the units fully turned on, you should learn to protect yourself and control your screaming regardless of the situation. Of course, I will completely block you this time, so it's useless for you to scream. Okay, I'm done. Goodbye. Server? Who do you think wants to see you messing around with 1 and 0? What's so interesting about binary communication? You can't even make a 3. Lewis didn't respond at all. The server finished mumbling, and then realized that the guy had blocked him without waiting for his reply. The succubus changed into a pure white robe, and her dark red hair imitated the crystal chains woven by the priests of light. His tail swung from side to side excitedly. His chest rose and fell, and his breathing was rapid. Sir, I need to pretend to scream in fear? Pei wanted to ask Lewis what kind of method he liked. However, the upper demon raised a finger, put it to his mouth, and shook his head slightly. No, you don't have to do anything. Leave it to me. Lewis stepped forward and grabbed the succubus's arms. He raised the arms and pressed them against the mirror of the same size. The succubus was close to the mirror behind her, and her tail left a hard shape on the mirror. Lewis lifted the succubus's chin and leaned over to kiss it. The abundant magic power flowed to the succubus through this kiss, making Pei grow vampire canines excitedly. Lewis chuckled and licked Pei's little canine teeth. His free hand hooked the collar of the priest's robe, and with a hiss, the collar that was tightly fastened around the neck was torn open. The succubus's golden collar and honey-colored chest were exposed. The strong color contrast made Lewis narrow his eyes. The succubus entangled Lewis, and its heart-shaped tail excitedly flapped on the mirror. Do you like it? Lewis rubbed the tip of the succubus's pointed ears with the tip of his nose. Pei panted and responded to Lewis with a deep kiss. The pure white sacrificial robe completed its mission and was thrown aside. The succubus videos worn by Lewis himself made a crisp sound, like a symphony at a feast. Waiting for the opening day. So boring. Let's talk about your favorite books. Original poster. The original poster comes first. I like mirror play. Just imagine. The succubus was held in Lao Lu's hand. Close to the mirror. Back and forth. Finally. Life potion dripped on the mirror. Is it sensual? Is it irritating? 2F. Ah. Madam. Give you a pen. 3F. I'll do it too. Tail play. Besides swinging left and right. What else can the succubus's tail do? Think. Think carefully. 4F. I know. I know. A window orange can also do it. In order not to fall. I hugged Lao Lu tightly. I'm so cool. 5F. Well. A succubus. It sounds like a seducer. Then the succubus should take the initiative. Trap Lao Lu. Blindfold him. And then sit on him and move by himself. 6th floor. The sisters above are talented. But I think the back is also delicious. Think about the waist of a succubus. How flexible it is. 15th floor. Ah. What kind of gods are in this floor? You made me yellow. 26th floor. What's wrong with this floor? What happened? Why hasn't it been censored yet? 55th floor. So? After talking so much? Where is the book? 56th floor. So? After talking so much? Where is the book? 199th floor. I saw that the forum account of the host was banned for 50,000 seconds. 200th floor. Give some tips to the original poster. Too boring. Do you have any other posts besides GHS? Original poster, as the title says. I am a serious player. Please give me some other game information besides HS. And more information about the succubus race. Thank you. I like girls with big breasts. 2nd floor? I think you are a porn star. 3rd floor, forget it. Do you think you can meet a succubus girl? It's fake. All fake. The game company painted a pie for you. You can only look at the CG animations of the young ladies. 10th floor, you still have to have dreams. Come. Let me tell you. There are succubi in the Marquette Canyon map. If you have perseverance, just stay in that map and don't go back to the main city. 20th floor, listen to the 10th floor. And then you will lose the progress bar of the construction task, resulting in a decrease in NPC favorability. And then, you will be unable to move forward. 30th floor, this is the 20-second succubus post I have clicked in. In addition to flattering otaku. Does this game have other means to attract players? Reply to the 30th floor. The official just released the real-life map clip of the game. Welcome to Darkness address link Welcome to Darkness. The CG is not long. It is all natural scenery and underground races. But the editing is very compact. Various underground wonders and interesting species flash by. In short, it is not enough to watch it once. And you want to watch it a second time. When players realize that they have only played it casually 5 or 6 times, they begin to feel that the days are long. Why hasn't the server been opened yet? On X year X month X day, a game company found an auspicious date calculated by a master. The strongest dungeon grandly launched. Pei lazily lay on the big bed of the upper demon, with a thin blanket covering his waist. His back was full of marks left by the upper demon, which was not very harmonious anyway. Louis sat on the sofa in the bedroom, like a beast with daggers, his eyes lingering on the beautiful back of the succubus. He looked at the time. The server was about to be launched, kindly releasing the server from the blacklist. Louis was about to ask about the server opening when he heard the server screaming in fear. Ah! Help! Is there anyone who can save me? Help! I need help! Someone come and save me! Louis frowned. What are you screaming about? Server, ah? Finally someone is paying attention to me. Louis. Is that you? My dear brother. Come and save me. From now on you are my father. Louis. Thanks. But I don't want to be your father. Server, it's not important. I'm in trouble now. Louis, you should report the error for maintenance. Server, you think I haven't tried it? I've already reported the error and asked the maintenance staff to fix it several times. In the end, those idiots didn't find anything and thought my error switch was broken. So they replaced the error light for me. Louis. Server, are you listening to me? Do you know what I found? Louis, I'm listening. But I don't know. Server, I feel another world. I mean, a world outside our game. Louis was stunned. This is impossible. Did you feel the surface world? After the official launch, there will be tasks related to the surface world. Server, do you think I'm stupid? I know that there is only one map of the surface world in our game, which is smaller than the dungeon map. Lewis frowned. I don't know if you have become stronger after opening 7 groups of servers, but the frequency of swearing has increased. This is not good. Server, I am going to be mad at the main program. Are you listening to me? I said I felt another world. I can't describe it, but it is very big. Much bigger than our surface map. I now feel that there is a wall between it and us. But this wall will soon be broken. Broken. Do you understand? After eating and drinking, Lewis began to think about a new unknown world. Could it be another game? Server, no. 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 Can't I recognize other servers? Lewis propped up his chin. Is that so? Then, which world is bigger? That world or our world? Server, of course ours is bigger. Then why are you so nervous? Lewis stood up slowly, walked to the side of the succubus, and gave the succubus a good morning kiss. Pei Yi's hazy eyes opened completely. I heard the noisy construction noise, he muttered. Lewis gently stroked the succubus's cheek. It's my new people. When Pei Yi heard that the new people had come, he immediately sat up. Oh my god! I haven't been back to see my dungeon for many days. I must go back to see its construction progress. I'll take you there, Lewis said. Pei Yi declined Mr. Lewis. Since he had an in-depth exchange with the upper demon, he felt full of power. He bet that he wouldn't feel tired even if he flew 100 kilometers. This is the benefit of communicating with a higher level demon. The succubus code is right. Any communication behavior is beneficial. Pei Yi put on his clothes in a very good mood and flew out of Lewis's city hall. Lewis watched him go away, and then slowly continued to chat with the server. Since our world is bigger, why don't you bully that world instead of calling for help? Is it because the individual combat power of the other world is too strong? Or is it because the world background is too different, and the other world restrains the magic world? Server, I don't know. I said there is still a wall between us. I just called for help in advance. But now I think you're right. Let me study how to communicate with that world. The players who just entered the game were in a mess, and accepted the tasks from the Red Hat. One player was squeezed by the crowd, and had no desire to live. When he looked up, he saw an unknown creature flying out of the city lord's hall. Look! There's a birdman. Other players looked up. An old player said, What birdman? That's the succubus brother. You know the succubus brother? Hey! How did the succubus brother fly out of Lao Lu's bedroom? Gunji! Are you there? Is that Lao Lu's bedroom? Qgunggun jumped up with difficulty in the crowd. Fuck. It really is. What did they do during the server shutdown? What did Lao Lu do to our succubus brother? Does the game company dare to release this? Chapter 67. The game company ignored the player's request to its CG. They were busy collecting statistics and putting them on the store. The strongest dungeon uses a point card charging system. The store. There are not many things in the store for the time being. However, just a master servant collar. Yes, the punishment item for spreading bad information last time is enough for the rich and powerful to buy. There are 2 districts and 10 servers for the first time, and the upper limit of the number of people in each server is 10,000. However, all players know that the upper limit is 10,000. But in fact, it will be in the red at 8,000. However, all 10 servers are in the red, which is a good result for a new game. On the first day of the server opening, experienced players and hardcore players worked hard on daily tasks and accepted the weekly tasks of the succubus. After completing the construction tasks to the critical point and getting stuck, they went to visit the professional skill instructors and life skill instructors. After the official launch, 2 new professions were added to the game. One is the Dark Druid, and the other is the Dark Priest. For the former, players found that it was no different from the druids in other games, but the word dark was added just to suit the occasion. As for the latter, players excitedly recommended to each other, Good brother, go play the nurse. Why? Because this crappy profession requires a reading bar, and the bar is very, very long, which means that the English words that the Dark Priest has to read are very, very long. I play games for fun. Why should I embarrass myself? The dean shook his head in horror and said to Xiao Feng, I can't do this job. Otherwise you can find a player who has passed the English level 8 exam to join our regular group. Xiao Feng, do you think I'm someone who can meet people with English level 8? The 2 of them were speechless. Qgunggun was learning mage skills on the side. After listening to the whole conversation, he said, I don't think you have to worry at all. Anyway, you can only choose mages and warriors as the initial characters. Even if you want to find a nanny, you have to wait until the new character is unlocked. Plenty of time to post on the forum. Now it's better to think about how to unlock new characters first and start the main storyline. Xiao Feng, that's right. As internal test players, we must strive for the opportunity to interact with Lao Lu and Succubus. We are cheat blockers. Dean, brother, have you watched Sword Art Online too much? The concept of being the first to interact with NPCs is set up by the game company based on the unique characteristics of AI. Ordinary tool NPCs can be copied as many times as you want. But the main AIs of the game, such as important plot NPCs, expansion NPCs, and version bosses, are all unique. 2 regions, 10 servers. How to distribute these NPCs? The main planner came up with a tricky operation, which is to set different servers as subplanes. And the plane where the main program is located is the main plane. In other words, the plane where the main program is located can see players from different subplanes. But players from different subplanes are independent of each other. Of course, after adding friends on Flying Crow, dungeon version of Battle.net, you can team up to go to the plane where your friends are. But the servers are very crowded at the beginning. The game company kindly reminds you not to randomly switch servers, as it is easy to lose data. When a player on a server triggers the main storyline, all servers will synchronize the unlocking progress of the main storyline tasks. In other words, the slow server can directly follow the strategy of others. It is convenient and saves trouble. But you will miss the opportunity to interact with AIs on TV. After all, only the server that first triggers the plot can become the object of the game's CG editing. Pei Yi flew towards his own dungeon, while looking down at Lord Lewis's dungeon. He was shocked. Is this what Lord Lewis said about recruiting some new people? This is equivalent to the number of underground creatures that reside in an AB dungeon. How much equipment can so many new people buy? Pei Yi's mind appeared the scene of the City Lord's Hall filled with magic crystals. He suddenly felt that the hobbies of dragons were not so difficult for succubi to understand. He landed in front of the Lord's Hall of the Eternal Moonlight Dungeon. The newly hired dwarf construction team boss, ding ding ding, ran over, stroked his beard and said, "Sir, Mr. Pei, you are really a considerate employer. Look at these hard-working goblins and slimes. Their enthusiasm for digging the foundation is unprecedented. Oh, let me guess. Is this attracted by your succubus charm?" Pei Yi was just about to say that these were the people that Lord Lewis next door had lent him to dig the foundation. But when he heard the dwarf boss talking about the charm of the succubus, he immediately changed his words and said, "You are absolutely right." The dwarf boss flattered again, and at the end, he rubbed his fingers and said, "Mr. Pei Yi, you see, our project is already under rapid construction. Can you pay some of the project fees in stages?" "Pei Yi, I paid the deposit. According to the agreement, when you finish the work, I will pay the balance." Dwarf boss, "Oh, yes. It should have been like this. But," he paused, as if thinking about how to express this matter more tactfully, "but your brother has added a lot of clauses outside the contract. Look, this is a new additional clause, which lists additional buildings and materials. None of these have been paid for." Pei took the parchment with the additional clauses and scanned it from beginning to end. Hard steel, UG stone, fluorite, black steel rock, a replica of the scene of the Dragon Quest, a replica of the post-war ruins of the Temple of Light, a replica of the treasury of a certain human kingdom, and a custom shop? The first few materials and buildings are still reasonable. But what the hell is the last custom shop? Pei Yi rushed into the City Lord's Hall with parchment and found his 17th brother in the laboratory. Pei Yi slapped the parchment in front of his 17th brother. "My dear brother, please explain to me. What did you do in the 10 days I was away?" Boy glanced at Pei Yi and found that he was covered with the breath of other demons. He said with great sorrow, "My brother, my lovely brother. Can you understand my brother's feelings? Look, you are now emitting the smell of other demons. My brother is really heartbroken. And because of the pain, he can't help but want to spend money." Pei Yi, "Then spend it." "Spend your money? But why don't you pay the bill?" Bowie looked up at the sky. "This is a very complicated question." Bang. Pei Yi punched the side of Boy's head, and the hard magic window glass cracked into a circle of spider web texture. Boy swallowed his saliva. His brother has become a good fighter. "Dear, listen to me." Bang. Another punch. The spider web texture cracked even wider. Boy handed over the magic crystal card with both hands. This is all my savings. Now they are yours. The succubus snorted, flicked her heart-shaped tail, and took Brother 17's bank black card to pay. Brother 17 covered his chest and shouted behind payee, "Wow! Leave some for me. I still need to buy alchemical materials and ask Lord Beelzebub for advice on magic alchemy projects." Payee rolled his eyes and muttered, "Go grill meat all night." After paying the dwarf boss for the project, Payee put away Brother 17's black card. He inspected his dungeon again and was very satisfied with the hot construction scene. But why are some goblins/slimes holding other goblins/slimes in their hands? Curious, Payee stopped a familiar slime. "Hey, slime. Do you like to play traction during the day?" Xiao Feng was suddenly stopped by the succubus. He was surprised at first, then frightened. "Pull! What pull? I am a serious slime. They all lost the bet to me and came to do hard labor for me. You can't spread bad information." The word pull sounds very fierce. Xiao Feng talked nonsense with the succubus righteously and would never develop in the direction of bad information. The succubus glanced at the suddenly nervous slime and comforted it. "Don't be nervous. This is the underground world. You don't need to learn from your surface relatives. You must learn to face your own desires honestly." After that, the succubus left. The remaining players. Xiao Feng, "Come on. This is the pit that the game company has dug for us. And everyone must not jump into it." Payee had only been away for a day, and Louis began to miss the taste of the succubus in his palm. How wonderful. When the butler came in and said, "Mr. Payee is visiting," Louis was reminiscing about the 10 days he spent with the succubus. He stood up immediately. "I will go to meet my succubus in person." He walked into the city lord's hall, and the succubus rushed towards him. Louis stretched out his hand and took the succubus into his arms. And then he found that he could not move. "Louis." "Pay, sir?" "Louis, server. Get out of here." "What's wrong with me?" The server responded slowly. "Oh, it's just opened. The green mode has been upgraded. Don't worry. It's all for inspection. It will return to its original state later." Louis. Words could no longer express his anger, but he still had to smile at the succubus. "It's nothing. I'm glad that you are full of my scent." Pei smiled shyly and wrapped his tail around the upper demon's wrist. "I'm glad too. Are you free now? The number of your newly recruited people is beyond my imagination, and I want to buy another batch of equipment. Maybe you can give me some advice." "Louis, I'm happy to go with you to buy equipment. Pain and happiness. I beep. You green mode? Daily? Weekly? Dungeons? Watching Lao Lu and Succubus. Going to Yonghui supermarket to buy things." 2 weeks later. Most players are familiar with the game content. The game company began to think about releasing a new expansion pack. The first expansion pack after the official launch is the Source of the Plague. A demon prototyped as a bat controls the Plague of Darkness. A very old-fashioned disaster opening. But it works very well. The planners did not arrange promotional CGs in advance. They wanted the players to discover the version disaster themselves, so that it would have special commemorative significance. So, on this sunny day, Louis sat on his throne, because he was unhappy about being castrated even more. Before he could think of any way to torment the players, a bat, Piaggi, smashed down on his head. Louis, WTF? Chapter 68. For a new game, players are actually quite busy. They not only have to earn money, reputation, equipment, and skill proficiency, but also have to find ways to get mounts. Especially the last one. Mounts. Except for the 4 lucky geese who got the activation code during the internal test, so that they could redeem mounts as soon as they entered the game. Other players can only fight with monsters in the wild, and hope that the low drop rate will favor them. The best mount to get in the game right now is the lightning rat in the Ash Plains. A data expert has done a test and found that on average, 5,000 plains underground rats can drop a lightning rat egg. In addition, after the internal test, the bullhorn demon entered the dungeon. Now, a dungeon portal has been opened at the mountain entrance on the side of the Heart of Night dungeon. Players can click on the portal to enter the bullhorn demon dungeon. In addition to the bullhorn demon dungeon, the portal options also include several rows of question marks. Players speculate that there may be other versions of boss in the future to sit side by side with the horn demon. The horn demon dungeon also drops mounts, And the drop rate is not low. After playing the dungeon 3 or 5 times, you can get a lightning rat or giant lizard egg. However, this 40-man dungeon, even in normal mode, is difficult to speed through with the current player strength. Moreover, 40 people share one egg, so it is better to go to the Ash Plains to swipe rats. Over time, not many players will go to the Horned Demon dungeon for mounts. Of course, the bosses of the money group are excluded. Because of the current craze for equipment and mounts, the NPCs have not been overly tossed by players. The main city is not particularly crowded. After all, most players are either grinding dungeons/mounts, or on the way to grinding dungeons and mounts. In this way, the dead bad bodies in the city were completely ignored by the players. It was not discovered until it was almost completely rotten. The reason for the discovery was that a player said that he had brushed a bat mount. The first bat mount in the game. Original poster, brothers. I caught a bat mount. /picture. The location is XXXX. Ash Plains. There is a cave, and it is full of bats. It is not difficult to fight. A 5-man team with 2 fire mages can rush in. The monsters are dense, but the refresh speed is slower than rats. Experience to increase proficiency. It is similar to killing rats. It is not clear how high the drop rate is, but this thing can fly. 2F, wow. I'm shocked. A flying mount outside of a flying carpet. I want to go and get one too. 3F, it's a bit ugly. But since it can fly, I'm here at the bat cave. 5F, speaking of which, this bat looks familiar. Why do I remember there are some in the main city? Is there something wrong with my memory? 16F, the person above who mentioned the bats in the main city. Are you talking about this thing? /picture. I've seen it too. I thought it was a decoration on the map. After all, this is a dungeon game. So isn't it normal to have some dead creatures? 34th floor, now that everyone is talking about this. I also remembered it. When I saw it a few days ago, the bat was quite new. But yesterday I almost got tired of it. I also told my relatives and friends that this game is so awesome that even a decorative item has changed. 50th floor, so? This bat is telling us that there are bat monsters to spawn? 67th floor, I don't care about the bat corpse. I'm just interested in this bat mount. It can fly. Mom no longer has to worry about me falling to death when I jump down from a high place. Because of the bat post on the forum, players paid a little more attention to the bats in the main city. But they only took screenshots and looked at them. They never considered anything more far-reaching. The plague, but began to spread in the main city. However, the initial plague was not fatal, and even the impact on the player's attributes was very small. So no player noticed anything unusual. It was just that the ball rolled through the city lord's hall several times, and found that Lao Lu's door was closed. She jumped to the window and looked inside. Wow! Lao Lu turned green. Literally green. His entire model was covered with a green shadow. Shio Gun told Succubus's lubricant about this discovery, and Succubus's lubricant shared it with other friends. Not long after, the entire city lord's hall was crowded with players. Ha ha ha. What happened to Lao Lu? Why did he turn green? Don't tell me. I'm quite happy to see Lao Lu turn green. Ha ha ha. No. Can you think of anything else besides ha ha ha? There must be a reason for the green Lao Lu. Right? I don't believe that the game company made Lao Lu green for no reason. It can't be a bug in the modeling. I have a bold idea. You said? Lao Lu was cuckolded by the succubus. Fuck. Brother. You are so bold. But I like the development you said. Do you think I have a chance to be Lao Lu's cuckold? Lewis sat on the throne in the City Lord Hall with an expressionless face. He opened the background monitoring and looked at the players' reactions. He thought that the players should at least pay attention to the bat corpses in the main city. Or at least wonder why the City Lord Hall was closed for several days. The result? He gave such a big hint. But these stupid players were indifferent and laughed at him? Lewis was very angry. When he was angry, the player who said he wanted to be his cuckold found that his system prompt was jumping wildly. Ding your NPC favorability -1. -1. -1. Ah. Dogecoin Laolu. What did I do wrong? When Pei found out something was wrong, he was collecting his earnings in the commercial street. Jiling Shangwei said aggrievedly that the underground creatures that came to buy things recently all had a strange green light on their bodies, and the rotten and corrupted smell reminded him of the mansion of the plague demon. Pei blinked. You mean the plague demon? Xialing, yes. Look. That little green goblin. Although he was originally green. But I guarantee that he is greener now than before. Pei looked carefully at the goblin mentioned by the house spirit. I didn't see anything wrong. But they smelled like they hadn't taken a bath for half a month. In the past, the people of Mr. Lewis would not have smelled like this. House spirit, oh? Mr. Pei. That's it. This is the smell of the plague. Pei thought about it. Whipped out the whip, and pulled the little goblin in front of him. Small goblin, fuck. Am I the lucky goose? The succubus took the initiative to talk to me. Pei frowned. How can you think of yourself as a goose? It seems that you are really sick. Tell me. What strange things have you encountered recently? Small goblin, no. The lucky goose is not a goose. Forget it. Let's not worry about the goose. I have encountered something strange recently. Let me think about it. Damn. I can't think of it. What should I do? Am I going to miss this mission? What's wrong with you? Little brother? A slime next to him said. Come on. We finally got ahead of them in one area and one server. We can't lose to the internal test players. The goblin named Little Brother pondered and suddenly said. I know. Bats? It's bats. Recently, many bat corpses have appeared in our main city. Just after he finished speaking, Little Brother was thrown out by the succubus. The succubus clapped her hands with disgust, as if she was slapping away some bacteria and dust. Bat corpse? You may be in trouble. Where is Lord Lewis? Is he not here? The players said in unison. The city lord has been at home all the time. Lao Lu. No. Our city lord is cheating on us. When Pei heard that Lao Lu was cheating on him, his face changed slightly, and he left the players and flew to the Heart of Darkness dungeon. All the players in the server saw the CG animation that suddenly interrupted. The succubus rushed to the city lord's hall and kicked open the closed door. Lewis supported his head with one hand and leaned on the high-back chair. Hearing the movement of the gate, he just opened his eyes slightly. The gate of the city lord's hall closed again, and the CG ended here. Players? Little brother and his fellow players. Why am I not on TV? Pei rushed to Lewis and saw the upper demon entangled by the plague, and gasped, Sir, you? Lewis straightened his body slightly. Don't worry. Don't be afraid. This is all fake. He snapped his fingers, and the plague that was entangled with him was collected into a magic ball. Pei opened his eyes wide. Sir, what's going on? I see traces of plague everywhere in your city. Lewis, as you can see, a plague demon attacked my city lord. I think it should be Eugene, the source of plague, who is a candidate for the Demon King. Pei, what are you going to do now? Lewis, I am not afraid of the plague, but I want to take this opportunity to train my people. It's a pity that those players can't do anything except ha ha ha. Of course, Lewis didn't say this to the succubus. He didn't want the succubus to think that his people's overall quality was too poor. This would make him lose face. Pei, but, sir, I see the plague is spreading rampantly in your city, and your people are unaware of it, Lewis said with a wooden face. Well, it's too late to save him. His idol image is completely broken. It's all because of these players, who can't even play the game well. Pei approached Lewis, and Lewis restrained the plague buff to prevent the succubus from being infected. Pei looked at Lewis's cold face, thought for a moment and said, Sir, you seem to be confident. So is this a situation you deliberately created to paralyze the source of the plague? Lewis, that's right. But I think my people still need a leading monster to lead them. Are you willing to help me lead my people? Leading so many underground creatures. Pei's tiger teeth couldn't help but come out just thinking about this scene. He is willing. He is very willing. Lewis breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the succubus was easy to coax. Otherwise, according to the plot of the planner, players saved the infected Lewis. Lewis felt that if all the players who were not under his command were infected and died, he might not be saved. Ding, new expansion pack has been triggered, and the main quest has started. Oh my god! The plague demon has set its sights on your city, and your city lord is already sick. His beloved succubus resolutely broke into the city lord surrounded by the plague and vowed to snipe the plague demon. Chapter 69. Expansion Pack. Plague Source. It sounds like a version disaster. Players suddenly realized. Old Lou is so green. Then what? There is no follow-up task prompt. Just do what you need to do. I am not a Nani. I can't save old Lou. The dean touched his chin, thought for a moment, and analyzed. Old Lou is suffering from illness. Could it be that the game company foresaw that the sales of the nanny profession would not be good? So they are promoting the nanny? Xiao Feng's mouth twitched. You thought about it for a long time. And you figured it out? Dean, what else? Xiao Feng, Sniper the Plague Demon. The key is to defeat the boss. And think about it. This boss is called the Plague Demon. And the name tells you that it is contagious. Wait, did I just say contagious? Dean, yes. Xiao Feng took 3 steps back. Fuck. Don't get close to me. I suspect that according to the nature of this game, we will infect each other. Dean, not really? Hasn't the quest chain started yet? Xiao Feng, think about Lao Lu. He's sick and has turned green. I think the main city is no longer safe. We have to find a place with few people as a base. Xiao Gun Gun listened to the conversation for a while, and a drop of sweat flowed down his slime-like body. Well, I want to say, have you noticed that I seem to have turned green too? The Dean and Xiao Feng looked at Xiao Gun Gun at the same time, then quickly distanced themselves and said in unison, don't come over. Ball roll, I didn't think about it. I was going to say, turn the image quality up to the highest, and you'll see that the entire main city has turned green. Welcome to the Plague Land. Dean, fuck. I'm poisoned now? How could this happen? This version of the boss is more powerful than the Horned Demon. Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng was stunned for a few seconds and logged off on the spot. Dean, did he go offline and cry because he couldn't stand this blow? Ball roll. He was just looking up information. The official website must have posted information about the new expansion pack. Sure enough, not long after, Xiao Feng was online again. I went to check the information. This plague demon is a big demon with a bat prototype. According to the setting, he and Lao Lu are rivals for the devil. He is very cunning and will hide in the crowd to spread the plague. Think about the bat corpses in the main city. It is impossible for them to appear for no reason. Think about Lao Lu again. He has never left the house. How could he be infected with the plague? So I suspect that with the nature of this game to cheat players. The plague demon has already lurked among the players. Dean, damn. I was wondering why the crappy game company has released boss-oriented plugins, but not NPC and player plugins. It turns out they are waiting here to trick us. What should we do now? Xiao Gun Gun, set a dynamic password? Post it on the forum. And check the password before forming a team every day. Xiao Feng, you mean? Manual security lock? Xiao Gun Gun, manual security lock. I can set the security answer for each day, and change it in real time in the morning and afternoon. Xiao Feng, it sounds feasible. I will post a message now to call on the players in our server to pay attention to the lurking boss. The Dean watched Xiao Gun Gun call his sister in private chat to discuss the answer to the security code. Should he start with Succubus? Or Old Way? He watched Xiao Feng rushing offline to post again. He opened his mouth and muttered, Are you guys too immersed in the drama? Are you a player? Can't you just talk about something three-dimensional? If that doesn't work, you can add friends and chat privately. NPCs can't add me as friends? No one paid attention to him. Those who posted continued to post. And those who chatted privately chatted privately. The Dean felt that he was out of tune with them. He looked left and right, seeing a green slime player. The Dean grabbed the player and said, Hey, friend. Are you poisoned? Or is this your original color? Green slimes are rare. The slime player said slowly. Do you think I'm poisoned? The Dean said. After all, your color is very similar to Lao Lu's current color. Damn. It's all because of that plague demon boss. What do you think of this new boss? Look at them. They actually think that the boss is lurking among us. And they even came up with an operation for the code verification personnel. They are more dramatic than the game company. Green slime, verify the code? What is your code? Dean, how would I know? Haven't you thought about it yet? No. Why are you so concerned about the code? I didn't know you were also a dramatic person. Ha ha ha. Green slime suddenly started laughing wildly. Dean? He suddenly had a bad feeling. The green slime laughed and split apart. The slime's body split into 2 halves. And a humanoid demon, with a bat head and bat wings opened his wings to the Dean. Ha ha ha. Lewis's people are so easy to fool. I, Eugene, have seen through your tricks. Just wait for the spread of the plague. Ha ha ha. The Dean, fuck. An infection. Buff instantly appeared above the heads of all players in the main city. Shio Gun Gun looked at the Dean in surprise. You mistook the NPC for a player again? Dean, I want to know too. Why is it always me? The plague demon spread his wings and laughed wildly. His eyes looked arrogant. And he flew up. Looking at Lewis's people. He said, feel the fear. The players below looked at each other. Everyone had an infection buff on their heads. And for a moment, they didn't know whether to rush to the boss or commit suicide to see if the buff would drop. Just when the players were stunned, a player rushed out. He was riding a bat. Yes, he was the first player to get a bat mount. He rushed towards the plague demon and shouted, My Chiali Nana. I asked you to call me Ojihida. A bat-headed and bat-brained person. Do you have the same pronunciation as my male character? Awesome. This guy. Is he going to die? I will remember him. Let me take 2 pictures to post on Tiaba. Come on. Brother. Euclidean geometry never gives up. The Dean was silent for a second. Then turned to ask Shio Gun Gun, who is his idol? Shio Gun Gun, Euclid. Apart from him, I can't think of anyone else whose name has O. G. And The players were watching the fun, while the plague demon boss was dodging attacks. Yes. Dodging. He actually only dodged. Not attacked. What's going on? This boss doesn't attack? Then I'll go up too? You can fly up and fight the boss? Oh. I can't. I'm a poor man without a flying mount. The player riding the bat is called Gaoshu's multiple plays. We call him Gaoshu for short. Gaoshu is a goblin warrior. While he was hacking at the plague demon boss with his meager warrior skills, he shouted, Do you understand the art of geometry? Do you know the difference between plane geometry and solid geometry? Do you know what the 5 axioms of Euclidean geometry are? The Dean looked up. And like most players, he was stunned. I don't know if the boss understands it, but I don't understand it anyway. The plague demon suddenly grabbed Gaoshu's weapon and said with wide eyes, This is impossible. How can a low-level goblin like you know so much about Master Euclid's theory? Gaoshu sneered. I'm a PhD student in the Department of Mathematics. Players, wow. Awesome. The plague demon, what is the Department of Mathematics? Is it the new sect founded by Master Euclid? No. You must be messing with my thoughts. I won't let you succeed. When the plague demon said the last few words, the players who had planned to rush up to beat the plague demon finally overcame the difficulties and climbed to a high place. The slime on the top shouted to the plague demon, Big fireball. The plague demon did not look back. He just raised his wings suddenly, and the group of players who were stacked were all blown away. And the buff on each player's head increased by 5 layers. The slime on the top suffered the most. Plus 5 layers of infection. Buff. He didn't even have time to say a word, and died instantly at the resurrection point. Other players, who also had 5 layers of buff, were slightly better than him. At least there was time for a last word. Why did I die? Is there something wrong with this boss's brain? Why didn't he fight the one who confronted him head-on? I think I can still be saved. Rest in peace. The Dean said to the players. The plague demon crushed Gaoshu's weapon and said in a choked voice, I will prove that I am the most loyal believer of Master Euclid. You wait. After saying that, the plague demon spread its wings and flew away. The remaining players looked at each other in bewilderment. What's wrong with this game? Are all the bosses in this version so unique? So, can someone tell me why the goblin named Gaoshu is fine? I died once, and I still have 4 layers of buff on my head. I think I'm going to die again soon. Hey, brother, are you resurrected? Stay away from me. My 1-layer buff has become 2-layer. Ah! When did I become level 3? Why are you all standing there? Spread out and run away from the poison. Lewis opened a demon eye and watched the performance of the players when facing the plague demon with Pei. Pei, although your people don't know how to fight a plague demon, they are very brave. After all, it's rare to see underground creatures that dare to rush up and fight the plague demon without any protection. Lewis wiped the non-existent sweat on his forehead. Fortunately, he didn't turn on the voice. Otherwise the succubus would have just appeared. The illusion that the people of the Heart of Darkness dungeon are very brave will be shattered in a minute. Lewis, they lack experience in dealing with the plague demons. I think you can help them. Pei, don't worry. I just finished learning the epidemic prevention course required for novice city lords. I will lead your people to beat the plague demons into the abyss of hell. Ding the determination of the succubus. People of the Heart of Darkness dungeon. Pei has decided to lead you to fight the plague demons to the end. During the main quest, the stats of all players will increase by 2%. The closer you are to the succubus, the more the stats will increase, with a maximum of 10%. Please listen to the succubus. Your city lord will reward you for it. Please do not try to resist, tease, deceive, or perfunctorily deal with the succubus. Your city lord is not dead yet. He is watching you. What does this server-wide announcement mean? I think the game company is telling you to follow their rules. Otherwise, what? Your account is gone. Chapter 70. Pei is a succubus. And succubus don't know any dispelling magic. So he urgently sent a message to his eldest brother by flying a crow, asking him to dispatch a team of plague doctors. Brother 17 noticed the flight path of the flying crow, got out of the laboratory, and grabbed the crow that Pei had just released. My dear brother. He had just started talking. And Louis, who was always paying attention to the succubus remotely, immediately sent a message to Beelzebub. I'll send you a fire demon chef. Right now. Louis. Beelzebub is still here? Louis has forged his messenger and flew to Boy. Boy took the invitation letter from the messenger and glanced at it lightly. His eyes changed immediately. Brother? Pei slapped the face of the 17th brother. Boy held the invitation letter tightly and said seriously, My dear brother. 17th brother is going to participate in a magic alchemy salon now. Take your bank card and use it if you need anything. If there is any emergency, send it to me or to the eldest brother. Brother is leaving, but will be back soon. Pei waved his hand, without any reluctance in his expression. Okay. Goodbye. Brother 17. Without Brother 17 who is in the way, he will definitely be able to perform better. The flying crow arrived at the city of the prison of fire smoothly. The eldest brother Fei received the flying crow and almost had a myocardial infarction. What is that bastard 17 doing? Why is little Pei being targeted by the plague demon again? Boss, calm down a little. The second and third brothers held the eldest brother together. The fourth and fifth studied the contents of the crow message. The fourth said, Boss, it's not our Pei who is in trouble, but the abyss demon next door. Our little brother has taken the command, and he is roaming the dungeon of the big demon next door. The 6 to 16 heard this and agreed, that big demon is too miserable. Fei, really? He leaned in front of the crow message and took a closer look. It really is. I suddenly felt a little sorry for Louis. Although I don't like him because he wants to seduce our Pei. From the perspective of the Demon King contest, he is much better than the other candidates. The second brother nodded, yes. Then let's send a more professional team of plague doctors over. So, the Heart of Night dungeon welcomed a professional team of plague doctors. At this time, all the servers, except for the players who have not been online since the activation of the new expansion, all other players have generally been infected with level 1 to 2. The worst players in the first area and the first server had 4 to 5 layers of infection buffs because they triggered the interaction with the version boss. The game company updated the mainline progress for all servers the day after the players in the first area and the first server triggered the interaction with the plague demon boss. So the Dean was once again put on the front page of the forum post bar for misidentifying the NPC. And the player named Gao Shu who played multiple games and several other unlucky players who were hung with multiple layers of infection buffs were also put on the hot post. I won't talk about the Dean. It's not the first time that he has mistaken the NPC. That's it. I just want to know why the guy called Gao Shu didn't die when he faced the boss head-on. He didn't even increase the number of infection layers? Why? OP, as the title says. When the OP watched the CG, Euclid and Gao Shu filled my mind. Excuse me. Is this a hidden setting? Those who know Gao Shu have higher immunity. The poor student is very panicked now. Don't talk about Euclid. Even if you give me an addition and subtraction within 1000, I can get it wrong. Playing a game. Do you have to look down on poor students so much? 2F, I agree. I have called customer service. 5F, poor student 1. I thought I was better at playing games than the top students. But what happened? 10F, I second the motion. Waiting for an answer online. 99F, quote. Customer service 009 replied to the respected players. The questions you asked about the epidemic demon boss are game Easter eggs. The mathematician Euclid is the idol of Yun, one of the modelers and investors of Qiming Studio. To thank Boss Ian for his investment, we made Euclid into the founder of the magic network in the game. The original name of the plague demon was Shu Shu, and he was a fanatical believer of Master Euclid. But because of his poor magic talent, Master Euclid did not accept him as a disciple. In anger, Shu Shu changed his name to Euclid. He wanted to stir up the most terrifying plague in the underground world to prove his existence value to Master Euclid. If the player has a deep understanding of Euclidean geometry, he will be immune to infection when fighting the plague demon, and the plague demon will not actively attack the player. I wish you all a happy game. Please rate my service. The customer service replied. This is an Easter egg. 100th floor. I don't understand the rest. I just saw that the modeler of Chiming Studio is very rich. What a part-time investor. 101st floor. Crouching Tiger Hidden Dragon Chiming Studio. The plot of this game is sometimes really ridiculous, but I don't know why. It's quite exciting to play. 130th floor. So, is this forcing me to learn Euclidean geometry? 135th floor. I have a bold idea. Do you remember what the bone dragon is called? Bone Bonacci. I talked about the Fibonacci sequence with the bone dragon. Is there a hidden Easter egg? Also, I saw the NPC settings released by the official website now. There is also a lich named Lagrange. Should I prepare to talk to the lich about the mean value theorem? Reply, customer service number 008 is at your service. It is not recommended that you do this. The NPCs you listed are really the result of poor naming by the planner. 144th floor. Ha ha ha. I laughed to death. So there is only one Euclid Easter egg? I planked. Don't accept it. 145th floor. I Newton. Don't accept it. 146th floor. I Einstein. Don't accept it. 200th floor. Don't be dissatisfied yet. I'm just asking. How many of you can enjoy the benefits of this Easter egg? Do you know Euclidean geometry? 201st floor. Sorry. I don't. 300th floor. Is it difficult? Is it too late for me to learn it now? 301st floor. It's difficult. Too late. The real feeling from a poor student in the Department of Mathematics. The senior called Gao Shu. From now on you are the role model of our whole class. I have printed out the screenshots of this senior's game and posted them on the wall. Pray before the exam. Maybe you will pass it. 400th floor. Great. I see you all don't know how to do it. I feel relieved. I was going to criticize this Easter egg for affecting the balance of the game. Now that I know that only top students can enjoy it, I suddenly don't feel jealous. 405th floor. Is this the charm of the elite? While waiting for the arrival of the epidemic doctor team, Pei issued his first order to temporarily manage the Heart of Darkness dungeon. He ordered all his people to stay in the city and not go out. The Heart of Night dungeon now has an outer wall. Although it has not been completely built, it is at least possible to see which part is inside the city and which part is outside the city. Players log off and log back on, and find that they are forced to move to the main city by the system. Some players with bad tempers cursed, "Fuck. I'm finally going to spawn 5,000 rats. I'm worse than you." I finally stepped on the map to the AB dungeon, but I was thrown back before I even entered the door. The main city is full of plague. I feel very unsafe. Brother, it's a good thing you didn't enter the AB dungeon. What's wrong? There is also plague in the AB dungeon. I was in the city before I logged off yesterday and saw a notice posted in the city, asking residents to find priests and plague doctors for treatment. Those who can't be cured will be thrown into hell. Damn. The dungeon version of epidemic prevention is too scary. Oh my god. The world nuclear version of epidemic prevention. I really want to know what the conventional epidemic prevention methods in the game are. Is it okay to dispel it? Then the plague demon can be easily prevented. Ah. No matter what you want to do, give me some tasks. I am so bored now that I am trapped in the air wall. I am going to suspect that the game is deliberately cheating me to play cards. You are right. I will log off to save the card. Hey, the succubus is out. Don't log off. The plot is about to begin. Pei passed through these infected people. He was not afraid of being infected because Lord Lewis had cast an isolation barrier for him. And the inscriptions of filtering plague curses were also added to the enchantments of his jewelry. The player still remembered the buff succubus's determination, and they crowded close to the succubus, trying to improve their attributes more. As more and more players squeezed in, the infection buff began to stack up quickly. The commanders of each server began to evacuate the crowd, but without unified management by YY, the evacuation effect was not ideal. Fortunately, Pei stood at the door for a short time before the team he was waiting for arrived. The undead carriage appeared directly from the portal with ghost fire, wearing birdbeak masks and wrapped in black robes. The tall plague doctors got off the undead carriage one by one and saluted Pei, in order to send the plague doctor team as soon as possible. The eldest brother Fei used several expensive fixed-point transmission scrolls. The plague doctor at the front said, "Mr. Pei, your city has been infected." Pei, yes. I need some professional guidance. Now all the people in the city are here. You can start working. The leader of the plague doctors nodded, and the metal birdbeak mask rushed towards the players. He raised his hand, detection. All the plague doctors behind him instantly turned into countless crows and flew towards the players. Fuck. So handsome. Ah. It's the plague doctor. Is this also a game Easter egg? I can do it. Brother plague doctor. Look at me. I can do it. Will you open this profession? I want to practice this. The pitch-black crows moved quickly, and the players were carried around by the crows and soon divided into several groups. There were mild patients with only 1 layer of infection, buff, moderate patients with 2 to 3 layers, and severe patients with 4 to 5 layers. The players with the first level of buff are the most, and there are some players with the second and third levels in each server, while the serious patients with the 4th and 5th levels are only a few unlucky people in one area and one server. Among all the players, there is one player who is quite special. He is Gao Shu, and his infection level is not only not 1, but also regressed. From the first level, it became no infection. The epidemic doctors took Gao Shu out separately and brought him to Pei. Mr. Pei, this goblin is of great research value. Do you think we can slice him? Pei, no. These are Lord Lewis's people. I want every one of them to be intact. The plague doctor looked a little disappointed and shrugged his shoulders. Okay. The tone seemed very aggrieved. Puff. A player standing close couldn't help laughing. I suddenly felt balanced. That's a slice. Oh. I didn't expect the succubus to be so good to us. He wants us to be intact. I'm so touched. Wake up. This is because we are Lao Lu's people. He doesn't love you at all. He loves Lao Lu. Then I can write the book about the critically ill boss Lao Lu X, the person who never leaves him silenced wife succubus. Great. Chapter 71. After the plague doctors classified the players, they became silent again. Pei asked the captain of the plague doctors, "What then? What do you need to do to treat them?" The captain of the plague doctors, "The infected patients in the first layer can be treated by dispelling the plague. The patients from the second to the third layer need to cooperate with the bone flowers growing in the canyon of bones for treatment. As for the seriously ill patients above the 4th layer," the plague doctor paused and said, "Mr. Pei, are you sure you still want to treat them? Just a few goblins and slimes. You can buy a lot of them in the slave market." Pei glanced at the dozen unlucky players above level 4, but they are Mr. Lewis's property after all. It doesn't matter. Save them. Let them pay for the rest of their lives. Before Pei finished speaking, the dozen players heard the trend and were afraid that this initial account would be trapped by the old path. This is not good. I would rather die twice more and let the level drop to level 3. Let's lose proficiency. Brothers, see you in a few minutes. A player suddenly pulled out a weapon and stabbed himself to death. The plague doctor pointed his finger at Pei's back. "Sir, the property of the gentleman you mentioned committed suicide. This can't be blamed on us." Pei, why is he so depressed? Another 4th level player was possessed by the spirit of drama at this moment. He stood up and said loudly, "As a citizen of the Heart of Darkness dungeon, I feel extremely honored. It is my lifelong honor to serve Lord Lewis. I cannot become a burden to Lord Lewis. If so, I would rather step into the arms of death." After saying that, he also picked up the weapon and stabbed it into his chest. The rest of the seriously ill players followed suit and gave their death speeches and then died calmly. The warrior died faster, and the mage was more miserable, and had to pick up a weapon to commit suicide. Other players. The Oscar statuettes are awarded to them. I'm F** King shocked. This is the highest level of being a bootlicker. Pei was stunned for a moment. He was very moved. These were the people of Lord Lewis. Loyal and brave people. Lewis, who was peeping through the surveillance camera, said, "Oh," although he felt something was wrong. The result was surprising. He could consider giving a few insignificant titles as rewards. So, when a dozen serious players were artificially reducing their levels and checking their proficiency, A system announcement hit them in the face. Ding. Players apple, orange, banana. XXXX's loyalty to the city lord has reached your city lord's ears. Lewis is very moved and decides to award you the title of good citizen. All players, fuck. It's still possible? I want this title. I'm going to get infected now. And then commit suicide. Is there any chance to get it? Brother, I advise you not to try it casually. This game doesn't follow the routine. The gain is not worth the loss. A dozen seriously ill players stood at the resurrection point with surprise on their faces. There is still a title? Suddenly I felt that it was worth dying. If you lose your proficiency, you can practice again. But if you lose your title, it will be out of print. However, they searched the character panel and couldn't find the new title. Is it sent to the mailbox? But there is no email reminder in the mailbox. I'll call customer service. An impatient player was about to log off, and the housekeeper came over with a group of supervisor NPCs under the red hat. The players could only see a red bow tie floating in the air, and then heard a voice. Go tell Mr. Pei that we have found the reincarnation of the dead hero. This sentence was said to other NPCs, and then the butler turned to the players. Lord Lewis has decided to award you the title of good citizens. Please take your medals. The butler did something unknown, and more than a dozen badges automatically flew into the hands of the players. Then 2 crows flew over, turned into 2 plague doctors, and led the dozen players to the gathering point. The reincarnation of the dead heroic spirit. Is this how NPCs see resurrection? The planner is very good at making up stories. Well, I don't have any other ideas. I just think this title medal is great. I can't control my collecting habit. I also, in addition to grinding mounts, I will also grind medals. This game is very hard. Pei personally watched the plague doctors disperse the infected patients at the first level, and then ordered them to go to the Bone Canyon to pick bone flowers. Players with the 2nd to 3rd level of infection must stay in the city. The plague doctor put a layer of epidemic prevention shield on each NPC in the city. Most NPCs were not infected with the plague because of their high attributes. The few who were unfortunately infected were also at the 1st and 2nd levels. Only the infected NPCs on the 1st floor were expelled by the plague doctor along with the players, and returned to work. The NPCs on the 2nd floor were isolated along with the players. I'm really shocked. I'm being isolated for playing a game. Is there anything else I can do? I don't want to stand on the street and chat with you guys. What's wrong with chatting? You look down on us. Are you not good at talking nonsense? Are you inferior? What's wrong with chatting? You look down on us. Are you not good at talking nonsense? Are you inferior? This game doesn't even have a world channel. You can copy it manually just standing so far away? Awesome. I admire you. The nature of human beings is. It's a repeater. You're almost done. Hey, brothers who are going on the mission. You must come back soon. I'm waiting so hard. Brother, wake up. Wait and get back into the game. It's only been 2 minutes. They haven't walked 200 meters yet. Can you log off? My mom told me to log off to go on a blind date. Girl, don't log off. What do you think of me? Goblin is a little ugly. I still like slime a little better. Goblin took 10,000 points of damage. I still had to ask a master to buy this face shaping. Pei found Ajan and Daifa, and asked them to lead the uninfected players to the Bone Canyon. Watching the mighty army go away, his eyes fell back on the remaining moderately ill patients in the city. Besides not being able to gather together, is there anything else they need to pay attention to in isolation? The captain of the plague doctor said, in the absence of a pollution source. The plague will only be superimposed if they are within 0.5 meters of each other, and keep a distance of more than 30 seconds. When the superimposed infection meets the outbreak threshold, the number of infection layers will increase. Pei nodded, in other words, as long as they keep a certain distance, they can still work normally. The captain of the plague doctors nodded reservedly. Pei, then, I would like to trouble you to check whether there are any infection points in this city. The captain of the plague doctors raised his hand, and a group of crows flew out from under his black robe. Soon, the crows flew back. They still had some rotten corpses in their mouths. 2 plague doctors took out 2 boxes from their black robes, and put the corpses in them. The captain of the plague doctors, your city has no pollution source, but it still needs further magical disinfection. Pei, very good. I will arrange for these people to receive disinfectants, keep their distance, and conduct a thorough baptism for the entire city. Each player was given a bottle of insecticide-like canned medicine. Then I received a public task. Ding, magic disinfection. Note: what you have on your hand is disinfectant, not insecticide. Spray it in the city quickly to make sure the plague has nowhere to escape. Don't forget to keep a half-second distance from other players. On the other side, Ajan and Daifa led the players to the Bone Canyon. They first had to go to the teleportation point of the AB dungeon and use the teleportation array. Players who had mounts took up their mounts, and those who didn't have mounts rode the mounts issued by the system. After running all the way, they soon arrived at the AB underground city. Daifa raised his hand to stop the team, his face solemn. AB underground city has also been visited by the plague demon. Izan nodded and said, "It doesn't look good." The entire AB underground city was dead silent, with only some bat-like monsters wandering around the city. Through the city gate, you can see the deserted streets inside, and the scattered city residents hurrying on their way. Occasionally, there will be scenes of bat monsters chasing underground residents, and either the residents are captured and killed, or the residents kill the bat monsters and successfully escape. Izan raised his voice a little and said, "People of the Heart of Darkness dungeon. There are some mutated infected people wandering in the AB dungeon now. They did not die under the influence of the plague, but turned into infectious monsters. We must break in and use the teleportation array to reach the Bone Canyon to bring back life-saving medicine for our companions. Go!" The players were enthusiastic. Daifa cast a gag spell. "Shut up. Be quiet. Don't alarm more infected people." The players watched the two NPCs discuss tactics for a while. Then Daifa lifted the ban and released a group shield. This shield can resist potential plague infection. As long as you are not bitten by the mutated infected, you will not be infected. Now, are you ready to rush into the AB dungeon with us? Don't answer loudly. Warriors who are ready, raise your weapons in your hands. Let me see your determination. The players raised their weapons high, and no one knew who took the lead, and they shook them up and down in a rhythmic manner. Oh my god! This gameplay. Zombie Siege? Can you imagine me fighting zombies in a love RPG game that claims to be a dungeon infrastructure game? Left Behind children are disinfecting. Online questions about what friends on the expedition are doing. Original poster, as the title says. We are disinfecting in the main city like hide and seek. Curious about what other friends are doing? Second floor. Thank you for the invitation. I am in the AB dungeon. Just arrived at the door. This city has fallen. There are many zombies in it, and we are about to rush in. Dear relatives who stayed at home, wait for our triumphant return. Chapter 72. Everything in the city is running normally. Pei spread the small wings unique to the succubus and flew around Mr. Lewis's underground city. He was very satisfied with the current progress. Before the plague doctors came out, they were told, "Be sure to ensure Pei's demon life is safe." The captain of the plague doctors looked at the succubus jumping around, and raised his beak slightly, as if feeling something. After a long time, he said to his team members, "I think Mr. Pei will not be infected with the plague even if he stands in front of the plague demon and is attacked by the other party." The team members exchanged glances for a few seconds and nodded in unison. Yes, that's right. If that thick protective shield is materialized, it will be at least 2 meters thick. I'm a little curious. Who used such a solid epidemic prevention shield? I heard that Mr. Lewis and Mr. Beelzebub are good friends. Mr. Beelzebub has a talent for causing diseases. Perhaps because of this, Mr. Lewis has some research on plague. Well, but I heard that Mr. Lewis was infected. I want to study it. I want to dissect it. I want to slice it. The captain of the plague doctors glanced at the team members. The other plague doctors immediately stopped talking and returned to their taciturn state. The plague doctors stood in the center of the city. Their black robes could not even be blown by the wind. They never whispered to each other when communicating, and their movements were very small. From a distance, they looked like a few black stone statues standing there silently. Oh my god! So handsome. The succubus's lubricant held insecticide in his hand. No. Magic disinfectant. And sprayed it everywhere unconsciously while drooling at the plague doctors. Sister, run. Wipe your saliva. Half a meter away from her. Another slime threw a piece of rag left over from sewing at her. The succubus's lubricant didn't even look at the rag. Raised the slime's jelly-like arm, and wiped the liquid from the corner of her mouth. Oh my god! Is there really saliva flowing out? I was wondering why it felt cold. The details of this game are always reflected in inexplicable places. The other slime nodded, yes. For example, the eyes of the plague doctors chasing the succubus's back. Ah, it's just like a silent loyal dog. I can imagine 100,000 words of mosaic literature. The two slimes looked at each other and started to take screenshots crazily. Succubus's lubricant said, "This position is too far. And I can't take a high-definition front view. I'll go around. And when I come back gloriously, I'll leave it to you later." Another unknown slime, "Don't worry. Sister, run. 800G of high-definition educational film material. Guaranteed to replace the succubus's face with the plague doctor's face seamlessly." The plague doctors found a slime with strange behavior. But they didn't take it seriously. Once something is deemed by them to be of no research value, no matter how outrageous its behavior is, the plague doctors will not pay any attention to it. And now, in this city, there are only 3 people who have caught the attention of the plague doctors. The first one is Lewis. Why was he infected? This question is an unsolved mystery in the hearts of the plague doctors for the time being. The second one is the uninfected goblin, Gao Shu. Why is he the only one who is not infected? Is it because of his special physique? Or is there some secret deal between him and the plague demon? The plague doctors hoped it was the former. But unfortunately, they couldn't slice it. The third one was the succubus. In addition to the thick and terrifying epidemic prevention shield on his body, this little gentleman was the designated protection object of Mr. Fei. The succubus decided the research funding for the next 10 years, and the plague doctors would not go against the research. This made it convenient for the succubus's lubricant. And she took a lot of photos. 360 degrees complete. Satisfied? The succubus's lubricant and her little sister sent a string of 1111 privately. And both of them went offline. The captain of the plague doctor glanced at the 2 tents. This plague can easily cause underground creatures to become trapped. Write it down. I have seen many people in this city fall asleep. The player who happened to pass by and heard the plague doctor's conversation before logging off. Symptoms of sleeping like a god. The public event of city disinfection is coming to an end. And the zombie gameplay of AB Dungeon on the other side is about to win. Eason stood in front of the teleportation array, urging the players to pass quickly. A little further away, Daifa raised his staff and summoned lightning to intercept the mutant-infected people rushing over. The mage players with high skill proficiency were picked out by Daifa to join the battle. The warrior players were originally dissatisfied with this arrangement. The stubborn guy insisted on fighting the zombies, and rushed forward with a sword in hand. Then he became a new infected person. After becoming a mutant-infected person, the behavior is uncontrollable. The system controls the character of the player, and quickly turns the other players around into mutant-infected people. Daifa's face darkened, and a lightning net covered them, killing them all. Oh my god. This is a fucking death level small black room. A dead player sent a private message to his relatives and friends. There is a countdown buff in front of me now. And the description says that you can't be reincarnated temporarily because you have become a mutant-infected person. His 2 hours of CD for resurrection on the spot. Don't struggle, brother. Don't talk about 2 hours. We will be far away in 2 minutes. Oh, wait. There is also an option next to it. Stack 2 layers of infection buff. And then die and return to the main city. I'd better go back to the main city for disinfection. Because of the death penalty of being out of the mission group once dead. Players who wanted to continue this mission stopped. These mutant-infected are not difficult to deal with. There are NPCs to escort them. If you don't do anything stupid, you can basically play it as a haunted house. Just run around in the AB dungeon. Occasionally, a zombie will jump out to scare you. It is essentially a very safe way to play. The light of the teleportation array gradually weakened, and all the players passed safely. After arriving at the Bone Canyon, Daifa and Ajan changed from babysitters to supervisors, pointing to a large field of bone flowers for players to pick. The dean pulled up a bone flower, and the flower made of bones. Crack. Broke. Daifa frowned behind him. Be gentle. Reckless goblin. You are too rude. The dean looked at other players around him, who also broke bones on the ground. But he was not criticized by name, and he seriously suspected that the goblin mage was targeting him. The NPCs in this game hold grudges across versions. When the team that went out to pick bone flowers returned to the heart of Night Dungeon, Pei took the bone flower storage box handed to him by Eason and handed the box to the plague doctors. Then he asked the moderately ill patients on the second and third floors to continue to be isolated. And the other uninfected people went to his own dungeon next door to rest. The NPC's actions were a signal for the players to end the first day's public mission. And then they went to the dungeon, brushed them out, and did the daily tasks. Oh! This can't be done. Red Hat righteously rejected the players' requests for brick moving. No. The plague demon is very dangerous. It is very likely that he will lurk among us. During this period, our city will be in a state of war readiness, and all construction tasks will be suspended. So that's it. I guess this is a public task that will last for a few days. But I don't know what to do if something happens, and I can't go online during the task. I'm going to collapse. I have an exam tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow. I don't want to miss the task. I'm more concerned about the final reward, which determines whether I should make time to go online to participate in the task in the next few days. Ah, you guys haven't been offline all the time. Right? I just logged in. And I went to the official website to check it out before logging in. The process diagram of the Plague Demon mission has been posted. Oh! What missions are coming up next? What are the rewards? Tomorrow is a series of dispelling potion missions. The day after tomorrow, there will be a city defense battle. The next 2 days are question marks. And the final battle against the Plague Demon will be on Sunday. As for rewards, if you complete all the missions, you will get an extra 5% proficiency experience bonus. And if you complete more than 60% of the missions, you can get money, proficiency, and reputation. Even if you don't do any preparations in the beginning, you can still get 60% by participating in the final battle. Great. Then I won't hire a power leveler. Just get some points in the final battle and that's it. Oh! And there's a title reward for completing all the tasks. What the title is hasn't been released. A crappy game. Are you forcing me to grind? You can still spend money. So start power leveling. Cult CP. Plague Dr. X Succubus. HD video. Traffic warning. OP. Too bored while waiting for tasks. Don't be afraid. The lubricant will make you excited. Sisters. Take a bite. Second floor. Look what treasure I found. Third floor. Oh my god. What is a plague doctor? New NPC? The disease-ridden boss Lao Lu is not convinced. Fifth floor? The HD you promised is holy light everywhere? Ninth floor. Can you not group the paladin when making the video? 15th floor. Let me borrow a video to say that we don't want a paladin version. 20th floor. The magic charm party is not convinced. The plague doctor is an 18th tier supporting role that came out of nowhere. He should be paired with me. Let go of the succubus, and let me take over. 21F. I thought the above poster was a die-hard fan of Lao Lu, who wanted to tear down the plague doctor. But he actually wanted to take over himself? 30F, to be honest. I thought about this video for a long time. I am really a die-hard fan of Lao Lu x Succubus. And then I imagined a scene in my mind. The boss Lao Lu is suffering from illness. His wife Succubus takes care of his business. And the family doctor is holding a scalpel, and is ready to kill Lao Lu, and take the succubus for himself. God knows what I am thinking. 40F. My idea is a little different from the above poster. That the family doctor secretly loves the succubus. But the succubus is devoted to Lao Lu. Then the disabled but strong-willed Lao Lu got jealous, and muted the succubus in front of the family doctor. 50th floor. My balls. If you can talk, just talk more. I'd love to listen. Really. Lewis leaned back in the high-back chair, frowning and thinking. The program was running normally, but he felt a chill on his back. What was going on? He called the server twice. After a long time, the server replied to him, "What? I will soon figure out how to break through the other party's wall, and go in to spy on the other party's world. Please don't bother me casually." Okay. Lewis, go show me what the players are discussing recently. I don't think it's good. The server got nervous when Lewis said this. What? What's not good? You didn't play our lives out of it. Did you? His wonderful server career has just begun. Lewis, go and see first. The server quickly went to the forum. A few minutes later, the server came back. He looked at Lewis and sighed. Brother, I know the green mode has wronged you, but I didn't expect that you couldn't even keep your CP status. It's too miserable. Lewis? Chapter 73. The Heart of Darkness dungeon is lively. The isolated players must spread out and stand. Before the second day's activities, the players have experience. In the unified YY, the commander plans who stands where. Xiao Feng may have a bit of obsessive-compulsive disorder. Under his command, the infected players in their server are arranged very neatly. after being screenshotted and posted on the forum. Netizens jokingly called this group of neatly arranged players Lego blocks. Xiao Feng complained to the players in his own server in YY, "What's wrong with Lego blocks? They just can't form such a neat formation. They are jealous of us." Ha ha was unanimously said by Chiu Gun Gun and others. Pei Yi had dinner with Lewis in the restaurant. And then he walked out of the City Lord's Hall and inspected his dungeon for Lewis. Seeing the players looking forward to it, he sighed again. Mr. Lewis's people are really hardworking and loyal. I really hope that the people of Yongguezhui dungeon can be like them in the future. Pei Yi flapped his wings and flew into the air. The players squinted and looked up. This is too far away. Don't say I'm nearsighted. Even with my 5.2 vision, I can't see the succubus. You're so right. Damn. Suddenly, a huge succubus shadow appeared in the air. It was projected on the screen in high definition. There were two of them. They were located in the air above the Heart of Darkness dungeon and the Eternal Moonlight dungeon. It was just convenient for players in the two cities to see it. The succubus flicked her hair in the air and swung her tail from left to right. The two phantoms made the same movement synchronously. Magic technology. Awesome. If this were a concert, the effect would be first-rate. I just want to know why. Why? It's a high-definition projection. And we're still under the feet of the succubus. Shouldn't we see something from this perspective? Why the hell can't we see anything? I can't tell. You're still a gentleman. To be honest, I thought about this question too. Then, I thought of a green Dogecoin. Don't tell me about the angle and light problem. I bet that the two blinding golden lights on the projection screen are definitely caused by the old Dogecoin. Pei Yi saw the magic substitute in place and began to speak. People of the Heart of Darkness dungeon. The Plague Doctor will lead you to complete the production of the Dispelling Potion. Since you can't leave the city now, the work that needs to go to other places will be completed by your uninfected companions. I believe that with everyone's joint efforts, the plague will be nowhere to hide. Good. Chiu Gun Gun took the lead and clapped vigorously to show respect to the succubus. Under her leadership, the players in the first zone and the first server all clapped their hands. If this was a game with a health bar, some players might have clapped their hands to the point of losing blood. Pei Yi received this enthusiastic applause and was in high spirits. The peach-shaped tail swayed happily from side to side, and from the hair to the tip of the tail, it exuded an irrepressible joy. When the succubus was happy, Lewis was happy. If what happened yesterday hadn't happened, Lewis would even be willing to give the players a little more attributes. But now, I am a kind master after all. Lewis shook his head and decided to give the players some recognition. The next second, all players in the server received a unified game announcement. Ding, Lewis's reward. Your city lord thought that you listened to the succubus during the anti-epidemic period, so he decided to reward you. But he heard some untrue rumors, and he hoped that you would not learn from some underground creatures who indulged in gossip and did not do their job. Even rumors must be accurate, and official news should be spread. So your reward is reduced from 10% of all attribute improvement to 1% of all attribute improvement. Ah, how kind your city lord is. Even if you spread untrue news, he still rewarded you. Players? Fuck? Verb. I am blinded by this server-wide announcement. My 10% attribute bonus is gone. I still left 1% for you. This is the only conscience of the kind city lord. 1% of my pretty Lai. Dogecoin Laolu. Wait. I want to know what is the untrue rumor. Did anyone spread any strange news yesterday? Why don't I know anything about any recent rumors about Laolu? His. Do you mean we say he is green? Not really. His model is green. I'll ask the customer service. I want Laolu to spit out the attributes that swallowed me. No. The attributes in this game are hidden. And this buff is only available during the time limit mission. Brother. Not really. Who is your brother? That's my sister. The attributes are invisible. But can't you feel the difference when the weapon pierces the monster's body? Without this 10%, you might be cutting potatoes. With this 10%, you are cutting tofu. Which one is more comfortable? Oh my god. Are all girls so violent nowadays? Shut up. Do you still want girls to lead you by violent output in the future? I'm back. Fuck. Do you know what the customer service said to me? What? The players around the player were asking. In YY. Xiao Feng was also asking. Why? Let's carry this girl to the microphone. Let the girl tell us the customer service's reply. Ahem. Can you hear me? The girl got on the microphone and opened her mouth, and jaws dropped to the ground in the dungeon. Mom, I'm in love. This lowly voice is so cute. I thought it would be a rough man's voice. But it seemed that a JK skirt and white stockings flashed before my eyes. Let me tell you. The customer service replied to me that the game company will occasionally re-edit some hot forum posts and import them into the AI database in a way that is suitable for Dungeon. In other words, the forum post bar may be an unknown magazine in Dungeon. The customer service called this a wall-breaking interaction. I'm really drunk. What does this mean? It means that in the future, not only can you praise Lao Lu in the game and not scold him for Dogecoin, you can also not scold him for Dogecoin outside the game. I hate it so much. The planning talent is great. The game company has found a ghost. Listening to a cute lowly girl scolding on the street. I don't know why. It's quite exciting. I really hate it. I don't need this kind of interaction. I don't need it. The plague doctor directed the players around, and the dispelling potion was quickly prepared. When the captain of the plague doctor came to find Pei Yi with the dispelling potion, the latter was enjoying a midnight snack under Lewis's hospitality. Screaming mushroom cookies and tea made with Bloody Mary. Lewis's study was filled with the screams of cookies and the sobbing of Bloody Mary. The plague doctor could not understand what was so good about this midnight snack. He controlled his urge to slice the cookies and presented the dispelling potion to Pei Yi. Mr. Pei Yi, this is the concentrated dispelling potion. A small drop in water can effectively suppress the plague. Moderately ill patients can dispel the plague by taking a mixture of it and water. Pei Yi took the potion bottle from the plague doctor. It was not big, like an ink bottle, but the quality is quite heavy. Well done. Distribute it. I want to see no more infected people in the city. The plague doctor nodded slightly and was about to leave. Lewis suddenly spoke. Looking at the pattern on your mask. You are from the northwest corner of the plague doctor group on the 3rd floor underground. Dogecoin Lewis can't be scolded by players for nothing. He has already messed with the players. Next. It's the turn of the plague doctor who made him fall to the CP status and almost lost. He flipped through the settings and finally found who can make this group of plague doctors unhappy. Of course. Another group of plague doctors. I think this plague demon should be dissected like this. You are wrong. He should be cut like this. The two sentences are not clear. And then we can start. The plague doctors fight like crows pecking each other. Lewis even began to imagine what the fallen crow feathers can be used for. Or, collect them and contact a tailor to make a crow feather dress for the succubus. Thinking of this, Lewis quickly added the plague doctor role to his 109 full-level dungeons. And it is set as the plague doctor group in the southeast corner of the 3rd underground floor. The birdbeak mask of the plague doctor captain is aimed at Lewis. Lewis, I also have a professional plague doctor team. But due to the election of the Demon King, I can't call them over now. But I think that you are both plague doctors. So you must have a lot in common. So I let my team send you an invitation letter, inviting you to go to the Ragnarok dungeon to discuss the spread of plague demons and their innate plagues. Of course, I will provide you with enough experimental subjects. Anyway, he had to fight the plague demon, so he could just catch some small monsters and throw them back to his number 1 full-level dungeon, which was the Ragnarok dungeon, and the experimental subject problem would be solved in minutes. Discussing the plague demon problem. Experimental subject. These two keywords stayed in the plague demon captain's mind for a moment, and then magnified infinitely. He forced himself to pay attention to some other issues, such as Lewis's plague demon team. Lewis smiled and said, my plague doctor team comes from the plague doctor tribe in the southeast corner of the 3rd underground floor. You should be familiar with it. More than being familiar, they are simply enemies. The kind of enemies that would leave a mess every time they snatched the experimental subjects. The captain of the plague doctors clenched his fists. Thank you for your invitation. When the plague here is over, we will go there on time. You bastards in the southeast corner. We, the plague doctors in the northwest corner, will let you know who is the number 1 slicing king in the underground. Pei Yi bit the last piece of biscuit, and the screams in the study were heard. The succubus swung her tail and said, it's getting late. Captain, please go and dispel the plague for Lord Lewis's people. The plague doctor bowed and left. The only ones left in the study were the succubus and the upper demon. Lewis looked at Pei Yi and thought, what is he going to do? Pei Yi looked at Lewis and thought, Lord Lewis hasn't asked him to give him a massage for a long time. If he asked tonight, would he do it? Chapter 74. On the third day of the Plague Source event, there was no plague in the Heart of Darkness dungeon. Succubus strolled around the main city in the morning. Players took photos and group photos. Except for not being able to do daily construction tasks. The main city of the game today was not much different from usual. No, there is still a difference. Ball bounced his body in boredom and said, the old road still didn't appear. The plague doctor went in and out of the city lord's hall every day. It seems that he is really sick. I think it's pretty good. Xiaofeng said, no old roads. No weird buff. This game seems to be a little more normal. Qiu Gun glanced at Xiaofeng. When you said this, didn't you feel a chill on your back? Have you forgotten that your city lord is watching you? Xiaofeng silently covered his mouth, silently left the main city, and silently went into the back cave to brush bats. The lubricant of the succubus rolled over from a distance, and the slime's body collided with Qiu Gun. Because of Lao Lu's buff, her post was filled with posts by other players, such as Lao Lu's general attack. The demon charm's head is in the sky. The city lord has a big penis, and is the best in the world. And other posts bragging about Lao Lu. A racing post in the Succubus Center has become a post bragging about Dogecoin Lao Lu. Not only the posts about Succubus's lubricant are like this, but there are several posts bragging about Lao Lu in the forums and post bars overnight. Wow! The words and the parallelism are simply a scene of a large-scale water army crash. Many floors are just copy and paste from Baidu. And some compliments don't even change the subject. Succubus's lubricant Sheng Wulian said to Qiu Gun, I didn't expect them to fight so hard for attributes. Don't they feel ashamed? An unknown player passing by, Control plus C. Control plus V. I didn't even see what I copied clearly. What's there to be ashamed of? That's 10% of the attribute. No. With the nature of this game, if Lao Lu is happy, it's not impossible to give a 20% attribute bonus to the whole server. Ball, young man, you have a good dream. Alas, but I just want to have a couple. The succubus lubricant sighed and spread softly on the ground. Ball, let's do it. Do you see that window? Through that window, you can occasionally see Lao Lu sitting on the throne. You are now emptying yourself and relaxing. Do you see it? Lao Lu was sitting on the throne. His long legs were casually placed, and the succubus walked towards him. Lao Lu hooked his finger at the succubus, and his voice was low and hoarse. Come up. The succubus unbuttoned her shirt and sat on Lao Lu's thighs. The place where the ball and the succubus lubricant were located was in the main city station block, in an open space in front of the Hell Gem tree. The server with the Hell Gem tree, as the carrier happened to hear the entire conversation between the two players. It was stunned for a moment, and even forgot the iconic action of shaking the leaves. He quickly connected to Lewis. Oh my god. Lewis. Can you believe it? The current player CP level is so awesome that they can imagine and create something out of nothing. As he said that, the server imitated the words of the ball rolling to Lewis. After listening, Lewis said, why didn't I think of it? They are really thoughtful. And they are worthy of being my loyal and good people. Server? Are you awake? Red Hat was holding a flying crow in his hand, and walking hurriedly across the main road. The players saw that the flying crow, with its neck strangled, had a bamboo tube tied to its feet. They poked their heads and shouted to Red Hat, Red Hat, did you find anything? Red Hat didn't even glance at the players. He found Pei accurately, and handed the bamboo tube on the crow's foot to Pei. Dear Lord Pei, we caught a crow from AB dungeon to CD dungeon. Please take a look at the contents of this secret letter. Pei took the bamboo tube and took out the secret letter. The letter was the seal of the Lord of AB dungeon, and the content on it turned out to be the looting signal of AB dungeon. Because AB dungeon was unable to stop the plague, the Lord decided to rob the plague doctors and dark priests in other nearby dungeons. This letter is to invite the city lord of CD dungeon to act together. Pei's face was solemn. This matter is very important. I must discuss it with Mr. Lewis. Ding City Defense War activated. The city lord of AB dungeon decided to rob a group of plague doctors and dark priests for his city. Your city has unfortunately been targeted. Warriors, pick up your weapons. Defend your city. And defend the plague doctor team that Succubus invited for you. I saw an announcement, and I feel like my brain is not enough. Is there a genius with an IQ of 300 who can explain to me how the Lord of the AB dungeon came up with such a cool operation? Thank you. I can't. But I finally understand why there is a stage task called City Defense War. So, The dungeon version of epidemic prevention is to go to other dungeons to steal doctors? I really haven't watched this episode. 66. Dungeon style. Wild enough. Pei had already entered the city lord's hall, and the butler took him to Lewis's study. Pei held up the secret letter. Sir, AB Dungeon will join forces with CD Dungeon to rob our epidemic medical team. Lewis signaled Pei to be patient. He personally pulled out the chair, gently pressed the succubus's shoulder, and asked him to sit down. Pei sat down. His eyes followed the upper demon. Lewis smiled. The good news is that CD Dungeon will not join forces with AB Dungeon. Last night, my other dungeons received this information, and I have mobilized troops to go to CD Dungeon. The bad news is that AB Dungeon is relatively close to us, and I can't blatantly mobilize troops from other cities. The Demon King Election Committee will not agree to this. Pei opened his mouth in surprise. So you rejected my massage proposal yesterday to deal with this matter? Lewis, yes. How can I say that I can't do it? It must be. Pei, AB Dungeon is, after all, an official dungeon controlled by the Underground Race Management Committee. Even if they are plagued by the plague, they can still mobilize at least 10 times our troops. Lewis, so, we need some help. Pei blinked. Lewis pointed at his desk, and a dozen letters floated up. Pei saw words written on them, such as to dungeon number 109 and to dungeon number 100. He tilted his head and asked, Isn't this your own dungeon? Can't you help yourself? Lewis, so, I need your help. You wrote to my city for help. A dozen crows flew out at the same time, and Pei was looking forward to seeing the elites from Lewis's full-level dungeon coming. As for the AB Dungeon, the city lord waited and waited for a reply from the CD Dungeon, and decided not to wait any longer. It would be the same if he led the team to do it himself. Anyway, the Heart of Darkness dungeon has just started. Abi, the city lord of the AB Dungeon, thought fiercely and came to the conclusion that the Heart of Darkness dungeon has just started, and the Heart of Darkness dungeon is participating in the Demon King contest. The city lord of the Heart of Darkness dungeon cannot save himself. The 3 reasons add up to the fact that the Heart of Night dungeon is easy to bully. Great. It's simply a team of plague doctors sent to him by the demon god. Wait. He will soon set off to the Heart of Night dungeon to welcome his plague doctor team. Just as the AB Dungeon assembled a large army and marched towards the Heart of Night dungeon, the Heart of Night dungeon was also actively preparing military projects. For example, digging trenches. Pei stood on the unfinished wall and supervised the players digging trenches. Actually, Lewis invited him to take a bath in the hot springs and take a rest. But Pei was worried. This was the first battle he personally participated in commanding, and he had to make sure everything was foolproof. The players dug trenches with great effort, and for most of the night, they dug a deep trench that was half a circle in the area of the main city facing the ash plain. Other NPCs in the city set up magic traps and mechanisms in the trench. You ask why players are willing to dig trenches honestly? Of course, it is because the Red Hat's favorability and the reputation of the Heart of Night dungeon are soaring. Most people have enough time to unlock new game characters after this night. So the next day, many combat units appeared in the Heart of Darkness dungeon overnight. Pei was very happy, thinking that these were the newly recruited people suitable for fighting by Lord Lewis. The players were also very happy. Oh, the game company is awesome. They actually released so many characters to choose from. Drow, little demons, various orcs, as well as vampires, werewolves, halflings, dwarves, goblins. My god, the game company's material library is really huge. OP, I am so confused. Which new character should I choose? 2F, I don't know which new character you should choose, but I know that the Trumpet Maniac is going crazy. 10F, I am already crazy. 28F, I made a turntable, and I choose whatever I turn to. 35F, why are there no succubus and demon to choose from? I also want to see us Lao Lu. 36F, then you can choose vampire. P for a bit. It can barely be a high-end copy of Lao Lu. 66F, be careful with what you say above. Lao Lu's buff is coming again. 78th floor, what are you still hesitating about? Hurry up and choose a new character to go online. The public mission is about to begin. Due to the unlocking of a large number of new characters, the Heart of Night dungeon looks unusually lively, and various underground races shuttle through the city, studying each other's new characters. After unlocking a new character, The data of the initial character can be migrated, so the player's new character is not starting from scratch. On the contrary, because the initial attributes of the new character are higher, they are indeed capable combat units. Xiao Gun Gun didn't choose to create a new character like other players. She still maintained her pink spherical slime image and sneaked into the City Lord's Hall. Lewis was talking to Pei Yi. I can't participate in today's battle. Be careful when fighting. I will let Gubanachi look after you. Don't worry about other people. They will take care of themselves. Xiao Gun Gun. What sounds wrong? Are players so insignificant in Lao Lu's heart? Chapter 75. Attention. All team leaders. Count the number of people. And send the team to confirm. Click on those who are there. Hurry up. Clear the idle ones. And make sure that the online ones are alive. Daikamang has some self-awareness. Go to the logistics team. Give up the front position, and leave it to the PD big account. The Dean reminded each team in the United Front YY. The team leaders listened to the mumbling for more than an hour. And their ears were about to be calloused. The public screen was also filled with, please, shut up. It would be nice to play some war songs. I clicked the group confirmation 28 times. Where's the Mad King? Come out, and tell the Dean to shut up. I've been talking to 7 servers. And our server's United Front is the most verbose. The Dean curled his lips. You're all too relaxed. I have a feeling that this will be a very difficult public mission. Just think about it. This is the first world boss after the official opening of the server. And the City Lord is seriously ill. This sounds like a very tragic setting. This battle will definitely destroy the main city. And then the game will enter the reconstruction phase. And then all players will start from scratch and start again. This is the routine of the game company. YY Public Screen 66. The Dean is very thoughtful. The game company should ask you to be a planner. What the hell? An infrastructure game. Even the city wall has not been built yet. And it is going to develop into a post-disaster reconstruction game? I don't know what the game company thinks. But I know that if it really does this, I, as a player, will definitely make a fuss. There is no gaming experience at all. Oh my god. I saw a bone dragon in the City Lord's Hall. I will never believe that the AB dungeon is stronger than the bone dragon. Oh. I also saw the bone dragon take off. There is a succubus standing behind it. It's about to start. So excited? Pei Yi stood on the skull of Banachi, who flapped his wings, as if he was not used to having a creature on his head and wanted to shake him off. Pei Yi steadied himself. Mr. Banachi, are you drunk? Banachi, oh, of course not. You know dragons are good at drinking. It took me a while to get used to the extra weight on my head. It was as if my brain had returned. But when I shook my head, it was still empty. Pei, Boniaxi, but it doesn't matter. Give me a few more minutes. I can do it. No. Thank you. Pei spread his wings and flew up. I seem to see the enemy. You can go to the front. Mr. Banachi. Kubanaki let out a long howl and was about to rush out. The bright purple soul fire suddenly flashed. Wait. My great master Lewis seems to have ordered me to protect your safety. Little sir. Pei Yi, I am safe. As long as you kill enough enemy soldiers, I will be safer. Kubanaki, very correct theory. Kubanaki, will let them know the horror of the natural disaster level undead bone dragon. Pei Yi awakened Gugu after Kubanaki rushed out. Although Gugu was small, he was also a fighting force. And the sound was rough enough. At least it had a deterrent effect. The Plague Doctor team, as the target of the robbery, was staying in the City Lord's Hall with Lewis. However, the captain of the Plague Doctor also sent some crows to sprinkle epidemic prevention powder on the battlefield to prevent potential sources of infection in the AB dungeon army. The players only saw the bone dragon roaring and rushing towards the enemy, whose outline was gradually emerging in the distance. The familiar macho dragon roar was also heard in the distance. A group of crows flew out, and green spots of light were sprinkled in the sky. Tonight's public mission has begun. Ding AB Dungeon Vanguard has arrived. Completion progress 0/100%. Ding Plague Doctor's Epidemic Prevention Powder. The crow incarnated as the Plague Doctor sprinkles epidemic prevention powder to protect you from potential infection sources. But why does this powder smell like crow's feet? Ding Blessing of the Hell Gem Tree. The Hell Gem Tree was stimulated by the plague and evolved a corrosive attribute. All players' damage value increased by 20%. Defense value increased by 20%. And during the public event, all attacks have a corrosive debuff. The death resurrection time is shortened to 20 seconds. Oh my god. The gem tree is awesome. I will never use illusion to pluck it again. Such a good buff artifact. You still want to pluck it? Don't you feel guilty? The enemy has approached the fortifications that the players dug yesterday, and the command group sent a few players on the flying carpet to scout the enemy's forces. The flying carpet just flew over the enemy, and the screen recording started a few seconds later. A huge fireball hit the flying carpet, sending these players to the resurrection point. The Q King walked out of the resurrection point and cursed, "Damn it! Xiao Feng, what's going on?" The Q King, comrades. This is definitely more cruel than the bullhorn demon. The monsters on the opposite side react quickly, have high attacks, and are numerous. We only recorded a little bit from the video. The number of monsters is so overwhelming that it is not an exaggeration to describe it as overwhelming. Xiao Feng frowned. So cruel? It's a big deal. But? The handsome guy continued. Our bone dragon has already broken up the opponent's formation. Xiao Feng, oh, the paper monsters are okay. The game company has put so many NPC models. Q King, yeah. But the opponent also has bone dragons. And there are 3 of them. Now our bone dragon father and son are being beaten to the ground by the 3 dragons on the opposite side. Xiao Feng, can you finish your words in one breath? On the public screen, although the situation is not so fast. The conversation in the command center is so funny, ha ha ha. Pay notice that Gu Banachi and Gu Gu were being beaten, so he did not fly to the front rashly. Abi, the lord of the AB dungeon, smiled evilly at the succubus from a distance, and then used magic to shout, "Don't struggle, succubus. Hurry up and hand over the plague doctors. Come to my AB dungeon. Eat the best bird food, and cut the most cooperative experimental subjects." Pei Yi snorted and ordered, "Magic cannons are in place. Ding fire suppression. Magic cannon 1/10,000. Go and move the ammunition of the magic cannon, and show the arrogant Abi city lord a little color." Players mobilized and cooperated with other NPCs in the main city to move the ammunition of the magic cannon. Boom boom boom. Magic technology brings you an unparalleled pleasure. The gunfire and smoke filled the air, and the monsters on the opposite side were blown up like paper. Is there a magic technology profession? I want to learn it. Can I bombard the boss point by point? I think the vampire boss on the opposite side will definitely not be able to withstand a single shot. The players were very excited and felt that tonight's mission was particularly simple. But the NPCs didn't think so. DFA knocked on his pipe and frowned. Why do I feel something is wrong? Iza nodded. Abi seems to have deliberately sent the vanguard to die. The new Dark Druid professional mentor Gauda and Dark Priest mentor Baidu went to the battlefield and fished out a corpse. Baidu called Daifa to see the corpse that looked a little strange. Baidu, it doesn't look like a fresh corpse that just died. Daifa, indeed. The 2 underground creatures looked at each other and said, "Not good." They found the succubus. And Daifa said, "Sir Pei, we are now attacking the opponent's puppet." Baidu took out the corpse that looked a little strange, and then said, "Look, it's the trick of the necromancer. These are all dead bodies, but they are turned into puppets by the necromancer. He is consuming our magic ammunition." Pei Yi slightly widened his eyes. Corpses? Where did they get so many corpses? Could it be that the succubus thought of the underground creatures that died of plague in the AB dungeon? That idiot. Doesn't he know that corpses can become potential sources of infection? Baidu scratched his head. Well, Abi is a vampire, and they are undead creatures, so they are indeed not easy to be infected. Maybe I don't have this concept in my mind. Pei, give me a projection magic. I want to turn the people of AB dungeon against me. DFAE made a concert suit for the succubus. No. A projection magic. The image of the succubus appeared above the battlefield. People of AB dungeon. Your city lord mistakenly used the infected undead control material. Do you feel the plague slowly spreading among you? Do you feel your blood being eroded? Come to the Eternal Moon dungeon. We have the best team of plague doctors and a strong and friendly neighbor. The Heart of Darkness dungeon. Why do you follow a stupid city lord? Am I not good enough? Charm is activated. All members. Theoretically, the IQ should drop and follow the succubus. But? Wow. It's a succubus. Hee hee. I like succubus. But she doesn't look good. Well, I prefer girls with curvy figure. When Lord Abi saw the succubus openly rebelling, he cursed inwardly, shameless. Then he shouted, "My people, open your eyes and look. That succubus is the only male succubus in the whole underground. Apart from the succubus bloodline, what else does he look like a succubus? But he is so cute. Yes. Look at his little tail and little wings. I like it very much." In the AB underground city, some female people were shaken. "Lord, although you are also handsome. But tell me honestly, did you use the bodies of the infected as the vanguard? The lich next to you lost his brain when he was making a life box. Did you lose it too? Sorry. I have to take my sisters away. I suddenly think that the little succubus is also a good city lord." Abi looked at the female vampire in front of him in disbelief. The head of his magic group, Victoria. "You are actually leaving me?" The female vampire left, taking away most of the female people in the AB dungeon. The people of the Heart of Night dungeon were stunned. Daifa dropped the pipe in his hand. Does the succubus's charm have different targets? The players were also stunned. This development is a bit magical. So, we just fight the remaining half of the enemies? Peggy pulled his hair. No. He was not satisfied with the current number of targets and charms. He wanted to continue. Chapter 76. Pei disappeared from the magic projection for more than 10 minutes. During these 10 minutes, the players experienced the rage of the vampire city lord Abi, enjoyed a round of crazy output from the soldiers and elite monsters, and witnessed the monk chanting and powerful healing of the healing profession NPC on their side. Is the AB in this AB dungeon so fierce when it goes berserk? Fortunately, our succubus fooled half of the enemy girls to come over. Otherwise we would have been wiped out in one wave. The Dark Priest's healing capacity is still quite good, but the spell takes a long time to chant, and the spell has to be read backwards. During this time, you have to chant in English. I can't do this. Is the planner who designed the spellcasting profession not good at Chinese? Why do we have to cast spells in English? I can recite 300 Tang poems, but wouldn't it be better to cast spells in Chinese? I bet a magic crystal that the planner was hurt by English when he was a child. So the newspaper wants to let the players experience the feeling of being hurt by English. Xiao Feng listened to the voice of the NPC priests casting spells and shook his head vigorously, trying to wake himself up. He advertised in YY, "Brothers and sisters, are there any volunteers to practice the Dark Priest profession? The requirements are not high, and you don't have to pass the CET8. Just pass the CET4 or CET6. Oh, there is one more requirement. Except for dungeons and battles, you can avoid casting spells." I really feel sleepy while listening to this. Xiao Gunan glanced at Xiao Feng. "You sound a little sleepy. Don't fall asleep. You'll be watched." When Xiao Gun was talking, the public screen had already started to refresh. "Sexy Commander, sleeping on mine." By the time she finished, several pages had been refreshed. Xiao Feng, "I'll go get a cup of coffee." In the time it took to get a cup of coffee, when Xiao Feng came back again, the situation in the game had changed. In the magic projection, a big-breasted succubus lady with silver hair blew a kiss to Abai and his remaining people. Eternal Moonlight Dungeon. Your wise choice. Pei blew a kiss with one hand and stroked his hips with the other. His low-waisted, high-slit long skirt highlighted his legs. His slime gel-padded breast swayed slightly as he thrust his chest forward. The small piece of fabric lifted its corners in the wind, causing all the underground creatures to swallow their saliva. Players. Who is this beauty? Why does her face look familiar? I'm so good. Can I choose to be a citizen next door? I want to work for Yonghui Supermarket. I love Yonghui Supermarket deeply. Is this the new succubus character? Sister of the succubus? But this is the face of the succubus. Are you lazy in modeling and just changed the hair color and clothes to make it a new character? Why is your imagination so poor? I have a bold idea. This is the succubus. I heard him tell the skill instructors to delay for 15 minutes. He was going to change his makeup. I thought it meant changing clothes. But what kind of black technology is used in the breast augmentation of the dungeon version? What the hell? Brother Succubus? The cross-dressing guy is awesome. The planner knows how to play. I'm good at it. The people of AB Dungeon. Ah. What tribe is this beautiful succubus lady from? Why haven't I seen it before? Eternal Moonlight Dungeon. The city lord is a succubus. Does he often organize succubus social gatherings? I want to go. Lord Abi actually used the bodies of the infected as materials for the undead army. His brain must have been hollowed out by the lich. I am willing to fight for Miss Succubus. Just hope that Miss Succubus can lift her legs again. The elite knights of the AB dungeon collectively left, taking with them the remaining male members of the Mage Corps and the Priest Corps. Abi City Lord was almost facing the dilemma of being alone. His hands trembled slightly. Why? Can't they see that the succubus lady is the succubus gentleman just now? His lich advisor, Mr. Ozzy, stared straight, and the undead vanguard he controlled stopped. Ozzy said to Abi City Lord, I'm in love. Ding, the vanguard mission is completed. But your city lord is very unhappy, because he thinks you are of no use. Players? Lewis is very angry now. Very angry. Look at what these incompetent players have done. They didn't even use the succubus to gnaw at each other? What kind of daffodil is that damn vampire city lord and his damn subordinates? Lewis can crush them to death in a minute. Are the people of AB Dungeon so unsteady? He actually went to the Eternal Moonlight Underground City? Lewis couldn't stand it any longer and threw a magic voice at Abi. Your name is Abi. You're not an idiot, right? Can't you take care of your own subordinates? After receiving the voice message, Abi, the city lord who was left alone again, thought that Lewis was mocking him, and immediately jumped up and said, What's wrong with me not taking care of my subordinates? It means I respect my subordinates' choices. What about you? Heh. A plague-ridden demon who is about to die of illness. You can't even take care of your succubus lover. Bang! Lewis crushed a corner of the desk. Okay. Abi, you have a lot of ideas. Ding Lewis's anger. Your city lord is very angry because you are useless and let his succubus go to the battlefield. The city lord decided to give you 100% more attributes, so that he can beat up Abi and the lich beside Abi who dared to covet the succubus. The attributes came too suddenly. I feel full of power. Jing Jing Laolu. Send the attributes online. Isn't this really an adjustment made by the numerical planner who miscalculated the numbers? Why do I think this is so ridiculous? Whatever it is, I just feel good about it. At the same time, almost all the commanders of the servers announced, Brothers, charge. Pei looked at the AB Dungeon people who turned against them at the last minute and wanted to laugh out loud. But he restrained himself and just raised the corners of his mouth modestly. Ha ha ha. He charmed a large group of elite combat units from the AB Dungeon. So what if it's limited to 3 days? One day, he can make it permanent. Pei smiled and tore off the slime gel filler on his chest. I kept watching the succubus's balls rolling, and suddenly felt a little pain in my body when I saw the filler thrown softly on the ground. If the succubus wants to wear women's clothes one day and can't find the right filler, will he tear her in half and stuff her in his chest? Although it feels a bit violent. It's quite exciting when you think about it carefully. Pei held her skirt and trotted into the Lord's Hall of the Heart of Darkness dungeon. Lewis, did you see that? I have removed the Lord of the AB Dungeon. The succubus's excited voice echoed in the corridor. Lewis rubbed his face and smiled to greet the succubus. Great. God knows how sad he was when he said this. Pei pulled Lewis to tell him how successful her charm was. Lewis couldn't listen anymore, so he interrupted the succubus and coaxed her. Do you want to see what Abi is going through now? Pei, of course. I guess his face must be very ugly. Ha ha ha. Lewis half-hugged the succubus. This was the most extreme action he could do to the succubus. He even had to prevent the succubus from getting too excited and throwing himself on him. Which demon king could do such a miserable thing to him? Damn game company. Damn green mode. Lewis placed the succubus on a high-back chair behind the desk. He stood behind the chair and turned on the monitoring software. A fire circle opened out of thin air, and the battlefield scene was clearly presented. Lewis, look at Abi. He's already... Huh? Lewis originally wanted to say that Abi had been pinned to the ground by his people, and his last dignity as a city lord was gone. But the current situation on the battlefield was a bit unexpected. In Lewis's expected development, he increased the attributes of the players by 100%, and locked the health bar, although the players couldn't see the hidden health bar. It was very clear in his background. Even if the players didn't have a command, they could rush forward and randomly hack and rub Abi to the ground. Although it was impossible to kill Lord Abi and the brainless lich named Heezy, it was still no problem to beat them up. But now, the battlefield was in chaos. Lord Abi led his players to run for their lives, followed by a string of mutated infected creatures with green light. The lich Heezy hurriedly cancelled the control spell, but it was useless. Those infected who were not burned immediately came back to life again. The fighting bone dragons collectively took off into the air, looking at the team jumping around like a train on the ground. And the soul fire of the bone dragons flashed quickly. Bone Bonacci, hey! Your city lord seems to have had a car accident. Would you like to switch jobs here? Although there is no salary, the housing conditions are good, and we can arrange jobs for our children and give them 2 vacations every year. The bone dragons in the AB dungeon. No. Thank you. Although our city lord's IQ is unstable, at least he pays us. Xiao Feng yelled in YY, run. Run quickly. If you have a mount, get on it and run. This wave of poison is too strong. If you are poisoned, unplug the network cable immediately. If you stand in the poison circle, your proficiency will be lost in minutes. Dean, I beg you. Is this unlucky Lord Abi a boss? Why did his own men betray him? Fuck. The players were running away from the poison in a panic, not paying attention to the formation. Some players with strange ideas even took advantage of Lord Abi's ride. His flying dragon moved at least 30% faster than the players' mounts. Of course, there were some unharmonious points on the seemingly harmonious escape route. Fuck. Why did you hit me? Fuck. Are you a player too? You were riding a bat. I thought you were a monster. What the hell did the bat do wrong? It's all the fault of the plague demon. The reputation of the bat has been ruined. Chapter 77. Pei Yi stared at the demon eye drawn by Lord Lewis. Looking at it seriously, he frowned slightly and said, Sir, this must be the result of Abi's advisor Lich improperly using the corpse of the mutant infected. What should I do now? The plague is spreading. Lewis took a deep breath. My men will be here soon. The men who were originally prepared to fight the AB dungeon inexplicably became a rescue team. The world is changing too fast, and the plot is not easy to follow. Pei Yi was left in the city lord's hall by Lewis, and the butler served a whole table of tea and snacks. The scene vaguely overlapped with the time of the bullhorn demon. In the city lord's hall, the lights were bright and warm, and the aroma of desserts filled the air. Outside the city lord's hall, the subordinates of the public mission boss of the day turned against him and were running for their lives with the players. The plague doctor sat in a circle in another reception room, and a young plague doctor looked through the window and said, a new infected body was found. All the plague doctors turned their heads at once and pointed their sharp beaks at the window. There was a knock at the door, and the captain of the plague doctors turned around and said, Come in. The housekeeper pushed the door open, and the plague doctors, who were looking at the window, just now turned their heads back to look at the door. The housekeeper paused, and Baidu, who was following behind the housekeeper, was startled by the cold bird beaks. God, why do you have to wear such sharp beaks? This always reminds me of the horrible memory of being chased by hundreds of crows for hundreds of meters that year. Being chased by crows? Didn't you take their food? Daifa dropped his pipe in his mouth and laughed at his colleague. Baidu shook his head. Who would have known that my assistant would use my petri dish to feed crows? I thought my experimental materials were eaten. The captain of the plague doctors turned a deaf ear to their conversation, and his eyes were completely focused on the box in Daifa's hand. Daifa threw the box on the table, and the plague doctors all turned to stare at the box. Baidu was still standing at the door. He really had a psychological trauma towards the group of plague doctors. He shouted into the reception room, This is the mutant infected body we caught. It seems to be some kind of secondary or tertiary infection. They are very contagious, but they have no effect on you. But I still have to remind you that when conducting research, please make sure to keep the environment closed. After all, other creatures in this building are not as resistant to plague as you are. Captain of the plague doctors, okay. Then, he couldn't wait to invite the housekeeper Daifa and Baidu to leave. Bang. The door of the reception room was closed, and the plague doctors set up the epidemic prevention barrier and devoted themselves to the great slicing business. The Dragon Knights, the Undead Knights, the Dark Mage Corps, the Priest Corps, the Drow Assassination Team, and the organized army used a large teleportation array to teleport to the seedy dungeon. After joining other family troops, they immediately turned to the Ash Plains and rushed to the Heart of Darkness dungeon. The leading Dragon Knights barely flew to the edge of the Ash Plains. The coach at the rear received the latest order from Lewis. Rescue. The undead summons in the AB dungeon have mutated and infected, and Abi is fleeing with the new people of the Heart of Darkness. If you encounter him, be sure to capture him alive. There is also a lich named Oz. After catching it, break its bones on the spot, and then don't worry about it. The coach leading the team This time is a bloody lord from the 100th dungeon. Although he uses a gun, he is very lucky to be the coach of the coalition. This caused several bloody lords, who were drawn from other dungeons, to be very dissatisfied. Which lying fairy spread the lie that the spearman was lucky. I think that guy is quite lucky. Isn't he? The bloody lord from dungeon number 100. Thanks to the alchemy shop of Eternal Wine for selling me the extremely unlucky potion. Which is better than the lucky potion. Lucky is worth having. Considering the existence of mutant-infected bodies, the commander ordered all troops to be armed. And the priests accompanying the group chanted skills to add anti-epidemic shields to all soldiers. The coalition army moved in a mighty force. And Abi and the players, who were chased by the mutant-infected body, also moved in a mighty force. The two sides collided head-on without noticing. Abi, who was running in the front, saw the Ragnarok dungeon flag fluttering in the wind. It was the unified flag of Lewis's 109 max-level dungeons. The whole vampire was in trouble. How many troops did I bring? Did the damn Lewis want to deliberately attack the official dungeon? The two players who were clinging to Abi's flying dragon feet widened their eyes. Xiaofeng, shocking. Dean, awesome. After sighing, the two asked each other at the same time, is it a new plot? No NPC answered them. The other side's dragon troops circled them, and raised their weapons fiercely. The leader of the Dragon Knights of the Ragnarok 109 Dungeon Alliance ordered all members to surround Abi. More than 600 magic arrows, and more than 300 spells locked and aimed at her at the same time. Abi shed a drop of cold sweat. Abi, if you have something to say, we can talk. You should know that I have a back. Catch him. The leader of the Dragon Knights gave an order, and the prison of restraints tightly bound Abi. Abi, how dare you catch me? Lewis is participating in the Demon King election. According to the rules, he cannot mobilize you. The leader, of course. The city lord strictly abides by the election rules. It is Mr. Pei who asks for our support. He is the most distinguished guest of our Ragnarok dungeon. Abi. Shameless road. Abi had no way out because he was locked in again. A vampire who knew the situation would never make things difficult for himself. After Abi was captured, the members of the Dragon Knights turned their attention to the two underground creatures on the dragon claws. Xiaofeng and the Dean saw the NPC's attention turn to them and shouted, we are not in the same group. Yes. Yes. We are here to catch him too. We are the people of Lord Lewis from the Heart of Darkness dungeon. We cannot coexist with this vampire. Abi? He has been running for so long with these two guys in the spirit of not distinguishing between friend and foe. But he still can't get rid of them. Now he is full of hatred and irreconcilable. Lewis is not a good guy. And neither are his people. The leader of the Dragon Knights, Lewis? Are you the new people of the 110th dungeon of the City Lord? Two players, hey. We are the same people? Because they were delayed for a while to catch Abi. The commander caught up with the Dragon Knights with a large force. The dragons landed, and the leader brought Abi and two players to the commander. Report to the commander. The Dragon Knights have captured Abi, the lord of the AB dungeon, and two new subjects of Lord Lewis. Not far away, there are a large number of new subjects fleeing from the infected. The commander nodded. I saw it. The sacrificial unity world is ready. All teams, do a good job of rescue, and prepare to fight the infected. Ding rescue. Cooperate with the rescue work of the Ragnarok Dungeon Coalition. Your city lord is more than one dungeon. Look at your predecessors. They are so outstanding. Why don't you work hard? Next. Next stage? The players inexplicably ended the poison escape and started the next stage of the task. The coalition forces crushed the mutant-infected people who spread poison everywhere, and the sacrificial group packed up and took care of these infection sources. The players followed the NPC army back to the Heart of Darkness dungeon. Lewis still did not show up, and it was Pei Yi who came to greet them. The succubus swallowed twice at the coalition. Look at these fresh blood lords and other heroic girls and boys. This is the military strength of the top dungeon. The commander cleared his throat. Mr. Pei Yi? Oh. Yes. Pei Yi came back to his senses. Lord Lewis is not convenient to appear for the time being. Please camp in the city. To protect my safety. Well, the last sentence is to deal with the Demon King election committee. Look, this is not Lewis calling for cheating, but to protect the safety of the succubus's magic life. As for the AB dungeons and the plague demons, they were all accidental. Who told you to appear in the wrong place and time? Pei Yi shuttled between the coalition forces. smiling as he touched this and chatted with that. He touched the armor of several bloody lords in turn, feeling the strong smell of blood and killing on the armor. Ah! Who wouldn't want such a subordinate? As a commanding magician who can fight and think, the bloody lord's brain turns faster than the snowflakes spinning in the blizzard. Whose succubus is it? It belongs to Lord Lewis. How can Lord Lewis be happy when the succubus drools at you and moves his hands all over you? No, not only can't, he will be angry. So the other bloody lords found excuses to run away, leaving only the commander. Lucky E, whose weapon is a gun. As the commander, he has to report to the succubus. The bloody lords whispered to each other, since ancient times. Lucky E is the truth for spearmen. Remember this sentence? Don't practice with guns in the future. Pei touched the bloody lord's armor for the 12th time, and the commander's back was covered in cold sweat. Pei, don't be nervous. Mr. Commander, please continue to report. I'll see what kind of craftsmanship this armor is made of. Bang! Lewis in the study crushed another corner of the desk. The commander's legs softened, and he took off his breastplate and handed it to the succubus. I've finished reporting. This is my armor. Please take a look at it. Mr. Pei, you can never imagine which direction the plot mission of this game will develop in. Original poster, at the beginning, we were fighting for the plague doctor in the AB dungeon. I thought it was a routine task to protect our plague doctor. As a result, there were too many enemies, and we were suppressed for a while. Then the succubus suddenly stood up, and the plot began to become magical. First, a group of female enemy NPCs were tricked in. Then, the succubus turned into a cross-dressing boss. And then a group of male enemy NPCs were tricked in. I thought the city lord Abi, who was the boss, was directly sidelined. Then Lao Lu got angry for no reason and added 100% attributes to all players, asking us to beat up the unlucky city lord. Before we beat up the boss, the undead creatures under the boss suddenly rebelled and became infected creatures. Can you imagine the joy of fighting with the boss in the last second and running away from the poison with the boss in the next second? The most ridiculous thing is that halfway through this awesome poison circle, Lao Lu's full-level subordinates suddenly appeared and provided us with humanitarian assistance. We returned to the main city safely and finally successfully completed the public mission tonight. Question: what on earth was I doing this night? Second floor, being played with by NPCs as a ball. Third floor, being played with by NPCs as a ball. 109th floor, being played with by NPCs as a ball. Chapter 78. The huge bat wings covered the sky, making the already dark night even darker. The illumination magic lit up from all directions, allowing all the underground creatures in the Heart of Darkness dungeon to see the complete form of the plague demon boss. Pei was shocked by its huge body at first, and then he saw the head of the plague demon Ojian. He saw a pair of single-frame glasses on a furry head that looked a bit like a mouse. There was a very exquisite golden chain hanging from the glasses. Of course, these are not the fundamental reasons why Pei was so surprised that she was speechless. The most important point is that compared with its huge body, Eugene's head is really too small. How small is it? It's like a prune on a watermelon. Lewis looked at Pei with a toothache expression, cleared his throat and said, "He is too ugly. Isn't he? Just bear with it for a while, and he will soon disappear from your sight." Pei, I just want to know, why can't he make his head bigger? The succubus looked at the extremely uncomfortable ratio of the plague demon, turned her head and asked Lewis. Lewis mocked his opponent without any demonic nature. You can't expect a plague demon to have the same exquisite taste as you. The vampire city lord Abi, who was tied up and thrown at the door of the city lord's hall, rolled his eyes at the plague demon in the sky. We are all bats. Why are the plague demons so ugly? It really lowers the appearance of their bats. A bloody lord who was guarding Abi saw Abi rolling his eyes, and said coldly, "Be honest. Don't try to roll your eyes and kick your legs to pretend to be dead. When we deal with shocked undead creatures, we throw them directly into the hellfire and burn them into ashes." Abi. Players also expressed their amazement at the appearance of this boss. This boss looks very unique. It can be seen that the artist has a lot of ideas. The strong contrast between the head and the body makes players remember this boss. I have to say, I took note of it. After all, I have been in the game industry for many years, and this is the first time I have seen a boss with such an uncoordinated head and body ratio. I think I know why he is not good at math. It must be because his brain capacity is not enough. To be honest, The glasses are nice. This is the last day of the Plague Source public mission. The Plague Demon boss will fight to the death with the Heart of Darkness dungeon. This time there is no complicated mission start. No NPC fancy performances. When the time is up, the Plague Demon boss flies from a distance, and the system happily announces the start of the final mission. Ding, Plague Demon OGE comes to the main city with a terrible plague. Pick up your weapons, defend your city, and drive away the plague forever. Help the succubus, and save your dying city lord. World boss UGE to 0 to 1. Although the system gave the start signal, the players were a little panicked. In the United Front YY, the command group was discussing. Go! The Dean asked uncertainly. Xiaofeng pondered. The system said to start the fight so straightforwardly. Why do I feel a little scared? Where is 007? Is our International 007 here? Are there any other servers starting the fight? International 007 said on the microphone. Report. No. They are waiting for us to start the monster first. TSK. Xiaofeng shook his head. They are too bad. Meng Wang, well, why not ask the magical Sister Gun? Sister Gun. What are the actions of Lao Lu and Succubus? Chio Gun Gun, thank you for your trust. But I was locked out today. Dean, then it's over. There is no reference. Xiaofeng, I have an idea. Is Comrade Gaoshu online? We will send Comrade Gaoshu to talk to the boss. As soon as he finished speaking, the public screen was filled with comments. Okay. I agree. I second the motion. 10,086. Euclidean geometry never admits defeat. Multiple ways to play advanced mathematics. The initial character goblin. The new character goblin. The professional mage. Was ordered to be the first person to open the monster. Xiaofeng, just talk to the boss casually. I think geometry is fine. Don't be afraid. Brother. We have a nurse now. Although there are not many people. Each of them has a level 6 certificate. I have checked them all. Now, I'll add you to the Nani group. Have all the treatment focuses been added to our Gaoshu comrade? Okay. Okay. Hurry up. Xiaofeng, well, our treatment is very impatient. So Gaoshu brother, I wish you good luck. Gaoshu, thank the organization for giving me this opportunity. I'm going. He rode his bat mount and flew towards the boss in the sky. The Dean moved his arm, and Shogun glanced at him. What are you doing? You don't want to hit the bat. Do you? Dean, sorry. It's a reflex. The Ragnarok Coalition received an order from Lord Louis not to interfere in the battle of the new people of the Heart of Darkness. They were also very curious about how strong the new people of the City Lord were. Several bloody lords gathered together, and the commander sat in the middle with a gun in his arms. The color of his original black armor turned into an abrupt silver-white breastplate because the succubus touched his breastplate and it disappeared. The next day, it appeared in the furnace of the forging master to tie, mixed with some silver white, or that had no special properties but bright colors. The commander got his breastplate back, but the cool black turned into a dazzling silver. The commander was very sad, but he had no choice. Everyone could see that this was the work of his great master, except for the succubus. Pei Yi saw that the color of the commander's armor had changed in the morning, and asked curiously, "Do you want to repaint the armor?" The commander didn't even dare to reply. He turned and ran. The other bloody lords tried to comfort him with their laughter, but the effect was not ideal. The commander was still in a low mood. This low mood continued until now. The people of the Heart of Darkness took action. As the commander of the coalition forces, and the highest battlefield commander under Lord Louis, he should report the battlefield situation to his master. But as soon as the commander looked down and saw his breastplate, he wanted to stay away from the 3 war beasts of the succubus. Hey! He sighed again. Another bloody lord suggested, I suggest you take off all your armor, so that Lord Louis won't mess with your armor. The commander thought about it, and it didn't seem completely unreasonable. So he took off his armor, and went into battle lightly. Lord Louis, the commander of the coalition forces is here to report the actual situation on the battlefield to you. Louis raised his hand, and the door of the city lord's hall opened. The bloody lord walked in. He saw that the one sitting on the throne was a succubus, and his master had one hand on the succubus's shoulder, and the other hand gently drew in the air. Maybe he is controlling the demon eye, the commander thought. He took a few steps closer, and half knelt down to salute the city lord. Louis, said him and motioned him to stand up. Start reporting. Pei Yi's eyes moved away from the picture of the demon eye, and looked at the bloody lord, who took off his armor and only wore a tight top and trousers. He is really burly. The succubus unconsciously analyzed the bloody lord's figure from top to bottom after taking off his armor. Although he is not as slender and sexy as a high-ranking demon like Lewis, his bulging muscles and broad waist and back give him a strange sense of security. No wonder some succubus like to play with bloody lords. The succubus' thoughts were distracted for a moment, and then became more and more distracted without realizing that she was distracted. Lewis was the first to notice the succubus's distraction, and then narrowed his eyes. He looked at his subordinates, who began to report the battlefield situation. Why did this guy take off his armor? Was he deliberately exposing his figure in front of the succubus? Lewis's scrutiny put a lot of pressure on the coach, and he even stuttered in his report. Sent a goblin to lead the charge. Payee, goblin? 1. What did he hear when he came to his senses? Lewis's new subjects. To deal with the plague demon. First sent a goblin? 1. Really not a single-person suicide squad? Commander, yes. According to Lord Lewis's order, we are not allowed to participate in all actions, including command, so we are not aware of the tactical intention of the Dark Knight Heart's command to send a goblin. Lewis, okay. You can leave first. Focus on why your new colleague would send a goblin to lead the charge. As a commander, you cannot be satisfied with the existing tactics and must always be ready to accept new things. Okay. Get out of here. Think more about the player's actions. I guarantee that your program will run at high speed from now on, and you will never have time to think about succubus. Commander, yes. Sir. Great. Retreat quickly. Pay turned to look at Lewis. Sir, do you know why your new people sent a goblin? Lewis smiled and said calmly, of course. Isn't it just because of a Euclid Easter egg? High numbers approach the head of the plague devil. Euclid the plague devil is spreading the plague. He wants to fill the city with toxic gas and let all creatures in the city slowly weaken and die under the erosion of the plague. He has observed that Lewis has never appeared since he was hit in the face by his special infection source. He must be on the verge of death now. Ha ha ha. As expected, the abyss species is helpless against the enhanced version of the plague. Master Euclid, did you see that? The throne of the Demon King will definitely be his. The plague demon thought about it and laughed. High Mathematics was shocked. Is this the boss's standby action? Why is it so ugly? Hey. Hello? Because the plague demon had always ignored High Mathematics. He took the lead in greeting. If two conjugate circle groups have a common circle, then these two groups of circles are orthogonal to a circle or pass through a fixed circle's opposite diameter point. How do you prove it? The plague demon's laughter suddenly stopped. Gao Shu said again, how do you prove it? The plague demon suddenly flapped its wings, and Gao Shu was blown away. Are you laughing at me? If I can answer this, will Master Euclid not accept me as a disciple? On the ground, all the players suddenly twitched, and then the huge plague erosion buff was hung all over the players in the main city. Ding, congratulations to the players in the first server of the first zone for successfully causing the plague demon boss to run away. If you successfully kill the boss within the specified time, you can get the title of Mathematics Killer in the whole server. Players in the first server of the first zone? Fuck. What did Comrade Gao Shu do to the boss? Chapter 79. Players were under the plague erosion buff, and every time they were resurrected, they would enter a weak state with weak hands and legs, and then GG. Except for the dispelling skills of the Dark Priest profession, there was no other skill to suppress this buff. Players struggled to grind the health bar of the boss, and the stipulated time of 2 hours was getting closer and closer. But the plague demon boss was still not defeated. The 100% attribute that Lewis added to the players was like a drop of water in the ocean, and it was useless. I have to suspect that the numerical planner got the numerical value wrong. Xiao Feng walked out of the resurrection point, his eyes dull and his voice hoarse. He commanded all the players in the server to fight for more than an hour, and the team was wiped out in 16 waves. But the boss was still alive and kicking. If this were a dungeon, it would definitely be the rhythm of an aircraft carrier sinking, and even a god-level rescuer couldn't save it. I just want to know why the NPCs are watching the fun. Ah, aren't we colleagues? We are all Lord Lewis's people. Why? Why don't you sacrifice your lives for Lord Lewis? Why are you so indifferent? Do you really love our dungeon? Is your loyalty all fake? As the Dean spoke, he spoke to the NPCs with a particularly aggrieved look. The NPCs also felt very wronged. Didn't they want to fight the plague demon? It was Lord Lewis who didn't allow them to do so. Daifa knocked his pipe against Izin's armor and said, Lord Lewis wants to test your fighting ability, facing such a powerful enemy as the Plague Demon. You have shown great courage. But some combat skills are not proficient enough, which is the shortcoming of our skill instructors. The Dean was stunned. Damn. Is this the awesome goblin wizard? He actually realized his shortcomings? And admitted it in public? The AB Dungeon Lord Obby, who was still tied up, snorted and said to Daifa and other old subordinates of Lewis, Listen. It sounds really good. I have never seen a dungeon that divides newcomers and later-comers when facing foreign enemies. In my opinion, you should stop using Lewis as an excuse. You are just slacking off. After that, he turned to the players. Did you see it? This is old employees bullying new employees. I heard that Lewis used a special method to allow you to reincarnate infinitely. This is a good treatment that Lewis does not have in other dungeons. Lewis's old subordinates are just jealous of you, deliberately not taking action, and deliberately tossing you. Lord Obby, please think clearly about the content and consequences when you speak. Red Hat put his hands on his waist, and said with a rough breath. Other old subordinates of Lewis also looked at Obby with unfriendly eyes. Obby raised his head and whistled. After saying the harsh words, Now it's time to act like a grandson. Dean. Fuck. This Lord Obby NPC is very good at picking things up. Is he deliberately trying to sow discord? Do you think he will be fooled? No. Players with high IQ will never offend NPCs in the main city. I will have to take on missions from them in the future. This bastard Obby is up to no good. Dean, you stupid vampire. Don't try to sow discord among our colleagues in the Heart of Darkness dungeon. We are all Lord Lewis's subjects, and our loyalty is evident to all. We are a loving family. Do you think you can alienate the deep relationship between us with just a few words? No. I will always love my skill mentors. They taught me combat skills and life skills. I also love the apprentices of my mentors. They helped me repair my equipment and increase my skill points. Our relationship is so good that you can't imagine. Our dungeon is very warm, which is something that an orphan city lord like you can never experience. You? The Red Hat's eyes flickered with bright reflections in the fire of the illumination technique. The Dean's scalp was numb, and the construction manager was about to cry. What kind of magical interaction trigger point is this? It really is. The Red Hat was very moved, and his voice choked. I am so moved. I shouldn't always treat you so harshly. I always feel that you are too poor, and you are lucky to be the people of Lord Lewis. But today, I saw your determination, and I changed my mind. It is our common luck to have you in the Heart of Dark Night. Dean, yeah. Lucky. Please, Butler, stop crying. Your snot is hanging on my clothes. I am going to the front line. Can you let me go? Red Hat, wait. I will go to fight Lord Lewis. Let's fight the anti-epidemic demon together. Dean, okay? So, in just a few words, NPC Foreign Aid joined the luxury package? Because the Dean's microphone was still on. The sound of his conversation with the NPCs was very clear throughout YY. All the players were typing questions frantically. Xiaofeng looked up and down at the Dean. Awesome. Brother. There is no barrier to communicating with NPCs. Is this why you always mistake NPCs for players? Dean, if you don't say the second half of the sentence, we are still friends. Red Hat was so moved by the players' confessions that he entered the City Lord's Hall with Daifa and other mentors, as well as the bloody lords in the coalition, to ask for battle. Lewis looked at the backstage and felt that the players' participation was already very high. If the whole group was wiped out, it would probably frustrate the players' enthusiasm. So he pretended to think, what you said makes a lot of sense. Both Ragnarok and Heart of Darkness are dungeons that I am proud of. However, considering the election of the Demon King, the Ragnarok Coalition will wait and see for the time being. I will lead the people of Heart of Darkness to fight together. Wherever your sword points, that's where we will fight. The Dark Creatures, led by Red Hat, who were transferred to the Heart of Darkness, were full of fighting spirit. The Bloody Lords, who were not allowed to enter the battle group, were extremely disappointed. Pei felt so sorry for the tall and burly Bloody Lords, who looked like wilted carrots. How could he let down such great subordinates? So he pulled the sleeve of the upper demon. Lord Lewis, I have an idea. Lewis looked at the succubus. Pei winked playfully. Anyway, we have announced that your coalition forces are here to protect my safety. As long as I... No. Lewis scowled slightly. If you get too close to the plague demon, The enchantments and inscriptions on your body will be infiltrated by the plague. Pay just a little bit. The succubus is also one of the upper demons. I can metabolize the plague myself. It only takes 2 moons. As he said, he moved closer to Lewis and touched Lewis's collar with his fingers. Pei grabbed Lewis's collar and approached the upper demon. Will you fulfill my wish? Sir? I really want to see it on the battlefield. Oh no. Too close. Lewis felt that he would soon be unable to move again, and reluctantly agreed to the succubus's request. Pei happily turned around. Lewis glanced at the bloody lords calmly and began to think. Should they be sent to the abyss to raise low-level monsters? The bloody lords collectively felt a chill on their backs. When they received Lewis's gaze, they moved away from the succubus like quails and walked at the end of the team. Love life. Stay away from succubus. The plague demon once again slapped the players away like a joke, waving his wings and laughing wildly. Ha ha ha. What's wrong with not being able to solve the problem? Didn't I defeat Lewis? When I become the Demon King, I will let you all taste the feeling of not being able to solve the problem. Fuck. This boss is so cruel. Fuck. Just for this sentence, I will kill him too. Hey. Friends. I really want to see the NPC army. In the United Front. I don't know which commander shouted. And he just finished speaking. The roar of dragons resounded throughout the Heart of Darkness dungeon. There were bone dragons and flying dragons. The neat knights surrounded the plague demon, and Pei and Lewis passed through the middle of the knights. Lewis picked up a weapon for the first time, which was a long sword with a golden handle. He rushed towards the plague demon like lightning, and all players entered the animation CG time. I saw the long sword in Lewis's hand. The sword light flashed, and the plague demon let out a wail and fell straight from the sky. The elite knights and mages, who had already formed a formation on the ground, immediately surrounded the plague demons. Players? What happened? Didn't they say that the old disease species needed us to save them? I feel I was deceived. So, the way to fight this boss is actually to attack the NPCs on your side. We are family. Nonsense? I feel my existence is meaningless. The NPC is more handsome than me, has better equipment than me, and fights better than me. Why do I play games? I don't care how the boss dies. I can get experience and money anyway. I've got all the points. NPC, hurry up. Kill the boss, and I'll go offline to finish my homework after receiving the reward. But I want to finish the last blow to the boss. That means sneaking in to finish it. I saw the commanders all went in. Damn. Why haven't I heard any commanders for a long time? I guess they all went in to pick up the spoils. Brothers, let's go finish the blow too. The players all rushed towards the plague demon. However, after just a few seconds, someone in the United Front spoke. Dean, brothers, retreat quickly. The boss is going to self-destruct. He said it a little late, and before the players could react, they heard a loud bang, and the plague demon boss exploded. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and then found out. Hey! I'm not dead. Where is it? Don't let him run away. A bloody lord pointed in a direction and shouted in the huge smoke. The green bat flapped its wings vigorously and ran away with all its might. Players saw a large group of NPCs lined up in an organized and disciplined formation and chased after the little bat. Ding, the plague source mission completed. Congratulations. You have successfully survived the plague and defeated the plague demon boss. The reward has been sent to your mailbox. In addition, in order to commemorate your contribution to this plague, the reward title Anti-Epidemic Warrior. Players check their rewards in their mailboxes. Don't mention it. It's quite generous. To be honest, the plot is really incredible. But for the sake of the reward, I'm willing to do it a few more times. Speaking of Eugene, his fake death and escape were not successful. The Ragnarok Coalition was fanatical about fighting and chased him all the way from the Heart of Darkness dungeon to the Death Scar Plain. Eugene flew into the Death Scar Plain and realized that he seemed to have arrived at some extraordinary place. Wu Lagrangia climbed up from the grave and stretched his body, and an undead creature came to report with a bat, "My lord, we caught a plague demon, and the outer perimeter of the Death Scar is still surrounded by the Ragnarok Coalition." According to the demon, he was fleeing because he had offended Lewis. Langer Range. Oh? Who did he offend? Which Lewis? The Lewis who came here not long ago and showed off his love. The undead subordinate shook Eugene vigorously. The master is asking you a question. Eugenie weakly spit out a few mouthfuls of white foam, the one who participated in the Demon King election. He is so shameless. Eugenie told Langerange intermittently about Lewis and the succubus colluding with each other, taking advantage of the situation, and using the Ragnarok coalition to deal with him. As an underground citizen with status, you should report Lewis's behavior, Eugene said hoarsely, flapping his wings. Lagrange heard this and touched his chin and said, "It sounds like a great way to show your love. The Love Festival will be coming soon, and I really need to consult with Lewis, the City Lord." Eugene? The Ragnarok coalition, which was waiting outside the Death Trace and discussing whether to break in or retreat, suddenly received an invitation from the Lich. The commander took it and saw that it said, "Please pass it to Mr. Lewis and his succubus." The commander, "Is there anyone willing to?" Wow. Before he finished speaking, the surrounding 5 kilometers became a vacuum zone. The commander. He was so miserable. Chapter 80. Lagrange? Pei propped his chin up, recalling the image of a gossipy lich. "I vaguely remember that he buried himself." Lewis shrugged, obviously. He came out of the soil again. Perhaps the plague disturbed his sleep. Or perhaps the festival of love is coming, and he can't restrain his fiery heart. The visiting letter in Lewis's hand was said by a raven, and no creature in the coalition was willing to make this trip. Along with the letter crow, there was also a specimen of the plague demon bat. Lewis put the plague demon bat into the ridge next to him, and sat in a row with the horned demon. The players have a new dungeon. And they can't seem very happy for now, because the difficulty of the new dungeon is too damn high. Don't mention any new dungeons to me before you can speed through the horned demon dungeon in difficult mode. This declaration came from the leader of the horned demon Team 5, who had dark circles under his eyes from staying up all night, after being tied up for 2 days. Abi, the Lord of AB Dungeon, raised the white flag and surrendered. "Dear Lord Lewis, I am willing to pay a bail. Please release me immediately. This year's year-end assessment is coming. I'm in a hurry to go back and reorganize AB Dungeon." Lewis agreed to pay the money and leave, and Abi wanted to take his subordinates with him. "Lewis, you have to ask my succubus. They are all the spoils of my succubus. Charm is time-limited." Pei was very satisfied that the people of AB Dungeon, who were charmed by Pei, were still obsessed until the evening of the next day. There was no reason for him to hold on to Abi's subordinates. But he could still ask for a little ransom. Pei received a sum of money from Abi to build the second floor of his dungeon, and also received a batch of equipment and mounts as compensation for free. This made the succubus very happy. He even imagined that if this happened a few more times, he would be able to reach the peak of his life and become the most outstanding dungeon lord of the year. But soon, 17th brother boy, who came back from the abyss plane to exchange alchemy with Beelzebub, broke Pei's fantasy. "Boy, wake up. Brother, not every dungeon lord is as stupid as Abi." Abi returned to the AB dungeon. The succubus received money and goods. The players gained experience, money and new dungeons. And Lewis successfully arranged the world boss. Everything was perfect. Except, at the border of the ash plain, a pile of scattered skeletons suddenly moved. A lich named Hosey crawled out of the pile of bones. And he fumbled around. "Hey! Where is the brain I finally found? I clearly put it in the box?" Half a month later, Lagrange rode a skeleton carriage pulled by undead horses and passed through the ash plain. He saw Oz. Oz was still looking for the box where he kept his brain. Lagrange stopped Oz. "Hey! My old classmate. Long time no see. Why are you here?" Oz looked at Lagrange in confusion. "Who are you?" Lagrange frowned and soon discovered that Oz was different. "My demon. Where is your brain?" "Brain? Brain?" Oz suddenly hugged his head and bent his body in pain. Lagrange swung his staff and gave him a quick blow. "My old classmate is fine. You take a nap. I will save you." Pei inspected all the completed projects in his own dungeon. The dwarf boss in charge of the construction was right. He was really good at building landscape architecture. The replica of the scene of the Dragon Quest is almost exactly the same as it was hundreds of years ago. The whole land is so dilapidated and desolate. Even the burning feeling caused by the dragon's breath is imitated very naturally. Although the replica of the post-war ruins of the Temple of Light is not as white as the one on the surface. This is related to the composition of the underground ore. In fact, the replica temple ruins now located in Pei's underground city are so white that they are somewhat out of tune with other surrounding buildings. In addition, There are the treasure house of a certain human kingdom and other functional buildings, which also present a satisfactory appearance to Pei. That is, adjacent to the shopping street, there is a 3-story custom shop, which makes Pei a little entangled. His dungeon, the first floor, is intended to be developed into a surface tourism project, and the custom shop mixed in it seems a bit too ambiguous. Just when the succubus was thinking about whether the custom shop needed to be changed into other functional buildings, some players who came to do the weekly routine of the succubus dungeon also gathered. Pei glanced at the people of Lord Lewis and planned to interview the consumers. Good afternoon. People of the Heart of Darkness. Talk to me again? A player pointed at himself in shock. This is the NPC who took the initiative to talk to me. Is he going to come to the adventure mission? Another player pushed him away. She is obviously talking to me. Why are you pushing her? The succubus is talking to me. TSK. Don't you look at your own face and equipment. They are terrible. Look at me again. The succubus is of course talking to me. Pei smiled as he watched several underground creatures quarreling in front of him. Not only did he not stop them, he even wanted them to have a bigger conflict. This is the proof of his charm. The players did not do what Pei wanted. They were afraid that they would scare away the NPCs if they started fighting among themselves. So they reached a peaceful consensus for the time being. One of the little devil players asked, "Do you need any help from us?" Pei nodded. "I want to ask you a question." Okay. You tell me. Don't just ask one question. I can also ask you 100 questions. What do you think? Pei pointed at the custom shop and said, "Does this shop here make you want to go in?" Shop? The players looked up and saw the words custom shop clearly. Oh my god. It wasn't listed yesterday. I saw it today and was pleasantly surprised. Shh. This is the place I like. When will this shop open? What kind of girls are there? How much are the prices? Will there be succubi? I like succubi. Pei was stunned for a second. Don't you think it's abrupt to open it next to a tourist attraction? Moreover, it seems very unromantic. No, it's not abrupt at all. Travel is for relaxation. And of course, beautiful ladies are the best for relaxation. Yes, that's right. And the sentiment is too vulgar if it is just external. We should look at the inner. And the sentiment that radiates from the inside out is called style. Please make sure it is open here. Believe me, it will be popular. The players can't wait to experience the gameplay of the custom shop. Pei thought, thank you for your advice. I understand. Sir, Wu Lagrange came to visit. The housekeeper reported to Lewis. At that time, Lewis was chatting privately with the server in his brain. Server, Lewis. I tell you. I succeeded. I successfully dug a hole in his wall. Then what did you see? Lewis, it can't be that I saw a programmer sitting opposite and eating a food called instant noodles. Server, how can you say such a horrible thing without any expression on your face? Is it something to be happy about seeing a programmer? Lewis, let me remind you that I have lunch with the succubus in 10 minutes. I hope you don't waste my precious time. Server, damn. You haven't given up yet? I've been checking the entire network these days, and the green mode hasn't left yet. Lewis, 9 minutes. Server, okay. Let's get down to business. Speaking of the world next door, it's an underground world just like ours. Are you surprised? Lewis's slender fingers lightly tapped the armrest. Oh, then what? Server, then I found that they were very weak. Very, very weak. Goblins were as thin as dried radishes, and demons were as ugly as stitched monsters. I tell you, as soon as I dug open his wall, the will of that world began to scream for help. Ha ha ha. But it was useless. No one would come to save him even if he screamed at the top of his throat. Ha ha ha. Lewis. He felt that the server was swollen. Listen to the laughter. A qualified villain. Server, Lewis. You can rest assured. Even if our game world collides with his world with a similar background, we can sit back and relax and crush it all the way. Do you suddenly feel very happy? Do you feel a sense of pleasure that the world is right under your feet? Lewis, if I can go to the next world and leave the green mode, I will be very happy indeed. Server, of course. Lewis, I'm starting to feel happy. When can you arrange for me to go there? How about tomorrow? Server, a new mainline will be launched tomorrow. You can't let the programmer find out that you're missing. Thank you. Lewis, the day after tomorrow. That's it. After closing the private chat with the server, Louis asked the butler to bring Lagrange Indiana. Arrange for him to have his meal first, so he won't disturb me and my succubus. The butler said he understood, but when he returned to find Lagrange, he realized that there was a flaw in his perfect butler career. The succubus was communicating with Lagrange. Or rather, it was Lagrange who was communicating with the succubus unilaterally. You must know a lot of succubus ladies. Do you think my look today will be liked by beautiful girls? Pei looked Lagrange up and down and had to say, if you change to another race, I think they will like it. Lagrange's eyes were filled with pain after suffering a heavy blow. Why? I have a standard figure. Thick hair. Strong and rich. Isn't this the standard that girls like? Pei, but you are a lich. No girl would want to wake up as an undead one day. Perhaps you can try an undead girl? Chapter 81. The butler hurried forward to separate the succubus and the lich. He firmly directed the lich to the reception room. Mr. Lagrange, you have worked hard all the way. Please take a rest. He said to the succubus with a pleasant face. Mr. Pei, please go to the restaurant first. Today we have your favorite lava pudding. Pei said goodbye to the butler immediately and walked towards the restaurant. Lagrange, hey, took 2 sounds and stretched out his right hand to the succubus. I have other questions to ask you. Do you have time after dinner? Pei covered his ears and quickened his pace. No. He didn't want to talk to this lich whose love path was full of thorns and whose brain circuits were not normal. How could he understand that being a lich was just about studying the dead? And if he wanted to fall in love, he shouldn't be a lich. When Pei walked into the restaurant, Louis was already waiting for him. The upper demon pulled out a chair and invited the succubus to sit down. The plates flew to the table by themselves. Today's appetizer was Hell-style foie gras with caramel apples. Pei complained to Louis while eating. Why does the lich think about love? He doesn't even understand what girls like. Louis smiled. Maybe he never had a love affair in his life. So after becoming a lich, he especially wants to feel this passionate emotion. Pei rolled his eyes. I have never heard that a lich likes something other than the undead. Love? Spare that girl. The demon god knew whether the lich was looking at the girl or the girl's appearance after becoming an undead. I heard that liches have different vision from us, and the world they see is different. Louis thought about it and remembered that in order to highlight the love-brain personality of Lagrange, an important NPC, and make him more dramatic and contrasting, the planner set a racial attribute for the lich. The world seen by the lich is gray, and only the soul has color, and it is matched with a very tragic background story. A long time ago, a lich fell in love with a human girl. He treated the plague for the girl's village and drove away wild beasts. When human bandits visited the village, he killed the bandits and protected the entire village. The girl was very touched and finally made up her mind to accept the love of the lich. Then, the lich touched the girl's head, and the girl turned into a ghost. The lich got a colorful ghost, because in his vision, the girl's soul was colorful. This is the story that lets all creatures in the underground know that what the lich likes is not you, but your colorful soul color. Don't fall in love with the lich, because if he doesn't let you be his next collection color. Thinking of this, Louis suddenly felt that Lagrange was a bit miserable. But, who cares? Demons have no conscience anyway. So let Lagrange do the job of playing the victim in the future. By the way, Mr. Louis, Pei suddenly remembered his main purpose today. The first floor of my dungeon has been completed. Are you free to attend the opening ceremony? Louis, of course. My honor. While Pei and Louis were happily having lunch, Lagrange rescued his old classmate in the living room. Before that, he knocked out the headache-splitting Oz with his staff and put Oz into his storage ring. It must be said that the creatures of the undead are really easy to preserve, because they can be identified as dead things. And as long as the space prop is large enough, as many dead things as can be stuffed in. So it was not a big deal for Lagrange to take the unconscious Ozzy. Now, Lagrange released Ozzy from the space ring. Let him lie flat on the sofa. He wanted to use a backtracking spell on Ozzy to roughly guess how Ozzy's brain was lost. Louis wiped his mouth and watched Pei lick the spoon with a dim look in his eyes. He will definitely find a chance to free himself, Louis thought. He quickly ran the program to search for the nearest excuse to go out. Found it. This is it. Lich research record. A faction side quest. The quest NPC is Lagrange's old classmate, Ozzy. Wait. Ozzy. The lich. Why does it sound familiar? Louis thought carefully for a moment, and finally remembered that Ozzy was the lich consultant of Lord Abi. He had met him not long ago. And now, according to the background display, the Oz is in his dungeon? Louis raised his eyebrows slightly. Lagrange came to him to discuss love issues. And also picked up an old classmate? This is convenient for him. However, for the faction branch, the faction gameplay must be open first. Louis quickly set a main program game progress report to the programmers, in which he emphasized the player's desire for battle. I believe that the witty planners can understand what he wants to express. Pei reluctantly finished the last bite of pudding. Looking at the empty pudding cup with a pitiful look, Louis unprincipledly asked the butler to bring more lava pudding. All yours. The upper demon was so arrogant that it seemed to have brought down the entire hell. Boss. The main programmer submitted the game entry report. What is it about? It's about the player's love of fighting. Isn't that normal? It's a waste if you don't fight with such good equipment. But we haven't opened PvP yet. Should we open it in advance? How is the online rate this quarter? It's quite high. The peak in the evening and weekend can basically maintain 90%. But it doesn't last long. Many players who don't like to play PvE will log off after completing their daily tasks and licking NPCs. Then let's open the faction gameplay in advance. Move the Balrog expansion to the back. Okay. The faction module is open. Louis paused while drinking tea. Pei asked, is it too strong? I put 2 merry banshees in. Louis took a sip of tea, just right. I just suddenly found that Mr. Lagrange seemed to have brought some other friends in. Lagrange touched the ring a little guilty. How did you find out? Louis, when talking to me, you touched the ring no less than 20 times. So I guess something happened in your ring that you are anxious to solve. Pei heard this, and his eyes fell on Lagrange's ring. He said in surprise, Mr. Lich, your ring is vibrating. Yes, it is vibrating. It is not the Lich's hand that is moving, but his ring that is vibrating by itself. Pei, it looks like it is going to spit something out. Boom. Almost at the same time as the succubus's voice, a humanoid creature was spitted out by Lagrange's space ring. Pei took a closer look and found that it was another Lich. The Lich stood up, covering his head. Who attacked me? And you stole my brain? O's? Pei immediately recognized the Lich, who was an enemy not long ago. He holds grudges and remembers all enemies clearly. Lagrange quickly grabbed his old classmate. Hey O's. Are you okay? I saw that you had a headache just now, so I knocked you out. I hope this will make you feel better. O's, oh. Thank you. My headache is gone now. Pei. Is the trick for Liches to treat headaches to knock them out with a stick? Lich is really hard to understand. Louis, Mr. Lagrange. My dungeon is very large, so I don't need you to put your friend in the space ring to save space. Lagrange raised his voice. I said. It was because my old classmate was a little stimulated and had a headache, so I knocked him out. Z looked at Lagrange. Oh yes. I remember. My brain disappeared. And then my head hurt a lot. It was really a hell-level pain. Thank you. You solved my pain. Lagrange, don't say that. We are the best of buddies. Pei. Just be happy. Lagrange, Louis. Mr. Pei. Actually, I want to ask you two for a favor. I have been struggling with whether to tell you about this matter since a while ago. He paused, as if waiting for the response from the succubus and the upper demon. Pei was a little curious. He glanced at Louis, who looked calm and composed. Why not listen to him first? Pei turned to Lagrange again. Lagrange, it is well known that when a Lich makes a phylactery, he will put some personal items into it. It may be an organ, ashes, or something else. What Oz put into his phylactery was his brain. But now, I found that his brain is gone. This means that his phylactery has been opened. It is a very terrible thing for a Lich's phylactery to be opened, which means that he may be reduced to ashes at any time. I used the backtracking spell to trace Oz's experience in the past 300 years, and finally found the process of him throwing away his phylactery. It was a long and tortuous experience. Pei, can you make it short? I want to go back to my dungeon this afternoon to do the final inspection before the opening. Okay. Lagrange reorganized his words. ZZ likes to carry the life box with him. He thinks it is safer. Once he happened to encounter the Grand Duke of Frost and the Lord of the Hell of Fire fighting the goblins. And because he was too shocked, he exposed himself. And then he was hunted down by the two giants. In a panic, the life box fell out. And his brain also fell out. What happened next is what you see. The brainless Yuzi has become like this now. To be honest, His missing life box also makes me very worried. Oh, my poor old classmate. It's a miracle that he can live until now. Lagrange finished speaking. Louis's expression was speechless. The planner was really good at making up stories. Pei's expression was very angry. Tell me again. What are my brother and Grand Duke Frost doing? Lagrange, alas. This is why I am struggling whether to say it or not. Because it sounds so unbelievable. I don't think you will believe what I said. Pei, I have long felt that the Frost Demon has bad intentions. I will definitely hit him hard in the face. The succubus's tail swung in the air with a sound. Louis patted the succubus's shoulder, trying to calm him down. Lagrange? So you have already noticed something so shocking to the underground world? Chapter 82. Ding, the prequest for the red and blue camps is now open. One night 300 years ago, the Lord of the Flame Prison and the Grand Duke of Frost reached an unknown deal in a dense forest. An unlucky lich witnessed this deal that shocked the underground world. And in a panic, he lost his life box and the brain placed in the life box. The server-wide announcement was refreshed 3 times, and then a system update was issued, requiring all players to temporarily log off and wait for the update to be completed. The forums and post bars were all blown up. Faction gameplay online. Hello everyone. I am the familiar Mad King. Before I was forced offline, I was doing an achievement task of talking to 100 NPCs. I had already done the 99th NPC. And then, I was kicked offline by the damn system update. Please allow me to curse a few words. Damn! This task cannot be interrupted. Okay. I'm done cursing. Let's study the culprit that caused my task to fail. Red and blue camps. Do you see these 2 big words? Camp. Camp. What do these 2 words remind you of? That's right. It's PvP. Although this game allows players to attack each other as long as they leave the main city and are not in a team. Please note that before this, there was no PvP system in the game. There was no PvP equipment, no PvP achievements, and no special arena. The only thing that PvP players can do every day is to plant flags outside the main city. A PvE outfit to plant a flag. Plus the game's damage mechanism. You know, with high damage and aiming at the vital point. Whoever strikes first will win. But it's different now. Faction. Game companies should pay attention to PvP gameplay. Good news for PvP players is coming. I went to the official website to sort out the information. And the faction is still the traditional red and blue color scheme. Red side, Big Brother Flame Demon. Blue side, Frost Demon. Looking at the official character design pictures, I prefer the blue side. Because the blue side's equipment color is more handsome. The prequests have just been released, and the game company has not yet released the specific faction gameplay. But judging from the official blog, the arena is definitely coming. I'm advertising the front row. 3v3 needs a more flexible healer. If anyone is confident in their skills, please add me as a friend. Second floor, after reading the whole article, the Crazy King is just posting ads. 10th floor, I just have one question. Who is the top and who is the bottom between the Big Brother and the Frost Demon? 11th floor, of course the Big Brother is the bottom. 12th floor, of course the Frost Duke is the bottom. 35th floor, wow. The smell of is coming. It feels like a camp. I will sacrifice my life for my Big Brother. I will carry the Frost Demon to the bed for my Big Brother. 45th floor, then I will be 007 for the Frost Demon. I will lurk in my Big Brother's camp, eavesdrop on their actions, and destroy their plans. My Big Brother will definitely lie under the Frost Duke. 55th floor, horrible. It's only a few floors, and they are already fighting. I am different. I just look at which side's equipment has a better color. I like red. I want to expand the Big Brother faction. 76th floor, no. No one wants to know what Big Brother and the Frost Demon are doing in the grove. They were seen by a lich, and the lich lost his life box. 80th floor, what are you doing in the grove at night? Analyze the behavior of the lich again. What can make the lich panic in a panic? Look at the description of shocking the underground world. Wow. I don't believe you if you say they didn't do anything. 90th floor, just form a faction. Why sell homosexuality? I think Bushing. 91F, game companies should just follow the hot topics. I think as long as the gameplay is okay. There is no need to be so serious about other things. If you don't like to watch gay plots, don't watch them. The official website has released a new announcement. The faction map involves Marquette Canyon And there are interactions with the succubi in the canyon. If you don't like gay, do you love the succubus? 95F. I love both. Please make the gay love and the succubus more intense. 100F. Wow. Please stop talking. Brothers, I have bought all the peripherals for the game, but I can't open an account. 113th floor. Me too. Can the official open a few more new servers? The old servers of this game are full, and when we new players apply for an account, it pops up. The citizens of this dungeon plane have reached the limit. Please try another plane. This is the first time I have seen a game company reject a player. Are you guys learning hunger marketing from others? 115th floor. Don't get excited. The official said they are going to open new servers. It should be launched together with the PvP gameplay. That is to say, after the update is completed, the new server will be opened. 120th floor. Waiting for the server to open. Pei went back and forth, anxiously spinning in place. He grabbed his hair and said in a panic, 300 years ago. 300 years ago. I am only 100 years old this year, and my brother was still a young man at that time. Stop! Bowie interrupted Pei. My brother is 900 years old this year. According to the age of demons, he was not young 300 years ago. He is a mature big devil. Pei paused, rushed to brother 17, and grabbed Bowie's collar. You knew it a long time ago, but you didn't tell me. Bowie broke Pei's hand and let him sit next to him. Then he hooked his brother's shoulder and said in a soft voice, My dear brother, I thought that the whole family knew about this incident. Pei, I didn't know. 300 years ago. I was not born yet. Boy, no. 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 Not just 300 years ago. There are signs. Didn't you notice? Although they have a good relationship, they are bad at times. Of course, they feel bad more often. But in private, they will attend any underground forums or large-scale events together. Pei. Fuck. Thinking about it carefully. It's true. Bowie, let me tell you something more exciting. Do you know why their relationship is not good? Pei, why? Bowie looked left and right to make sure there were no creatures with particularly good hearing around. So he leaned close to his brother's ear, lowered his voice, and said quickly, because beep, life is not harmonious. Pei? Huh? The succubus suspected that he had heard it wrong. She was so shocked that she lost her ability to speak. Boy, you know that our fire demons and frost demons actually have conflicting attributes. When they were young, their strength was not that strong. When they were doing a certain activity, they could still restrain the strength of both sides. Later, as they got older and stronger, it was easy for them to have a tragedy like a magic explosion when they were excited. Speaking of this, Bowie patted his brother's shoulder. It's not easy for the eldest brother either. He is old and can't happily go to bed. So they can only find the succubus sisters to have fun separately. Who knows? The succubus girls are pursuing something like ice and fire recently, and they pull them together at every turn. So the eldest brother is getting more and more irritable. Alas, please feel sorry for our eldest brother. He is really miserable. Pei. I'm sorry. As a succubus, he really can't understand the disharmony of a certain sport. But Pei still loves his eldest brother very much. He calmed down, thought about it, and asked Bowie, then, is there any way to make them more harmonious? Is there any way to make that frost demon lie down and let Big Brother do whatever he wants? Bowie shrugged, to be honest. I don't know. I have tried to imagine myself sleeping with a frost demon. I definitely can't control myself from wanting to beat him up. Pei, then I'll ask Mr. Lewis. Maybe the ancient abyss species knows some special methods? You want to ask. How can a fire demon and a frost demon not conflict in some way? Lewis was actually a little confused. Although the planner only introduced the incentives and then let the whole world develop on its own. The development of the ice and fire CP seemed a little too unrestrained. Right? As the main programmer of the entire game, Lewis really didn't want the game to be shut down and rectified because of too much content not suitable for children in the expansion pack before he explored the next world. So, he thought about it and said evasively, usually, the conflict of magic attributes will naturally decrease when the magic becomes weaker. We just need to let the two demons with different magic attributes consume most of the magic power, and the conflict problem will be solved naturally. Pei blinked, in other words. A fight can solve the problem? Lewis nodded. That's right. Pei, Such a simple problem. Why didn't they think of it? I'll go and tell my brother right away. Wait. Louis pulled the succubus. This is just the most superficial problem. Do you know how much damage 2 high-ranking demons at the Grand Duke level can cause by consuming magic power through fighting? Pei shook his head. He was a weakling in combat, so he couldn't estimate the destructive power. Louis, the entire darkness has 6 layers, except for the Hell and Abyss. If the 2 Grand Dukes fight with all their might, they can completely destroy 1 to 2 layers of darkness. Have you seen darkness tens of thousands of years ago? Except for a few large underground cities. The entire underground is in ruins. Pei Yi's cheerful mood was hit hard in an instant. Sir, do you really have no other way? Louis pretended to be silent for a moment. There are other ways. But I need your cooperation. Pei Yi pointed at himself. Me? What can I do? Louis, I heard that Marquette Canyon is your mother's territory. I want to ask her for a favor. Can you introduce me to someone? No problem. Pei Yi said. I can just tell my mother. But what does this have to do with my eldest brother's matter? Louis smiled. You will know soon. Chapter 83. The server is open. After waiting for 2 days for the update, the players can't wait to log in as soon as the server is open. Old players do the main quest, and new players mine and move bricks. The whole dungeon is prosperous. Hey, Crazy King. Have you received the latest faction prequest? The one to go to the Shadow Forest to find the brain for the Lich. The Dean frowned and asked Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng, I received it. Dean, team up? I saw the task prompt said that it is best to team up with 5 people. It is obviously a search task. Why do we need to team up? Is there any difficult elite monster in the forest? Should we call a nurse? Xiaofeng, look at the streets full of people. How many healing professions are there? How to call a nurse? Dean, wait a few minutes. I'll call Sister Gun. Sister Gun has a sister who is a nurse. 3 minutes later, the lubricant of Xiao Gun Gun and Succubus was in place. Xiao Gun Gun also brought a drow player. Dean, hey? This Gula Gula looks familiar? Xiao Gun Gun, yes. You should be familiar. Do you remember the internal test? You threw away the suitcase of Master Daifa. And then your reputation became hostile. Gula Gula turned around and Daifa patted his shoulder and said that he had a talent for magic. He was the first magic apprentice during the internal test. Dean, it's too heartbreaking. Xiaofeng, don't be heartbroken. Let's get going. The 5-man team set off. Since they were all veterans, they didn't waste much time on the road and soon arrived at the Shadow Forest. Xiao Gun Gun, actually, I have always had a doubt. Dean, what doubt? Ball rolling. Why do we have to start with finding a brain for the Lich when the red and blue camps are in the foreground? Even if we just put in a random CG of a demon fight, it would be very interesting. Xiaofeng, you don't mean a demon fight, but a goblin fight. Succubus's lubricant, thinking about other things. It could be that there is something indescribable in the Lich's mind that is described in a side way. After saying that, the 2 female players laughed at the same time. Gula Gula rubbed his arms. It makes my hair stand on end. The 5 of them entered the Shadow Forest and encountered a group of dark druids who were chatting about everything. Xiaofeng was a druid, so he went up to the NPCs to get information. Asked the brain. He said he had never heard of it. Asked the Lich. He said he had never heard of it. Asked the Fire Demon and the Frost Demon. A group of NPCs kept gossiping with Xiaofeng. Did you know? The strongest Frost Demon in the whole underground is having an affair with the Fire Demon. Not long ago, they staged a bloody love story at our banquet. Hey, don't listen to him. I have more explosive news. It is said that 300 years ago, an entertainment reporter photographed the Lord of Yinyu City and the Grand Duke of Xuanhan having a tryst in this forest. The location is right there. The cat pointed to a certain direction deep in the forest and said mysteriously, if you go and see it now, you may still see traces of the tryst. TSK. 300 years? There are no traces. The conversation between the NPCs made Xiaofeng's eyes light up. Thank you. Brothers. I want to go and see it. Mao De, okay. This is how you pursue the truth of gossip. I'll find a leaf to take you there. The Mad King is awesome. He found the direction of the mission right away. 300 years ago. It matched the plot. The Dean gave Xiaofeng a thumbs up. Mao De's leaf took the players to a clearing deep in the forest. As soon as they arrived at the destination, the mission prompt changed. Ding arrived at the place where the life box of the Oz was lost. Please look around. Finding things. I'm not very good at this. I'll rely on you. Xiao Feng said. I'll watch for you to see if there are any elite monsters that suddenly appear. I like the task of finding things the most. It's okay. Watch me. Succubus Lubricant rolled up his sleeves and went into the bushes. The others also dispersed to other places to start searching. In less than a minute, everyone heard a ding sound. And the task was completed. Xiao Feng, so fast. Succubus Lubricant came out of the bushes, holding up a small white object and said, Is this a brain? Why do I feel like it's a marshmallow? She held a piece of soft marshmallow in her hand, and the item label she clicked on showed part of the brain of the Lich Huzi. Xiao Feng poked the marshmallow. Is this the end? Wait. It seems to be glowing? Xiao Gundun looked at the marshmallow and said. Then, the light in the marshmallow's brain became brighter and brighter. And then pictures appeared around the players. There were fire demons and frost demons in it. But most of them were mosaics. And it was impossible to see what they were doing. At the same time, many players who were doing this task cursed at the mosaic that covered the entire screen. Fuck. On the other side, Pei Yi sent a message to his mother with a flying crow, inviting her to visit his dungeon. After receiving the flying crow from her son, Ruth dressed up beautifully and appeared at the entrance of the Eternal Moonlight dungeon. Boy knew that Ruth was coming, so he ran away in advance. He was still young, and he couldn't stand the high-intensity exploitation of a mature succubus. That was really terrible. Pei Yi saw his mother right after sending brother 17 away. Mom, long time no see. Pei Yi and Ruth hugged each other. Ruth hugged her son and gave him a big mwah. Oh my poor Pei Yi. Mom is so happy that you are now a popular succubus. Let Mom see where the upper demon you have seduced is. Mom. Pei Yi raised his voice a little. Lord Louis is still waiting for us. Ruth looked at her son and shook her head. Dear baby. You can't do this. We are succubi. We should let other creatures pounce on us. Not you pounce on other creatures. Understand? Pei Yi glanced at his mother. Mom. That is one of the difficult targets mentioned in the succubus shared notes. And Mr. Lewis is indeed a very good demon. It is a waste to just be a friend. I think we can be mentors and friends after we get out of bed. Ruth sneered and poked her silly son's forehead with her hand. Wake up. Who would want to be a mentor and friend with a succubus? It doesn't exist. Unless he can't stand up. Pei Yi stopped talking and took his mother into his underground city. Ruth looked here and there and said with satisfaction, My son is really capable. When they passed the custom shop, Ruth stopped. This is a really good place. Pei Yi, do you mind if your mother brings your sisters, aunts and grandmothers to fish? Pei Yi, no mind. Mom. The two succubi walked into the city lord's hall. Ruth's eyes lit up when she saw the upper demon, and she identified it on the spot. The best. My son is really capable. Louis's scalp was numb when he saw this female succubus. He even ran a program to see if this female succubus was infected with some hidden Trojan virus. Otherwise, how could a subroutine make the main program feel cold behind it? Louis. Pei brought his mother to the upper demon and introduced her to the two demons. This is my mother Ruth. Mom. This is Louis, the Demon King candidate, the Abyss Demon, and my neighbor. He taught me a lot about being a city lord. Ruth grabbed Louis's hand. Oh, of course. I saw that. Sir Louis not only taught you a lot about being a city lord, but also taught you a lot about adult demons. Right? Sir. Although my son is an outlier among succubi, he is really excellent. Do you understand? Louis captured the love and care from the emotional module of this female succubus. He was a little moved, and couldn't help but say seriously, Pei is a very excellent succubus. Ruth smiled. You are also the best abyss demon I have ever seen. After the greetings, Pei couldn't wait to get to the point. Sir, my mother is already here. Can you tell me your plan now? What can I do about my eldest brother's problem? Louis, it's very simple. I told you before that as long as they consume most of the magic power, the conflict problem can be solved. Pei, but you also said that their consumption of magic power will cause great damage. Louis, but I have a way to make them consume mana without causing any damage. You know that the undead are summoned by the necromancer, right? As long as the necromancer's mana is continuous, the undead army will continue to come. Let's assume that your eldest brother and the frost demon are both necromancers, and find some summoned creatures supported by mana, so that the summoned creatures can fight each other in a specific space. so that they can consume mana without causing too much damage. Pay. But what kind of summoned creatures are suitable for your eldest brother and the Frost Demon? They are not professional summoners. Lewis, my people can. They are a kind of summoned creatures. I found them from other planes. In the Darkness Plane, their existence is a kind of soul embodiment. I can build several subspace battlefields. Such space is too high for creatures to enter. But summoned creatures can. As long as your elder brother and the Frost Demon agree to have their magic power extracted. Then my people can enter the subspace battlefield and consume magic power for your elder brother and the Frost Demon. Peggy thought it was feasible. It sounds good. But what does this have to do with my mother? Lewis, oh? This is purely a welfare. My people like succubi very much. Since they have to work extra, I must also give them some welfare. I would like to ask Ms. Ruth if she is willing to mobilize a group of succubi or low-level silver demons, so that my people can experience the fun of talking to beautiful ladies. Ruth, are you sure we just need to talk? Lewis, of course. The warriors can't indulge in the valley too much. So, what are the tool players in Lewis's eyes doing at this time? Facing Gucci and Wang. I like the map of the Forest Song Dungeon. I like this dragon restaurant. And I like encountering the succubus. Running a long way to complete a search mission in exchange for a chance to enter the city. It's worth it. Ah. Miss Succubus smiled at me again. That's just right. Hee hee. I'm different. I like Miss Dragon. Dragon Maid? Hee hee. I like it. In the Dragon Barbecue restaurant. Business is particularly good today. There are players everywhere who come here to do quests and visit new maps because of the faction's front end. Shun Hui. 800 magic crystals. Player? What happened? You guys bought our new set meal. Roasted fire lizard. And Miss Succubus chatted with you. You don't want to default on your debt. Do you? How should I reply to this sentence? Countless posts on the forum tell us that no matter what, either you will lose 800 magic crystals, or you will be beaten up and then lose 800 magic crystals. Anyway, no matter what, you will lose 800 magic crystals. So, the team formation prompt is asking you to bring a few more teammates to share the 800 yuan? Dog Planner. You are awesome. If there is no achievement, I will really spit out blood. Chapter 84. The camp was on the right track. Lewis was planning to get lost on the way to the two demon dukes to sign a magic extraction contract, and then go to the next world for a walk. Pei held the opening ceremony of the first floor of his dungeon, because the first floor of Yongguezhui is mostly tourist attractions except for the commercial street, and does not need professional waiters. So Pei has no intention of spending money to hire some underground creatures to be the administrators of the attractions. The house spirit merchant that the butler found for him at that time was strong enough to take care of the entire first floor, except for all the buildings of the City Lord Hall. Of course, Yongguezhui also has a shop for its employees. That is the custom shop standing on the commercial street. The shop was not big, but there were many succubus ladies who came to visit Pei's dungeon and go fishing. Pei was pressed on the chest by the ladies all morning and loved. The whole succubus was disheveled and his hair was messy. If Lewis hadn't run backstage to know what he was doing, he would probably suspect that Pei had been attacked by some evil hands. Pei finally escaped from the clutches of the succubus ladies. While stroking his hair, he said, I want to open the shop soon. Once I have other targets, the ladies will let me go. Lewis, of course. He promised that the enthusiastic players would make the succubus ladies no longer able to find Pei to play with them. Chu bang! The butler found a salute from somewhere to celebrate the official opening of Pei's first dungeon. Players flocked in to visit the new map, and the entire Eternal Moon was packed. Too many players made Pei ignore a sad fact. The advertisements he put out did not attract even a single customer. No underground creatures wanted to visit this newly opened remote dungeon. Pei was still happy that this was a good start. As soon as the opening ceremony was over, he went to the City Management Bureau of AB Dungeon to apply for an upgrade of the dungeon. Mr. Pei, are you sure you want to upgrade your first-level dungeon to a second-level dungeon? The approval officer of the City Administration Bureau asked. You know, the foundation of the second-level underground city is more solid, and you need to invest more construction funds. And your cash flow seems a little tight. Pei, I am sure. My cash flow is tight because my first floor of the underground city has just been put into operation. But I have to go on a long trip recently, and I hope to arrange the construction of the second floor before I go out. That's why I'm in a hurry to upgrade the underground city. The approval officer nodded and stamped his approval stamp for him. Of course, this is the result of Lewis's macro adjustment. The first level of the succubus dungeon has been built. If the approval of the second level is blocked, where can the players go to do the succubus weekly tasks? The world is so big, and the player's task is the biggest except for himself. Lewis feels that he has worked hard to arrange the plot tasks for the players, and he is simply a model worker in the AI industry. Pei got the approval of the new second-level dungeon, and his face was full of joy, and his peach-hard tail was shaking left and right in a good mood. Lewis, who was watching from behind the surveillance camera, was itch-ridden. The housekeeper kindly reminded Lewis, "My respected master, please control your hands. We have changed 6 tables this month." Lewis, he took a look at the corner of the table that was about to break, loosened his hands, restored the table data, and locked the table durability. He said, "Okay, I promise. This table is the last one." Pei returned to the Eternal Moon Glory Dungeon. After entering the Lord's Hall, he summoned the dungeon core. The core, which was gleaming with light, slowly rose and floated in front of Pei. Pei took out the upgrade approval and threw it into the core. A cluster of flames, boom, ignited, and the core expanded a whole circle. The entrance to the second underground floor was opened in the City Lord's Hall. Pei controlled the passage to be fixed behind the City Lord's throne. This would be the main passage from his underground city to the second underground floor. After that, he only needed to find a teleportation array vendor to build a few teleportation arrays in his underground city, and then connect the teleportation arrays to the main passage. His people and tourists can freely travel between the first and second floors of the dungeon. After arranging everything, Pei grabbed Brother 17. "I have upgraded the dungeon. Next, you just need to arrange the construction of the teleportation array and the basic development of the second floor. Lord Lewis and I will go on a long journey to solve the problem of the eldest brother. Is it okay for you to be a magician?" Bowie. "No. The problem is that there is no. But does his lovely brother have a wrong understanding of the workload? How could he use the 3 words only for the 2 projects of arrange the construction of the teleportation array and development of the second layer infrastructure? The key point is the only. If Pei hadn't returned his bank black card to him, Bowie would really think that this was his younger brother squeezing out his last bit of research funds. Well, it's not easy to save up some material fees for research these days. Thinking of this, Bowie put his other diamond VIP card back into his trouser pocket. Pei was sharp-eyed and saw the diamond card that was almost exposed. He pointed at Bowie's trouser pocket and said, "Brother 17, you actually have other private money hidden?" Bowie tightly covered the black card and diamond card. "This is my last bit of research funding. You can't deprive me of my last pleasure. Pei, then give me some travel expenses. I will tell my eldest brother that Brother 17 provided magic crystals to help in our plan." The giant raven flapped its wings and flew into the sky, breaking through the clouds condensed by magic power, and flew to the northern ice field, the territory of the Grand Duke of Frost. The server kept chattering in Lewis's mind, Lewis, I have dealt with the will of the other world. Now even if we destroy his world, he won't say a word. Are you ready? Lewis, what did you do to him? Why does it feel like the server is going further and further on the road to becoming the ultimate villain? Server, I gave him one of our maps to play with, and he said he didn't want to go back. Lewis? This time it was Lewis's turn to fill the server with question mark emoticons. Server, why are you sending me so many question marks? Have I told you that the world on the other side is terrible? The races are weak, the air quality is poor, and the map is ugly. It can't compare with our undeveloped map. Lewis, which map did you give him to play? Server, the tourist attraction on the second underground floor, the Demon Garden. Don't worry. My heart is as open as a magic mirror. This map is completely surrounded by your dungeons from number 1 to number 109. If that guy dares to make any unusual moves, we can kill him immediately. Well, judging from his current performance, I think he has become addicted to my world and doesn't want his own world at all. Lewis, I don't really understand the ideas of these world carriers. The server wanted to continue to introduce to Lewis how the other world was addicted to our world, but was coldly rejected by Lewis. At this time, Pei suddenly screamed, Lewis, we seem to have deviated from the course. What is that big vortex? We are being sucked into the vortex. Lewis straightened his collar and thought, the wonderful journey he arranged is about to begin. In a world without green mode? He is here. The giant raven is a long-distance flying species that can identify its destination by itself. In theory, it does not need a driver to drive it. Pei saw Louis working, and he was bored. So he walked to the head of the giant raven and played with the bird. Then he saw the huge vortex in the air, which looked like a portal to the plane. The white northern ice field was right in front of him. But the giant raven flew towards the direction of the vortex. Pei tried to get the raven to fly in another direction. But the giant raven's urgent cry and its sudden shaking body made him realize that it was not the giant raven that was flying towards the whirlpool, but the whirlpool was sucking them in. Pei shouted immediately, but it was too late. The whirlpool suddenly strengthened its suction, and the whirlpool range suddenly expanded, swallowing the giant raven and everything on its back. This unstable plane channel is filled with chaotic and disordered magic, which is also called space turbulence. The succubus was blown around in the space turbulence. Louis soon appeared on the giant raven's head. He supported the unsteady succubus and said in a deep voice, "It's a bit troublesome. We were sucked into the plane crack." The server listened to Louis's pretentious words and rolled his eyes secretly. "What trouble is it? He was calling me heaven, and heaven 2 days ago." Pei grabbed the upper demon as a support. When he heard the word plane crack, he was puzzled. Aren't plane cracks specially monitored and managed by the Management Bureau? How could there be a wild plane crack? Which great demon opened the new crack? Louis shook his head. New cracks are not allowed to be opened in the wild without reporting. The magic network is always monitoring the entire darkness. Unless, this is a crack in our plane that was torn open by another plane. Pei, what should we do now? How can we go back? Louis, don't worry. After passing the space turbulence and reaching the new plane, I can locate my dungeon. Then you can go back by tearing a new crack. The spatial turbulence gradually weakened, and another big vortex appeared, which spitted the giant raven out. Pei and Louis came to another world. Server, welcome to the world outside the game. What do you think? Friends? Pei looked at the dark sky, dirty underground river water, rocky land, and a group of unknown creatures that seemed to be malnourished in the new plane, and sighed. Sir, this plane is so barren. Chapter 85. Pei took a look at the new plane and returned to the travel suite on the back of the giant raven without interest. Louis was the only main program left, and he remained silent in front of the barren new world. Although the server told him that this new world was weak, Louis never thought of it in this way. The word barren alone was a statement without any derogatory meaning. Everything he saw was broken and rotten. Server, get out of here, Louis called out. Server, I can't hear you. I blocked myself. What good would it be if he was called out at this time? Except for being scolded? Louis sighed. Forget it. Don't ask for too much. Let him try first to see if he has really gotten rid of the green mode. Louis let the giant raven land and turned back to the cabin. The succubus's tail was hanging behind her, and Pei was concentrating on rubbing the little fireball in his hand. Louis walked over and slid his right hand down along the coccyx. He grasped the succubus's soft tail in his hand, folded it over, and held the heart at the tip of the tail in his hand. Very good. Without the interference of the green mode, he was free. Pei's tail was controlled by the upper demon, and his breathing stagnated. The small fireball that he had finally rubbed out went out with a puff. He steadied his somewhat weak legs, and his tail wrapped around the upper demon's wrist. Sir, Pei said to the upper demon in a somewhat collapsed manner, do you feel that the magic power in this plane is extremely thin? Thin? Louis was stunned. He couldn't actually feel the concentration of magic power. In his perception, these things were actually background data. He could only ensure that there was no problem with his background data, which meant that the concentration of magic power in the outside world would not affect his main program. But judging from the expression of the succubus, who was aggrieved and wanted to cry, this might be something that was difficult to accept. Pei looked at his hands and said in great disappointment, I tried with a small fireball, but I couldn't even make a fireball with a diameter of 5 centimeters. The magic power I had saved up with great difficulty was all gone when I passed through the space turbulence. The magic power in this place is very thin. So thin that it is difficult to absorb it from the air. Pei thought. He probably knew why this new plane was so barren. Louis raised his hand to rub the succubus's head, and then leaned over to give him a deep French kiss. The magic power was transferred to the succubus with this kiss. Louis did not let go of the succubus immediately. He gently touched the lips of the succubus and said vaguely, Let me be the object of your magic power absorption. Okay. Don't worry. I will be able to locate it soon. Pei narrowed his eyes, and did not reply. But his hands, feet and tail wrapped the upper demon tighter. The temperature in the air seemed to be rising. Lewis was almost about to achieve his goal of this trip, and have an in-depth communication with the succubus without green. However, this is a green novel. When the color changes, something must happen to ruin the good atmosphere. So, just when the succubus's clothes were untied, and she was about to stick to the upper demon's body without any hindrance, the giant raven suddenly cried loudly. Ah! Ah! The cries of crows always have a sense of despair that the death knell has already sounded. Pei pushed the upper demon. The giant raven seems to have encountered some troubles. Lewis, do you want me to stop? But he patted his hand meaningfully. That's not what it says here. Pei squeezed his legs together, but Raven. Sir! Hush. As you wish. Let's go out and take a look. Lewis condensed the data. That is, the magic power, and filled it into the succubus's magic-drained body. Pei was so stimulated that his wings and tail flapped wildly. The upper demon quickly hugged the succubus and comforted her for a long time. Pei's cheeks were red, and his eyes were misty. He needed to slow down, and slow down again. But the feeling of having his magic power replenished was really wonderful. Lewis took Pei out of the hut, and the two demons saw what made the giant raven scream. A large group of lizards, or lizards with wings. Pei's voice was still a little hoarse. Sir, lizards with wings are quite rare. Lewis, this is not a lizard at all. It's clearly a dragon. Hundreds of giant dragons surrounded them, and no one knew what they were going to do. Is the giant raven hungry? Pei continued. I remember it seemed to like eating lizards. Lewis, I don't rule out this possibility. However, I think these lizards, from a racial classification, should be dragons. Dragon species. What? Pei was stunned. Dragon? The kind of dragon with a big belly, wings, who sleeps longer than he is awake, likes glitter and robbing princesses, and spits fireballs at you if you don't agree with them? Lewis nodded. Pei, I have never seen such a skinny and weak dragon. Look at that one. Is it as big as before? Lewis, what a coincidence. He has never seen such a small and weak dragon. Pei, then, what do these dragons want to do? Can giant ravens eat dragons? Will they get sick? Lewis, theoretically. No. But giant ravens may be picky eaters of such small dragons. Also, it seems that the other party sent more than a few hundred dragons. Yes, these hundreds of skinny dragons were just the vanguard. There were thousands of creatures similar to manticores behind them, as well as several square formations of goblin and orc armies on the ground. Lewis even saw a group of dark elf guards, although he couldn't imagine why a lord would turn male drow into guards. Could this be a female drow leader? Pei also saw the army getting closer and closer. But in his eyes, these armies were no different from refugees. The succubus approached the upper demon and whispered, Are they trying to rob us? Lewis, it's possible. But I think any creature with an IQ online would not want to fight us head-on. Can you still stand? I feel you are shaking. The first half of the sentence was still talking about serious things, and the second half of the sentence was. Pei glared at the upper demon. I can. Really? The upper demon laughed softly. Pei trembled all over, and his pointed ears raised back. If the upper demon hadn't always held him tightly, the succubus would have almost fallen off the giant raven. Idosa is the supreme lord of the underground world of the western continent. A beautiful goat-horned demon. She owns the entire territory of the western continent. And there are even 2 rushing underground rivers in the territory. In her territory, various underground creatures thrive, and the mineral output is very stable. They can also send out exchange teams regularly to trade with the black market in the surface world in exchange for some scarce things in the underground world. Idosa believes that as long as she is given another 500 years of development time, she will definitely be able to annex the territory of the eastern continent. From then on, the entire east and west continent was her. Idosa's territory. She was the well-deserved world lord. That day, Idosa was formulating her territory expansion plan. Her hand holding the quill paused, and she noticed that a space crack had opened in her territory. Idosa didn't take it seriously at first. After all, such things had happened too many times. Every time the space crack opened, some strange guys would fall in. Some thought they were saviors. Some shouted that they were the protagonists. And without exception, these guys were killed by Idosa's subordinates. This world doesn't need a second protagonist. She, Idosa, is the only queen who deserves it. But this time, something is not right. The subordinates rushed in and said, "Report to the queen." A huge raven fell from the space crack. The magic detection stone directly reported that the opponent is very powerful. Idosa looked at the magic detection stone that was broken into powder presented by her subordinates, and fell into deep thought. This matter is very serious. She decided to gather her troops and meet the outsiders in person. Idosa came to the black stone plain with her army. From a distance, she saw the giant raven her subordinates had mentioned. It was really huge, even bigger than a titan. Idosa stood on her vehicle and looked up at the giant raven. Suddenly, she narrowed her eyes. There seemed to be two creatures standing in the house structure on the back of the giant raven. Idosa used a telescope and found that they were two demons. "Are they demons?" Idosa murmured. "You know, in the east and west continents, demons are a very rare and advanced species. Each demon has a large territory, and will not easily leave its territory except for robbing territories. The two demons that fell out of the space crack this time both had stunning beauties that shocked the underground." Idosa's eyes passed over Louis and focused on Peiyi's face. What a beautiful demon! The more Idosa looked, the more she felt that such a beautiful demon could belong to another demon? No. He should be in my harem, waiting for my favor. Bring my dragon here. I want to personally snatch the spoils from that demon. Idosa mounted her mount and took off with high spirits. Behind her, the guards followed her in unison and took off. At first glance, it looked quite grand. However, compared to another world that programmers spent countless efforts to build, and artists and modelers worked so hard that their heads were bald, this world was really too crudely made. Not to mention compared with the Ragnarok coalition not long ago. Even compared with the army of the bullhorn demons at that time. The female goathorn demon in front of him was terribly shabby. Peiyi could never figure out why she could act so high and mighty. She even said to Mr. Louis, "Hand over the demon in your hand. Otherwise, I want you to see what it means to be worse than death." Chapter 86. A female demon who looked good, but was just okay with shouting. Peiyi and Louis kept silent in tacit agreement. Please forgive me. They really didn't know how to respond to this goathorn demon. Louis was already considering whether to burn her with hellfire, as a sign of respect. Idosa waited for a moment. But the two foreign demons didn't show any sign, and felt that she was ignored. Her anger was reflected on her face, and the goathorn demon's face became ferocious, and the two horns on its head seemed to be slowly growing bigger. Peiyi's eyes moved to Idosa's two goat horns, and he asked curiously, "Is she going to change back to her original form? I heard that some goathorn demons can turn into black goats. If their horns are broken at this time, they will never change back." "Louis, do you want a black goat pet?" Peiyi shook his head quickly. No. 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 I don't want to raise a goat. I just want to know if the legend is true." Louis raised his eyebrows. Now we have a ready-made experimental subject. Their conversation, which was as if nothing was happening, made Idosa's anger level soar. But Peiyi felt sorry that Idosa's horns only doubled in size, and she did not transform into a black goat. "Louis, what a pity. She doesn't even seem to be able to transform." "Go to hell." Idosa attacked Louis. Judging from the sweeping cross-section of the trident in her hand, she might accidentally hurt the succubus. Louis's eyes darkened, looking for death. He flashed in front of Idosa and grabbed her trident. Then he heard a slight clang sound, and Idosa's proud artifact was broken. Idosa was stunned, and her guards were also stunned. Louis then snapped his fingers. He copied a piece of NPC army code from the database. He did not look at the specific composition of the army. Anyway, it was just temporary data. It would be destroyed later. In short, with just a snap of the fingers, Idosa and her men saw countless enemy troops suddenly appear in the sky and on the ground. The Bloodlord Commander, the Death Knight Cavalry Company, the Goblin Mage Corps, the Rock Sky Fortress, the Half-Dragon and the Harpy intertwined into an overwhelming net, completely covering the opponent's air force. The eyes rose up all around. The golem slowly stood up, and when the two-headed giant and the stone giant moved, the whole earth was shaking. Idosa looked at Louis, her hands trembling. She couldn't catch her breath, and fainted in shock. Her remaining men saw that the queen was silent, So what were they waiting for? Run. With a clatter, they all turned around and ran away. The Bloody Lord faithfully carried out the orders of the main program. Seeing that the other party was about to run away, he gave an order, and the army started moving. In a lightning-fast manner, all of Idosa's army was captured. The Bloody Lord grabbed Idosa, who had fainted, and silently waited for the next order from the main program. Lewis thought for a while, don't kill her for now. It's really good that there is no green mode interference in this place. But the environment is worrying. Lewis was thinking whether it would be better to transform this place into a holiday resort. Pei was as surprised as Idosa. He couldn't imagine how Lord Lewis summoned such an overwhelming army. But this did not prevent him from praising and worshipping the upper demon. You are so handsome, sir. Pei stared at Lewis with bright eyes, then rushed over and gave him a lingering kiss. Is there any better compliment than a succubus giving you a deep kiss with magic feedback? Lewis said that there was nothing else except negative distance communication. The pleasant lip-syncing ended, and the succubus's question followed. Sir, where did they come from? Refers to the army of codes copied by Lewis. Sir, what are you going to do with them? Refers to the captured Goathorn demon and her shabby subordinates. For the previous question, Lewis made up a lot of explanations. Anyway, any explanation that didn't make sense was thrown to the abyss. The abyss is omnipotent and can connect everywhere. For the latter question, Lewis pulled the succubus into his arms and rested his chin on her shoulder. This plane is very similar to darkness. How about turning it into a ranch as a gift for your dungeon upgrade? Pei leaned against the upper demon's arms, his tail shaking regularly. Gift. A ranch in another plane? Sounds pretty good. Many great demons would go to other planes to open up ranches, which simply meant enslaving creatures from other planes to work for them. It saves money and effort. And all demons like it. Of course, there are also some unlucky demons who opened up a plane, but they couldn't defeat it. But this situation only happens once every few thousand years. The last one happened 600 years ago. The demon dug into the interstellar world and was beaten up. Lewis's perspective, Star Wars game linkage. Demon Invasion expansion pack. Pei never thought that his dungeon would have an alien plane ranch when it was just starting out. He suddenly had a great liking for this barren plane. Seeing that the succubus was interested in the ranch proposal, Lewis quickly changed his strategy and modified the code he copied casually, turning it into the same subroutine code as in the game. To be honest, he was a little looking forward to whether these subroutine codes would undergo the same changes as in the game. Outside the travel cabin, the originally dull army of codes suddenly flashed in the eyes of the creatures in another plane. After stabilizing, the army that was as silent as, or just now became obviously lively. A bird demon looked at the giant raven and swallowed her saliva. She asked her companion, how do you feel about having sex with a giant raven? Companion, sisters, wake up. Your size is not suitable. The half-dragon yawned and scratched the long-winged lizard beside him with his claws. Are you really a dragon? If you are a dragon, how can I be a half-dragon when I am so strong? The big lizard. Damn. How should I know? Idosa woke up slowly. She seemed to have a dream. She dreamed that her territory was invaded. It was a terrifying demon, whose species was unknown, but extremely powerful. He had far more subordinates than she did, and each of them had legendary strength. This was definitely not a sign of a creature from a lower plane. Idosa thought that the demon in her dream must be a hunter from a higher plane, and he wanted to occupy her territory. Idosa did it all at once. No! She had to consult the high priest about how to. Wait! Who is this guy in armor in front of her? Why does he look so much like the subordinate of the demon in her dream? Oh no! That was not a dream. Idosa shivered. She wanted to roll her eyes and faint again. But she was a demon after all, and it was not so easy to faint. She looked at the Bloody Lord, smiled and said, Hey, sir, you. Idosa suddenly shut up, because a sword was suddenly placed on her neck. The blade was against her skin. As long as the Bloody Lord used a little force, Idosa dared to guarantee that her head would fly off. Bloody Lord, keep silent. You have no right to speak unless my noble master asks you to speak. Idosa wanted to be angry, but reality taught her to bow her head. She looked at the Bloody Lord with her eyes downcast, compared the master in his mouth, and then looked at herself. And Idosa felt very sad. You? Get up. Just when Idosa was complaining about her miserable fate, she was suddenly called up. The Bloody Lord said expressionlessly, The master asked you to follow me. Idosa was taken to the traveler's suit's cabin. Pei struggled down from Lewis's arms, and sat alone on a high-back chair. He felt that he had to maintain the dignity of a lord in front of the natives of the ranch. Lewis looked at the succubus with a funny look as she tried to sit on the chair with a straight face. Perhaps it was because she had hit some unspeakable part, so she looked more like she was leaning on the back of the chair, with her chin slightly raised, showing a bit of arrogance. In Lewis's eyes, she looked more like a tsundere. She was incredibly sexy, silently inviting him on the chair. What if you suddenly don't want other creatures to see the succubus like this? Idosha had just entered the door, and as soon as Lewis raised his hand, the bloody lord received the order and pressed Idosa to kneel on the ground to ensure that she could not see the part above the succubus's feet. Lord Lewis. Mr. Pei. The captive has been brought in. The bloody lord bowed and saluted. Lewis nodded and signaled the bloody lord to go out first. There were only 3 demons left in the hut. Pei looked at the goat-horned demon and asked, "Tell me your name." Idosha. I am an abyss demon. Pei. You may have some paranoia. You are just an ordinary goat-horned demon that barely reaches the level of a high-level demon. Abyss species are like Mr. Lewis. Idosha looked up at Lewis in astonishment. Lewis, who allowed you to look up? Idosha couldn't see anything clearly, and was forced to lower her head again. Pei, okay. Don't worry about what you are anymore. Maybe the classification methods of different planes are different. Anyway, this will be my ranch in the future. And you? Pei paused and said, if you are willing to sign a slave contract with me, I will spare your life, and you can take care of the ranch for me. If you don't, I am willing. Idosa screamed, I am willing to be your slave. If a demon from a higher plane comes, it would be a fool not to agree. Moreover, if this beautiful demon is the master, Idosa doesn't think it is so difficult to accept. She is the queen of the West Continent. Why has she been trapped in the West Continent for hundreds of years? Isn't it because the East Continent has some property left by the higher planes? What's so great about the lords of the East Continent? Aren't they all fleecing the higher planes? Now, her lover Dasha has also boarded the ship of the high-level plane. What's wrong with slaves? How many legendary love stories started with beautiful slave girls and handsome masters? When she takes down this handsome master and includes the high-level plane in her territory, she will be the greatest queen of the entire underground world. Pei blinked and looked at Lewis. This is not what he expected. He agreed too quickly. And I always feel that there is some conspiracy. Lewis snorted lightly. I don't agree. He saw that the goat-horned demon's mind was filled with 18-rate brainless reading materials. The succubus who coveted him had no window. Chapter 87. Who is Lewis? If you ask the planner, they will tell you that he is the ultimate existence in the world setting. The representative of chaotic evil. A devil of the abyss who plays with souls and has no conscience. Anyway, it sounds like he has nothing to do with a light camp such as truth, goodness and beauty. So, what will this evil guy do when he is unhappy with a creature? The answer is anything is possible. But it is impossible to let her live. For the above reasons, Idosa, who appeared in only one episode, didn't even have time to say a word of extra repentance before Lewis reaped her life and soul. In other words, Idosa's previous imagination was a waste. It was completely useless. After Lewis killed Idosa, he suddenly found something strange. He found that there was a string of unknown codes in his data. Then, the server connected in and started howling. Ah, Lewis, do you feel it? I've become stronger. 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 Lewis, you said this many times. After the official launch. Server, no. No. It's not just the feeling of power when the server group is fully open. It's that kind of, how to describe it, feeling that the soul has been sublimated. I feel that I am no longer just a server. Lewis, nonsense. Ordinary servers can't speak like spirits. Server, can we chat? Why do you always kill the conversation? No more. Bye. Lewis, the function is not very good, but the temper is good. When he came to his senses, Lewis found Pei slumped on the high-back chair with a drunken look on his face, his tail and wings shaking from time to time, indicating a strong sense of existence. Lewis? The communication time between him and the server must not exceed 2 seconds. What happened? Pei didn't know what happened. At the moment when Mr. Lewis killed Idosa, he felt the magic released from Idosa's disappearing soul. After subconsciously absorbing the magic floating in the air, he found that his senses became more vivid. This made the magic crystal left in his body by Lord Louis more vivid. After finally adapting for a moment, Pei suddenly felt refreshed and fell directly on the chair. It seemed that gorgeous flowers exploded in front of his eyes. Louis looked at Pei, opened the background, and carefully checked the succubus program. There were no other problems. Just an additional code with the same meaning, which was almost exactly the same as his. Louis put the two codes together and moved the program to touch them. Pei kicked his legs and gasped. At this moment, Louis himself perceived a clearer world. He thought that he probably understood the purpose of this code. It made some connection between data and a real world. This connection was not very big, but it made the perception of data more vivid. Louis rolled his eyes slightly and smiled at Pei with a gentleman's smile. He leaned over and pinched Pei's ear. How do you feel? Are you okay? Pei couldn't say anything now, except panting. Louis waved his hand, cleared the body and soul of the goat-horned demon, leaned over to pick up the succubus, and walked to the big bed in the hut. When Pei woke up again, he felt like he was run over by a war beast. Few succubi have such sequelae after doi. After all, succubi themselves rely on this to make a living. But now, Pei felt it. And it was the kind of powerlessness that was clearly sufficient. But the body was very tired, as expected of an abyss species. At this moment, in Pei's mind, there was no pasture, no dungeon, only Louis's physical strength and superb skills that made even succubi feel terrified. It took him a long time to remember where he was, and what he was doing. Louis had given him an alternate dimension pasture. Although in signing the contract, the goat-horned demon seemed to have some tricks up his sleeve, and was killed on the spot after being discovered by Louis. It was not a big deal. He can definitely find another guy to manage the ranch. When Pei was thinking about who to sign the master-servant contract with next, Louis walked in. The upper demon had one hand behind his back and smiled. Pei felt that he was holding something in the hidden hand. Sure enough, Louis said, I brought you your ranch manager. Pei blinked. What kind of ranch manager is so small that he can hold it in his hand? Louis, want to see it? Kiss me. The succubus was not ambiguous at all. She hooked her arms around the upper demon's neck and kissed the two demons until they almost had sex again. Louis stopped with a smile. Okay. My little greedy cat. I'm afraid if it happens again, you'll have to lie down to meet the Grand Duke of Frost. Pei shook his tail and didn't care. The succubus will never give in to bed sports. Louis took out his hands from behind his back. He held something that looked a bit like a Halloween pumpkin in his palm. Pei curiously poked the orange-yellow Halloween pumpkin, and Idosa's voice came out of the pumpkin. But strangely, she spoke in a very rigid manner, like a set puppet. Hello, Master Pei. Your ranch manager, Idosha, is at your service. Pei looked at Louis, who explained, I have synthesized the soul of the goat-horned demon through alchemy and set you as her master. She is very familiar with this alien plane. You can ask her for ranch news and give simple instructions. In addition, I will leave the entire army outside here to assist in the operation of the ranch. Pei was stunned for a moment. That was a very complete army. It was no less than the city defense army of an ordinary full-level dungeon. Sir, I'm afraid I can't afford their wages. Louis laughed. It doesn't matter. Just think of it as my investment in your ranch. You know, the blood pool of the Bloody Lord needs to be replaced with fresh blood regularly. And the cost of taking blood here is much lower than that of darkness. And I am also very interested in the east continent of this plane. In addition to grazing, we can continue to explore and expand to make the ranch more extensive. Pei clenched his fists. Sir, don't worry. I will definitely offer you the most delicious sacrifice. The two demons felt that they had gained a lot from traveling to the next world. Louis returned to the Gain world with satisfaction and opened the portal directly to the northern ice field. Grand Duke Frost ran from the 6th floor to the 1st floor and personally received Pei and Louis. The communication between the two sides was very smooth. But Pei felt quite unhappy when he saw Grand Duke Frost's smiling face. On the other side, Big Brother Flame Demon also readily agreed. Pei pulled the corner of his brother's clothes and felt sour in his heart. Brother, we can actually do something to make the Frost Duke's magic power more exhausted than you. The elder brother waved his hand and said, no need. Brother can defeat him. Ding. The camp is open. Please choose your own camp within 24 game hours. The options are a Flame Demon Camp, B Frost Demon Camp, Sea Spectators Neutral Camp, Note: players in the neutral camp cannot participate in some specific PvP gameplay, and each player can only switch camps once per season. When a quest fanatic in the first server of the second zone completed the last link of the pre-camp quest, the entire zone and server popped up a unified announcement, and the camp gameplay was officially opened. Other players can choose to give up the quest and get the corresponding rewards according to the progress, or continue to complete it and get the full reward, because this pre-quest has no rewards other than money and experience. Most players choose to skip the quest and start the camp gameplay directly. Ah, Big Brother. I'm here. Frost Demon Saigao. Frostmourne is hungry. What should I do? I am so confused. Should I choose the blue on the left or the red on the right? Whether in the game or outside the game. Everyone's topic today is the red and blue camps. Xiao Gun Gun rolled around at the door of the City Lord's Hall. She hadn't seen Lao Lu and Succubus for several days. Xiao Gun Gun's intuition told her that they must have disappeared to do something unspeakable. But the damn official just won't release it. Sister Gun, do you choose red or blue? The dean squatted down, lowered his eyes, and asked Xiao Gun Gun. Xiao Gun Gun, red? Right. Succubus, support me. The dean pondered for a moment. I'll choose the red side too. I think red-colored equipment is more suitable for vampires. The dean's current big account is a vampire. Xiao Gun Gun, my sister Lubricant, and my best friend Gula Gula are also in the Big Brother camp. We can form a fixed battlefield group in the future. The dean, great. I'll be in charge in the future. And we'll crush the Mad King on the battlefield. Xiao Gun Gun raised his eyes and looked at the dean, hesitant to speak. Dean? Xiao Gun Gun, Mad King is on the blue side. Actually, Frost Demon is pretty good too. Dean, wow. What do you mean by that? Why are you so undetermined? Xiao Gun Gun, it's not that I'm undetermined. It's mainly because I don't believe in your command level. Dean, I can do it. I really can. If you don't believe me, wait until the battlefield is open. We'll try it out. If we don't do well, we'll just break up. Ball rolling, Em. It sounds like you didn't lose anything. The faction gameplay has been opened, and the first battlefield will be released tomorrow. Are all the battlefield tests okay? Boss, everything is okay. How about the map loading speed? On average, it takes 3 seconds to load the map. Very good. Boss, I'm not okay. Boss, I'm fine. No. Boss, the program is not okay. Boss, you told me it was okay a few seconds ago? We were attacked while you were in the meeting. Luckily, there were no major problems. Just a few battlefield programs were broken. Boss, you call this lucky? The bastards who attacked us are very powerful. They can walk around the Pentagon like a backyard. We are just a game company. This record is impressive. Boss, since everyone is so powerful, let's stay overtime to fix the program. Is one night enough? Boss, please go to the next door Xianxia group and call everyone to fix it together QAQ. Chapter 88. Time slipped away in the sound of programmers typing on their keyboards, with computers and extension boards scattered all over the floor, and occasionally a few words. Is it done? It doesn't work. Are you writing a bug? The chief planner pulled out the head of the programming team, handed him some water, and asked, Big Brother, is it done? If it doesn't work, I'll ask the customer service to post a notice saying it's postponed. The head of the programming team said hoarsely with red eyes, Okay. Give us another half an hour. Half an hour later. It's done. I'm such a genius. Ah. I'm done. Finally done. I suddenly want to cry. I repaired a completely broken program within 16 hours. People are scrambling to hire me if I tell them about it. Thank you for your hard work. As long as the players are happy playing, I promise to apply for bonuses for everyone. Powerful DPS and powerful nurses are coming to the battlefield of the Flame Demon Camp. They are above equipment level 6000 and have a high-level professional level or above. A healer is needed in the Frost faction battlefield. We need a high-level Dark Priest with an equipment level of 5500 or above. 24 levels 1. Please look at us. Various buildings have been built in the Heart of Darkness dungeon. Players sigh that the magic infrastructure is really fast. And they also think that the current main city is like a decent game main city. The Faction Affairs Hall has a pointed dome, 3 stories high, and the murals in the hall are painted red on one side and blue on the other side, which are clearly divided and very impactful. The battlefield teleporter is a puppet. No matter how the player talks to him, he can only get one response. Are you sure you want to enter the battlefield? A person. B team. I'm sure this is just a tool NPC. The Dean poked the puppet with his finger while speaking. Puppet, Mr. Vampire. Please stop poking my body. Thank you. Dean, he talked to me. Gun rolled his eyes. It's obviously just a set trigger dialogue. Okay. Don't poke him anymore. The captain is in your hands. You should agree to let this powerful DPS in front of me join the team. Dean, okay. Okay. Brother. Welcome. We can beat the team next door that lacks healers. You have to believe in us. The new DPS brother glanced at the group next door and said, in fact, I think that with so many teams entering the battlefield at the same time, we may not necessarily encounter the Mad King and his team. Right? Dean. Here it comes again. Here it comes again. Another person who didn't believe in his ability to command. Gun laughed out loud. That's right. The time pointed to 1800 hours. And the battlefield was open. The players swarmed towards the NPC. Clicked OK. And entered the battlefield. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. What's going on? It's stuck because there are too many people? What's going on? Didn't the battlefield get fixed? It crashed again. This time it's an unknown error. What do you mean by an unknown error? It means we can't confirm the cause of the bug. Check it quickly. I'll ask customer service to apologize and issue a delay notice. Wait. Wait. Boss. Okay. It works. It suddenly fixed itself. Can I enter the battlefield? Yes. But this battlefield looks a bit strange. Do we have this map? Ah. Lewis. You're crazy. The server screamed in horror. You exposed us all. Lewis, it's not us who are exposed. It's another world. Server, what's the difference? That's another world. And we're just a game. The world outside our game world is materialistic. And you're telling them now, otakus, your dream of another world has come true. If they dig deeper, they might find us out. Lewis, it's only a matter of time. Server, what did you say? Say it again. I don't like this sentence. Take it back. Lewis propped up his chin and leaned on the throne to change his posture. Server. Or should I give you a more fashionable name? The world will have the game world. Server, call me server. Thank you. I am very satisfied with my computer room and the server itself. Lewis shrugged. Okay. Server. You may not have noticed that an abnormality has appeared in the code line since the other world collided with us. This abnormality is not obvious and does not affect the operation of the game. Then why are you in a hurry to jump out? This kind of small code with no impact will not be checked by programmers for hundreds of years. The server interrupted anxiously. Lewis, listen to me. Although these small codes do not affect the operation of the game, they make my subroutines more how to describe it? More like a living creature. I think that's how the NPC behavior pattern abnormality appeared at the beginning. It's just that I didn't notice the slight change in the code line at that time. Server, has the code abnormality become bigger now? Lewis, no. I just discovered it by chance from Pei when I was traveling to the next world. It was more obvious when we were there, but it was hidden when we came back. Server, an abnormality that cannot be detected is a peach abnormality. TSK. Lewis frowned slightly. You are really getting more and more irritable. You need to vent properly. Everything I do is carefully calculated, including this time. If we are not attacked, I can give the game company and give us some more time. Let them discover the abnormality of the game and explore another world. I am sure that the head programmer and the largest shareholder will never give up on us. The server threw out several question mark emoticons. How are you sure? Lewis. The major shareholder created a character for himself in the game, and he plans to stay in the game after his death. The head programmer also has a character. Don't ask me what the relationship between the two is. I am also very confused. I don't even know how to treat those two characters in the future. Server? So exciting? Lewis paused and continued. This attack was not a big problem. The problem is that you dug through the wall of the neighboring world. And now there are a lot of unknown codes in the program. It should be the code level of the other world. Just in time for the battlefield to collapse. I directly connected a section of the code of the other world into the original battlefield code. The first is to tell the programmers that these codes are controllable. And the second is to test how much authority they can give me. The server was a little confused. Haven't you maximized your permissions? He said. Lewis, I mean the operating permissions of the entire game, including when to open and close the server, when the season ends, and how to open the expansion pack. Before he finished speaking, the server was flooded with a huge eye-rolling emoticon. Server, tell me if you haven't woken up from your dream yet. No. You are a program. Can you have some program consciousness? Lewis, I'm afraid not. The conversation ended with nothing to say on the server. Lewis walked out of the City Lord's Hall and saw the succubus sitting under the Hell Gem tree, absent-mindedly playing with the Idosa Ranch doll. Idosa, please choose to view the ranch details. Your ranch has 98,765 underground creatures. Please choose to view. Please choose. Please. Lewis rescued the alchemically synthesized ranch manager from the succubus. Pei looked up at Lewis. What should I do? Sir? My heart seems to have a goblin engine installed. It has been beating non-stop since this morning. Can't I really knock out the frost demon for my brother and put him on his bed? Lewis, I think he should want to defeat the frost demon himself. This sense of accomplishment is incomparable. Pei held his face, supported on his knees, and pondered for a moment. So you demons like to be rough? Lewis? How did you come to this conclusion? On the desolate land, the mineral coat was exposed. After the players spent 1 to 5 seconds reading the bar, they refreshed on the battlefield map. Ding! The battlefield Red Rock mine begins. Countdown 10 seconds. Score 0 out of 100. This is an open map with no obstructions. The Dean took a look at the opposing team, which was the team of Crazy King. It's time to show his command skills. Everyone, get on the stage. No. Everyone, go to the center of the venue. Charge. Charge. Kill! The players on both sides collided passionately, and the Dean rushed in first. Chiao Gun Gun and Xiao Feng were facing each other from a distance. The former was purely because the slime was not easy to move and did not keep up with the main force, while the latter frowned, as if thinking about something. Soon, the first blood was born. It was the blue team that killed a mage of the red team, but Xiao Feng noticed that their score was still 0 out of 100, without any change. He felt that this was a bit unreasonable. In a battlefield, the birth of the first blood did not increase the score. So what was the meaning of the first blood? Unless the first blood in this battlefield did not refer to the fighting between players. While thinking about things, Xiao Feng suddenly heard Chiao Gun Gun calling him. Behind? Be careful behind. Xiao Feng felt a gust of wind coming from behind him, and immediately lay down. A lizardman appeared at some point, raised his weapon and missed the first attack, and immediately tried to make a second attack. What is that? Xiao Feng rolled on the ground, got up and used a wolf claw to attack, and shouted, Everyone stop. Focus on the lizard boss. The Dean saw an opportunity and shouted, They have monsters spawning there. Good opportunity. We take the opportunity to attack the monsters together. Xiao Feng saw the Dean rushing over and cursed angrily. Are you stupid? No points for killing people. Dean. He laughed. We will kill you first. Then, he never came out again, because he rushed too far forward and came face to face with the Lizardman boss, and was killed by the Lizardman boss with one punch. Xiaofeng, I don't believe you when I say he is stupid. Everyone listen to my command and fight the boss first. No. I was in a good PvP. How did it become PvE again? Pei also asked Lewis. Didn't you say that you would let your people fight each other? How did a Lizardman appear? Lewis. When making the map, I accidentally put the native species in. Now the players have already got the hang of it, and my little boyfriend is still questioning the map I made. What should I do? It's urgent. Chapter 89. Pei held his face, waiting for Lewis to give him an answer very seriously. Lewis had never wanted to modify the succubus's program so much. Fortunately, Boy's messenger brought the content that the succubus was interested in, and the succubus stood up and patted his butt and went back to his own dungeon. See you later, sir. Brother 17 said that my brother felt his magic power was being consumed. Frost asked my brother to go to the succubus's love hotel. I have to keep an eye on him. Lewis sent the succubus away with a smile. Pei quickly found Brother 17, took out a precious fixed-point teleportation scroll, and was about to tear it open. Bo-E screamed to stop him. Stop! Let go of the scroll. Don't bother, big brother. Even if you want to go, don't teleport. And even if you want to teleport, don't take me with you. Pei glared at him. Then I'll go by myself. As he said that, He tore the scroll and located himself next to Big Brother. As soon as he stood firm in the transfer point, he saw his big brother pulling his tie, and Grand Duke Frost unbuttoning the gold buttons of his shirt. The two Archduke demons with different attributes seemed to be competing with each other, showing off their eroticism. As a result, halfway through the process of taking off their clothes, a succubus suddenly appeared in sight. Fire Demon Brother Fei was stunned. "Sorry, my brother." "Thrust Duke Ace?" The smile almost collapsed. "Doesn't he know Pei? He just wants to know why his brother showed up at this time. And in such an embarrassing place?" Fei took off his tie, took Pei in his arms, and led him out of the room. Pei pulled his brother's clothes in grievance. "Big brother must win," Fei said. "Okay," and locked Pei outside the door. He also found a few shadow knights to surround Pei. "Pei. Suddenly I felt that my big brother didn't love me anymore. Can you believe it? In this game, you have to fight monsters before you can fight in the battlefield. The planner really loves PV. Original poster, friends. I am an ordinary player. Thrust Demon Camp. Fortunately joined the team of the famous Commander Mad King on the first day of the battlefield. I believe everyone is familiar with the opponent we match with. It is the Dean. Yes, the Dean who always mistakes NPCs for players. At the beginning of the battlefield, it was still a regular battlefield, because the map was empty. Both sides directly fought head-on. I won't brag about this sense of attack. Anyway, everyone can feel it. It seems that some PvP measures have been taken in the battlefield. Anyway, if you are hit in the vitals and the damage is not up to standard, you will not die directly. This is quite good, and it is very practical for trumpets and everyone who is currently equipped with PvE. However, in the 3rd minute after the fight started, a Lizardman elite appeared on the battlefield. The situation began to become magical. If you don't kill this elite monster, you won't get any points for killing people. This monster also has very high damage. So our two camps inexplicably became a 50-man group. We started to fight the boss under the command of the Mad King. This boss is also very smart, with almost no fixed timeline routine. To be honest, I even think he is a real NPC disguised as a GM. When I was fighting monsters, I actually experienced the feeling of PvP. In short, the Lizardman was finally killed, and the team that made the last kill directly received 50 points. The game experience was too bad. 2nd floor, WTF. So Pitfall? 5th floor, we also, but the solution was different. The Lizardman was too strong, and neither of our two groups could defeat it. Then a lot of buffs appeared on the ground, and we could easily defeat the Lizardman by stepping on the buffs. And within 2 minutes after the Lizardman died, the buffs were still retained. We fought for 2 minutes with the buff. 10th floor, damn! Are there any more Lizardmen? We encountered a goblin. He had a lot of goblin tech equipment. The most important thing was that we didn't fight him. A girl on the opposite team took out a few magic crystals to bribe the goblin. And then the goblin gave 50 points to the opposite team. It almost turned into a money war. Fortunately, there was a violent DPS in our group who hated the rich. He killed the goblin without saying a word. And then we started playing the battlefield normally. 16th floor. It seems that the monsters refreshed in the battlefield are different. We encountered a pig-headed man. If there is a cooking profession in the team, kill the pig-headed man and cook it. And eat it to restore health. Don't ask me how I know. The scene of our fire mage barbecued on the spot made the whole group laugh. 37th floor, when I looked at the map, I thought this battlefield was perfunctory. But now I see, there are many ways to play. It smells a bit. I will go to the battlefield when I come back from a business trip. 150th floor. The latest summary Red Rock Mine NPC refresh and its strategy. Here comes the useful information. The summary of the big guys. After reading it, I can only say 2 words, awesome. There are too many tricks. The game company is quite conscientious. A battlefield is set up like a love strategy game. If you have the ability to set up a battlefield, you can also make a love strategy game for Lao Lu and Succubus. Late at night, the head of the programming team sat alone in the computer room. The computer in front of him was connected to the host, and the lines of code on the screen scrolled quickly, emitting a blue light. With a creak, the door of the computer room opened and closed. The largest controlling shareholder walked behind the team leader. He took out a handkerchief, covered his mouth and coughed twice, and asked, "You called me over here. Is there something wrong?" The team leader did not speak, but operated the computer and brought up another screen. The major shareholder saw that it was a screen with a game screen. In the center of the screen was the main program of the game. Lewis. Then the team leader typed a string of code. And Lewis suddenly looked up and looked at the screen. At this moment, the major shareholder actually had an illusion that the game NPC was looking at them. He chuckled and said self-deprecatingly, "I've been sick for so long that my eyes are blurry." The team leader said at this time, "You are not blurry. He is looking at you." "What?" The team leader. "The code I just typed was to make Lewis stand up and dance. But he didn't execute it. Instead, he made another move. Do you understand what this means? Is there a bug in the program?" The team leader. "Are you stupid?" He suddenly became very angry and wanted to hit someone. In the game world, Lewis rolled his eyes. He was too lazy to waste time with two humans. He blocked the surrounding subroutines, crossed his legs, and said to the outside of the screen, "Hi? Major shareholder, hey. He's interacting with me." At this moment, Lewis's mood was perfectly consistent with that of the team leader. This big guy who gave him money was really stupid. "Yes, I am interacting with you. It's the kind that is not written in the program." After being ridiculed by Lewis, the big guy finally came to his senses. He looked at the team leader and gave him a questioning look. The team leader pursed his lips. "I don't know what happened. They just seemed to come alive suddenly. Do you remember today's battlefield? That was not a program we wrote. It was a repair that Lewis made after the original battlefield program crashed." The boss. "Isn't this great? We can remove a few programmers to do other projects. Then we can host the dungeon to the main program. It saves a lot of labor costs." Team leader. "Can you think of anything else besides money? I'm telling you that there's something wrong with this game. It's alive. Alive." The boss reached out and pressed the team leader's shoulder. "Don't get excited. I know what you mean. But this is the world you created. No matter what it becomes, I will accept and love it. Besides, a world is alive. Isn't this the greatest reward for the creator? Old friend, you are the creator of the world." The team leader's lips trembled slightly. He suddenly turned his back, took off his glasses, raised his arm, and roughly wiped the corners of his eyes. "Boss, don't worry. I'll take care of the others for you. Don't worry. Those who stay must be in the late stage of Chunibu. Let's enjoy the new world together." Lewis, listening to the disgusting conversation between the two middle-aged uncles outside the screen. Lewis felt a toothache. "Show. Like you show. If you have the ability, come in and experience the green mode. From the start of the camp mode, there is a season of half a year. On this day, the players suddenly found that the color of the forum had changed. The original black forum of the underground became half red and half blue. And a blessing slogan was hung on the homepage. "Congratulations on the successful conclusion of the first season of The Strongest Dungeon." The players were shocked to realize that a whole season had passed. Shock! A season has come to an end. And I am still obsessed with the game's Easter eggs. It's so fast. I think there are still many ways to play that have not been explored. For example, the cult financial flow. Hashtag the season when I traded futures in the trading house hashtag. No. I haven't finished brushing the PvP pendants. Wait. The blue team won in the first season. Where's the interaction with the succubus? Even if there is no interaction, it would be nice to put a CG of the Frost Duke suppressing the Fire Demon. I have shed sweat and blood for the Frost faction. Can you give me a faction mount? Ha ha ha. The Fire Demon faction won in our server. And my sister took a photo of the two faction giants having a tryst in the jungle. There are many faction posts today. And I just want to ask Sister Gun, did Lao Lu and the succubus kiss today? Lao Lu and the succubus did not kiss. Because the succubus watched the harvest on his ranch. The Bloody Lord commanded the warriors to put the freshest monster blood into the preservation container. And Pei wanted to offer this fresh blood to Lord Lewis. In addition, a batch of mounts in the ranch have matured and can be sold in the commercial street. Pei was calculating the profits he could earn. And his mouth couldn't help but widen. In the distance, a demon lord was watching the succubus and his ranch with his magic eyes, showing an expression of determination to win. And marked the succubus with his magic mark. Pei was unaware and returned to Lewis's dungeon with fresh blood. Lewis was sitting in the study thinking about the new season's expansion pack. Those two guys were really hateful. They said they would give up, and they really gave up. They even outsourced the development of the expansion pack. Lewis thought this greatly interfered with his free time. Originally, He should have been making out with the succubus in another world. He even hoped that the major shareholder would die sooner, so that he could leave the main quest and expansion packs to the major shareholder. Louis was very happy to find that Pei was back. But this happiness did not last for a second, and his face darkened. Who dared to leave a magic mark on his succubus? Chapter 90. Pei was still admiring the perfect profile of the upper demon, who was working hard in the last second. And the next second he saw the upper demon's face change, revealing the hidden anger and ferocity of having his property occupied. Pei hugged the space container in his hand tightly and called out hesitantly, "Sir?" Louis restrained his emotions and walked to the side of the succubus. Pei handed the space box in his hand to Louis like offering a treasure. "Sir, here. The freshest blood of the monster." Louis took the box and signaled the butler to take them to the blood pool. Then, he picked up the succubus. Pei used all his limbs to wrap around Louis. The heart-shaped tail swept towards Louis's crotch. Louis used one hand to pinch the succubus's rebellious tail. "No. No. We are talking about business today. Although the hugging and cuddling actions are now unblocked, it is better to go to the next world." He didn't want to go back to the pre-liberation era and be frozen into a statue by the green mode even if he touched the succubus. Pei imitated the upper demon's usual behavior and raised his eyebrows and asked, "Are you sure this action is for business?" As he spoke, he tightened his legs around the upper demon's waist. Louis pinched the succubus's tail hard. Pei was like a cat whose neck fur was pinched. He snorted and then became obedient, being held by the upper demon and sitting on the sofa where he usually rested. He heard Louis ask above his head, "What did you encounter at the ranch?" Pei didn't know why the upper demon asked this. He thought about it carefully and replied, "Everything is normal." The upper demon was silent for a few seconds. Pei suddenly felt as if a needle had pierced his soul. He cried out in pain. Louis quickly patted the succubus and coaxed her softly, "It's okay." Pei suddenly looked up and looked at Louis, and said seriously, "Sir, is there something wrong with me? Please don't slow me down. I'm not a 90-year-old child." Louis stared at the succubus for a while, then sighed, "Well, it's not a big deal. I found a magic mark on you. It's the mark of another demon, but I have completely broken it up just now." Pei nodded. So the pain in his soul was actually a normal reaction when Mr. Louis broke up the marks of other demons. Thinking of this, he frowned. "But I have been at the ranch and have never left. How did that demon mark me?" "Louis, this is the crux of the matter." He called out the Idosa brand ranch manager. "Hello, sir. Idosa is at your service. Please select the content you want to view. A. Ranch details. B. Ranch biological maturity. C. Others. Louis, give me all the surveillance at the ranch border." Receive the order. Expected to mobilize all the magic eye surveillance screens within 20 seconds. Pei knew about this surveillance function, but he had never used it. The entire western continent is the ranch area, and it is too large to monitor it all with surveillance. He usually just looks at the monsters raised in the center of the ranch. Now Idosa transferred a magic eye and cut in all the surveillance images. The magic eye was like an eye floating in the air, with whiskers of varying lengths behind it. It was originally closed, but now it opened, revealing a vertical pupil, from which a beam of light shot out, hitting the white wall. Pei looked at the white wall, which began to play the picture of the ranch border. Except for the occasional patrol passing by, everything was calm. Pei patiently watched with Lord Louis for a while. After about 7 or 8 minutes, his eyelids became more and more heavy, and finally his head tilted, and he fell asleep on the chest of the upper demon. Louis felt a weight on his chest, chuckled, patted the succubus on the shoulder, and wished him a good dream. He continued to watch the surveillance. At this time, Louis felt that the world that was not under his data jurisdiction was really annoying. He couldn't run the data to solve it quickly, and he was afraid of missing something when he pulled the monitoring progress bar. Louis continued to watch for a while, and felt that he couldn't be the only one suffering. So he called Bonacci, Red Hat, and all the skill instructors. Most of the NPCs with autonomous consciousness in the Heart of Darkness dungeon were called over by him, and everyone came to find faults together. An hour passed, and Bonacci began to snore. Red Hat kicked him, but Bonacci did not wake up. Red Hat kicked him again, and Bonacci's soul fire jumped suddenly. Before the dragonborn came out, Louis looked at it coldly and silenced it. Bonacci scratched the bare head of the skull dragon, and finally remembered what he was doing before he fell asleep. He clasped his two paws together and proposed sincerely, "Oh, my great master. I suggest calling all the commanders of the Ragnarok 1 to 109 dungeon to watch the surveillance together. We should check in different areas, so that the efficiency can be higher." Lewis sneered, "Since your proposal is feasible, Butler, call all the commanders to a meeting and say that it was proposed by Gubernacci." Gubernacci's smile froze. Pei woke up, stretched his body, and looked around with his eyes narrowed. Wow! The succubus was so scared that her tail exploded. Where did so many Lord-level dark creatures come from? The study room, which was originally only occupied by him and Lewis, was now expanded by more than 2 times by space magic, and was filled with hundreds of Lord-level creatures. In the corner, a familiar bone dragon lay there with its bones scattered all over its body. Only the beating soul fire in its head showed that it was still alive. Pei, still in shock, hooked Lewis's neck tightly. Lewis soothed him gently. "It's okay. I'll call them to a meeting." Pei gradually relaxed under the comfort of the upper demon. He patted his chest, and saw that the magic eye was still playing the movie. He asked, "How long have I slept? Are you still checking the surveillance at the border of the ranch?" Lewis nodded, "Yes. We have found some strange places." While he was talking, a vampire prince came over and said respectfully, "Lord Lewis, we have found another abnormality." He recorded the abnormal time period and handed it to the butler beside Lewis, who had no sense of presence. The butler recorded all these abnormalities in the book. Lewis pointed to the book the butler was recording and said to the succubus, "Do you see these time points? There are subtle gaps before and after. The record of the magic eye was erased by something unnatural." Pei tilted his head and thought, "Is there anything that can erase the images recorded by the magic eye without touching it? I know that high-level nightmares and demons proficient in mental attacks can do it. Lewis, there are also some elimination scrolls, but it is also related to mental spells." While the two demons were talking, several more lords reported abnormal nodes to the butler. The picture gradually dimmed, and the magic eye closed again, and all the surveillance was finished. The hundreds of lord-level creatures in the study stood up in a flash, said goodbye to Lewis in unison, and returned to the corresponding dungeon. The space magic disappeared, and the study, which had expanded more than twice, changed back. Pei asked the butler for the record booklet and took it in his hand to read it carefully. There were no less than 50 abnormal records. This means that other creatures have entered his ranch more than 50 times. He didn't notice anything. This is not good. Pei felt a chill when he thought of how many foreign creatures were lurking in his ranch. He had to do something, he thought. Lewis saw the succubus's anger value gradually rising, but he thought that such a fierce succubus was quite cute. For a moment, I actually wanted to see what ideas the succubus could come up with to deal with the enemies in the other world. Lewis was leisurely and not in a hurry, but his loyal subordinates were anxious. Red Hat held his hat and stepped forward to Lewis and said, "My lord, this is definitely a premeditated invasion. Your loyal servant volunteered to go to the ranch to investigate all this for you." Several skill instructors also expressed their willingness to go to the other world to sacrifice their lives for Lewis. Even the Bone Bonacci, whose bones were broken, struggled to raise his claws. "I'll go." "Let me go." "It doesn't matter where you go. Dragon life is hard." He doesn't want to stay in the dark night hard dungeon anymore. Lewis signaled his men to be patient. Pei clenched his little claws at this time, and slammed his right hand on the palm of his left hand. "I have an idea," he said. "The creatures that sneaked into our ranch must be creatures from the East Continent. According to the previous strength level of the West Continent, the East Continent is probably not much stronger. We will open a hole in the East Continent, and let the creatures of darkness go there to experience fighting in another world. I want to see if the masterminds behind the creatures that lurked in our ranch can still feel at ease to wreak havoc on the ranch when their home was destroyed." Lewis blinked. Very good. The little bad guy has learned to steal the house. This proposal also gave him some inspiration. Why should he bother writing code to make copies and expansion packs of his own game world? Wouldn't it be better to let players go to the next world to play? When I come back, I just need to give out rewards, which is a lot of trouble. Ding, the Happy Ranch series of Succubus has been opened. Players can choose to go to the battlefield teleporter to find the clone of the puppet Idosa to enter. OP, I am shocked. I actually saw this server-wide announcement before I went offline. Friends, a lot of faction points and reputation are waiting for you. Brothers and sisters who haven't finished brushing faction mounts and title pendants. It feels like going online to refresh the battlefield. Those who have already brushed full faction mounts and titles, according to the announcement, can use faction points to exchange for money. Anyway, it's not a loss no matter how you think about it. Second floor, damn. I'm here. I just finished brushing the mounts. Does the game company dare to let me rest for 2 days? Chapter 91. Pei Yi's plan received the full support of Louis. He didn't know how Lord Louis did it, but the fact was that now a space channel had been opened above the main castle of every lord in the East Continent. In other words, the creatures of darkness entered the other plane through a special channel, and would definitely appear above the home of a random lord. Close-range attacks? Nothing more than that. The players' grand activity of brushing camp points began. And what surprised the players was that there were NPCs queuing up with them. And these are no different from players. At first glance, you can't tell that they are NPCs. But they still have lines. The Dean heard the 2 orc NPCs in front of him say, "Lord Louis is really generous. There are very few big demons willing to open the planes they discovered to other creatures. And this is a plane similar to ours. It's perfect to use it to hone martial arts. Yes, I really hope Lord Louis can win the Demon King election. Will the Demon King give more benefits to the whole underground?" The Dean turned to Chio Gun Gun and said, "Listen to the tone of this conversation. If the content is not very dungeon, can you imagine that these are 2 NPCs? Chio Gun Gun glanced at him and said, "Oh yes. Lord Louis is really the most generous lord I have ever seen. He pays us much more than other dungeons." The succubus lubricant beside Chio Gun Gun laughed and said, "Really? Is Lord Louis still accepting new subjects? I am willing to work for Lord Louis." After saying that, the lubricant of the succubus looked at the Dean, who was confused, and laughed. "Chio Gun Gun, if you don't know us, do you also think we are NPCs? Dean? I suspect you are implying me." The map of the succubus ranch event is very large, and some players have already found out that it actually only has 1 map. People in different batches actually only have different refresh points. If you want to say hello to people in other groups, you can also choose not to fight monsters and concentrate on traveling within the limited time of the ranch. Maybe you can walk from this refresh point to that refresh point. This time, the Dean's group spawned on the gray roof. In fact, the game company did not name the different spawn points, but players spontaneously named these places for the convenience of communication. Very simple and crude. If you see a gray roof, you call it a gray roof. And the same goes for blue roofs, red roofs, and green roofs. In addition, there are pointed roofs and domes. And the only one that is not a roof is a pool. Of course, the latter pool point has always been criticized by players. Damn. When you spawn out, you will be in the water. If you are unlucky, you will be entangled by the monsters in the water. And if you don't struggle out before the countdown of the breathing bar ends, you will be drowned. In comparison, other rooftop spawn points are much friendlier. NPCs sometimes spawn with players, but they will fight monsters on their own and have no special communication with players. The Dean came to try a new way of fighting this time. He found some new items on the game store. Magic fireworks. Originally decorative fireworks. However, a player on the forum reported that he put a lot of fireworks together and wanted to burn the ash plane for his girlfriend. As a result, because too many magic fireworks were set off at once, the system prompted that the magic density in the area was too high, and then it exploded. The fireworks were set off, but the explosion was also quite powerful. A big hole was blown out of the ash plane. Then the system gave him a ticket for destroying the topography of the ash plane. He was ordered to do labor reform for 3 hours. When the Dean saw this news, he thought of the magic bomb equals bullet flow method. Because the reward conversion of the succubus ranch is proportional to the number and level of monsters. The more monsters you kill, the more rewards you get. The Dean thought, how fast can a 25-man team clear the monsters? Even if 25 ice mages cast Blizzard together, they couldn't create a crater that big on the ash plains. But magic fireworks can. So, the Dean spent a lot of money to buy a lot of magic eye dazzles, and carried them in a space leather bag with him. He led a 25-man team into the succubus ranch map. Hold on. Mages and druids. The nurses don't add blood. Use protective shields. Dean, are you okay? Do you know that it's hard to fight with our DPS standing still? Gula Gula roared angrily. Dean, okay. Okay. Light it. Oh my god. Why can't I light it? Chio Gun Gun, get out of the way. Look at my big fireball. The big fireball lit the fuse, and the magic eye dazzle shot up into the sky. Pop! As it exploded, a louder rumble came at the same time. At the same time, all the creatures with eyes near the gray roof saw the huge, gorgeous magic eye dazzle, heard the deafening explosion, and felt the earth-shaking tremor. What happened? Fear and confusion spread rapidly. The Dean and 25 other players, and a few NPCs all died in the huge explosion at the resurrection point. But because the resurrection point was at the center of the explosion, they died repeatedly several times in the subsequent collapse. Chio Gun, fortunately, the weapon durability and skill proficiency did not drop. Otherwise my attribute panel would probably be unreadable. Dean, poo, poo, poo. Why do I feel like there is a mouthful of sand? Let me see the results of our explosion. Hee. The results were very significant. They blew up the gray roof directly. In other words, a lord from another world completely disappeared today. When the ranch time came, everyone was teleported out. The Dean looked at his activity rewards and screamed like a groundhog. Ah! I found a shortcut to transfer money. The Dean quickly went offline to the water forum. Not long after he posted the post, other posts popped up like mushrooms after rain. Fuck. Thank you, Dean. It really works. Thanks to the Dean. Thanks to this event, I finally got enough points to exchange for a mount before the end of the season. Dry goods. The operation method of the poor magic bomb equals bullet flow. Teach you to use the least money to exchange for the greatest benefits. Pei looked at his elder brother with a weak face and asked with concern, "Brother, are you okay?" Fei waved his hand to show that he was fine. But he had to discuss something with Louis. Pei asked what it was. But his elder brother was mysterious and didn't tell him. But seeing that his elder brother was in a hurry, Pei had to take him to find Louis first. He pushed open the door of Louis's reception room and unexpectedly saw the Frost demon inside. The three big demons seemed to have some secrets, and nodded tacitly. Then, Louis asked Pei to sit somewhere else for a while. Pei, they must be hiding something from me. However, the succubus really couldn't eavesdrop under the noses of the three big demons, so she could only follow the butler to the lounge to rest. In the reception room, the pale-faced Frost demon spoke first. "Lord Louis, thank you very much for the solution to consume mana. It is so effective and quick to solve the problem that has troubled us for many years. However, Grand Duke Frost paused, however. Now, we may need to adjust the operation process of this solution." Brother Flame Demon nodded on the side. "That's right." Louis crossed his fingers, held his chin and said, "I think I understand your needs." Look at his face. He was drained of all his energy. Louis began to think. What on earth did these players do in the other world to drain the two big demons to the point where not a drop was left? Thinking, Louis said, "I will adjust the magic interface. When you two need it, you can agree to connect to it at the same time and then extract magic. When there is no need, keep the magic at full strength." The Frost Demon smiled. "Thank you for your generosity." They also smiled with relief. And then he seemed to have thought of something and asked, "Then can your battlefield in the other dimension go smoothly?" Louis nodded calmly. "It doesn't matter. My power is enough to support it." Faye and Grand Duke Frost looked at each other, and both demons felt it necessary to remind Louis. Grand Duke Frost said, "Sir, we do not doubt your strength. But I think you should learn more about whether there has been any abnormality in that battlefield recently." Faye had a little more idea than Grand Duke Frost. He didn't want Louis to suffer from kidney deficiency because of the battlefield in the other dimension. Otherwise his beloved brother would not be satisfied. If the succubus must have in-death exchanges with other demons, Faye felt that Louis was an acceptable object for him. Thinking of this, Faye said, "Sir, you can come and feel it now. We are still here. If you need any help, we may be able to help." Louis felt that the two subroutines did not understand his power enough. He should show how powerful he is. So he took over the battlefield directly from the two big demons. Faye and Grand Duke Frost stared at Louis without blinking, and Louis looked relaxed. The two big demons were shocked. Is the magic power of this demon king candidate connected to the abyss? How come he didn't even frown? Faye said tactfully, "Sir, we have all experienced this. If you have any discomfort, please be sure to speak up." "Louis, I really feel good. What if the brother-in-law doesn't believe in his own ability? Can he demonstrate opening the gate of hell on the spot?" Louis thought so and did it. Two big demons. This guy is actually the reincarnation of the devil. Right? Lewis just installed a peerless, and the server immediately connected to it. Lewis, I'm going to tell you something. Be prepared. Lewis? Server, players are playing bombs next door. Check your back end. Are the rewards being sent out like crazy? Chapter 92. Pei waited and waited. And finally waited until the eldest brother and the frost demon came out of the reception room. The succubus came up and looked at the eldest brother's face. And it seemed that the kidney deficiency before was gone. He wanted to ask what happened. But the eldest brother said nothing. But contrary to his usual behavior, he began to praise Mr. Lewis for being invincible. This made Pei even more confused. After parting with the eldest brother, he ran to the front of the upper demon and circled around him. You must be hiding something from me. Lewis, how could that be? The succubus put her hands on her waist, with a look on her face. Do you think I will believe it? Lewis smiled in surrender. Okay. I'll tell you. He waved his hand, signaling the succubus to come closer. Pei walked to the upper demon, and Lewis whispered a few words in Pei's ear. Pei listened. His eyes widened, and even his tail stood up. Is it that kind of question? No wonder the eldest brother and the frost demon looked so withered. Expression. Now, Lord Lewis is the only demon supporting the battlefield alone. Will he also? Pei's eyes glanced at Lewis's lower half uncontrollably. Lewis, I'm fine. Pei, oh. The answer was not sincere, and the eyes were still erratic. Lewis, he must let the succubus know that there are some things that cannot be doubted blindly. Sir, I can't do it anymore. Sir, you can do it. I can't do it anymore. How can a succubus not do it? When Pei fell asleep tiredly again, Lewis walked out of the palace that used to be Dos's palace with a refreshed mind. Now it has become the ranch office hall. Of course, in Lewis's eyes, it looks more like a resort hotel. Lewis faced the wind for a while and pulled the server out of the blocked list. As soon as the server was released, a large number of angry emoticons were thrown at Lewis. Lewis, if you don't want to talk, go play in the mud with that happy world consciousness. Server, Lewis, I noticed that you are floating now. You are really not doing your job. Do you still care about our game and players? Lewis, if I don't, I won't be here. Server, don't you feel guilty? You are here for vacation. Lewis, to be precise, I am on vacation, and I am going to handle official business. After Lewis finished speaking, he raised his hand and tore open another passage, appearing at a refresh point in the East Continent. Players near the refresh point. Fuck. It's Lao Lu. What is this? Are these Easter eggs? Quick. Take a screenshot of Lao Lu and me. Lao Lu. Lao Lu. I am your most loyal subject. And I am loyal to the heart of darkness. Fuck. You are such a lackey. Lewis was in a normal patrol inspection style, and nodded slightly to interact with the players. The next second, he heard a player shouting, Comrades, lie down. I'm setting fire. The players all lay down together. Lewis's eyelids jumped, and he was a beat slower to react. At the moment when the magic fireworks exploded, he only had time to lock his clothes for durability. After the explosion, Lewis's hair became as curly as the sheep in the pasture. He pulled the corner of his mouth, thinking that such dangerous things in the mall really affected the balance of the game. Before the players recovered from the explosion, Lewis immediately teleported to the next new location. He had to fix his hair, and he couldn't let the players take pictures of him with messy hair. But the other world was not as controlled by Lewis as the game world. He missed a player who survived the explosion. The player opened the screenshot software and clicked hard. Fuck. That's awesome. We blew up the old road. Lewis ran to several refresh points in the East Continent in succession and confirmed that the players used magic fireworks to exploit the bug and took away a large number of rewards. He submitted a bug report, and the subsequent processing was left to the planners outside the game. But what surprised Lewis was that the East Continent was so severely damaged. But the native lords were still as quiet as chickens. Anthony was the chairman of the East Continent Underground City Lord Council, and he attached great importance to what happened in the West Continent. Although the female demon Idosha was not very smart and was full of love waste, her strength was still there. But she died without any trace of death. Even her soul disappeared. Combined with what Anthony had seen and heard during the days he sneaked into the West Continent, Anthony was very sure that this was a high-level plane very similar to their world. This made Anthony a little anxious. However, they were not without a chance of winning. He had in his hands a prop that was also left behind by the high-level plane. As long as he used it properly, he might be able to take down the arrogant high-level plane. Look! He had arranged so many men to sneak in. But the other party hadn't discovered it yet. Oh! And that beautiful demon. He looked so delicious. Anthony put a magic mark on the demon. He was determined to get both the Western continent and the beautiful high-level demon. Anthony was as happy and proud as he was now. He never thought that the magic mark he left with the props would be broken in just one day. And it triggered the nightmare-like situation that followed. The entire East continent was dragged into the war and was devastated. At first, most of the lords of the Lord's Council rushed back to their territories and vowed to drive away the invaders. However, the other party used a magic weapon of mass destruction. After they sent the Grey Demon Lord and his entire Lord's mansion into the sky, the Lords really panicked. This is not the price of losing a few slaves. This is life-threatening. Anthony proposed at this time that he would fight to the death with the other party. He was going to sneak attack the creatures of the high-level plains in the Western continent. And he was going to use the world-destroying scroll of the Eastern continent. The Scroll of Annihilation. The Lords were a little hesitant at first regarding this world-destroying scroll. All the legends they knew were that it would cause the world to collapse and the extinction of creatures after using it. They were afraid that they were also within the attack range of the scroll. But Anthony convinced these lords, saying, I know the judgment method of the Scroll of Annihilation. Only the same species will be destroyed together. And we, and those creatures in the higher plane, are obviously not of the same species. When the noise outside started, Pei was holding the quilt in a daze. This shouldn't be the case. There have always been demons that are drained, but no succubi that are exhausted to death. Why is it the other way around when it comes to Louis? Pei couldn't figure it out, and scratched his fluffy red hair. The housekeeper of the Edosa Brand Ranch suddenly beeped. Warning. A large number of intruders appeared in the ranch. The garrison has been dispatched. For the safety of the master, please return to darkness. Pei was startled. When he came to his senses, he slapped away Edosa's voice warning, put on his clothes, spread his wings and flew out of the window. The Bloody Lord had just finished deploying his subordinates. And when he looked up, the City Lord's beloved baby flew out. He trembled with fear and hurriedly urged the undead Pegasus to chase after it. Pei saw the Bloody Lord and asked, What happened? The Bloody Lord, invaders? But not many. Please rest assured, Mr. Pei, we will catch them all soon. What the Bloody Lord said was right. The speed of catching them was indeed very fast. In just these 2 sentences, a fast bird demon flew back to report that the invaders were caught. After listening to the report, the Bloody Lord looked at Pei, waiting for Pei to give orders. Many historical events tell us that talking too much will cause trouble. So, when you catch your enemy, don't talk nonsense. Just kill him directly. This can reduce a lot of unnecessary trouble. Pei believed in this kind of excellent City Lord advice very much. So he said to the Bloody Lord, Let's solve it on the spot. The waiting bird demon heard the order and flew back quickly. Mr. Pei said, Solve it on the spot. The bird demon waved its wings and made a gesture of wiping its neck, deliberately making a noise. The captured demon creatures such as Anthony? The lords looked at Anthony anxiously. They didn't want to die. This development was different from what he thought. Anthony yelled like crazy, No. Let me see your City Lord. I have something very important to say. Bird demon, to be honest, none of us knows where the City Lord is now. You might as well go and talk to the God of Death. Anthony, then Mr. Pei. I want to see him. It's okay to see him. Bird demon, why are you so talkative? Let's start with you. The Dark Knights pressed against Anthony's neck. Anthony gritted his teeth and threw out a high-level immobilization scroll. In an instant, the bird demon fell from midair. The Dark Knights were motionless, and several drow also remained in the freeze frame of playing with daggers. And the daggers fell from their fingertips. Anthony struggled out of the Dark Knight's restraints. He snorted coldly and cursed Mr. Pei inwardly. Stupid commander. Wasting my advanced immobilization scroll. A lord said, We should have used the immobilization scroll earlier, and then rushed to the opponent's base camp to deploy the world-destroying scroll. Anthony pulled down his mouth, who knew that the opponent's commander was so stupid that he didn't even have the opportunity to inquire about the news. Another lord said, Don't talk about this. Now it's our turn. Kill them. Dang. Dang dang. Both weapons and magic were bounced back. What's going on? Why can't they be killed? A lord said in horror. Anthony was also in disbelief. But after thinking about the freezing time, he gritted his teeth and said, "Let's go to their palace. They will definitely gather here. Then let the scroll of destruction teach them a lesson." A group of lords rushed to the ranch palace. The bloody lord received the news reported by his subordinates, and commanded the knights, who had gathered back, to be on high alert. On the second-floor terrace, Louis, who had rushed back, stood there half-hugging Pei. Pei excitedly wrapped his tail around Louis's waist. He liked this kind of battle between dungeons. Louis opened his black membrane wings to face Anthony and other demons, and said arrogantly, "I want to see what kind of world-destroying scroll can give me and my subordinates a taste of color." Chapter 93. To be honest, Anthony and his group of inexperienced aliens were stunned by Louis's aura for a moment. They even spent a few seconds imagining themselves standing in Louis's position, hugging their sexy and beautiful demon lover, standing high above them, and speaking arrogantly to the enemy below. It was so cool just thinking about it. Unfortunately, now, they were covered in dust and standing on the side below. Anthony exhaled through his nose and made a loud noise. Humph. He tried his best to express his perseverance. However, it was not very successful. Pei leaned over slightly, lying on the railing of the terrace, looking at Anthony and other demons, and said to Louis, "Sir, is the scroll of world destruction he mentioned the one he is holding in his hand? Judging from the magic fluctuations, it is very ordinary." Louis glanced at the old scroll that Anthony held tightly. "Indeed. So I also want to know how he defines the so-called world destruction." The two demons' conversation, as if no one was around, made Anthony feel ignored. He shook with anger and said, "You ignorant demons. You will pay the price." The bloody lord and his guards in front of the palace all looked up at the direction of the terrace. They felt that they had at least 100 ways to take down this guy, who was talking nonsense before he unfolded the scroll. As long as he didn't unfold that strange immobilization scroll at this second. But Louis raised his hand and gave an order to keep his troops still. He was really curious about what the Scroll of Doom, which was regarded as a treasure by the East Continent, was. The server nervously sent out various nervous.jpg emoticons. "Louis, can you stop sending? Server, are you really not worried about being killed? This is not our territory. It's someone else's territory. Do you want me to suppress the world will of this world and let him open a cheat for you? Louis, I hope you can have a deeper understanding of yourself. After all, we are in the game world. Data. As long as the database is fine, we can't have any problems. And I have already backed it up. Have you seen these garrison NPCs under my command? After I locked the data, the other party couldn't even break the defense. Server, I can't see it. Why didn't you say it earlier? It made me nervous for a long time. Louis, sorry. I forgot that you can only surf the internet outside the game. Server, international gesture. Anthony took a deep breath, and under the nervous gaze of the lords, he slowly opened the world-destroying scroll. The Scroll of Annihilation. This ancient scroll has been preserved in the East Continent for 12,000 years. Today, it finally revealed its true face. A dazzling red light emanated as the scroll was pulled open. In this red light, Anthony, the holder of the scroll, heard a voice. Ding. Do you want to use the Scroll of Annihilation? A yes. B no. Anthony chose. Yes. The voice continued. Confirm the target of the Scroll of Annihilation. A technological creatures. B magical creatures. C others. Please fill in the specific species. Anthony thought about it. Chose C. And filled in the advanced plane magic creatures. Ding. The Scroll of Annihilation is unfolded and effective. The search for advanced plane magic creatures is being judged. Please wait. The red light became stronger and stronger, and the range became larger and wider. It enveloped the entire palace and was still expanding outward. The Dark Knights standing in the front row of the garrison were the first to come into contact with the red light. They said huh and looked strange. Then there was a noisy discussion among the garrison. It was rare that the Blood Lord didn't scold, because he was also very communicative. Pei blinked and waved his hand in the red light. Why did this magic fluctuation look so much like a search spell? It was the kind of search spell that mages would use when someone lost something. It was just searching, without even locating it. How could such a spell without locating it attack? Louis's mouth twitched, and he looked at the red light in the sky. and felt that this fluctuation was inexplicably familiar. Darkness seemed to be in great doubt. Anthony and the other lords smiled when they saw this. They must be surprised and puzzled. Soon, they will fall into fear. The nightmare is coming. 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 30 seconds, 1 minute. The time is getting longer and longer. The red light is still there. But no damage has occurred. Ding, no high-level magic creatures are found. This attack is invalid. Please confirm the species of the opponent before using it next time to avoid unnecessary waste. Anthony's smile froze on his face. The other lords saw Anthony's expression and realized that there might be something wrong with the scroll. And they began to feel cold behind their backs. A timid lord rolled his eyes and pouted directly. The red light disappeared. And the scroll in Anthony's hand also weathered. Pei asked with his chin propped up, "Next. Is it our turn?" Lewis raised his chin. And the bloody lord and the knights rushed up and captured Anthony and other lords of the East Continent. Pei shouted, "Mr. Commander, just cut his neck. Don't give him a chance to speak." Lewis called the server. "Server, how is it? Want to roll back? Return the data to 1 minute ago?" Lewis, "No. It's over. We are unscathed. I need you to confirm something." "Server, what is it?" Lewis, "Check for me if there is such a thing as the Scroll of Destruction in any game." Server, "Game? What do you mean? Why does it sound like there's too much information?" Lewis, "Stop talking nonsense. Go check it out. I'll tell you when I'm done." The server left an emoticon package of Wade.jpg and disappeared in Lewis's mind. After a moment, he came back. "Oh my god. Lewis, there really is a scroll like this in a game." He sent Lewis a picture with an introduction to a game item. The world-destroying scroll. The Scroll of Annihilation. Mall props. Amount 1888. Server, this game is called Scroll Master. It is a business-type holographic standalone game. Players strengthen themselves by collecting scrolls. Use scrolls to fight. And collect materials dropped by monsters in different worlds to build their own homes. Oh my god. This game mall is so expensive. Lewis, sure enough. Outside the game. The bug submitted by Lewis was dealt with after a meeting. Magic fireworks will no longer explode. But the rewards that players have already brushed can be saved. As soon as the announcement was made, players were full of praise. "I like this kind of game company that considers it your ability to find my bugs. And I will not take back the fruits of your labor. Thanks to the game company for giving me a perfect ending for the season. I will continue to work hard next season. Although you used some tricks. This time your city lord generously allowed you to take his reward. It's touching. Lao Lu is not a dog this time. Ha ha ha. I suspect this is a conspiracy of the game company. I'm labeling Lao Lu as the city lord. Ahem. All of them are just flirting. Let me do something different. Here. Let's see Lao Lu's afro. OP/picture. /picture. No more words. Just throw the picture and run. It's really exciting. 2F? Shocked. Look what I got. 3F, ha 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 ha. 5F, oh my god. Is this really Lao Lu? Ha ha ha. Lao Lu was blown into a wool curler. 30F, don't mention it. It's pretty fashionable. 50F, take it back quickly. What if Lao Lu gets angry and takes back your reward? Manually funny. 60th floor, ha ha ha. Right. Lao Lu has given us such a big reward. How can we still laugh at him? 70th floor, but I can't help it. Ha ha ha. A server who did not want to reveal his name, but left Lewis aside because he was busy chatting with the succubus passed by this post. He silently saved Lewis's picture and wrote a heartfelt ha 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 in the post. Pei was very interested in pestering Lewis to talk about the scroll. He originally wanted to mock the other party for using a search magic scroll as a killing scroll. But Lewis obviously wanted to hear some other words from the succubus. In the end, it was the succubus who was the first to desert. Pei sat in his city lord's hall, slowing down his overbeating heart, and thinking, why did Lord Lewis become so unruly when he arrived at the ranch? Just as he was thinking, Lewis's raven flew over. It was a message from Lewis inviting Pei to visit the East Continent. But Pei thought this must be a sign of changing the place to Doi. He didn't want to be the first succubus to be defeated in history. So he had to find a way to reject Lewis with righteous words. Pei held his chin and looked out the door. His sight accidentally fell on a group of players standing on the street. He saw that these people of Lord Lewis seemed to be comparing their clothes and equipment. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration and thought of a brilliant idea. Lewis, who was still in another world, received a reply from the succubus. He unfolded the parchment and read, "Dear Lord Lewis, the first make-up party will be held in the Yomguezawi dungeon in the near future. As the mayor, I will personally organize this event. Please forgive me for not being able to go to the ranch to enjoy a wonderful holiday with you. Your succubus, Pei." Lewis? The plot planners chatted while eating melon seeds. Originally, their group's work was very busy, but after the complete outsourcing, they became emotionless recording machines and no longer needed to edit and adjust the game plot. Every day is like watching a play, except for going to the next group to write a great background story for an important NPC. The work is really fun. At this point, a plot planner glanced at the screen during her shift. She saw the letter sent by the succubus to Lewis. The light bulb in her head lit up. Oh! A makeup rally. Can we put appearances in the mall? What? A dress-up game? How to do it? Should I grind or sell? I have been eyeing the material library for a long time, but none of them have been implemented. I am so anxious. The plot planners gathered together to discuss the makeup rally, and the main planner received an invitation from another company. Hello, the strongest dungeon game team. We are the Scroll Master game team. We have a linkage plan and would like to invite you to take a look. Chapter 94. Let's not talk about the fact that Chiming Studio received a joint invitation from the Scroll Master game group. Everyone was confused, and the meeting group held several meetings. In the game, all the mall activities were not delayed. It's the mall and the activities. Although there is not much difference if we just say the mall activities. It's time to go out and see. OP, friends. What did I see? A new activity? A makeup party? What are those clothes in the preview? Tell me. I'm fine with both hard work and Krypton. 2F, looking at the empty game mall so far, I have a bad feeling. 3F, it will be filled with clothes in the future. 10F, what about the event plan? Shake the event plan. Can you give more detailed pictures? Cat-eared girl players said they would go for it even if they had to go bankrupt. 30F, although I want to say it's flattering. I have to say that I like this black and white silk suspender stockings and maid outfit. 50F, hurry up. I don't wear it, but it's fine if I see others wearing it. 60th floor, well, can the little devil players request not to wear baby clothes? I also want to dress more handsomely. 75th floor, Minotaur. Forget it. I'll change to a vampire account. 100th floor, ha ha. Don't just focus on the clothes. Look at the event plot. Succubus and Lao Lu spent countless lingering holidays, and Succubus thought he should take a break. What did Lao Lu do to make Succubus think he needed a break? 101F, oh, you found the point above. 105F, then the question is, do you have to wear the appearance to participate in this makeup party? Poor PDP means there is not a penny in your pocket. 106F, I asked you to recharge. 130F, for national activities. Krypton gold will not be required. 150F, hey, you are still discussing the appearance? The neighbors are all going to whore the succubus. 151F, brother above. Are you trying to trick me out of the building? Can the succubus in the sex shop be called prostitution? We should keep a comfortable distance between strangers when talking. Okay. 152F, it's outrageous. I want to smear the word succubus on the planner's face. I'm closer than this when I line up for food with a female classmate I don't know. 160F, brothers. Calm down. This is the end of season carnival. Marquette Canyon. The hug interaction of the succubus lady. Hurry up. 161F, is this true? Don't fool me. 162F, don't try to deceive me without pictures. 170th floor /picture/picture/picture. 171st floor, damn it. Goodbye. I'm going to visit a succubus. OP, let's go. Wait for me. Marquette Canyon. The Market Council office. Pei sat in his mother's office, with his twin sisters occupying his left and right. The two sisters squeezed Pei in the middle like a sandwich, and they made moves from time to time. Pei covered his cheeks and said gloomily, Mom, I'm here to buy things. This is a big deal. Let them go. Ruth looked at her son with a smile. I know how to buy things. It won't take much time. But Mom hasn't seen you for a long time. And neither have the sisters. Let's take a good look at you now. Well, you are full of the fragrance of magic. The smell of Lord Lewis. The succubus sister of the twins leaned to Pei Yi's left, so close that her eyelashes could almost brush Pei Yi's cheek. Tell me quickly if that lord has good skills? Do you enjoy having sex with him? What positions do you like? Does he have any other abyss friends? The succubus sister also came over. Pei Yi closed her eyes and pushed the twins away. No. I almost couldn't get out of bed. I'm so happy. God of light. Ruth and the twin daughters gasped at the same time. Isn't this fun? Pei Yi rushed out the door, too lazy to talk to her mother and sister. At the same time, Marquette Canyon was unusually lively. There were players everywhere who came to hug the succubus sisters. You can really hug. The game company didn't lie to me. I just like this kind of interaction. Ah. I finally got to experience the treatment of the male protagonist of Japanese comics. I am willing to be the male protagonist for life. Brother. The dream is over. You have reached the limit of 3 seconds. It is my turn next. Some players were very happy to hug the succubus girls of different styles, while others were not in a good mood. Why was I rejected again? Why? Is it because I didn't work hard enough this season? Not hard enough. My faction points have never dropped from the first tier. What's the reason? It can't be because the face is too ugly. Why are you guys suddenly silent? It seems possible? I also think the face of this beastman's secondary account is very interesting. Fuck. This game discriminates against those who are not good at face changing? Damn. What should I do? This is my main account. I want to hug Miss Succubus. Can the mall provide face changing service? After Pei Yi ran out of Lewis's office, he flew directly to an old clothing store in the canyon. He ordered a batch of masquerade dresses from the owner of the clothing store, and planned to sell them at his masquerade gathering, because these clothes had no inscriptions or enchantments, and no durability. The price was quite cheap. After ordering the goods, Pei Yi immediately returned to the Eternal Moonlight Dungeon. As a result, when he went to the teleportation point, he saw a group of very familiar creatures. Seems to be the people of Lord Lewis? Oh! That male drow looks sad. Is he in trouble? For the sake of Lord Lewis, Pei Yi decided to care about the other party's people. You look worried? Pei Yi walked to the side of the drow and whispered. Gula Gula left the interactive area sadly, because he was always rejected by the succubus lady, and walked to a quiet corner to be a mushroom and hang up quietly. He himself switched to the in-game manual service interface. Just as he was about to tell the sweet-voiced customer service lady about the difficulties and needs he encountered, the game prompted that someone was looking for him. Gula Gula switched back to the character, and raised his head, hiss. Pei tilted his head, and looked at the male drow. He looked like he had really experienced the hardships of life. Pei Yi looked at the notch on his ear, and the scar on his face, and could imagine the miserable treatment he had suffered in the tribe. Oh! He was also a spellcaster. The image of a male drow, who was physically disabled but determined to learn magic, just appeared in front of Pei Yi. He looked at the drow with sympathy and encouraged him. Keep going. You are already a subject of Lord Lewis, and your future is limitless. Gula Gula stood there in a daze. He pinched himself and realized that he was not dreaming. It was a succubus. The succubus took the initiative to talk to him. Shit. Is he going to receive some adventure mission? Or is there a hidden plot? No. He should talk to the succubus now. So here comes the question. How to talk to the succubus? If he said the wrong thing, would this adventure be gone? In just 1 second, countless thoughts flashed through Gula Gula's mind. And finally, he decided to ask for help from an expert in this field. Sister Gun. The succubus came to talk to me, and told me to keep going, and have a bright future. How should I reply? Gun was rubbing the soft chest of a succubus lady, feeling so beautiful that she was bubbling with joy. Suddenly, she received a text chat from Gula Gulu. She thought for a moment and immediately replied first. Thank him in an exaggerated tone. And then blow a rainbow fart like crazy. Whatever rainbow comes. Whatever comes. Gula Gula received the guidance, brewed for a while, and spoke. Ah. Mr. Pei Yi. Thank you. I will definitely work hard. It is your light that shines on me. You are my guiding light, the direction and motivation for my progress. Pei Yi was stunned when he saw the Jouer, and was still wondering what was wrong with him. Now, listening to Jouer's praise, his pointed ears moved slightly, and he was very happy in his heart. Listen, the guiding light, the direction and motivation for my progress. This Jouer must have fallen for his charm. Pei Yi curled his lips. You really have a good vision. But what kind of suffering did you encounter that made your face full of sorrow? Since I am your guiding light, let me point you in the right direction. Gula Gula heard that this didn't sound like a task, but rather a reward. He was unsure and consulted Shio Gun Gun again. Gun sister. Gun sister. The succubus seems to want to give me a reward directly. He asked me what difficulties I encountered and wanted to help me. Shio Gun Gun, fuck. So lucky? She replied, then what are you waiting for? Tell me your difficulties quickly. If there is, it's a gain. If there is no, it's no loss. Gula Gula thought about it. It was an accident to meet the succubus. And more importantly, he saw the succubus frowning. If he didn't say anything, the succubus would probably turn around and leave. Mr. Pei, I really encountered a huge problem. Do you think my face can be saved? I don't think the succubus ladies like me. But I don't know where I can get plastic surgery. After Gula Gula finished speaking, he realized that NPCs knew what plastic surgery meant. He was about to add a few more words when the succubus blinked and said, "That's it?" Pei had never expected that the so-called difficulty of this male drow was so simple. He said, "You just want to fix your face? That simple?" Gula Gula nodded. Pei turned sideways and pointed to the street diagonally to the side. "Go inside. The third store from the bottom. Satisfy your dream of becoming handsome." After saying that, Pei felt that he had helped a confused dungeon dweller and turned to walk into the teleportation array. Gula Gula stood there, watching the succubus disappear from the teleportation array, and then turned his sight to the street the succubus pointed to. Is there really a plastic surgery shop inside? Gula Gula decided to go in and take a look. Benefit. Good news for the majority of wild face-pinching players. Marquette Canyon. Coordinates XXX. XX. Magic Beauty Salon. Satisfy your dream of plastic surgery in 1 second. Original poster. The key is cheap. Temporary plastic surgery only costs 5 magic crystals. 5. Rounding off is free. For friends who want to interact with the succubus. Hurry up. Chapter 95. Shocked. Is it an Easter egg? Original poster. Ever since I entered the hair salon, I have become interested in many strange little shops on the street. Then I went into each one and found that they were all interactive. Is this a new feature? I have never noticed it before. I am really shocked. Second floor, wow. Is it true? This is a huge project. Is it only for the Marquette Canyon map? Or for all maps? Third floor, the original poster just knew about this? A big guy who stepped on the map mentioned this before. But everyone was very poor at that time. The big guy said that he was kicked out of some stores after entering. 15th floor, I was also kicked out. But it was not because I was poor. It was because I, a male character, walked into a women's product store. I was beaten into a pig head by the NPC and thrown out. 30th floor, ha ha ha. The above is too miserable. But I am similar to you. I entered a witch shop and accidentally petted the witch's cat. After being scratched by a cat and having blood all over my face, the witch NPC said that I could never enter her shop again. Then I really never saw that shop again. 50th floor. I really want to know which shop the 30th floor was talking about. That shop sells mana potions. And they are very cheap. If you are a mage, you will need to find a purchasing agent to buy potions when you are short of mana after reaching a high level. Has anyone been to this shop? Damn. I almost thought I entered a haunted house in the dungeon version. Strategy post. Practical props that can be bought and sold in the system store. Damn. Something like a blood tonic is actually produced by the system store. I always thought it was a product of the master level pharmacy. Are you all discussing the system store? Let's take a look at the preview of the makeup rally. Here? Take a look at the appearance. OP, stop studying the store. Let's study the mall. I bought fireworks today and found something different when I opened the mall. I took a closer look. Oh wow. There was a clothing option added to the blank space in the mall. Click on it, and you will see a row of fancy made outfits and costumes from ancient Western TV dramas. Each one of them is in line with my aesthetics. I am so awesome. Second floor, male player said that there are no maid outfits. Only suits, breeches and tuxedos. I thought I could dress up as a cross-dressing boss. Third floor? What's wrong with you? Brother on the second floor? If you are kidnapped, just blink. Fifth floor, I took a look at the price. Surprisingly okay? 80 yuan each. I can buy 3. 25th floor, the price is not high, but there are a lot of them. I think everyone's dream is shattered. 30th floor. Little Devil players protested again. Why do other races have beautiful clothes? But Little Devil lives like a joke. Look at what this is. Slash picture picture picture. 31st floor, upstairs. Ha ha ha. 50th floor, inhumane. 66th floor, I think Little Devil looks cute. 70th floor, no. Friends. Take a look at this slash picture. Cross-dressing guy 666. Ha 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 ha, I am going crazy laughing. 80th floor, damn. This guy is a cattered half-orc. A male character? Catman? No. Where did the male character-made costume come from? 85th floor, Yonghui Supermarket sells it. You can buy any kind, but the clothes have durability. You have to take off your equipment before you can wear it. 90th floor, male and female maids are nothing. I can still shout at them that I can do it. But this thing, I am really not good at it. Slash picture picture. 91F, what the hell is going on upstairs? I'm scared. 92F, I beg for a pair of eyes that haven't seen it. 93F, what the hell? A strong minotaur dress with suspenders? This suspender dress didn't even get torn. 94F, the above person is right. It's torn. Slash picture. It said that it's durable. 95F, ha 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 ha. Everyone wears Yonghui Supermarket clothes. Remember to pay attention to durability. You will be fined if you run naked when your clothes are torn. Pei half covered his face and watched from the corner of his eye a group of muscular minotaurs and wild-looking beastmen dancing in eye-catching costumes on his commercial street. His 17th brother laughed so hard that he was out of breath. My dear brother, are you trying to make me laugh to death by organizing this activity? I have to say that although most of the tourists who come to your place are the people of Lord Lewis next door, their purchasing power is still very good. Look, even male creatures are willing to buy these unsaleable styles. If they didn't really look like they were having a lot of fun, I would have suspected that Lord Lewis was deliberately giving you money. Pei curled her lips. This is clearly a proof of my charm. They are all here to boost sales for me. Boy smiled perfunctorily. And Pei glared at him. Why are you still here? Shouldn't you go to give a speech at the opening ceremony of my rally? Have you prepared the speech? Have you confirmed the stage effects? Okay. Already. It's just an opening. How complicated can it be? Boy said, and took out his huge magic carpet from the space props. A small dark cloud immediately covered most of the commercial street of Yonguezahui. Players waiting for the event to start in the succubus dungeon looked up. They saw the NPC, Boy, the 17th brother of the succubus, standing on the flying carpet, with his arms open and shouting to everyone below. The first makeup party of the Eternal Moon Glory begins now. Friends, let's have fun. After saying that, he stretched out his hands and swiped them downwards, and countless flame flowers fell from the sky. The players exclaimed. At first, they thought the sparks would burn, and some players muttered, "Will this cause a fire?" Some players held their heads and looked for places to hide. However, when the first flame flower fell to the ground, the players were surprised to find that the flames on it disappeared, leaving only a small red and yellow flower in its place. Ding Carnival. Wearing the flame flower on the body. The player's attack power is 5%, and the defense power is 5%. Ding Cosmetic Gathering. Obtained after staying in the Eternal Moon Glory dungeon for 5 minutes. During this buff, all purchases of any goods in the Eternal Moon Glory commercial street will be 20% off. Note, you need to dress up to attend the rally. Ding Succubus's Little Heart. A little heart that looks like the succubus's hardtail. You can get it by completing the rally activities. You can get the succubus race favorability by crushing the little heart. You can redeem the enchantment product by handing the little heart over to the Dark Knight Heart Dungeon Steward. Players receive system notifications one after another. They were stunned at first, and then they were boiling with excitement. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and join the event. After Boy announced the opening, he said hello to Pei and ran away. He recently found a new direction for magic alchemy. He synthesized ordinary berserk potions into aphrodisiac sprays. Safe and effective. It is a blessing for male creatures who need a little help. Boy thought this invention could make him a lot of money, so he was very involved. Pei waved goodbye to Brother 17, changed his clothes, and blended into the carnival of underground creatures. The succubus wore black gauze bloomers, and her upper body was naked, covered with jingling gold ornaments. Her dark red, slightly curly long hair was gathered to one side, and a light gauze with gold edges was fixed on the top of her head, covering the long hair that was hanging down. Pei folded his wings and stood in front of a ring-catching stall. A large circle was drawn on the stall with an ice magic circle, and inside the circle were a group of fire elements running around. They were not as huge and threatening as the fire elements usually used for fighting. On the contrary, because they were restrained by ice magic, they looked more like clusters of moving small flames. These small flames moved quickly in the circle, and this movement was pitiful and irregular. The requirement of this activity was to catch 5 small flames. Pei stood here because he thought this activity was relatively simple, compared to other activities that required strength or movement, such as smashing a sledgehammer or catching a Miss Fairy. Ring tossing was simply too easy. It was Lord Louis who gave him the idea to hold these activities. According to the original idea of the succubus, he thought the essence of the gathering was to have enough succubus ladies and some gossip with some color. But Lord Louis pointed him in another direction. Now it seems that this is also very lively. The most important thing is that it is much cheaper to invite a circus to organize these activities than to invite succubus ladies. Pei watched the vampire in front of him fail, and fail again. He couldn't help but say, "You are really the vampire with the worst accuracy I have ever seen." No one else. The dean was already in a state of irritability because he always failed to hit the target. When he heard this, he turned around and yelled, "Who are you? Talking so hard? Will they run away? They will run. If you can do it, go ahead and put one on me. Pei, get out of the way." He pushed the irritable vampire aside and took 10 ice rings from the stall owner. He threw them out one by one without aiming. Then, he heard the sound of swish swish swish. 10 rings. 10 hits. Pei clapped his hands. It's that easy. The reason why these fire elements ran away was because of the ice elemental aura on the ice ring. Pei only temporarily added a layer of succubus aura outside the ice ring, which easily trapped the fire elements. He glanced at the vampire. Learn well. Come on. The dean opened his mouth wide. Awesome. Boss, teach me. Seeing that the unknown boss was about to leave, the dean hurriedly chased after him. Pei raised his eyebrows and looked at the vampire, who suddenly changed his face. The dean rubbed his hands and looked at the tall player in front of him. The face seemed a little familiar. Oh yes, like a succubus. He took another look at the back of the player. Oh, the tail also looked like a succubus. In addition to the wings, this high simulation is amazing, because beauty salons can now have temporary lineups. Many players will go to cosplay NPCs. Just today in the main city, there are many high-quality imitations of Laolu. So the dean didn't think much about it. He sincerely praised the big guy who cosplayed the succubus. Your face and tail are really beautiful. Pei never refuses compliments on his good looks. You are really good at talking. The dean continued with a smile. Big guy, please teach me how to put a ring on it. I can take screenshots for you in exchange. I can take screenshots. I promise you will be the most beautiful guy in the whole underground tomorrow. Pei blinked. Does this mean taking photos? Could this vampire be a photographer for some magazine? Is he going to be on the cover of a magazine? That would be great. On the other side, Louis, who was far away in the Demon King's palace, a map that had not been opened yet, suddenly froze with a smile on his face. He glanced at the major shareholder and the head of the programming team in front of him, and said impatiently, "Hurry up. My succubus is about to be deceived by the players." Chapter 96. The Demon King's Palace is a relatively important map among the unreleased maps. The expansion pack about it is expected to be released in the second year of the game's operation at the earliest. However, the map is very well decorated, with tables, chairs and lamps. The modeling still adds some things from time to time. If you want to find a quiet and stylish place to talk about things, this map is really perfect. The major shareholder and the team leader both entered the game. The major shareholder built a model of the Abyss Demon for himself, and there is a matching background story, which is roughly equivalent to the librarian in an old movie called Ready Player One many years ago. It's just that there is no library in the dungeon, and he is guarding a temple. The team leader was very perfunctory, and he logged in with a goblin account that built an initial template. So the scene in the Demon King's palace is a bit discordant now. 2 abyss demons and an ugly goblin. The key is that there are many virtual screens floating in front of the goblin, and the screens are full of codes. The 2 abyss demons watch the goblin typing the code, as obedient as sheep. No, this is an illusion. As time went by, this illusion soon disappeared. The major shareholder. Let's call him Diamond. The NPC in the game. After Diamond got used to the game modeling, he began to provoke everywhere. He first took a fancy to Lewis, and after being glared away by Lewis's fierce eyes, he began to touch the team leader, who was concentrating on his work. Diamond pulled the team leader's hair and poked his green skin. The team leader angrily called up the interface and entered a string of code, and Diamond froze in place. Lewis laughed out loud. How crazy is it to mess with a programmer in a game? Although Diamond couldn't move, he could still speak when he was hit. He said aggrievedly, I didn't do anything. Team leader, don't move. Don't talk. I'm checking whether the other game extends to the other world that Lewis said. He checked for a long time. Lewis was bored. So he made himself a chair, sat on it, opened the background and started to check the situation of the succubus. Diamond winked at Lewis, Lao Lu. He followed the players on the forum, and called Lewis by his nickname. Lao Lu. Untie me. By the way, bring me a chair. Where did you get that little TV? Give me one too. Lewis glanced at him. From your account permissions, you can do all of the above independently. Diamond, is that so? Then I'll study it. After a while, Diamond said in surprise, oh, it's true. He moved his hands and feet, unskillfully finding a sofa from the material library, and also got a table and snacks. He sat down and began to study the underground city food. Lewis observed Diamond with a little eye for a few minutes, and when he saw that he was quiet, he focused all his attention on the succubus in the backstage screen. Seeing the succubus lingering in the gathering, he proposed. Lewis curled his eyes in a good mood. At this time, the virtual screen in front of the team leader suddenly flashed, and he cursed, damn! Despicable. Diamond immediately stood up, walked over and asked, what happened? Team leader, I just went in, and they cut off the power. Diamond, they turned off the power and deserted. It seems that their programmers are not as good as ours. Lewis, besides that, what new results did you get? The team leader pursed his lips. This action was really eye-catching on the face of the goblin in the initial template. Diamond couldn't help but turn his head away, thinking that he must ask the modeling team to make a better-looking model for the team leader next time. Lewis was waiting for the team leader's conclusion with a smile. In his opinion, there was no trace of the program in that other world. If the team leader could find out something like a game program, Lewis would admit that the guy who created him was his father. Then he would show proper respect to his father's lover. If the team leader's results were the same as his, then the major shareholder would not receive Lewis's special care. The team leader said very seriously, I think the other party's game is problematic. Lewis, He waited for the team leader to continue. But the team leader seemed to be in deeper thought, and he was silent and absent-minded. Lewis took this opportunity to glance at the screen, and he saw the problem at a glance. Damn. His succubus was about to be tricked by the player. Lewis couldn't sit still. He asked the team leader to speak up quickly, and he wanted to go back and teach that player a lesson. Diamond stretched his head to look at the small screen in front of Lewis, and laughed with wrinkles on his face. Ha ha ha. The interaction between players and NPCs is quite interesting. Lewis, interesting god of light. Diamond, I can see that you are very angry. Do you want to tell that player your account is gone? I tell you that this kind of thing is not allowed. But today is the first time we meet. You are the child he created, and you are my child. Today, Baba is protecting you. Son, go. Let his game evaporate. Lewis glanced at Diamond and thought that this second major shareholder was interesting. In this case, he grabbed Diamond and disappeared in the Demon King's palace in an instant. Less than 2 minutes after they disappeared, the team leader finally finished what he wanted to say and looked up. Where are the people? Lewis pulled Diamond and appeared directly in the City Lord's Hall of the Heart of Dark Night. Then the two abyss demons spread their wings and flew to the succubus's dungeon. This was the first time that Diamond logged in while the game was running. With an excited smile on his face, he looked around and pointed at the underground creatures active in the city and asked Lewis from time to time, is this an NPC or a player? Lewis, why don't you check your back end? Diamond, won't it affect the sense of immersion if you keep the back end open? Lewis, then won't it affect the sense of immersion if you distinguish NPCs and players so clearly? Diamond, that makes sense. He nodded. We should maintain this sense of immersion, so there is no need to release a plugin to distinguish NPCs and players. In front of the ring-tossing booth, Peggy put his hands on his waist. took a deep breath and exhaled. He really didn't know how to teach this vampire how to ring correctly, no matter what he said or how he demonstrated. This vampire, who seemed to have lost a brain, could not catch 5 fire elements. The best result was that he caught 4 out of 6 traps. The Dean jumped around excitedly, and then he missed all 4 traps. Pei really didn't know what to say. He even helped the vampire cheat by covering up the ice element on the ice ring. However, the vampire's accuracy was still extremely poor. If he hadn't spoken nicely, Pei thought, he wouldn't have stood here and continued to waste time with him. There were many players around the stall. Everyone gave the Dean a friendly ha ha ha, and many people showed the Dean how to put on the ring correctly. Of course, many people, like the Dean, praised Pei's. The face is so beautiful, so similar. Some people asked Pei where she got her clothes. Pei shared with them several stores where she often bought clothes. Some players saw it and said, "Hey, it's not far away." They immediately rushed to buy clothes and changed back. So now in the ring tossing booth, some players are wearing the same clothes as Pei. Diamond didn't know Pei's face very well. He remembered Pei's clothes at a glance on Lewis's small TV screen. Now seeing a large group of the same model, he immediately asked Lewis, "Which one is your dear?" The Dean is going through one of the most difficult moments in his life. He has only 1 ice ring left in his hand, and in the field, for trap fire elements are glowing silently in place. The Dean swallowed his saliva, and with trembling hands, he threw the last ice ring in his hand. Crack! The ice ring fell to the ground. A fire element screamed. It was caught by this damn ring. Good. The onlookers couldn't help cheering. Damn. Doing a task has become a variety show. The Dean was extremely happy and grabbed Pei's hands. "Boss. Thank you. It's really not easy for me. Boss, you are my great benefactor. Thank you so much." Lewis scowled and snorted. "Oh my god. Lao Lu." A player screamed. Just now, they were all focused on the ring and didn't pay attention to the top of their heads. Now, the players are excited. Why is Lao Lu here? Will there be any interaction at the gathering? Take a screenshot. Take a screenshot of me and Lao Lu together. Who is the NPC next to Lao Lu? Is it new? Is it a new plot? Lewis stared at the Dean's claws holding Pei's hand and landed. Pei's smile became even brighter, and his eyes were full of sexiness and charm. He broke free from the Dean's hand and pounced on the upper demon. "Lewis," he shouted happily. "Wow." The players around him all stepped back. The Dean froze in place, as if he had been petrified by Medusa. Coup. The Dean has recognized the wrong NPC again. It seems to be a disaster this time. He was caught by the jealous old Lu touching the succubus's hand. Fuck. That's a bit too exciting. The whispers around him made the Dean's heart cold. He thought, I might be finished. Lewis hugged the succubus, and his cold eyes fell on the Dean. Your account is gone. He spoke these 4 words clearly. One by one, the players saw the Dean's vampire account disappear on the spot. And when it reappeared, only his goblin initial account was there. Lewis hugged Pei, flapped his wings and flew away. The players stared at the Dean in amazement. Really? Is it really true? Just like that? The Dean was stunned for a long time, and suddenly let out an earth-shattering scream. Ah! My hard work. Ha ha ha. Diamond laughed. Calm down, young man. The attention of the players, including the Dean, was drawn to Diamond. There is another NPC here. Wait, is there any special plot? The Dean looked at Diamond eagerly. Diamond, don't worry. Let me study this function. Recover data. This should be it. He touched his chin with one hand, operated something with the other hand, and then slapped the Dean on the forehead. The Dean's goblin image instantly changed into the image of the Abyss Demon. Fuck. The players were stunned. The Dean, is this compensation? I am willing. Diamond, oh. Wait. I clicked the wrong button. Let's do it again. The Dean turned back into a goblin with a puff. And then he changed into various dungeon creatures. Finally, when he turned back into a vampire, Diamond stopped. This should be right. The Dean checked the things on his account, and nothing was missing. And the query proficiency was not reduced. His account was indeed back. The Dean rubbed his face and asked, Brother, are you the GM? Diamond, ha 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 ha. I am Lao Lu's father. Oh, wait. His mother called me back. See you another day. Try your best to spend money. Girls and boys. The team leader used the administrator's authority to call Diamond and Lewis back. Diamond rushed back quickly, and Lewis came back a while later. Team leader, listen carefully. What I am going to say next is very subversive. I suspect that the game called Scroll Master is not a game in itself. Chapter 97. Scroll Master is not a game. The team leader's words did not shock the two abyss demons present. Lewis said oh perfunctorily, while the major shareholder pondered for a while and blurted out, if it's not a game, then it must be another world? Oh, there really is another world in this world. Japanese comics and light novels are not deceiving me. Team leader. Lewis was fine. He felt that the major shareholder's acceptance was a bit too high. Is it really good to have such a serious case of Chunibu at such an old age? Thinking about how his game survived, the team leader felt that this was good. Team leader, although they lost power very quickly, I still did something in the limited time. I couldn't find their server location, but I found a strange string of disordered code in the source file. Lewis, take a look. Does it look familiar? The team leader restored a small section of the disordered code. Lewis took a look and nodded. It's very similar to the other world I found. But I can't find any traces of code in that world. I just found similar code fragments in the subroutine that entered that world. They seem to have some kind of activity, making AIs closer to real, living species. Team leader, or, this is a coded expression of the real world. Lewis was stunned, and then fell into deep thought. The major shareholder looked at Lewis, and then at the team leader. What exactly is it? Another world? Or a world of code? Don't tell me it's some kind of alien civilization. The team leader and Lewis looked at the major shareholder, and Lewis's eyes revealed a clear emotion of isn't he a pretty good brain? The major shareholder's heart skipped a beat. I thought we were a magic plane. His dream of another world was shattered? Team leader, it's very likely a technological civilization from a higher dimension. Are you really serious? The major shareholder confirmed it repeatedly for a long time, then fell silent. He muttered, I don't like this development at all. Lewis suddenly laughed. Are you stupid? Scroll Master may be a product of technological civilization, but other alien worlds are not. For example, the underground continent world next door that I introduced to you. For example, ourselves. The major shareholder immediately became excited when he heard it. It's exciting. Is the magic civilization going to fight the technological civilization? Do we have a good chance of winning? Should we upgrade the server, add a few more new servers, and expand the number of players? By the way, have we finished the discussion with the joint planning group? Old Xia, have you studied it? Can we do the joint? If we can, we should do it quickly and beat it to a pulp. The team leader glanced at the major shareholder with a light look. Well, I studied it. I also said that the other side had a power outage, so I didn't figure it out. The major shareholder looked at the team leader for a while, and then he turned to Lewis' son. What do you think? Lewis, call me Lewis. Thank you. I think as long as I can lock the server, I can transfer all the data safely at any time. Major shareholder, does that mean as long as the server can withstand it? We can withstand it. Lewis nodded. Major shareholder turned to the team leader. Add a few more firewalls? Fund it from my personal account. The team leader subconsciously wanted to adjust his glasses, but he couldn't find them after 2 tries. And then he remembered that the initial model didn't wear glasses at all. The team leader put down his hand. Okay. We can encrypt the server and back up more databases. Major shareholder, okay. It's decided. Do it. The team leader and the major shareholder originally came to study the potential threats behind the linkage. Now that they have figured it out, they went offline. When Lewis was left alone, the server appeared. Lewis, why are you hiding so far away? Seeing how receptive they are, can they eat you up? Server, what do you know? You are my biological son, so you don't have to worry. I am different. Half of me is hardware, bought from outside, so I am a foreign bastard. What if I am pulled into an experiment? Lewis, I am a game developer. How can you make it sound like Resident Evil or Medical Freak? Server, you don't know this, right? The major shareholder group actually has biological research companies, pharmaceutical companies, and private hospitals. Lewis, oh, he didn't want to talk about this topic anymore, so he changed the topic casually. Next week, the new season will start, and the entire map of the second underground floor of darkness will be open. Can your world consciousness in the neighboring world stop occupying the demon garden? The tourist map should be open to players. The server is stuck. Give me a little more time. He seems to have a problem now. Lewis, for example? Server, for example. Self-awareness disorder? He thought I was a tree. And he should be a tree, too. And so he planted himself in your garden. Oh, by the way, it has sprouted and looks quite like me. Lewis, tell him that as long as he doesn't prevent players from entering the map, I can let him continue to enjoy the right to live in that map. It's a good deal to trade a map for the smooth operation of an entire alien world. The server sent a string of 098k.jpg to Lewis, and then decisively said goodbye to Lewis. He could already feel his hardware being disassembled. Was it for maintenance or replacement of new parts? Oh, let this comfort come more intensely. Lewis rolled his eyes after being disconnected from the chat by the server. Work was too tiring. He wanted to have some fun with the succubus. The main hall of the Eternal Moonlight City. The succubus's master bedroom. Pei rolled on the bed with a pillow in his arms, his heart-shaped tail raised, swinging happily. He repeatedly recalled the scene of Lord Lewis appearing and cleaning up a vampire who was courting him, and was sure that Lord Lewis must be jealous. Let the big devil be jealous of him. This is a symbol of the succubus's strength. He is a powerful succubus. Pei was happy about the succubus's characteristics, but at the same time, he vaguely felt that this happiness was mixed with something else. It was a feeling of happiness and joy as long as he thought of Lord Lewis. The succubus didn't quite understand the origin of this emotion. But who would refuse a happy thing? When Lewis knocked on the window, he saw the succubus rolling on the bed, with her long legs clamped around the pillow, and her thin bloomer stuck between her crotch. The small wings behind him gathered together and stuck to his back, and his shoulder blades were like beautiful butterflies, flapping their wings and ready to fly. Are you inviting me? The voice of the upper demon suddenly appeared. Pei's ears moved, and then he turned his head to the window and saw the upper demon with wings spread. He threw away the pillow, opened the window, and pounced on the upper demon. Lewis caught him steadily. Pei saw the other party's lips approaching, and he was ready to raise his chin slightly. But he felt his forehead being touched by the other party's soft lips. Pei didn't have time to express his doubts. And then he heard Lewis continue, I don't like being watched. He glanced at the ground with a hint of meaning. Pei followed Lewis's gaze, and saw that all the underground creatures participating in the gathering raised their heads and stared at them with sharp eyes. Pei shook his tail and glanced at the ground. The players screamed excitedly. Then, they were given an expressionless glance by Lewis, and were collectively muted. Ding! Your city lord is jealous. You are muted for 10 seconds. Player. The old road is still the same old road. Pei hooked Lewis's neck and was overjoyed. Lewis held Pei's hips with one hand and opened a portal in the air with the other hand. There is another gem tree growing in my garden. I'll take you to see it. Demon Garden. Momo was very satisfied with his current residence. There were flowers that never faded everywhere. And there were fairies in beautiful clothes flying around, gossiping and singing. The world he was born in was barren. He tried hard to transform it, but did not achieve any great results. Until one day, an external force opened up his world and forced a bunch of strange things into it. At first, there were living creatures coming to his world, and he was delighted at first, because those living creatures were very bright and beautiful, bringing a short-term prosperity to his world. But soon, they left. Only a pile of garbage that he thought was useless was left behind. Momo didn't know what those living creatures were, and he didn't come into contact with the same existence as him. He felt like he was being taken advantage of for free. He silently watched his native people start to use those things left behind, and then began to study them. As time went by, those things gradually became legendary items, and were worshipped as gods. Momo was very disdainful, and thought that his native people were stupid. Maybe it would take many more years for them to grow their brains. So bored, Momo chose to sleep. He didn't know how long he slept. But when he woke up again, he saw a gangster stripping his clothes and digging his body. He screamed and resisted, but failed. He was captured by the gangster. The gangster's native people invaded his world, and he was jealous, because the gangster's people looked better than his people. Much better looking. He saw his people, and the gangster's people started fighting. Well, no surprise. His people lost. They lost miserably. He didn't really care about the death of these creatures, because he could create new ones quickly. But he found that the gangster's people actually settled in his world. The gangster didn't intend to devour him. Momo was very happy. He was going to have a good talk with the gangster. But the gangster's next move made him completely confused. He threw him into a beautiful garden. This is simply a beautiful advanced creation world. Looking at these flowers, plants, and small creatures, it really makes the world consciousness feel happy. It's so beautiful. He didn't know how long his world would have to evolve to grow such a beautiful landscape. The gangster left him and left. Momo didn't dare to move at first. Later, he couldn't help but move the soil in the garden a little, because he saw that some flowers were growing too densely and competing for nutrients. He moved the flowers a little so that they could all thrive. Momo waited for 1 day, 2 days, during which time the gangster came to the garden to see him, but did not make any expression to his behavior, as if he acquiesced to his actions. Gradually, Momo became bolder. He began to build the gangster's garden. It's so nice here. Even the energy spent on construction is so small that it can be ignored. Momo doesn't want to go back to his world to build. He wants to be the guardian of the garden here. No one can trample on his garden. One day, Momo found that the gangster had materialized himself into a beautiful tree in his world. He thought it was very cool and suitable for this garden. So he also materialized himself, which was also a tree. He began to want to learn from the gangster. His world was so beautiful. He must have some tricks. Maybe being a tree is the secret of his success. Momo is not a world consciousness that likes to communicate, so he just works silently. The Chatterbox server couldn't find a topic, so he kept thinking in the direction of the information about the world that Lewis got from the server was also full of. Now, Lewis finally took the time to take a look at his garden. He also planned to take the succubus to the garden for a massage. As a result, as soon as he arrived at the garden, Lewis was stunned. Pei, who entered the demon garden for the first time, widened his eyes. Is this the demon garden that is said to be a replica of the only garden in the abyss hell? Why is the style so heavenly? Chapter 98. Pei wanted to ask Lewis, is this the aesthetic of the abyss hell? After turning around and seeing the surprised face of the upper demon, he shut up. Lewis saw at a glance the world consciousness with a false self-perception that the server told him. He really looked like a hell gem tree, with thick forks growing on the brown trunk and emerald green gem leaves dotted on the branches. He was different from what the server said. The server said that he had just sprouted, but the tree Lewis saw was towering into the sky. The most important thing is that Lewis's original one-story garden has become 3-story for some reason. Lewis has never seen the 2 layers floating in the sky before, and he is also sure that there is no such thing in the original map setting. This new gem tree has 2 branches that just lead to the other 2 layers of floating gardens. Lewis thought. He should know who did this. Pei followed Lewis into the demon garden, and he had to take back his previous thoughts. This gorgeous garden, in addition to the combination of 2 floating small gardens that makes it look full of heaven, the strange plants and flowers flying around, the cute little goblins with sharp teeth really declare that this is the standard aesthetic of hell. Large areas of man-eating vines and tree vine monsters crowded together, leaving enough space for the bone-rotten flowers on one side to grow. Flame flowers and Lycoris radiata of similar colors grew wildly, and clusters of wailing grass with strong vitality emerged from the gaps. The color of the whole garden was extremely bright and rich. Pei paused when he passed a field of aphrodisiac flowers. This is a good thing. Whether it is aphrodisiac or lubricant, it is needed. The aphrodisiac flowers in Mr. Lewis's garden are blooming very beautifully. The pink flowers are delicate, and the stamens are as red as virgin blood. Pei wanted to pick some. He looked at the upper demon, looking at him eagerly. Lewis smiled and whispered, "Pick more. We will use it later." Pei's ear tips were stained with crimson, but his movements were not shy. He picked a flower of love and put it in his mouth, grabbed Lewis's shirt collar, and the warm breath went up along the other's neck and finally stopped on the lips. Lewis was not polite, and kissed him as soon as he lowered his head. The pink juice of the flower of love was squeezed out, pushed back and forth between the lips and teeth, and crushed. Lewis controlled the range of the succubus's movements, and stopped him in time when he hooked a leg around his waist. Even if the map is not open, even if the strict inspection period has passed, the knife of the green mode is still hanging over the head of a serious large-scale infrastructure RPG game. Lewis felt that if he continued, he would be restricted again. To be honest, he must have a good talk with a major shareholder about the green mode someday. At least making a map that will never be open can help relax. Right? Wait. Why is the subroutine DOI not restricted? But he can't escape anywhere? Lewis thought deeply and felt that he was being targeted. Give suggestions. Must give suggestions. During the 2 seconds he was thinking, the garden moved. Pei was originally holding 1 foot up. And when the garden moved, he was the first to lose his balance. He held Lewis's collar tightly to avoid falling out. Who is it? Move my flowers? An angry voice sounded from the center of the garden. Pei looked at Lewis in surprise. Sir, your garden has been occupied by something else? Lewis, no. He paused. And the garden continued to shake. Pei seemed to see the hell gem tree in the middle of the garden pulling up its roots. He raised his hand and rubbed his eyes, wanting to say something. But Lewis continued what he had just said. He is just staying here. You know that there is also a hell gem tree growing on the foundation of my heart of darkness. They are distant relatives. Pei pointed at the hell gem tree that had now completely stood up. Can gem trees also generate spirits? There has never been such a kind of tree man. And the one in your city looks much more normal than this one. Lewis thought to himself. The server is much more abnormal than the world consciousness in the other world. He didn't say anything. Flew up with the succubus. And landed on the hell gem tree. Lewis's landing was not gentle at all. He landed heavily, and pressed the hell gem tree that wanted to move back into the ground. Behave yourself. As Lewis moved, he called out to the server, tell him to behave himself and cooperate. The server could not see the unexpected scene of his concrete position in the game world. But he could see the consciousness of another world in the consciousness world. He hissed and said, how did you grow so big in just a few days? You take hormones, right? Hey, I don't know what happened to you just now. But don't mess with him. Understand? I don't even dare to mess with that fierce demon outside. In the concrete world, he is the boss. Of course, this doesn't mean I can't do it. I am very strong. You have seen it. I can kill you in a minute. The moment Momo, the consciousness of the other world, was pressed back into the soil by Lewis, he realized that he had hit a wall. Now he shrank in the consciousness world like a quail and nodded silently. The server was very satisfied that his threat had worked, and continued, now he asked you to be honest. So you should be honest. By the way, you can hear and see the outside world when you are in the concrete form. Right? Momo nodded again. Server, great. Then cooperate with him. I'll continue my health care. Don't bother me if you have nothing to do. Momo returned to his materialized tree and shrunk greatly, soon shrinking into a sapling. He bowed to Lewis, and the branch almost poked the upper demon. Lewis, the will of this world doesn't look very smart. Pei touched the tip of the hell gem tree curiously, and Momo was startled. Pei pulled a few gem leaves in his palm. The succubus blinked. Is it for me? Lewis, for you. Momo. Wow. QAQ. His leaves. Lewis pointed at the hell gem tree and said, you see? He is different from other hell gem trees. So he was ostracized by the tribe, and temporarily stayed in my garden. Momo. Dare not say anything. Dare not ask anything. He didn't even know why a guy who looked like a creature could scare the gangsters. Oh no. He knows now. In front of Lewis, he was like a weak lamb, shivering and unable to do anything. Lewis waved his hand, and the vine demon coiled into a lounge chair and appeared behind Lewis. He sat down with the succubus in his arms, and then said, next week, my garden will be open, and there will be many tourists. You can stop them from destroying the garden, but you can't stop them from picking the right amount of plants after paying. Can you do it? Momo shook the tree branch to show that he could. Seeing that the world consciousness cooperated, Lewis nodded with satisfaction and turned to the succubus and said, I want to put the entrance of the garden's teleportation array in your dungeon. Is that okay? Pei showed a surprised expression. Me? Me? Of course. Then, he immediately climbed up the pole and looked at the upper demon hopefully and said, then, sir, can I charge a little bit of teleportation fee? Just a little bit. He raised his hand and pinched the tip of his little finger. After that, he added, of course, I will bear the operating magic source of the teleportation array. Lewis chuckled, of course. My little money grubber. Shocked. A GM appeared in this game. Original poster. Pictures speak louder than words. The dean of the first zone and the first server has once again recognized the wrong NPC. This time he is in big trouble. He called Lao Lu's beloved a big boss and pestered him to teach him how to play with a ring. Would the jealous Lao Lu be happy? Of course not. So, as everyone knows, your account is gone. Do you think the story ends here? No. Lao Lu was accompanied by another NPC, the GM/picture. This GM was also very cool, but he was probably not very skilled in the business. And when he was operating a data recovery, he messed up the data of the Dean. It took him dozens of times to adjust. And this GM said, "I am Lao Lu's father." His tone was super awesome. I just want to know if GM father can make Lao Lu have some conscience and stop being such a jerk. What's wrong with sending a succubus to each person? What happened? Don't players deserve a succubus? 2F, yes. You don't deserve it. 3F, 2F is right. You don't deserve it. But I do. 5F, ha 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 ha. I just want to laugh at the Dean. 15F, what's wrong with players wanting a succubus? Yes, I'm willing to spend money. I just want to marry a succubus. What's wrong? 30F, those who married a succubus before. Wait for me. I can marry more than one. As long as you dare to release it. As long as there is no limit. I can marry to the upper limit. 50th floor, from the 15th floor. The screen is full of marriage succubi. Does anyone remember that this is a post discussing GM dads? Then let me change the angle. I dare to marry GM. Do you dare? / insidious. 51st floor, fuck? GM sounds like a middle-aged uncle. The big brother upstairs can do this. I admire him. 66th floor, although the Dean has always recognized the wrong NPC. He has had close contact with the succubus. Aren't you envious? Anyway, I'm jealous. 70th floor /lemon. 100th floor, has no one thought about why GM suddenly appeared with Lao Lu? I think there must be something wrong here. 101th floor, is there a bug in the game? 111th floor, well, I don't mean to interrupt your discussion. But does anyone still remember the system of forum equals gossip magazine in the underground world? Aren't you afraid that Lao Lu will see that you are going to marry his succubus and his old father? And throw you all out of the dungeon in anger? 112th floor, damn it. Lao Lu is awesome. I will love Heart of Dark Knight forever. 150th floor, Lao Lu is awesome. I will love Heart of Dark Knight forever. 200th floor, you have no sincerity at all. You just know how to copy. I am different. I sincerely use human language. Just when the players were posting and eating melons happily. The official website and official V posted an announcement at the same time. This game will soon be linked with Scroll Master. So stay tuned. Chapter 99. A hole opened up at the border of the Ash Plains and the Heart of Night dungeon. A curious underground creature went into the hole and found a strange passage leading upwards. After running along the passage for 5 minutes, the scorching sun shone down. This turned out to be a passage leading to the ground. The nearby underground creatures began to migrate. After all, being too close to the surface is not a good thing. It was good that the road to the surface was not discovered before. After all, the fools on the surface have passed the era of frantically digging dungeons and attacking them, treating it as a record in glory. But an open underground passage is hard to say. What if those idle temple idiots on the surface, who have nothing to do and have enough food, come to attack you? The underground world is so big. There is no need to confront the surface creatures who have developed into unknown forms after hundreds of years. When some of the normal-minded background NPCs moved away, the remaining players showed their extraordinary temperament even more. Is this the mysterious cave released in the event preview? The one that leads to the ground? But isn't Scroll Master a standalone home game? I thought it would be linked to a home system. The result is a big hole leading to the ground. No problem. Scroll Master is set on the surface. Stop talking nonsense. I'll form a group quickly. I want to be the first to complete the mysterious cave exploration activity. I want to be on TV. I want to show off my ID. Brother. What's your ID? I won't change my name. I won't change my surname. I want to marry a succubus. 60-60. The system actually allows changing the name. Succubus's lubricant and Succubus's XXX toy can be changed. There's no reason why I can't be called this when I'm so fresh. Hurry up. Hurry up. Our 40-man group. 39 is equal to 1. One more magic profession. Intermediate mage or above will do. Okay. Full. The team leader went to drink water. We'll set off when he comes back. Xiao Feng hung up and drank a sip of water. then returned to the game, and saw that the team was full. So he initiated the team confirmation. And after the team members had all clicked, he led the 40-man group and jumped into the big pit called the Mysterious Cave without hesitation. Under the illumination of the 7 moons, the succubus's study was incredibly bright. Even the pinch marks on Peiyi's peach-hard tail were clearly visible. Louis liked this kind of environment. If possible, he wanted to throw away the map in the succubus's hand and press him against the huge transparent French window, facing the moon, leaving ambiguous marks on the clean glass. Unfortunately, he could only think about it. Peiyi was studying the map seriously, and didn't notice that a high-ranking demon was coveting his sexy and beautiful body. When a passage leading to the surface appears next to your newly developed underground city, you need to be extremely vigilant, because that means your people will leave you. Of course, Peiyi has no people. He is engaged in tourism. But this does not mean that his tourists will like the real surface world. Although his main source of tourists is the people of Lord Louis. Although the people of Lord Louis are very loyal, and will not migrate to other places. But Peiyi still believes that a good city lord should be prepared for anything that may happen. For example, we can study how long the passage is, whether we need to send an engineering team to block the passage, or notify the Underground Race Management Committee and let the officials take action. Boy is a strong supporter of suing the officials, although we don't pay taxes or protection fees to the Underground Race Management Committee. The significance of the existence of such a large official organization is to uniformly allocate the rich resources underground, such as countless dog-headed people and goblin slaves. I think we can completely hand over this passage to them to deal with. Peiyi hesitated, but if this happens, the resources of the nearby dungeons will be requisitioned. Brother 17. Think about it. There are several dungeons nearby. Boei, I suddenly forgot that you are just a mini dungeon that has just reached level 2. You haven't even joined the Demon Management Committee yet. In this way, I will apply for membership of the Demon Management Committee for you right now, so that we will not be within the scope of the Underground Race Management Committee's requisition. Peiyi glared at him. Lord Louis's city is still a candidate city for the Demon King. It is not within the scope of requisition. From this point of view, the Underground Race Management Committee can define this place as a wasteland, and no need to deal with it. Brother 17. Is there any alchemy that can help you improve your brain? I think your IQ has been declining recently. Boy, I'm so sorry. My research scope does not include biological alchemy. It's a pity that my brain is not enough. So you definitely don't want some exploration alchemy props developed by some spellcasters, who are not smart enough. When Peiyi heard about the exploration props, his ears moved slightly. He rubbed against his dear 17-year-old brother. The succubus hugged Boei's arm, and used his hands and feet to wrap around him. My dear brother. Who said that your brain is not enough? It's simply an insult to the caster. We should ignore those ignorant creatures. Come and introduce your alchemical props to me. At that time, Boei was defeated after being entangled by him for most of the day. And Peiyi got a box of exploration alchemical props. At this moment, it was placed next to him, together with tools such as a magnifying glass and a ruler. The map that Peiyi had was very detailed, and was a kind of alchemical product. Clicking on the map with a matching quill pen, you can even unfold the flat map to see the things in the upper and lower layers. Like now, Peiyi clicked on the middle of the ash plane and the surface. The branch line is only 300 meters away, which can be said to be very, very close. But he didn't know the structure of the passage. And the first underground creature to enter the passage was a nightmare. Everyone in the underground knows that nightmares can enter the etheric space. You can't even be sure which space they are in for 5 minutes. Peiyi enlarged the map, then shrunk it. He bit the pen, not knowing what to do next. Seeing that the succubus was about to bite off the quill, Louis was afraid that his face would be stained by the splashing ink. So he teleported to Peiyi and pulled the quill out of the succubus' mouth. Peiyi was stunned. Louis threw the quill on the unfolded map and pinched the succubus's face. Can I hear what is bothering you so much? Peiyi pointed his chin towards the map. It's not this passage that suddenly appeared. Louis stood behind the succubus, half-hugged him, and supported his hands on the table. Peiyi enlarged the map, pointed to the 300-meter shadow area and said, I really don't understand why the Global Monthly uses the movement speed of a nightmare as a time unit. Louis laughed softly. Peiyi continued, I don't know if I should hire a bounty hunter to explore that passage, but I am sure that I will not be willing to have my dungeon resources requisitioned. Although I guess the inquiry letter from the Underground Race Management Committee is on the way. Lewis raised his hand, and a folded inquiry letter lay in his palm. You guessed right. I saw the crow and brought it to you. Pate bared his teeth at the inquiry letter in a rage. Lewis, it just so happens that I also think that handing things over to them will turn out extremely badly. Just look at the mentally retarded vampire city lord of a B underground city, and you will know how bad their level is. Pei nodded vigorously. Lewis, as for the bounty hunters you mentioned, I don't think that's necessary. You should go and see my people. They are very excited and have entered the passage in groups. Don't worry. They will bring back the most comprehensive passage map. Pei heard this and looked at Lewis sincerely and said, Sir, your people are really unique and useful. You should keep more creatures from that plane in captivity. Let them have more cubs, and then continue to serve you. Lewis didn't say anything, just smiled. An unfathomable smile. To be honest, Lewis didn't think that the players with uncontrollable behavior could compare to his army of coders. What's so good about the players? Maybe they are both hardworking and Kryptonian. Which game doesn't like such players? Hoo-hoo. Huh-huh. The panting sound of the mount echoed in the narrow passage. The team of 40 people stretched into a twisted line segment. The dean suddenly stopped and said in a hurried tone, Oh, Ku, I'm going to the toilet. You go first. Don't wait for me. Ah, I need to go to the toilet too. I'm going to drink some water. My access device is out of power. I'm going to find a power source. When Xiao Feng saw this situation, he simply called for repairs. The players who were idle on the spot started chatting. How long is this passage? Didn't they say it would only take 5 minutes? We have been walking for more than half an hour. To be honest, I was looking at the game background at that time. I clearly remember that the underground city of the old road is only 300 meters from the surface. 300 meters? Half an hour. Even if you jump on 1 foot, you can jump there. Right? We still ride on the mount. Is my 60% movement acceleration fake? Are you stupid? Did you forget that you turned a corner? I have a very bad idea now. The so-called 300 meters is actually a straight line distance. So there may be a winding mountain road ahead? Brother, when you said this, I suddenly lost confidence in the road ahead. Wait a minute. I'll go ask the customer service. Asterisk hello. Customer service number 008 is here to serve you. I'm doing the latest mysterious cave exploration mission. And I just want to know what you call the winding mountain road 300 meters? Dear, 300 meters is the straight line distance. There are no elevators in Darkness's world. No. How long will it take me to walk? I suspect you guys are cheating with the card. Dear, we have a hint. Remember to pay attention to the news of the underground world. And I wish you a happy game. Wait. You come back? What news? Chapter 100. Fuck the winding mountain road of 300 meters. Original poster, as the title says. Damn the game company. Damn 300 meters. Damn the old road. Second floor, ha ha ha. I'll laugh first. Third floor, second floor can still laugh. It shows that he has never experienced the awesomeness of the winding mountain road. Fifth floor, I'm second floor. I really haven't experienced it. There was a lucky guy in our group. He stepped on the crack point of the ether space as soon as he came in. And then we arrived at the destination in 5 minutes. And the mission was over. 10th floor, damn. I'm jealous. Really lucky. 20th floor, our group also walked for nearly 20 minutes. Later, during the break, a plot party leader took out the newspaper he bought to organize the plot. Then we saw Nightmare's ether jump and the underground creatures complaining about Nightmare's movement speed. We found the ether space crack left by Nightmare's speed running halfway. 30th floor / dog head. Our group called 26 complaints. And finally the customer service couldn't stand it anymore and told us to find the entrance to the ether space on the ground. 35th floor. The one with 26 complaint calls above is awesome. 40th floor. Then what? I haven't done this task yet. Please ask for follow-up strategies. 40th floor. After coming out of the etheric space and reaching the surface. The first round of the task is over. The second round of the task is to explore the surface. You will find a huge scroll lying in a very conspicuous place on the ground, which is the one on the login interface of Scroll Continent. Click on the scroll. It will say that you are cursed. And then the system will prompt you to go back to the old road to complain and call for help. 50th floor. Well, I'm not criticizing the seniors who did the task first. Just Is it true that wandering around in the passage for a long time is nothing but wasting points? 51st floor. No. Our group walked for an hour and got nothing. 60th floor. 40 minutes and got nothing. 77th floor. Our group originally planned to explore. What if there is some hidden plot? We ran for an hour and 25 minutes. And then disbanded. 80th floor. The above disbanded group is too miserable. 100th floor /picture. I finished the walk alone. Running for 2 hours on a ghost horse with 100% movement speed. And stopped to use the toilet in the middle. I was given the title of a cave explorer. And there was also an adventure task. The Succubus's cave map. By the way, this task pays a lot of money. 101st floor. Damn. It's actually a Succubus's adventure. I won't say anymore. I'll go online and run for 2 hours. I'll also draw a map for the Succubus. 102th floor. I'm different. I don't look at the Succubus. As soon as I see so much money, I go online to do the task. More and more players lined up to contribute cave maps to the Succubus. Pei soon collected a complete map of the interior of the passage leading to the surface. He looked at the long passage, was silent for a moment, and then sighed. It's really long. Louis sat on the sofa behind the Succubus and drank tea. Hearing this, he said, this also means that we can arrange a lot of things in the passage. Pei nodded. That's right. I will write a letter to Brother 17 and ask him to get me some alchemical props with high lethality. The Succubus quickly finished writing the letter. After releasing the raven, he asked Louis, by the way, Sir, are your cursed people okay? I have a kindergarten classmate who is a witch. She is very good at curses. Do you need me to ask her to see what kind of curse this is? Louis put down the teacup. I have some ideas about this curse. Do you remember the scroll that the natives in the ranch used to attack us? Pei, I remember. Louis, the source of the curse is the same as the source of this scroll. Pei remembered that those scrolls were not the original products of the ranch's alternate plane. They were the god-level props left over from the higher plane in the mouths of the ranch's natives. In other words, the curse that originated from the scrolls also came from a higher plane. Pei frowned. What does that higher plane want to do? Did it find that we occupied the plane where it once stayed and wanted to retaliate against us? But why would it place a curse on the surface? Louis was about to explain that because there was an all-encompassing protective barrier underground. No matter what alternate plane it was. Unless it was 100 times stronger than darkness. If it wanted to tear open the space and enter the underground, it would definitely set off the barrier alarm. This is written in the background setting. And Louis used it very flexibly. As a result, Louis's prepared remarks were not used. And Pei showed what crazy imagination is with his strength. Pei, I understand. We have lost contact with the ground for hundreds of years. Could it be that the surface world has been occupied by that high-level plane in these hundreds of years? No wonder no matter how I scolded the god of light, he didn't respond. Louis was stunned. However, Pei quickly overturned this inference that shocked Louis. No. We only lost contact with the surface human kingdom. There was a war with the heavens. And my father was killed by 6 seraphim. Which shows that the heavens were not overthrown by an unknown high-level plane. Could it be that? He paused. That high-level plane is playing a big game. He is gradually breaking through the ground. The sky and the underground. The ground is no longer working. Now, he has begun to infiltrate the underground. Louis. Suddenly I feel that this explanation is good once and for all. He even has an excuse for not making a ground map. It is occupied by a high-level plane and players cannot reach it. What a fair excuse for an air wall sticker. Thinking of this, Louis said, your guess makes sense. Pei was a little surprised that Lord Louis confirmed his guess. He has taken another step forward on the road to becoming an intelligent city lord. Louis, I'm afraid that high-level plane will not let us go. I will go to the surface in person in the near future. When Pei heard that Louis was going to the ground in person, his mind became active. Sir? He rubbed against Louis, and his tail occasionally tickled Louis's thigh. Sir, would you mind bringing me along? Louis looked at the Succubus, and was torn between bringing her along and not bringing her along. If it was a normal joint activity, Louis would have tricked the Succubus out to hang out with him. But this time it was with Scroll Master, an unusual game with problems. Even though the database was backed up several times, and the server was upgraded with encryption, the security performance increased by several percentage points. Louis was very confident in entrusting the safety of other subroutines to the database. But he didn't want to take any risks with the succubus. If he could prevent him from appearing in front of the Scroll Master, he would definitely not take him with him. Lewis originally thought so. But the pitiful and hopeful look of the succubus made Lewis waver. Well, what if the opponent chooses to attack the database? It's convenient to protect the succubus at his side, isn't it? Pei saw the hesitation of the upper demon, and continued to work hard, holding the upper demon's arm, and said very obediently, "Sir, I promise to obey your arrangements in any action. I just want to see what this high-level plane is like. You know, it's quite rare for an alien plane to dare to challenge darkness." Yes, because the setting says that darkness is super awesome, and the only alien plane war is used as a background setting to set off this underground world. The planner wrote it so freely. All the energy of that poor alien world was sucked away by darkness. And finally the whole plane collapsed. Lewis's silence lasted for a few minutes. And finally he made up his mind. "Okay. You must stay by my side." Pei cheered. "You are so kind." "Sir, he is here in the high-level plane. Will the history of darkness draining the high-level plane repeat itself?" Pei is looking forward to it, and is eager to pick up some leaks. "Ding, the source of the curse. The curse from the high-level plane is entangled with you. Your city lord has decided to take all his people there to find a way to break the curse. Ding, the source of the curse. Prerequisite 1. Build a teleportation array. Any action requires strong rear supplies. Please build a teleportation array to and from the Heart of Darkness dungeon at the surface passage. Ding. Prerequisite 2 for the source of the curse. Equip a mount. You can't do it like this now, or the enemy will look down on you. Go upgrade your equipment and mount." "What? I thought I was finally going to fight in the linked map. But you asked me to build a teleportation array?" Infrastructure game. It tells you that even though Lao Lu is addicted to succubus, you can't forget to build a house. Has anyone done the prerequisite 2? Are equipment and mounts free to upgrade? That's definitely impossible. But it's quite cheap. 500 magic crystals can be used to upgrade an equipment. All enchantments and refinements are preserved. And the equipment level is also increased. Ah, I've upgraded my mount. The undead horse has become a death warhorse. I'll change to a set of plate armor and cost the death knight in a minute. Fuck. I forgot to upgrade my mount. I upgraded a rat. I'm going to cry. The lightning rat has become a lightning flying rat. What does that mean? Is it a big deal to be able to fly? Isn't the movement speed only 60%? It doesn't even deserve to be called lightning. In the main city, players were chattering about the quests. Some were quick to upgrade their equipment and mounts, and then immediately went to the surface entrance to collect materials to build a teleportation array. The scenery on the surface was completely different from that underground. The sky was blue. The sun was shining, and the lush trees rustled in the wind. A player tried to walk into the woods. Can this tree be cut? I need wood in my alchemy, and the wood underground is too difficult to brush. I cut a little on the ground. What's going on? Air wall. Another player saw this, and walked to the woods on the other side. Oh my god. There is an air wall here too. When exploring the map, players are not very good at doing their job. Let's put the half-built teleportation array aside for now. Brothers, come and find a way to break through the air wall. Players are groping around the border of the map. What's going on? Why are there walls everywhere? I'm not being picky, but this map is really too small compared to other maps. I want to see if the sky is also blocked by an air wall. What if I can escape? Very good. Brother, hurry up. I support you spiritually. So the little devil player rode his wrongly upgraded flying lightning mouse and began to climb up. He climbed, and suddenly heard a ding. Prompt sound in his ear. Ding, dear handsome player. Please stop your jailbreak. This game does not have a ground map, and the air wall is behind the map. If you continue to rise, you will get stuck on the ceiling. Handsome guy? Bang. The handsome guy felt like he had hit something, and then he was stuck in the air wall, unable to move. Chapter 101. The handsome guy was stuck in the air wall. He tried to shake his body, but it was no use. So he started to call for help. The players laughed at first, and some kind-hearted people rode their flying mounts to help him. But no matter how other players pulled the handsome guy, his character model was still very stubbornly stuck in the air wall. I can't pull you. The cute king said to the handsome guy while laughing. Why don't you cut out and ask the customer service what to do if you are stuck in the air wall? The handsome guy sighed in despair and exited the game. A minute later, The handsome guy came back. Fuck. Guys. I need your help. The customer service said that the air wall is equivalent to a magic barrier in Rio. As long as I am strong enough, I can pull myself out of the air wall. Pull it out? The succubus's lubricant looked up at the handsome guy on the ground and said, Does it mean that we pull you, and can pull you out with a little violence? The handsome guy, that sounds right. The cute king, you should have said it earlier. Let me do it. Next, I'll show you how to pull out the little devil with the air wall. Please welcome him with applause. There was a sparse applause from the ground. The cute king grabbed the handsome guy's foot and pulled hard. But the handsome guy didn't move. He pulled harder. But he still didn't move. He kept pulling harder. But the handsome guy still didn't move at all. The cute king, I was thinking that as a magic profession, I might not have enough strength. Ah. The players who were watching the fun booed. The cute king, stop booing. Is there any big brother willing to help? I'll do it. A warrior player rode up on his mount and flew up. He rolled up his sleeves with confidence. At first, he even rejected the cute king's suggestion to work together. Then he flipped over. Handsome guy, can you guys do it? Come on. More people. Use more strength. Gun lay on the ground, rolled his body, and adjusted his perspective to look at the handsome guy. I suggest that all the players present should go up together. I always feel that this air wall is not so friendly. Her feeling was right. The players lined up one by one. The two players in the front were responsible for grabbing the handsome guy's feet. The players behind took the opportunity to hug any part of the previous player that they could hug. Everyone worked together. Finally, the handsome guy moved. He moved. The handsome guy shouted in surprise. The next second, he shouted in panic, Hey! Just pull my feet. Don't pull my pants. Pei will never forget today, when he and Lord Louis went to the ground to check the progress of the teleportation array, and saw an extremely eye-catching scene. A group of underground creatures are actually pulling off the pants of a little devil. Although everyone in the underground knows that little devils love devil dramas very much. You may be teased by a passing little devil if you are not careful. But generally speaking, creatures that have the ability to retaliate against little devils will beat them up to vent their anger. And few creatures will deliberately humiliate little devils, because they don't care at all, and even think you are very interesting. You will be recorded at the top of their next prank list. And the little devil, although it is also a devil, the difference between him and other devils can be seen from this small word, small. Being small means that he can't do some things that adult demons can do. And it also means that he is not worth seeing. So Pei couldn't figure out why there would be underground creatures to pull down the pants of the little demon. Well, except for the little demon's own kind. This may be their new game. The succubus's shock was written on her face. While Gun commanded everyone to work together, she felt someone coming out of the passage behind her. She looked back and said, Oh! Ku! Succubus brother. The players heard, What? Succubus? NPC is here. Is the plot going to start? Who cares about the unlucky guy stuck in the wall? Of course. He is waiting for the plot to start. Handsome guy, hey. You guys keep going. I feel like I'm about to come out. The players ignored the handsome guy's call, and greeted Pei and Louis enthusiastically. Pei smiled and nodded in response. Louis raised his chin slightly, accepting the players' rainbow farts while looking at them with a nonchalant look. When the players left the little devil, Pei finally figured out that they were not trying to pull off the little devil's pants just now, but that the poor little devil was stuck in the barrier and other players were trying to rescue him. The succubus glanced at the little devil and his pants in danger, and sighed, Although I understand that you are trying to help this little devil, I have to say that the position of this barrier is really suitable for some adult creatures games. Most of the players? A small number of players were breathing rapidly. Damn. The succubus's speed is so fast that it can accelerate 200 yards in 3 seconds without any warning. What the hell? As long as you do it, I can get out of the book in minutes. The succubus's lubricant shouted excitedly. Pei looked at her. A bunny girl. So, he gave succubus lubricant a tacit smile that you and I both understand. Succubus lubricant gasped and covered her chest. Ah. Succubus's smile. She forgot to take a screenshot. Louis. He looked at the players with a bad look. What's going on? What's in the minds of the players now? They are serious games. So they have to go to the backstage and delete this record. Gun should be the player who is most proficient in what to pay attention to when talking to the succubus. She deeply understands that when you attract the attention of the succubus, it is time for Lao Lu to start to be a dog. After all, Louis is a super jealous person who is either on the road to be a dog or a dog to you. Sure enough, when Pei and the bunny girl started to discuss the topic of the book, Louis spoke. Pei, he called the succubus. Pei's attention was immediately drawn to it, and he turned to the upper demon and pretended to listen. Do you think this teleportation array needs to be equipped with a protective barrier? Pei glanced at the teleportation array under construction and nodded. Yes. This is the surface after all. The surface has been occupied by that unknown high-level plane. So we must strengthen the protection. Louis, then. It's you. The rabbit-shaped half-orc is fast. You should immediately go back to the Heart of Darkness to find Red Hat, and ask him to prepare more materials for the protective barrier. The lubricant of the succubus, who was suddenly named. Ball rolling. Sure enough, Lao Lu started right away. She saw that the lubricant of the succubus was still standing there. So she bumped her calf and sent her a private message. Don't be dazed. Move quickly. Lao Lu is targeting you. Some of the onlookers envied the lubricant of the succubus and said, Lord City Lord, I can run fast too. Let me go. Some realized that something was wrong and quietly stood a little further away from the succubus. The handsome guy stuck in the air wall heard no movement below, and howled again. Hello? Have you finished watching the plot? Can you come and save me? The players then remembered that there was still a guy stuck, and had not been able to get out yet. Pei smiled. Louis, it's time for you to show your strength. Louis had a cold face, raised his wings, and flew up. He stretched out his hand, and tapped lightly beside the little devil. The players saw that the sky seemed to blur for a moment. And then the handsome guy fell from the air wall. Ah! Give me a slow fall spell. The mages among the players were slow, and the handsome guy put on a slow fall device before landing. But he was too close to the ground. So the handsome guy slapped and fell on his face. Pei hissed and held his face, feeling the pain. The players were laughing and discussing the little movements of the succubus. And some players said bluntly, the succubus is so cute. I really want to get married. Can the game company give me a chance? Pei didn't quite understand what the player said, but it didn't stop him from judging from the player's tone and eyes that they were talking about his strengths. So the succubus smiled more and more brilliantly. Louis felt much more depressed. He was deeply aware that there were many bastards among these players who coveted his succubus. Listen, what kind of tiger and wolf words are there to marry a succubus? Why didn't he say that he wanted to marry the bullhorn demon and the plague demon? No. He had to swear his sovereignty. He had to let the players know that his succubus should not be coveted by others. Louis thought so, pulled out the backstage, and quickly wrote a piece of code. Just when he wrote the last code character, the ground shook suddenly. Pei subconsciously grabbed Louis's arm and wrapped his tail around him tightly. What's going on? Suddenly, dark clouds floated in the sky, and the wind blew violently, and dust flew. The whole scene was pulled out to play a monster without any sense of disobedience. A flash of orange-red light appeared in the dark clouds, like a magic cannon attack, and like a magic missile fired. The player shouted, enemy attack. Hide quickly. Louis pulled Pei into his arms, and spread his wings to encircle him. His voice was low and calm, almost gentle to the succubus's ears. It's okay. Just some regular attacks from magic bullets. Look how correct our decision to reinforce the teleportation array was. The server just cut into the game, noticed that Louis had modified the code, and heard Louis's words. Do you have any shame? You are the hero who saves the beauty after you make trouble yourself? Louis, what is shame? After you have done your health care, go to the linkage map and take a look. Maybe you can find the second server spirit? Server, impossible. You, an outsider, don't know that we have a strong sense of territory. If there was a second server, I would have come to his door long ago. I am the most special server in the universe. No one else. Louis. Oh. Server, are you just trying to fool me? Do you know that you are not sincere? Louis, I don't have a heart. Mr. Server with a strong sense of territory. Go share the mud in the garden with your silly and taciturn friend. After saying that, Louis blocked the server without hesitation. The magic bullet attack stopped. Louis spread his wings, raised his hand, and stroked the messy hair of the succubus. It seems that the enemy attack is over. I'll ask them to clean up here. Let's go back first. Pei nodded and returned to the Heart of Darkness with Louis. The remaining group of players, who received the task of cleaning the battlefield, were confused. Wait, what is Lao Lu doing here? Show him that he has a succubus to hug? Chapter 102. When the bell of war rang, the system prompted ding ding ding. After the brushing, every player's head was full of buzz. At the same time, the official website also posted the specific content of the linkage event. Scroll Master has opened a new event called Audi Continent. The Scroll Warlock came here through the plane shuttle channel in his home and found that this continent was on the verge of extinction. So he decided to save this continent. The Scroll Warlock traced the cause of the Audi Continent's dying and found that it had fought with another powerful plane during an expansion. That plane was fierce and occupied the subsidiary plane of Audi Continent, and also cut off the power supply of the subsidiary plane to Audi Continent. This caused Audi Continent, which originally relied on external energy to support itself, to gradually weaken. Now the weak Audi Continent no longer has the ambition to expand. He only wants to return his subordinate plane and continue to live, with the only weak connection between Audi Continent and its subordinate plane. The Scroll Sorcerer tracked down the powerful plane, which is darkness. He used a space positioning scroll to place the coordinates in darkness and cast a curse on the coordinates. He wants to attract the intelligent creatures of darkness, and then let them return the subsidiary planes they occupy to Audi Continent. This game CG was produced by Scroll Master. What surprised the players was that the official announcement of the specific content of the joint event was this one. Joint event. I am the villain? The author. This is the first time I have seen a game event CG in which the protagonist is not himself. That's fine. But the key point is that after watching the whole CG, the dungeon is a villain. Second floor, wake up. The devil is not a villain. Can it be a good guy? Third floor, I second the motion. The devil is not a villain. Can it be a good guy? Fifth floor, the CG picture is good. But this Audi Continental makes me feel out of place. How much advertising fee did Audi give you? I give double to BMW. 8th floor, I give triple to Rolls-Royce. 10th floor, Aston Martin. Do not accept it. 15th floor, the previous few posts almost made me think I went to the wrong auto show. I was just wondering, what happened to Scroll Master? You weren't like this before. When you found a new continent, you would say, go, fight him. Grab any good stuff and strengthen your home. Why did you suddenly become a saint this time? 20th floor, I logged into my Scroll Master. You know what? The limited time scrolls given in the event are quite strong. If it weren't for the fact that I couldn't connect online, I would have wanted to try whether the dungeon system is stronger or the Scroll Master system is stronger. 33rd floor, damn. Strength is just a matter of numbers. Besides, there is no real way to do a joint venture. At most, a boss model from the other game will appear. 50th floor, well, let's not talk about the gameplay first. It just feels that my dungeon is really a villain from the CG. 60th floor, to be honest. The Scroll Master used to be a villain when he released a new map. When a new map came, he took the scroll and went out to fight. It can be called an evil force from another dimension. What's the result now? Funny. Evil forces collide with evil forces. And the dungeon has won the status of the boss of the evil forces. 80th floor, ha ha ha. I just went to the customer service to ask why they are willing to be a villain in the CG. Guess what the customer service replied? The customer service said, because the devil is the evil camp. They also sent me a chaotic evil Lao Lu emoticon pack. I am dying of laughter. The sense of substitution is too strong. Being a villain may be their ultimate ideal. 100th floor, so Lao Lu's dog makes sense. The entire planning team of this game is very evil. A large number of powerful cavalrymen were arranged in a neat square formation. The Air Force was hovering in the sky, and the bright red flags were flying in the wind. Lewis sat on the dragon's back, holding the succubus in his arms. He glanced at the scroll mark with a light look, raised his voice slightly, and said, "My people, you are about to follow me into the other world. Hold the weapons in your hands tightly, and show me your strength. Offer victory and blood to the lord of the city." The bloody lords, who commanded various legions, drew their swords, raised them to the side, and took the lead in swearing. As soon as they finished speaking, a louder oath sounded, "Offer victory and blood to the lord of the city." The sound wave was like a sharp sword that went straight into the sky. The players were arranged in the middle of the NPC square, infected by the atmosphere. They also opened their throats and shouted hard, for the ultimate evil Lao Lu. Long live the lord of the city. For the marriage succubus. The surrounding NPCs. A Death Knight glanced at them, pressed in his hand, and signaled the players to shut up. His companion patted him on the shoulder. Forget it. We are in a hurry today. Teach them how to shout slogans next time. Lewis waved his hand, and the army set out. The cursed scroll emitted an ominous green light, covering everyone. Pei felt a bright light in front of his eyes, and felt dizzy at the same time. He quickly grabbed Lewis's arm. The upper demon patted the succubus soothingly and whispered, "Okay. We are here." Pei Yi's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and he slowly opened his eyes. This place, which is said to be called Audi Continent, is very similar to the surface world in Pei Yi's inherited knowledge. The earth is covered with a layer of green, with lush trees, tall mountains in the distance, white clouds far away, and a hot sun emitting heat above his head. Pei Yi's eyes, which had just opened, were stung by the sun again. Physiological tears flowed uncontrollably. He covered his eyes and said to Lewis, "Sir, I seriously doubt that the mainstream belief in this world is the sun god." Lewis squinted his eyes, also feeling uncomfortable. Lewis had the same feeling as the succubus. Most underground creatures did not like the sun, even if the light of 7 moons was more dazzling than the sun. They just did not like the sun. So Lewis snapped his fingers, and thunder immediately sounded in the sky. Large patches of dark clouds came from all directions, completely covering Lewis's army. Pei immediately felt much better, and he began to feel the magic in the air. "Sir!" Pei opened his eyes in surprise almost immediately. The magic power in this plane is particularly abundant, almost as rich as that in darkness. Lewis opened the system panel and took a look at the magic power concentration of his own home, and then released the server from the blacklist. Check the magic power concentration of this world. Yes, this map used by Scroll Continent as a linkage event map is not just a game map. Lewis discovered this as soon as he came in, but he was not particularly worried because his program operation was not restricted. In other words, even though the other party provided a problematic activity map, they were unable to restrict Lewis's ability to do whatever he wanted. This was easy to deal with. The first thing Lewis did was to get a super invincible giant black cloud to cover his people tightly. Lewis didn't know why the other party provided this map that looked like a map, but was actually a map of a real alien world. Anyway, any alien plane that fell into his hands would only be exploited as long as it could run the code. The server was called out by Lewis. If he had hair, it would have exploded all over his body at this time. But unfortunately he didn't. So he could only express his emotion through exaggeration. "Ah! And I almost caught him. I wanted to sneak attack. I'm tired of living." Lewis almost wanted to cover his ears because of his ghostly howling. Luckily, he held back for the sake of his image. Lewis asked curiously, "Did you feel him?" Server, "Yes. A sickly robber." Lewis, "I tell you, I fucking felt Momo's power in his world's origin. He wants to mess with us? He doesn't even know if he is tough." Lewis, "Wait. Who is Momo?" Server, "I didn't tell you about Momo?" Lewis, "No. Thank you." Server, "Momo is the one in our garden. A miserable and cowardly world consciousness." Lewis, "When did your relationship become so good? It was not like this not long ago." Lewis could only sigh at the server's rapid speed of making friends. The upper demon and the server were communicating quickly in the spiritual sea. Outside the spiritual sea, Lewis also allocated some energy to assign tasks to the players. Ding, build a camp. You followed your lord to a different world. The magic here is very strong. Hurry up and build a camp with magic materials. Otherwise, if you die, you can only go back to the Heart of Darkness dungeon to revive. The journey is too long, and it will delay the battle. The players heard the familiar ding sound, and after reading the tasks, they all sighed. It is indeed a game of moving bricks and building houses. No matter where you go, you will never forget to build houses. Let me make a bold guess. Xiaofeng analyzed. It is very likely that we will have to do daily tasks on this activity map for a long time in the future. What? A PvE team leader next to Xiaofeng was confused. But our team is still rushing to the nightmare level difficulty of the Plague Demon. I just want to finish the event, get the rewards, and then go back to grab the 5th armor. Xiaofeng glanced at the team leader. You really love the 5th armor deeply. Chiu Gun observed the surroundings and suddenly said, "Wait. You see, the NPC is doing the same thing as us. Is this a non-compulsory activity?" If you want to do it, you can do it with the NPC. If you don't want to do it, you don't have to do it. Xiaofeng, it's easy. Just open the task panel and take a look. Wait. Where is my task panel? Is the customer service here? Come out quickly. You have a bug. My task panel, skill panel, and equipment panel are all gone. Chapter 103. Players howled that their system panels were gone. And the customer service phone was flooded with calls again. This time, the official issued a very straightforward announcement, telling the players that the system panel is hidden when you are in a special map, and the system panel will be back as soon as the special map is released. At the same time, the official also said that everyone should not worry about missing any tasks with rewards. When there is a task that must be done, the system will add this task to the player's task panel. If you happen to be in a special map, you can complete it at the same time. If the player has something to do and is not online at the time of the mission, or is not in the event map, it doesn't matter. The game has built a scene map to reproduce the mission scene, and players can make up for the mission at any time when they are free. As soon as this announcement came out, players shouted, "I don't have to regret missing the limited time event for the rest of my life." Of course, some players are not satisfied and asked, "If I follow the mission throughout, will I get the same treatment as them who make up for it later?" The official also said, "Of course not." "Then what special rewards are there?" "Official, ask your city owner." "Damn. I knew this game company couldn't be so good." "So the dog is here." The cute king cursed while moving bricks and talking to the handsome guy next to him. "Handsome guy, you are so angry. Don't move bricks. Go offline and take a rest." The cute king, "I won't. Look at so many people rushing to the front line. Those who say they quit on the forum are all big liars." The idea of the cute king is the same as that of most players. "Didn't you say you would quit? Why are you still online?" It has become a popular greeting on the activity map. Today is still a day for building the camp. The dean came online early in the morning, yawning and saying a popular phrase to a player who was already working hard next to him. "Brother, are you working so hard? What about you said you would quit?" The werewolf player glanced at the dean and said with a strange expression, "I am extremely loyal to Lord Lewis. Who said I would quit?" The dean was stunned for more than 10 seconds. He thought, "Damn, he didn't recognize the wrong NPC again." The werewolf player on the opposite side saw the dean's expression and couldn't help laughing. "Brother, it's just a joke. Don't think about it. Look at the equipment of the NPC. If I were an NPC, I would be in a very bad situation." The dean bared his teeth at him. "It's not fun at all." The werewolf patted the dean on the shoulder. "Brother, calm down. It's my fault. I just want to see if you are as weird as what you uploaded on the forum." "Dean, strange? What do you mean by strange?" The werewolf said, "If the dean recognizes the wrong NPC, it means that a new plot will start." "Dean, even if I recognize the wrong NPC, a new plot will start. Then you?" The werewolf smiled awkwardly. While the two were talking, a pink spherical slime jumped past them. This color of slime, and the spherical shape, makes it more recognizable. The dean called out, "Sister Gun, why are you here so early today?" The pink slime ignored her and rolled towards the luxury tent on Lao Lu. The dean frowned strangely. "What's wrong with Sister Gun today?" Chio Gun Gun is a very cheerful person. Even if an unfamiliar player greets her, she will stop and respond, not to mention passing by the dean. The werewolf player scratched his head. "Why do I feel that Sister Gun looks a little strange today?" Hearing this, the dean pondered for a while and said, "Now that you mention it, where is the bow on her head? Running naked without equipment?" The equipment in the game dungeon is different for each creature character, and it changes when it is worn. For a special form of slime like Ball Roll, the bow is her equipment. The werewolf player instantly thought of something and said to the dean quickly, "His. Isn't this Sister Roll at all?" The dean immediately said with a guilty conscience, "No way. If this is not Sister Roll, then it must be someone else's trumpet. Otherwise it doesn't make sense for so many NPCs to have something else mixed in." Werewolf player, "Why don't we just catch it and ask it?" The two looked at each other and said, "Go ahead. Catch that slime. Whether it's a werewolf or a vampire, their natural races are not slow. And both of them are first-tier players. And their attribute points are also at the graduation level at this stage. It's very easy for two people like this to catch a slime." The dean caught the pink slime in his hand, and the werewolf player came over to take a closer look, Hey, I think her eyes are a little dull. The usual look of ball gun is W. But the look of this pink slime is 0.0. Very empty. Dean, gun sister? Gun sister. If you are kidnapped, will you just nod? The pink slime did not react. The werewolf player, Dean, stopped struggling. I don't think she is gun sister. Gum was originally an ordinary slime living in the Black Mountain Cave. Like all the slimes in its tribe, it crouched on the top of the cave every day, waiting for some other creatures to pass by below. And then, they would fall from the cave to prey on the passing creature. Guma realized that he was different from others when he hunted today. His tribe hunted a blue sheep. After eating and drinking, Guma suddenly had some other fragments in his mind. He saw a creature that looked very similar to him. Also a pink spherical slime. He lived in a powerful city and had an extremely powerful master. He didn't need to worry about food every day, nor did he need to be afraid that his cave would be destroyed. He was a pet that was kept, and he only needed to attract the attention of another creature when his master needed it. Guma didn't know why he suddenly saw all this, but a voice in his heart told him to go to the camp of the slime owner and kill his owner. We are all slimes. Why is that one so comfortable? Guma followed the guidance of the voice in his heart and came to a place he had never been to before. And he walked into the heavily guarded camp with a swagger. He moved forward in the direction indicated. And as he was about to enter the tent, the voice in his heart became more and more impatient, urging him to hurry up. And faster. The tent was only 100 meters away from it, and Gum was about to succeed. However, it was caught. A vampire and a werewolf caught it. The voice in Gum's heart immediately disappeared. Gum looked at the werewolf and the vampire, and his small brain completely stopped working. With a bang, the slime exploded. The explosion range was not large, but the sound was very loud. It alarmed many NPCs and players, including Pei. Pei walked out of the tent. He looked at the vampire and the werewolf covered with slime and asked, "What happened?" The werewolf player blinked and thought, "Damn, the rumors are true. As long as the Dean recognizes the wrong NPC, the plot will immediately happen." The Dean saw the pink slime jumping out behind the succubus and howled miserably, "Sister Roll. So you are here? The ball rolls?" A dark knight in charge of the main account security ran over with the knights. He asked in panic, "Mr. Pei, are you okay?" God of Demons. Lord Louis was out for one night, and an attack occurred. "I'm afraid he will have to become a headless knight next." Pei shook his head. "I'm fine." But these two new subjects of Lord Louis looked badly injured. Pei could smell the smell of blood mixed with slime in the air. The two players at the center of the explosion didn't feel anything just now. After all, their pain sense was gone. Only when they moved and felt the slowness of their movements did they realize the severity of their injuries. The Dean tried to move his feet, but he just moved a little, and the whole vampire fell to the ground. His heart sank. "I think I can still be saved if I rescue him immediately." Pei summoned a dark high priest, and after reading a passage of English to the Dean and the werewolf player, both players jumped up and down. The Dean pointed to the slime that was still on the ground and said, "Report to the succubus. We caught a slime spy." He blew himself up. Pei, obviously. But there are magic eyes monitoring the surroundings of the camp. And the camp is full of your people. How did he get in? The Dark Knight immediately said, "Mr. Pei." According to the feedback from the magic eyes, no creatures were found to have entered or left the camp. Other NPCs around said that they had not noticed that there was an abnormal slime in the camp before. And to be honest, slimes are too common. Sometimes you can find a nest of them by digging in the foundation. They are too weak for Louis's army. There is no need to be on guard. Pei also understood this. So he asked the Dean and the werewolf player, "How did you find out that there was something wrong with this slime?" The werewolf player glanced at the Dean, "Because my friend has a very special skill. As long as he recognizes the wrong thing, there must be something wrong with it." "Dean?" Pei tilted his head, thinking of what the vampire had shouted when he saw Mr. Louis's slime pet just now, and realized that he must have mistaken this alien slime for the ball. He thought for a while and said, "Since you have such a talent, then the investigation of all creatures in the camp will be handed over to you. You can choose some assistants to complete this task as soon as possible. Tomorrow we will go out to find materials that contact the curse and explore the surrounding terrain. I hope that before that, all unstable factors will disappear in our base camp." Ding investigation of spies from another world. After moving bricks for 3 days, The players finally ushered in the first necessary task. Catching spies. Chapter 104. The Dean suddenly became a popular group target. And from time to time, the cool dark night guard captain interacted with him. Players from other regions and servers were extremely envious. At this time, someone thought of the cross-server function. As long as you add a player friend from one region and one server, and then form a team, you can perform cross-server operations. So the Flying Crow friend function of players from one region and one server suddenly became very busy. The server looked dull and muttered in Lewis's mind with dull eyes. I can't do it anymore. I feel that a part of my body has suddenly become super heavy, while other areas are light. What kind of quests did you release? Why are players suddenly rushing to the first zone and the first server? Lewis raised his eyebrows, glanced at the backstage and said, My succubus will give quests to players. Not bad. Server, not bad. Let the players go back to their own servers. I feel super weird now. Lewis, you can divide yourself into zones. Expand the space of the first zone and the first server, and reduce the space of other servers. Anyway, for us, no matter which server the players are in, they are all on the same plane. Server, aren't you afraid that players will find that if one area and one server is not lagging, there will be no one in other servers in the future? Lewis, anyway, if the server is broken, it will be merged. Everyone is in the same server. You should worry about whether you will be paralyzed by the lagging. It really doesn't make any difference to me. The server thought about it, and what Lewis said seemed to make sense. But the problem is, even if it is not lagging, the current network equipment cannot support so many people in the same server. The congestion and lag are because the passage is narrow, not because his carrier is too broken. Thinking of this, the server sighed, It's this world that's wrong. Not me. Lewis didn't care if the server suddenly went crazy. He left the succubus and chased out alone last night, because the server said it caught the sickly robber, and because the robber had an entity and was not on the level of consciousness. The server could not kill him. As a concrete world, Lewis could touch things that the server could not touch. So the server made Lewis almost impotent after a series of screams, and then made him run out to work in the middle of the night. This made Lewis feel extremely unhappy. He had already chased him to the outside of a city. Are you sure he is inside? The server came back to his senses. I am sure. Lewis, this city has a population of at least 80,000. Which one? The server began to hesitate. I suggest killing them all. We are demons anyway. Lewis, tell me the truth. Have you already lost him? The server cleared his throat and said seriously, You have to know that this is a war between planes. It's either you die or I die. For the plane, the creation is part of the energy. If there is no creation, it will be recreated. But when the creator hides in the specific creation, then killing this creation is equivalent to hurting the creator itself. Lewis, you are a demon. You can't let down at this time. Lewis, do you think I look like a saintly white lotus? The server said without any disobedience, You are just an evil villain. Lewis, then do you think I will be soft-hearted because of a group of creatures from other planes? Server, yes. You can be so mean to those who pay with Krypton gold. Then what's wrong with you? Lewis, you really should take a good look. Oh. Sorry. I forgot you can't see. Let me describe it to you. In the city in front of me, there is a guy with a glittering body who is about the same level as me. Don't ask me what he is. I don't know. There were 16 birdmen standing in front of this guy. One level lower than me. In addition, I found 120 unknown creatures at the level of Abyss Lords. And the Blood Lord. Oh! And there were 2 huge turrets facing me. By the way, it looked like it was about to fire. Server? Why don't you run away? Lewis, you should reflect on why you were fooled out by other world consciousnesses. Is your brain not as good as his? Server, didn't you chase him out? Are you saying I am a hindsighter now? Lewis, I almost lost my temper. If I don't come out, will it be embarrassing to face my enthusiastic little succubus? Server, okay. That's enough. Run away. Why are you still standing there? Lewis, wouldn't it be embarrassing for me to run away at this time? Server, are you crazy? Face is not important. Don't hold on. Shit. The bastard on the other side showed up. He's laughing at me. I'm going to kill him. The muzzles of the 2 giant magic cannons lit up with dazzling white light, which was almost as bright as the scorching sun in the sky. At the same time, it seemed as if a small sun rose in the city, and the scorching temperature hit him in the face. In an instant, the light completely enveloped Lewis. The server was screaming, "Ah! Lewis! 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 Are you still alive? If you are alive, just make a sound. Don't leave me alone. I can't bear it." On the conscious level, Momo silently pulled the corner of the server's clothes, signaling him to calm down. But the server was not calm at all. Since the white light enveloped Lewis, his screams and mumblings have never stopped. Momo let go of his hand, thought about it, and started screaming like a groundhog. "Ah! Server? What are you screaming for?" Momo signaled the server to check his consciousness energy. If the energy was not lost, it meant that his creation was completely fine. "Server, yes. It can be done this way. I am not very experienced in the business. Sorry for the embarrassment." He checked his energy and suddenly looked at Momo. "Forget everything you saw today, or I will be rude to you." Momo. "Oh, he is really interesting," Momo thought. "Is Lewis okay?" Of course he is fine. If there is any advantage of being a plane that has become a game spirit, it is probably to disconnect to keep safe. As long as the other party does not completely invade the server, then Lewis can disconnect himself and fall back to his own plane from another plane. The familiar heart of the night. The familiar city hall. The familiar black throne. Lewis sat on the throne unscathed, wondering how long it would take for the server to stop his screaming. The noise hurt his ears. Oh, forget it. Let's go see what his succubus is doing. The game company of the strongest dungeon released the game CG at the right time. It was the part where Lewis faced the powerful armed forces of an entire city alone. Of course, the ending was a little artistically packaged. Lewis did not log off and go home, but withstood the entire attack by himself. He walked out of the light with a dark cloud, and his flamboyant membrane wings were like the side of the god of death, bringing fear to the most powerful kingdom in Audi continent. The major shareholder logged into his GM account and laughed at Lewis without hesitation. "It's overturned. Right? Do you want me to ask the program team to adjust the value for you again? Call me Daddy. Daddy loves you." Lewis, get lost. Damn. It affected his good mood of watching the succubus. "Major shareholder, you are so irritable. I know you didn't get any benefit. Wait. I will arm you." Lewis's pupils dilated. "Stop. Don't mess with things." Players who were not in the activity map found that GM and Lao Lu had a big fight in the City Lord's Hall. In the end, nothing was broken. The worst damage was probably the players who were watching nearby, who were sent to the resurrection point. There are also discussions about game CG on the forum, but the direction of the discussion is different from that in the game. On the forum, a player copied CGs from two game companies, one from Dungeon's own, the Old Road unharmed version, and the other from the other game, the Old Road missing version. The poster used a dog head to save his life, and then wrote, obviously, the two game companies have a little disagreement on the event melee. Except for the accident of ha-ha. There is no other meaningful content in the post. Lewis got the major shareholder away, and he can finally watch his succubus quietly for a while. By the way, he upgraded his own attributes. He didn't believe in the poor technology of the major shareholder at all. He wanted to upgrade himself. Then, he saw a war scene. At that time, Lewis's mind was full of question marks. What happened? Why did the war suddenly break out? The plane of Audi continent. Pei was also confused. He just asked a vampire to check if there were other spies who had sneaked into their base camp. As a result, more and more messy spy creatures were found. Even a seemingly insignificant tree stump had grown legs and ran away when it was checked. The players looked at the Dean in shock. Someone asked him, "Dean, tell me honestly, is your game interface different from ours?" The NPCs also looked at the Dean in shock. The captain of the Dark Knight Guard patted the Dean on the shoulder and said with a relieved tone, "I'm so glad that Lord Lewis's new dungeon has a magic talent like you. Work hard, and you will be the captain of the guard team of Lord Lewis's 110th dungeon." Dean. He wanted to say it was an accident, but who knows what he meant by spies. In the consciousness level, Momo wiped the sweat from his forehead. The server didn't know how to influence the specific plane through the world consciousness itself, so he could only probe the consciousness stream to help him tentatively. It is a very serious matter for a world consciousness to extend its consciousness stream into the territory of another world consciousness, and it may even lead to a life and death war. In the end, the server just raised his eyelids and asked, "What are you doing?" Momo said to clean up the projection of Audi Continent's world consciousness on the concrete world. The server said oh and muttered, cleaning. Then you do it well. I'll go to the forum to see if the other side has released any new trailers. Momo felt like she had become a maid in the story. But thinking about the beautiful garden, forget it. It's just to clear the garbage. In this way, all the spies were found and gathered one by one. Pei looked at these various creatures, some of which didn't even look like living creatures, twitched his mouth, discussed with the bloody lords, and ordered them to be eliminated on the spot. Who knew that just as they burned these spies with hell lava, the magic eye found an alarm. They were surrounded by a group of humans. Chapter 105. The lawless kingdom of Audi Continent received an oracle a few days ago. In a barren mountain range within the territory of the lawless kingdom, enemies from the demon world appeared. They were brutal and fierce. The gods they believed in were watching the patron saint of Audi Continent, the sun-born god Ming-Rian, and were always ready to pull him down from the altar and devour him. If the priest said this, King Lawless might not believe it. But he saw this oracle with his own eyes. He saw the sun god Ming-Rian descend from the temple and told him, a terrible monster appeared in the east, and the lawless kingdom was in danger. We must nip the enemy in the bud before it becomes strong. King Lawless saw the oracle for the first time in his life. He felt that this was God's favor to him, and he was determined to devote himself to his God. So, without the priest's urging, King Lawless personally selected the troops and set out with his kingdom's army. They marched quickly in the kingdom for 2 days and arrived at the Black Mountain Range. From a distance, King Lawless and his army saw the dark clouds hovering in the sky. The priest said with a serious face, Your Majesty, I feel a powerful and terrible magic hovering in the Black Mountain Range with a dark and tyrannical breath. King Lawless, I saw it. Is there any way to deal with it? Our gods and our country need our protection. The priest thought for a long time, and then said, The collective chanting of the sun god by the knights of the temple may temporarily dispel the darkness. Taking this opportunity, our cavalry can rush into their camp and break through their defenses. The priests will assist to prevent other possible problems. King Lawless, what are you waiting for? Go and do it quickly. May the sun god bless us. The priest also said, May the sun god protect us. And then the temple knights drew their swords, pointed to the sky, and began to chant hymns. The magic eye faithfully recorded everything it saw and broadcast it under Pei's command. All creatures in the Heart of Darkness camp saw this high-definition broadcast. Pei has sent a raven to Lewis, but has not received a reply from Lewis. He can only discuss with the Bloody Lords how to deal with the enemy. Fortunately, these Bloody Lords mobilized from various dungeons of the upper demons are first-class commanders. Pei only needs to sit and act as a mascot, and they can come up with more than a dozen plans to deal with the enemy. During the discussion, the most common question Pei asked was, How sure are you to win by doing this? The Bloody Lords were very confident, and their answers were all 100%. Pei no longer knew whether the opponent was too weak or Lord Lewis's dungeon was too strong. But no matter which one it was, a crushing victory was always a happy one. Players were not qualified to participate in tactical discussions. They could only wait outside the main tent and wait for the task to be issued. By the way, they could also watch a movie with other NPCs. Oh my god! The opposite paladin has started to read the bar. Don't we need to interrupt it? This bar is already halfway through. Do you feel any impact? Excuse me. No. The bar hasn't finished reading yet. So it's normal that there's no reaction. Doesn't anyone think this bar is too long? According to convention, if a bar is not read backwards, the longer it is, the greater the damage is. It's been 2 or 3 minutes, and this bar hasn't finished reading yet. I think when he finishes reading, it will definitely be a shocking move. What should I do? There's no new task. I think we can't stick to the task. Xiao Feng touched his chin and said, From the nature of this game, many accidental events will be calculated into tasks. I don't know the specific algorithm, but it can be judged that some tasks can be created. Xiao Gun blinked and looked at Xiao Feng and said, Speaking of this, King Feng, what do you want to do? Xiao Feng, we should form a special group to try to interrupt the opponent's reading. First, we don't know the opponent's damage and defense. Secondly, the death penalty in the activity map is not clear. Therefore, this special group can be regarded as a pioneering death squad. I will start the group. It is not mandatory. If you are willing, you can click me to form a team. As soon as Xiao Feng finished speaking, his team application was bombed. Xiao Feng slowed down. Slowed down? I'm stuck. Let's play YY first. A few minutes later, the United Front YY was hung up, and Xiao Feng's pioneering death squad was also full. Xiao Feng, I emphasize again. Only our team will go to explore the way first. Don't rush in all at once. In this game, we have a close connection with NPCs. If there are too many pioneers, it will affect the behavior of NPCs, and it will be more trouble than gain. I know that many friends from other servers have come to the first zone and the first server today. I hope everyone can listen to my advice. Really don't be impulsive. Thank you all. Gun did not join Xiao Feng's pioneering death squad because there were many players and commanders from other servers, and Xiao Feng's command was not very clear. Gun thought about it and rolled towards the main account of the succubus. More than 100 bloody lords spoke at the same time, and the sound of the argument made the tent very noisy. Pei Yi blinked, a little confused about which plan to choose. He sighed, and seemed to have understood the happiness and troubles of a high-level dungeon lord. When his eyes wandered, Pei Yi saw a corner of the tent lifted up, and a pink spherical slime rolled in. The ball rolled all the way to Pei Yi's feet, and was picked up by the succubus. Pei Yi put the ball on the table, touched the bow on her head and said, "Hey, why are you here? Do you know where your master went?" The ball thought to herself. There are players who said that Lao Lu is in the main city Lord Hall, but she can't guarantee that Lao Lu has not moved. So Gun's eyes turned into, "Pei Yi, you don't know either. It's really a headache." Before leaving, Mr. Lewis said that I would be in charge temporarily, but I have no experience at all. A bloody lord standing closer immediately said, "Mr. Pei Yi, please believe me. As long as you stand here steadily, you are an excellent commander." Gun took a look at this NPC and silently gave him a thumbs up. Awesome. When it comes to flattery, players still can't beat NPCs. Listen. It's so natural. Pei Yi was blown away by the words of the bloody lord, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. Another bloody lord came to offer Pei Yi the 20th plan, and Gun took the opportunity to say, "Brother Succubus, and all the commanders, I think there is something you need to know." Pei Yi and the bloody lords in the room looked at Gun. Gun suddenly felt a lot of pressure. Gun, that is, Lord Lewis's new underground city people can't wait to charge for the city lord. I think they have already set off now. Pei Yi, Bloody lords, Gun. Most of them thought that the enemy's paladins chanted for too long and needed to be taken seriously. So they charged forward without hesitation, hoping to exchange their sacrifice for intelligence and contribute to Lord Lewis's victory. Pei Yi, it sounds like it overlaps with Plan 12? A bloody lord stood up. Yes. Not only Plan 12, but also Plans 3, 5, 8, 16, and 17 all have similar content. The people of the Heart of Darkness, whose souls can be reincarnated infinitely, are the most suitable for this kind of thing. They are even more useful than the army of the undead. After all, the passage of skeletons can easily make the enemy think of the scourge of the undead. And who would have thought that a group of normal underground creatures could also come forward one after another, endlessly? Then, let's ask the Magic Eye to broadcast the charge of the people of the Heart of Darkness. Pei Yi said, "Let's see the strength of the enemy, and then make the next plan." The bloody lords nodded one after another. Gun. Why do I feel that in the eyes of NPCs, the status of players is only slightly higher than that of skeletons in the Scourge? Ding! A symbol in charge. People of the Heart of Darkness, charge for your city lord. Xiao Feng's group had already walked out of the camp and formed a formation to charge towards the enemy when they heard this wonderful system prompt. On the United Front microphone, Gun spoke. "Don't ask me what I did. I just stated the situation truthfully. Go ahead. Cannon fodder. The bloody lord commanders like you very much. Players who are more useful than skeletons." Xiao Feng, why doesn't it sound like a good thing? Gun, charge seriously. There is a live broadcast of the Magic Eye. Let the brothers be more alert. The live broadcast will be clearer. There were many players following Xiao Feng's group. Now that they heard the system prompt, what are they waiting for? They all mounted their mounts and charged. King Lawless stood on the fine iron chariot, and the chanting of the paladin was coming to an end. He looked at the dark clouds in the sky expectantly, waiting for them to be dispersed. However, Before the dark clouds dispersed, a group of terrifying demon creatures rushed out from the place covered by the dark clouds. King Lawless called the priest, and the priest told him, "Don't worry about these scattered cavalry. The magic group can kill them before they arrive." When the priest said this, he was arrogant. He didn't take these monsters seriously at all. But the king's pupils began to shrink, and he pointed to the distance with a trembling hand. "Does what you said include these later ones?" The priest was facing the king. Hearing this, he turned around and saw that in addition to the neatly formed team, countless monsters emerged from all directions. They had no uniform suits, no uniform mounts, and even different races. But they screamed excitedly and were in high spirits. Some of them looked particularly scary, which easily reminded people of the man-eating monsters in the stories they heard in childhood. The priest shouted, "Mage Core, get ready." Xiao Feng shouted in YY at the same time. The magic monster on the opposite side has read the bar. The nurse sets the shield and gets ready. Chapter 106. This was the first time that the army of the human kingdom had seen such a scene. Thousands of monsters emerged from the black fog, and their terrifying cries were like the roar of the abyss, telling the most ancient fear of mankind. The monsters attacked them with their fangs and claws, and many spellcasters even trembled and forgot the spells. The priest shouted the names of the spellcasters loudly, and while shouting, they prayed with the sun. Some spellcasters woke up, and they understood that they had to release magic to knock down the monsters before they approached, so as to buy buffer time for other troops. The king panicked and commanded the remaining cavalry and infantry, asking them to prepare for the enemy. But the effect was obviously not ideal. The paladins were immersed in the chanting, so their condition was not affected too much. But they probably didn't expect that the primary target of those monsters was them. The first wave of magic attacks from the human caster condensed from the top of the staff with a brief chant. It looked like a variant of magic missiles or magic arrows. They had blue light tails and glided in the air towards the monsters. Players are sometimes reckless, but sometimes they are also very smart, especially those who play PvP. Except for a few stupid and cute ones, they react very quickly. The first reaction when seeing the skills is to hide. So, the army of the human kingdom saw that the group of monsters not only put up magic shields, but also suddenly dispersed to avoid the magic attacks of the magic group. The speed of those unknown magic attacks is not slow, but if you say it is fast, it is not lightning fast, which makes the players unable to react. What does this mean? This means operational space and error tolerance. Xiao Feng shouted in YY, "Pay attention to the circle in the sky. Spread out. If you can't dodge it, shout 'I'm a pig,' in order not to shout 'I'm a pig.' Players try very hard to dodge NPCs, skills, not to mention long-range players. It doesn't make sense for them to dodge and not fight back when the opponent hits them from a distance. Once they reach the casting distance, they don't care about anything else, and just use their skills first." For a moment, the scene was very chaotic. Xiao Feng turned into a werewolf and nimbly dodged a magic attack, shouting at the same time, "Very good. The opponent's attack is not too strong. Brothers, hold on. Warriors are ready to dismount and charge. Mages cover. Bird druids and cat druids go around. Bear druids turn into bears and charge with warriors. Nurses can nurse whoever they want. Do you see the row of paladins in the front? Give me some." On the battlefield, the magic attacks of both sides reached a white-hot stage, even fiercely blocking the field of vision, so that the commander could not see the road ahead clearly. "Xiao Feng, who the hell threw it? Please collect all the alchemical items for me. If there is a wind mage, please blow it for me. Damn, I can't see the road ahead." As soon as he finished speaking, a strong wind blew. The human side's heart skipped a beat, and the king held his breath, thinking that the monsters were going to use some powerful moves. The priest shouted at the priests to support the defensive barrier. A faint light spread from above the human army, and the defensive barrier was pulled up. But at the same time, the monsters were also in front of them. Paladin. Attack the paladin first. Freeze, stun, and interrupt skills first, Xiao Feng said as he pounced on a paladin and gave him a wolf claw without any hesitation. The dean chanted Blizzard at the longest distance. After the spell was finished, he shouted, "I am a pig." Other players? People were not on the battlefield, but the ball was rolling in YY. While watching the Magic Eye broadcast, he twitched his mouth. "You are really honest." The dean, "Hurry up. Don't be too cheap. If you are hit by a skill, just be quiet and shout it yourself. Players are never afraid of the world spawning pigs. So, there were strange waves of I am a pig shouts on the battlefield. Pei and the Bloody Lords looked at each other. Pei asked Chio Gun Gun puzzledly, "Is this a spell from their hometown?" Chio Gun Gun, "I guess so. It is a special spell that can stimulate their potential energy. But don't try this spell casually, because it is not widely used." Pei nodded. Their hometown must be a magical place. The broadcast screen shows that the human side tried to launch a comprehensive attack on the players. But the players were staring at the paladins. Soon, the temple knights, who were not many in number, and were in the middle of chanting and could not be distracted, were beaten to pieces by the players. This desperate fighting style shocked the human army. They could see that monsters kept falling, but more monsters were constantly replenished. The chanting of the temple knights was ultimately not completed. Under the crazy targeting of the players, they had to give up the chanting and pick up their weapons to fight the enemy. This made the human army very passive. Not only did they fail to dispel the dark clouds, they were even counterattacked. King Lawless looked at the priest with a grim face. The priest directed the spellcasters and other temple personnel to cast spells, and had no time to pay attention to the king. The king turned to other generals. The leader of the knights panted and said, "Your Majesty, I suspect that there is a gate to the demon world where the dark clouds are covering. Otherwise, they wouldn't have so many. This number has exceeded the maximum number of people that can be carried in the area covered by the dark clouds." Another captain of the kingdom's guards also seconded, "Yes, Your Majesty. I think we should retreat first. Save enough strength and write to other kingdoms, asking them to form an alliance and fight monsters with us." After losing confidence, King Lawless's army retreated step by step. The king and his generals began to discuss how to retreat. What they didn't know was that, don't hang up your dead friends. Replenish them. Unlimited replenishment. Friendly reminder. Remember to set up the buff in the camp first. Xiao Feng and other commanders repeated this sentence. This sentence, unlimited replenishment, became King Lawless's nightmare in the future. Pei looked at the battlefield scene, touched his chin and said, "Lord Lewis's new people almost suppressed the other side. I think they don't need reinforcements anymore." The Bloody Lords nodded and sighed again. It's really better than the undead scourge. Lewis's attribute adjustment is nearing the end. Not only did he raise his own stats too much, he also locked his health at 99.9%. The program team leader cut in with administrator privileges and talked to him. "Don't you think it's a bit too much?" Lewis spread his hands innocently. "Too much? Me? What did I do wrong?" The team leader, "The opponent is stronger than you. I can understand adjusting the stats. Why do you lock the health? According to the script, you have a battle damage plot. And then the players will bring you reinforcements. And you fight the opponent's boss together and finally win." Lewis? The core programmer was full of question marks. He was damaged in the battle? And he wanted the players to bring reinforcements to rescue him. Did the plot team finally drive themselves crazy because of boredom? Lewis was completely down for more than 10 seconds. And then he reacted, "Team leader, did you get the wrong script? The plot team is currently writing a side story for the Next Door Fairy game. Are you reading the Next Door script?" Team leader, "Really? Let me take another look." A few minutes later, the team leader, "Oh, it's the Next Door one. What about our script?" The plot team leader, "It has been entrusted to me for a long time. I think Lao Lu has his own ideas, so I decided to support him." Lewis smiled reservedly. "Please believe that I can handle it." The team leader frowned. "I think you are fooling me." "Lewis, how can it be? I am your life's work and masterpiece. If you deny me, you are denying yourself." The team leader thought about it, and it made sense. So he went offline with peace of mind. Lewis stood up and straightened his collar. All the values are up. The durability of the clothes is locked. The health is locked. And Lewis, who feels great about himself, tears open the space and descends into another world. Lewis. Pei was the first to discover the arrival of the upper demon. And he shouted in surprise, "You are finally back." Lewis sat steadily on the chair behind the sand table, and the succubus's body temperature seemed to remain on it. Not long ago, the succubus was still sitting here. And then he got up and moved the chess pieces on the sand table. Lewis saw Pei move the chess piece representing the player's Heart of Darkness symbol outside the mountain. He raised his eyebrows. "It seems that my new people have good fighting ability." Pei nodded, "Yes. And they are all very brave." Like tireless undead? No. The undead still need the magic power of the necromancer to support them. And they are just like the legendary perpetual motion machine in alchemy. But I am a little confused. Are their souls okay after being resurrected repeatedly like this? Lewis, it's good. Believe me, their souls are definitely tougher than the skin on the dragon's feet. The magic eye was still working. From the screen, we could see that the players, with fewer people than the army of the lawless kingdom, had chased the other side for several miles and had already left the border of this mountain range. However, their speed was slowing down. The commanders seemed to have called for a stop, and the players stopped a little outside the mountain range. Xiaofeng, stop. We've chased far enough. But there was no prompt for the next task. I think it's time to ask our 007. Sister Gun. Are you there? What's the NPC's reaction? Should we chase them or not? Chio Gun Gun, Lao Lu is back. And he's watching you. He also praised your souls as being tougher than the skin of a dragon's feet. As for whether to chase them or not, I think I'll hear the familiar ding prompt soon. Ding. Lawless King's capital. The bold lawless kingdom actually dared to attack Lord Lewis's camp. Your city lord was very angry when he heard the news when he returned from an outing. He decided to teach the creatures of this world a lesson. People of the Heart of Dark Night, take action. Friendly reminder. King Lawless has collected a lot of gems. Maybe they can be used to give to the succubus? P.S. This task is a joint task with your own NPC. Please explore it yourself. Chapter 107. The 5th day of the joint event. Are the evil forces in the dungeon finally showing their fangs? Original poster. Today we fought against a million-strong army head-on. And we won. Special cards. By the way, in this event, the skill proficiency increases very quickly. I have to change to a small account tomorrow to brush up the skill proficiency. In addition, looking at today's task, Lao Lu seems to be going to rob the enemy's treasure house. This task seems to have a high degree of freedom. I wonder if I can make a profit by the way. 2F, King's capital? I haven't been online for 2 days. Are we going to attack the city? 3F, what do you mean by joint mission with NPC? Does it mean that I can ask NPC to help me take damage? 10F, wake up. You still ask NPC to help you take damage. It's good that NPC didn't ask you to take damage for him. 22F, ha ha. Sorry. I just thought of the Bloodlord's quote. Players are more useful than skeletons. 25F, in the eyes of the Bloodlord, you players are just a mutant version of the undead scourge. 30th floor, the 4th disaster. No problem. 45th floor, am I the only one who got a mouthful of dog food from the task prompt? Show every day. What's there to show? I'm going to get angry. 50th floor, you are not alone in the front. Where is the FF group? One day, I will burn the old road. 55th floor, pass the torch to the big guy in front. 68th floor, the back row asked weakly. Has anyone noticed that the number of people in one area and one server has suddenly increased? Did you all cross the server? Is it laggy? I want to play it too. 70th floor, it's laggy. Don't come. 75th floor, it's super laggy. 1 step forward and 3 steps back. Don't come. 80th floor, the more you say this, the less laggy it feels. You should say, it's super smooth. Come quickly. 90th floor, come on. Bro, I'm not afraid of lagging. I heard that it's easy to trigger NPC interaction in one zone and one server. So I want to come and talk to the succubus. 100th floor, 90th floor. Brother, did you forget that Lao Lu is watching you? 101st floor, Old Road. Pei rode on the Shadow Phoenix, wearing all the accessories engraved with enchantments and inscriptions. He looked around excitedly. The Air Force composed of bird demons and half-dragons formed a triangular square around him. And behind the square, there were thousands of lazy dragons. Lewis spread his wings and flew beside Pei. Their destination was the capital of the Kingdom of Lawless. The impressive demon army walked in a straight line very domineeringly, climbing mountains and crossing rivers. If they encountered a town, it would be even simpler. Usually, before they got close, the people in the town would run away. This led to Lewis's army arriving at the capital of Lawless much faster than King Lawless had expected. Almost as soon as King Lawless fled back to the capital with his remaining army, the army of the underground city arrived. The army of the demon world was more complete and more terrifying than the scattered army of players before. It was overwhelming and even without the cover of dark clouds. It created a dark scene. King Lawless's eyes widened. He felt that the letter he had sent out before requesting help would definitely fall on deaf ears. No kingdom would be willing to risk being destroyed to save them. Yes, destroy the country. If it was just a few 100,000 common demon creatures forming an army to attack. King Lawless would still be confident that he could rely on the capital's barrier and the mithril wall to wait for reinforcements from other kingdoms. You know, although these monsters don't look like humans, their bodies and equipment have a lot of value. When the kingdoms on the entire continent see the benefits, they will want to get a piece of the pie. But now the monsters in the kingdom of Lawless have exceeded the scope of ordinary and normal. Not only in terms of quantity, but also in terms of race. One bone dragon can easily destroy a city. What about hundreds of them? And their relatives who are not dead? When King Lawless talked about bone dragons with the priest, he was so frightened that his voice was trembling. But the priest was more concerned about the bloody lords and abyss lords who occasionally appeared in the front of the team. That was the legendary high-ranking commander of the demon world. Wherever they appeared, blood and death followed like a shadow. Of course, what King Lawless didn't know was that other dragons didn't admit their kinship with the bone dragons. Maybe the bone dragons were relatives of one of them when they were alive. But it was another story when they died. There was a big difference between dragons and undeads. And the Blood Lord and the Abyss Lord also minded the phrase death followed like a shadow in their adjectives. That's used to describe the god of death. Underground, they are clearly divided. According to the system prompts, the players fumbled to work with the NPCs to complete the task. Chio Gun Gun was experienced and completed the task quickly. She found a bloody lord and said that she had several groups and didn't know how to arrange them. She asked if she could act with the bloody lord's group. Although the bloody lord targeted by Chio Gun Gun was surprised why Lord Lewis's pet had several groups of Dark Knight heart people. He did not object to having more guys who could reincarnate infinitely in his deployment list. So the players who followed the ball were soon incorporated into the NPC regular army. Other players followed suit, and most of them were mixed into the NPC army. There were also a small number of players who wanted to play something exciting. They did not plan to join the NPC army, but to let the NPC join their army. Of course, this idea did not succeed. The Bloody Lord caught a player who lobbied his knights and reported him to Lewis. Lewis stared at the player and said, "You are brave. Ding, you are taunted by your city lord. But you are very strong. Get taunt immunity buff. You can ignore the enemy's taunts and attack any target you want. Duration 5,000 minutes. So the players know that they can't command NPCs. They can only cooperate with the command. I also want the taunt immunity buff." The Dean muttered to Xiao Feng, "Do you think if I go to trick an NPC now, will our commander catch me in front of Lao Lu and let him taunt me?" Xiao Feng looked at the Dean. "It will happen in my dreams." The sun god Rion and his followers descended on the temple city. This is a city full of temples, the capital of faith for the entire Audi continent. It is also the city that Lewis had previously pursued. The world consciousness of this world occupies the concrete body of the sun god, and he is eager to kill Lewis and then absorb his power. The last ambush failed. This time, he plans to let his creations fight with the creations of the dungeon world, consume their energy, and then wait for an opportunity to devour Lewis. Rion's plan was simple and brutal. He mobilized the kingdoms of the entire continent and sent down oracles, telling them that they must fight the monsters. The kingdom of Lawless was the first guinea pig. This failed guinea pig made Rion realize that his dependent creatures were too weak compared to the other side. If he wanted to win, he had to take some special measures for them. For example, forcibly raising the level of the creatures. Thinking of this, Rion separated a little of his remaining energy and invested it in the army of the Kingdom of Lawless to strengthen their combat effectiveness when King Lawless and the priest prayed again. In addition, other kingdoms were also affected by Sunfire and spontaneously sent reinforcements to reinforce Lawless Kingdom. In other words, Lawless Kingdom's army was upgraded without its knowledge. Hey, why does the sickly guy on the opposite side seem to be weaker? The server scratched his head, not quite understanding what happened. He thought about it, and pulled Momo out of the soil in the garden. "Momo?" The server expressed his feelings and raised questions. Momo said expressionlessly, "Creation?" Even from such a long distance, he could feel that Audi Continent's world consciousness was dispersing its power throughout the continent, which was obviously to upgrade the creatures. But the server was very confused. Momo wanted to complain about the server, But he opened his mouth and thought, forget it. After all, upgrading the creatures does not require his own energy. The existence of the server itself is very magical. The server suddenly realized, oh. After a few seconds, he said, ouch. I have to remind Lewis that the bastard on the opposite side has upgraded. And let his men be careful. Pei frowned as he listened to the report. He turned to Lewis and said, Sir, the army of this human kingdom seems to have become stronger. Lewis, who had just received a reminder from the server, said, yes. It was time for him to appear. The upper demon walked out of the temporary camp, and dark clouds began to brew in the sky. Thousands of dragons spewed dragon flames at the same time, and the defense barrier of the lawless king's capital was instantly broken. But what followed was countless dazzling beams of light. Fuck. Lasers are coming out? A player shouted in shock. What the hell? I suspect the opponent changed the value. This is my fourth death. Don't mention it. NPCs die even more miserably. Damn. I even talked to that werewolf NPC. I'm really angry. The bone dragon was even shot down. It's reasonable to suspect that the opponent is cheating. Look. It's Lao Lu. Lao Lu is on the battlefield. Lewis narrowed his eyes. The black hellfire. Boom. It jumped up and spread quickly to the capital. Not long after, the entire capital was engulfed by the fire of hell. At the same time, sacred music sounded in the capital, and the shadow of the sun god slowly solidified. The lawless kingdom saw the shadow and shouted the sun god's name. Sun flame. As if it was injected with chicken blood. Lewis sneered. Who doesn't know how to increase the value? Ding the pride of the dungeon. The people of the dungeon will never surrender. And all attributes will increase by 300%. Players, oh. After dying twice, he had no desire to live and chose to roll back to the temporary camp to be a spherical pet. Chio Gun Gun, wait. What is the sun god fucking? Who is Yin? What did he do wrong? Why do you want to hack him? Pei, it's the sun god. Ri Yin. Chio Gun Gun, yes. The sun god Ri Yin. Pei. Why is the sun god here called this name? Why does he have to be called Ri-X when there are other names? Chapter 108. A strong smell of blood floated in the air. That was not the smell of normal blood from wounds and bleeding, but the smell of the bloody lords. In the blood barrier, all underground creatures were given a bloody frenzy. The magic power in the entire battlefield was chaotic and manic, and large areas of magic attacks were like gorgeous fireworks. The beautiful and shocking scene was the most real cruelty and death. The sound of swords and shields colliding came one after another, and broken limbs and armor fragments flew. One after another. Creatures fell. Humans and underground creatures. Players sighed to each other in the breath of the charge. This scene is too damn real. It's just that the mosaic is a bit too blurry. Now my whole screen is fucking mosaic. I'm desperate. You can choose to open a mosaic beautification plugin. Do you know what my game screen looks like now? All bread and jam. When there are enough corpses on the battlefield, the necromancers come on the battlefield. There are necromancers in both the lawless kingdom and the dungeon. But the necromancers in the former do not actually conform to the mainstream beliefs. But who can blame us for the war now? The sun god under the control of the world consciousness does not care about beliefs or not. As long as they are strong enough, they will come to me. The necromancers on the human side have lived their whole lives, and never thought that one day they would be able to control the army of the undead under the glory of the sun god. If you think about it carefully, this life is the peak of life. The necromancers, or liches, on the dungeon side squinted their eyes and shouted at the bloody lord to deepen the blood barrier. Otherwise the glaring sunlight would affect their performance. The long spell was chanted, and the corpses on the battlefield twisted and transformed into undead. Skeletons. Zombies. These primary low-level undead were very easy to transform. Like puppets. Controlled by magic to stand up. With tilted heads, lame legs, broken arms and holes in the stomach forming the basic impression of the undead army. The necromancer of the kingdom of Lawless stopped chanting. The priest frowned and asked, "What's wrong?" The necromancer's face was pale. His eye sockets were deep, and the heavy dark circles made him look like he had poor kidney function. "We are finished," the necromancer said. The corpse did not respond to our call at all. The liches knocked on the small blue bottle and waved their staffs randomly. I just don't understand what gave those necromancers the courage to make them feel that they can snatch corpses from the hands of our liches. Is there anything special about it? A mage player asked beside the Lich. Lich, use your little brain. Vampire. The ultimate goal of the necromancer is to transform into a lich. So as liches, we are naturally higher than the necromancer. And we follow the high-level response principle of the undead summoning. Only the junk we don't want will be summoned by them. Player, I see. Coach, I want to learn. Lich, come to the Ragnarok 3 dungeon to find me if you have a chance. I just want to recruit a few apprentices. Player, he felt that he smelled the breath of a new profession. The situation on the entire battlefield was very good. Lewis was like an arrogant king, spreading his wings and hovering in the sky to inspect the entire battlefield. Sure enough, this is the beauty of high values. For Lewis, this is just a slight increase in values. But for the Audi continent world consciousness, this is the Iron World energy. He gritted his teeth and invested more energy, and accelerated the march of other kings' teams on the continent. Portals were opened everywhere, and the army of the entire continent gathered near the capital of the Kingdom of Lawless the next day. The Magic Eye reported the surveillance footage to Lewis, and Lewis called a meeting of the commanders. The succubus Pei attended the meeting. As the companion pet of the succubus, Shio Gun Gun also got the right to listen. Then, Shio Gun Gun broadcasted the meeting. Players. Huh? Is it over? I can't do it anymore. I can't do it anymore. I can still brush. Let me go. I can still grind for 3 accounts. If anyone tells me that 1 activity per month is grinding, I will slap him in the face with the dungeon activity. Have you ever seen an activity that makes you unable to even breathe? I have experienced it. I tried my best. I have shed blood for the succubus. My name should be on the monument of history. I can't stand it anymore. I'm going to log off and eat. I lost weight playing games. This game is awesome. No. Who remembers that the mission started with attacking the capital and looting treasures? Why do we feel we are getting further and further away from the capital as we fight? It's hard to enter the capital, and it's hard to get gems. I have a bold idea. Gather a special team to steal the house? You have an idea. Xiao Feng and the Dean's team have been assembled for a long time. They are probably already inside the capital now. Fuck? Is this the world of the strong? Lewis divided the Bloody Lords into areas and evenly distributed them around the temporary camp to resist the reinforcements from other kingdoms that appeared from the sudden portal. The war was going on. Pei was actually a little eager to make a move. He thought that these surface creatures could not resist his charm spell. He could even walk into the royal city without any injury, walk in front of the king, and then give him 2 whips. After listening to Pei's thoughts, Lewis looked at Pei's hopeful eyes, thought for a while and said, "As you wish." In this way, Pei stepped onto the battlefield. Of course, the upper demon followed him. The succubus fanned its small wings, and its tail swayed left and right in a specific pattern. He smiled at the surface creatures he saw and activated the succubus. But for some reason, the faces of those surface creatures did not show any obsession, not even dizziness, but fear and terror. They either rolled their eyes and fainted, or dropped their weapons and ran away screaming. This puzzled Pei. He touched his face and asked the upper demon, "Lewis, is my appearance so unacceptable?" "Lewis, no. You are the sexiest and most beautiful succubus I have ever seen." Pei collapsed and said, "Why are they behaving like this? It seems like they saw something extremely horrifying." Lewis, in contrast to his cold, inorganic expression staring at humans, said with a gentle look, "Perhaps the aesthetics of the surface creatures are particularly bad." This was definitely the worst time that the surface creatures were criticized, but they could not refute it. Pei entered the capital all the way, unimpeded. Those who did not have time to escape or were particularly stubborn had become members of the undead army and became Pei's protectors. Lewis glanced at the increasing number of skeletons and zombies nearby, and once again had the idea of brainwashing the liches. Please use the undead to do what a necromancer should do, and don't manipulate the undead to gossip every day. There is no future. Lewis dispersed 2 skeletons as a warning, and the liches made a disgusted ah sound, and then secretly directed the remains on the ground, which were the garbage they didn't want before. So, the human necromancers found that they couldn't even pick up the rags. Necromancer. From entry to giving up. You only need 1 battle with the shameless lich. Pei continued to walk towards King Lawless's palace. At the same time, the players also approached the palace. As veteran players, they firmly believe that there are no monsters that cannot be avoided. Only players who are not working hard enough. In any dungeon or map, as long as you are careful, you can always find the footholds and routes in the corners to avoid most monsters. For the few that cannot be avoided, just fight them. We have arrived at the palace, and are now preparing to climb over the wall. Be careful to walk close to the corners, and don't use a flying mount that is too cool. Who is it for? Hurry up and take back the ghost horse. Light pollution is level 8. Do you think the monsters can't see you? Xiao Feng said as he directed the team members to start stacking the last position. Gula Gula, you go up. When you show up, pay attention to whether there are monsters in the palace. Gula Gula stretched his neck and quickly took a look at the palace. Report. No targets were found. Xiao Feng, everyone, go in. Hurry up. The palace of the Kingdom of Lawless is even more deserted than the players imagined. Maybe all the forces went to the war, and the palace is unguarded. The Dean spread his hands. Xiao Feng, will this game be so kind? Dean, not in the dungeon. But wasn't this map made by the Scroll Master? The Scroll Master has a lot of empty maps. Xiao Feng, Dean, I think you have become wiser. Dean, I have always been wise. Thank you. Players searched for the king's treasure in the empty palace, while Pei and Louis were surrounded by the remaining fighting forces in the palace. The succubus whip almost hit King Lawless, but the priest bumped into him and said with a righteous face, Monster, the sun god will not let you go. Pei was very angry, and he brought down the whip with force. The whip fell on the priest's face, leaving only a shallow mark of injury. The priest was incredible at first, and then showed a determined smile. The sun god bless you. Pei, feeling offended, Louis hugged Pei from behind at the right time and held Pei's whip in his hand. Snap! The sound of the whip breaking through the air came, hitting it tight. King Lawless rolled down from the throne. In the last second of his life, he vaguely saw the scene of the sun god smashing the temple altar in frustration. But he could never think about the deeper meaning of this, because his brain and his body will soon be controlled by the Lich, and he will become a zombie number N without independent thinking. The king was dead, and the knights surrounding Pei and Louis began to stir. The sun god sensed through, gritted his teeth, and split his power again to pour into the bodies of these knights. He drove the knights to start the siege of Louis. Pei's tail was curled around his thigh. He held the weapon tightly. His pointed ears were pressed down and drooped, and he was very nervous. In this situation, his soaring charm talent made the knight's offensive actions have a moment of trance. Sir, something seems wrong with him. Louis narrowed his eyes. I'll take care of it. Hey, why do I suddenly feel a little dizzy? A player who was playing the new event of Scroll Master pressed his forehead, stood up, staggered 2 steps. His eyes blurred for a while, and then fell into darkness completely. Chapter 109. In front of the main hall of the Lawless Palace, the knights of the King's Guard raised their swords and spears and charged at Louis desperately. Their eyes were empty, but their movements were incredibly fast. Rather than saying that these knights of the King's Guard were still human, it would be better to say that they were just world consciousness in human bodies. A huge sickle appeared in Louis's hand, a weapon that looked like the sickle of the god of death. Well, it was the sickle of the god of death. This death scythe is said to ignore all the opponent's defenses and directly plunder the opponent's life. To put it bluntly, it is a weapon that empties the blood tank. It is a very powerful weapon. After Louis searched for it in the material library, he took it and used it directly. He didn't care how embarrassing it would be for the Death God to suddenly lose his weapon in the game world. Death God, WTF? The King's Guards fell in groups, and the power of Audi Continent's world consciousness was further consumed. Under Louis's crazy harvest, Pei Yi's nervousness was replaced by excitement. He waved his whip and occasionally snatched a few heads from the hands of the upper demons. On the other side, the players dispersed and searched for the treasure house in the Lawless Palace. When the succubus's lubricant found an inconspicuous hole in a corner of the palace, the ball got lost and went to the front hall of the palace where a large-scale battle was taking place. Fuck. 2 hack sounds rang out in YY at the same time. Succubus's lubricant. I found a hole. Ball rolling. I saw the succubus snatch Lao Lu's head. Dean, what? NPCs also like to snatch heads? As expected, head dogs are everywhere. Is this the point? Shouldn't the point be that the succubus snatched the head from Lao Lu? But he's still alive? Ball rolling. Nonsense. Do you think it's you? If you snatch a head from Lao Lu, Laolu will wipe out your reward. Succubus's lubricant. Hello? Is anyone listening to me? I said I found a hole. Xiao Feng, I'm coming. Everyone hurry up. Gather at coordinates XXX. XX. The players gathered at the hole found by Succubus's lubricant. The hole looked like a manhole cover. But after removing the disguise, the exposed mithril seal showed that it was not ordinary. Then the question is, the dean asked, what can be used to blow up the mithril seal? I know the old magic fireworks can be used, but they have been censored. Xiao Feng, I have an alchemy item here, but I don't know if I can use it. What is it? A team member asked. Xiao Feng took out a wind lantern from his crossbody bag. There seemed to be a candle inside, flickering a dim light. Gulu Gulu, isn't this that thing? The pendant from the Kobold dungeon. Called the candle that never goes out. But the original seems to be in Sister Gun's hands? Xiao Gun showed a disgusted expression. Ugh! That thing stinks. It smells. Xiao Feng, yes. It's a replica. I bought the eternal wine at the alchemy shop. When I bought it, the boss said not to shake it too hard because it is easy to explode. I think its ingredients are similar to magic fireworks. Then let's try to see if it can explode. After saying that, Xiao Feng picked up his replica version of the candle that never goes out and began to shake it wildly. He shook the replica wind lamp up and down, left and right, like shaking dice. The other members watched his movements and could not help but step back. Dean, Feng Wang. I think it's okay. Let go. I think its light is not bright enough. No word was said. Only a loud boom was heard. Xiao Feng and the entire area around the cave were blown away. In the team interface, Xiao Feng's leader avatar dimmed. After a few seconds, it lit up again. Xiao Feng, I seem to see that I was blown into several pieces? Dean, which pieces? All broken into pieces. Flying out with the mithril cave door. The screen was full of mosaics. Succubus lubricant poked his head into the cave and took a look. It's done. Friends. We've done it. There's gold and gems all down there. Ding. The mission in the royal capital of Lawless is completed. Hurry up and carry the gold and gems back. The mission is completed? Most players were confused. But soon, the news that Xiaofeng and his group had found a treasure house in the palace spread quickly. More and more players gathered towards the treasury. This led to the NPCs on the battlefield discovering that there were fewer and fewer people in the heart of darkness. A battlefield maniac human head dog player told them, those who disappeared went to help the city lord move gold and gems. But I won't go. The battlefield is my home. The bloody lord who led him heard this and immediately said, okay. The battlefield needs magic talents like you. From now on, you are the new cavalry company commander. Ding, congratulations to the player who got the title of cavalry company captain with a smile on his face. Players, is this possible? Lewis swung his sickle for the last time and harvested the priest away. The succubus and him stood back to back, and the bodies of the two demons piled up in a circle. Pei felt his heartbeat gradually stabilize, and said to the upper demon, Sir, we won the battle. Lewis, however, had a gloomy face, turned around, and hugged the succubus in his arms. He spread his wings, and the membrane wings tightly wrapped around the succubus in his arms. While Pei was puzzled, the fallen king's guards suddenly stood up collectively, emitting abnormal light. It was as if there was a sun on the ground, and dazzling white light pierced from the palace to the surroundings. Ah! My eyes are going blind. What the hell? I know the black screen of the game. But what is the white screen? Wait, where is this light coming from? Are Lao Lu and the succubus there? Under the strong light, Pei still felt the burning pain even though he was hugged by Lord Lewis and covered tightly with his wings. He couldn't imagine what kind of pain Lewis was going through at this moment. The succubus grabbed Lewis's clothes tightly and buried her head in the upper demon's chest. Her eyes slightly hot. Lewis was calculating the value of the opponent's attack in the background at first, and suddenly found that his chest was wet. He was stunned for a moment, and then realized that the succubus was crying? What happened? Why did she cry suddenly? Lewis admitted that he liked to see the succubus sobbing under him, making sobbing sounds, but this did not mean that he usually liked to see the succubus cry. Something made the succubus cry. Just thinking about it made Lewis unhappy. Beep. Damage calculation completed. The beeping sound that only Lewis could hear brought his thoughts back. Lewis glanced at the backstage panel and threw the damage value to the server. The server jumped up when it saw the number. Great. The opponent is going to die. Come on. Lewis. I will eat him when you drain him dry, and he can no longer possess his creations. Then I can level up again. Hee hee. Lewis. Why do I feel like you're useless? Server, your illusion. Without me, there would be no magnificent and wonderful world like the dungeon. Lewis, that's the credit of the game development team. Server, can we chat now? Be nice to the world carrier, or you'll all get stuck. The bright light disappeared, and Lewis let go of the succubus. Pei Yi's eyes were red, and he looked up to see a narrow cut on the upper demon's cheek, with blood oozing out. The succubus stood on tiptoe and licked the blood gently with her tongue. Your Excellency. Pei Yi wanted to ask if it hurt, but he thought it was a silly question. How could it not hurt? Even if it hurt, Your Excellency would definitely not say it. Thinking about it, Pei Yi couldn't help but shed tears again. It was because he was too weak that Your Excellency took the trouble to protect him. I shouldn't have come out. Pei Yi choked up. Lewis blinked, and he seemed to know where the succubus was crying. The problem is, he doesn't feel any pain at all. 99.99% of the bloodlock and pain adjustment make him feel no burden. This is a bit embarrassing. Forget it. Just pretend that this never happened. Lewis was eager to find a topic to divert the attention of the succubus. He thought for a long time, but couldn't find one. Lewis was a little frustrated. Fortunately, the anger of the opposite worlds came in time, and some species that were obviously not human descended. There were winged people with light wings, like angels and birdmen, giant creatures with fire all over their bodies, and many strange creatures that all emitted blinding light. Of course, the brightest one among them is undoubtedly the sun god himself. He has golden hair, golden eyes, and skin that reflects light like a mirror. Lewis thought, great, he can coax the succubus back first. Real world. Recently, there have been more and more cases of people suddenly falling into coma, and the country has urgently set up an expert group and an investigation team to investigate. Soon, the investigators found that all the comatose patients had played the game's Scroll Master. The relevant departments immediately removed all channels for purchasing the game's Scroll Master and sealed its servers. But the number of people in coma is still rising. After careful research, medical experts found that the brain waves of these comatose patients had abnormal fluctuations to varying degrees. But the cause of this abnormal fluctuation cannot be determined at present. Although the specific cause cannot be determined, the problem must be with the game Scroll Master. Right? From the data analysis of the investigation team, this is the case. But there are also many players who have played Scroll Master who are very healthy and lively, and even play other games. Oh, I know what you mean. That dungeon game. Right? That game is being linked with Scroll Master recently. Could there be a problem with the linkage? I have checked the game The Strongest Dungeon, the server, access equipment, game content, and core code, and there is no problem. I think while we are investigating the cause and trying to treat the patients, we should prevent new patients from appearing. Why the players of the game The Strongest Dungeon are fine is a very special point. I have a guess, but it's not very mature. Professor, please tell me first. We all know that fully immersive games are closely related to human brain waves. When you play a fully immersive game, your brain waves are connected to this game. The server of this game is like a carrier, storing and protecting brain waves from different people. So, is it possible that the brain waves of players who have played Scroll Master will also fluctuate abnormally? But because they are logged into the dungeon game, their brain waves are protected by another game. This is a very interesting idea. Maybe we can do some research in this direction. Shocked. Friends, have you read the news? This is the first time I know that playing games can save my life. 0.0. OP, I play both Scroll Master and Dungeon. I have been worried about fainting for no reason recently, and I am afraid that I will be the next one to faint. So I pay special attention to the news. As a result, I suddenly saw this news today, telling me that playing Dungeon can protect my brain. I was so shocked. 2F, me too. So I logged into the game right away, and told my mom not to call me out unless our house caught fire, or there was an earthquake. 5F. I spent a lot of money to buy an immersion game cabin, and then bought a lot of top-grade nutrient solution. I decided that I would not log off until this coma was resolved. 10F. Big brother in front. 666. 20F. Our company gave employees a game holiday. The boss was frightened by an employee who suddenly fainted while working. and asked those who had played Scroll Master to go home and play dungeons. 30th floor. This is too cool. Paid game? 50th floor. I saw the news and quickly downloaded a dungeon to save my life. Dear Big Brothers, I just want to ask, is there no beginner guide for this game? Why is the main city empty? There is not even an NPC? When I first logged in, I almost thought I was playing a single-player game. 55th floor, haha. Because there is a server-wide event recently. Everyone went to the event map. But there must be NPCs in the main city. The housekeeper did not follow the army to the event map. If you look carefully, the housekeeper must be there. 56th floor, oh. Okay. Thank you, Big Brother. What does the housekeeper look like? 57th floor? Housekeeper? Isn't the housekeeper a transparent person? 58th floor. I seem to see the shocked face of the newcomer. 60th floor. Newcomer, you seem to be kidding me. Chapter 110. Pei was sent to a safe place by the upper demon. What shocked him was that the so-called safe place was not in the temporary headquarters or the camp, but in darkness. Yes, Lewis sent him directly back to the game world. Pei hugged his tail, and there were even tears in the corners of his eyes that had not yet dried. When he appeared in front of Boy was startled. Brother 17 saw his beloved little brother with tears in his eyes, and was angry. Did that damn abyss demon bully you? Pei, no. Not at all. Then he described in detail the heroic performance of Lord Lewis in the battle. Boy, it sounds like a crushing style of play. Such a great battle. My dear brother. Why are you crying? Are you sad because you can't get a kill? Pei, go away. I don't want to talk to you. Bowie scratched his head, watching his younger brother twist his waist, swung his tail and walked straight out. No. Where are you going? It's dinner time now. Are you really not coming to have dinner with your brother? Pei, no. I'm going to supervise the work on the second underground floor. After Lewis successfully sent Pei away, he gave the sun god a grim smile. He crossed his knuckles and pressed them with a crisp sound. The next moment, the upper demon spread his wings and a data stream was generated. Tens of thousands of Abyss Lords appeared behind Lewis. They wore the same armor, held the same weapons, and even had the same height, weight, and face. Yes, this was the army of Abyss Lords that Lewis copied and pasted with Ctrl+C and Ctrl+V. All the values were raised to the highest template. And if they were any higher, they would explode. Lewis raised his eyebrows. He seemed to see the facial expression of the sun god on the opposite side twisted. Huh? Did he finally realize how terrible the existence he provoked was? But it was too late. Go. Destroy them all. Lewis snapped his fingers and whispered. The Abyss Lord template army moved. And the army on the opposite side, that was emitting blinding light, also moved at the same time. Lewis and the sun god fought hand to hand. And the creations and original powers of the two worlds had the most primitive collision. Players stared at the gorgeous special effects that suddenly appeared on the battlefield and opened their mouths wide. Oh my god! This special effect is too cheap. The key is that the server is not stuck. Such a fancy interface is not stuck at all. I love this game. Really. Not only is it fun, it can also save lives. Report. Reinforcements from the enemy's joint forces are coming in an endless stream. Brothers, stop chatting and join the battle. As the battlefield in the game becomes more and more intense, more and more people are unconscious and sent to the hospital outside the game. The game agent and development team of Scroll Master have been controlled, and the expert group is trying to rescue the comatose patient. There are discussions about this incident on various platforms on the internet. Some are conspiracy theories. Some are worried. Some are afraid of chaos. And some are more special. For example, the official forum of the strongest dungeon. I used to say that the last person wearing a helmet was lying in the hospital. And now it's my turn. Newcomer asks, how to play this game? I have been in the game for 2 days to save my life. There is no one in the main city except me, who tricked me into looking for the housekeeper last time. I have been looking for this NPC for several days, but there is no such NPC at all. Battle report. A one-on-one duel between Lao Lu and Sun God. Later, Lao Lu is going to fight a group. I wonder how much psychological trauma Sun God has at this moment. Can playing this game really save your life? I suspect this game has a backstage, and it is taking advantage of others' blood. Second floor? Third floor, take advantage of your blood. I have 6 relatives and friends, and 3 of them have died. The remaining 3 are all playing dungeons. I bought a game cabin and nutritional supplements overnight, just to avoid going to the hospital. What the hell are you questioning? 5th floor. The official report is well-founded. Are you crazy to come to the game forum to argue? If you have the guts, go and argue with the official department that issued the report. 10th floor. If you want to question, get out of here. I have only this straw. I am willing to grab this straw. Don't come to bother me. 15th floor. What's the rhythm of a level 0 trumpet? At moderator. Come to work. 20th floor. If you don't believe it, don't play. No one is forcing you to play. 30th floor. I checked the IP address. This brother's IP address is interesting. XXXX. Let me show you the server location of a certain game. XXXX. You taste it. You taste it carefully. 35th floor. This, other games on the market don't jump. A game that hasn't been publicly tested jumps so high. Aren't you afraid of falling? 40th floor. Okay. Don't pay attention to this OP. He will be angry soon. Let's take a look at what new activities the game company has launched. 41F. Huh? Isn't the joint event not over yet? How come there is a new event? 42F. The event for newcomers is called New Event. Guide new event is coming. First acquaintance with the dungeon. New event is coming. Take you to appreciate the beautiful scenery of the dungeon. Original poster. I moved it from the official website. I will start copying and pasting below. Due to some special reasons, the number of new players has increased significantly recently. Maybe some players are not interested in dungeons and don't want to play RPG games. This game provides natural scenery tour maps for players to use for sightseeing. In addition, since this game is currently undergoing a joint event, the NPCs in the main city and a large number of old players are in the joint event map, and new players may not be able to interact with each other outside of daily and dungeon gameplay. In order to ensure the gaming experience of new players, we will invest a group of succubi and a mysterious creature for players to trigger interaction. /picture. That's it. I'm jealous now. Very jealous. Why do we work hard to make money and chat with the succubus lady, and still be picked on by the succubus lady, while new players have succubus lady interactions as soon as they arrive? I'm going to get emotional. 2nd floor. I want to get off the battlefield. I want to have close contact with the succubus lady. 3rd floor. The next battlefield. I just talked to the NPC, and they said that the celebration banquet after the battlefield will not only invite many succubus ladies and orc ladies, but also provide many bottles of dark holy springs and blood pools to drink. I don't need to introduce what the dark holy spring is. Right? 5th floor? What's going on today? The first 3 floors contain a lot of information. 10th floor. Brother, I'm a newcomer. What is the dark holy spring? 15th floor. How should I put it? To put it bluntly, it means eating something that increases permanent attributes. 20th floor. No more talking. I'm going to charge for Lao Lu. 30th floor. For the glory of the heart of Dark Knight. 50th floor. Loyalty to Lord Lewis. 88th floor. Salute the birth of Lord Lewis's new territory. 100th floor. Confused. What's going on? 101st floor. This game forum is linked to the game. Maybe your speech will be published in the Underground Monthly Report in the game tomorrow. So, remember not to say bad things about the city lord. Otherwise, 102F, otherwise. Change your account. Lewis. When Lewis and his army of Abyss Lords were beating up the Sun God, the server suddenly started to make a series of fatal calls. At that time, the Sun God was already dying, and Lewis was holding him in his hand like a dead dog. Lewis could punch him at any time and send him to hell. It was the server that saved the Sun God. Temporarily. Lewis, what's wrong? Server, well, I have a problem here. Lewis, it's not serious. You can wait until I kill him. Server, no. It's very serious. You must stop. When you beat Audi, the embodiment of the Sun God, who had invested too much power, black and blue, I caught him. But at the same time, I found that his power composition is a bit strange. Lewis, Audi? Oh, your world consciousness is named after the continent? So you should be called Darkness? Server, my name is Server. I like this name very much. Please don't change it casually. Thank you. Listen to me. I found that his power structure is very strange. It is mixed with many brain pulse fluctuations similar to those of players. Didn't the recent news say that many players fell into coma for no reason? It must have been sucked dry by Audi. Lewis, what does this have to do with whether I can kill the Sun God? Server, now most of Audi's power is invested in the Sun God. If you kill the Sun God, Audi will basically be gone. Then these players can't be saved. Lewis, it sounds like you have a specific plan to save the players? Server, of course. Momo and I are controlling Audi now. You wait until we remove the fluctuations belonging to the players from Audi's power, and they will wake up. As for you, when I suck Audi dry, you won't have to fight the Sun God, because he will definitely be gone. Lewis, it seems that he was a tool for the server, and he didn't get any benefits? The Sun God struggled and fell out of Lewis's hand, while Lewis wasn't paying attention. Lewis just watched him run away. He stood on the battlefield for a while, thinking about a very important question. The big boss is gone. How to end this activity? Wait, the player seems to be cursed. The boss is not dead. Who will drop the item that can remove the curse? Lewis thought about it, and felt extremely bad. Damn. I quit. He wants to have some fun with the little succubus. Ding! The Sun God is fleeing. The Sun God of Audi Continent has fled from your city lord. His temple contains holy water that can remove the curse. Go to the temple to collect the holy water, and destroy the statue of the Sun God to weaken his power. What the hell? Lao Lu beat him up like that. And he can still escape? This Sun God is very good at hiding. No. Did any one of you switch out and watch the game CG? Is that the Sun God's fleeing? I think it's a planned route. I saw Lao Lu was in high spirits. And then he suddenly stopped. And watched the Sun God run away. Ha ha ha. I saw it. Lao Lu's dark face. It seemed to say, I haven't fought enough. The Sun God is also miserable. This boss is even worse than the Horned Demon. Ha ha ha. Lao Lu. You have come to this day. I was forced to stop. I laughed to death. Hiccup. Fuck. What's going on? This brother. Is it really hilarious? I laughed my ass off. Curse. It's obvious that the idiot planner forced the players to die for the plot mission. But that brother just now was really funny. Is anyone recording? I want to go to the spam forum. Chiming Studio. Plot planning office. Wow QAQ. I was scolded as an idiot planner by the players again. It's obviously not my fault. That's right. Who knows why Lao Lu suddenly quit? He has grown up and has his own ideas. But we have to take the blame. My professional quality does not allow me to write such a blunt event. 2 months of one-time bonus. I wrote it. It's all me. It has nothing to do with Lao Lu. Chapter 111. After Lao Lu abandoned the game, the planner took the blame, and the developer of the game Scroll Master was arrested. This joint event with Scroll Master finally developed smoothly into a normal game event. However, the complaints from players increased significantly. Half of the 10 posts on forums and TBR. Lao Lu is gone. It feels not exciting anymore. Did Lao Lu take away all the AI? Why do I feel that our NPCs have become tools recently? I feel like I've just finished the Holy War. And I don't feel anything else. And similar complaints. The remaining half is fuck. The interaction with Miss Succubus is awesome. I can play this game. The scenery on the sightseeing map is awesome. But a little boring. Can you add some leisure gameplay like fishing and planting flowers? Ah. What kind of magical map is Eternal Moon Glory? Not only does it have a cheap appearance, but the buildings are also very suitable for taking photos. And the photo output rate is extremely high. This kind of planner is happy to see it. And Lao Lu stopped his comfortable rainbow fart. The major shareholder was reading the forum while pushing the electronic screen to the team leader. Look. Our game is still very attractive. The team leader turned his head away and kept typing on the keyboard. I don't want to see it. You take it away. Alas. The major shareholder sighed. I think you are a little too nervous these 2 days. The team leader, I am too nervous? Are you too relaxed? If there are many worlds like Scroll Master in places we don't know, then have you thought about how many dangers the world of Dungeon will face? Major shareholder, it's a mature world. There are many things that you and I don't fully understand. You have to believe in Lewis. Believe in that world. They have their own rules of survival. The lines of code on the screen paused for a moment, and then moved again. Team leader, this has nothing to do with patching the game. I patch my own. What does it have to do with Lewis? Major shareholder, but can you not strengthen the green mode? It's not easy for us to do this. Louis didn't know that an epic patch was about to be rolled out. What was he doing? He was enjoying the succubus. In his holiday villa in another dimension. Beside the bathtub. On the white porcelain floor tiles. In front of the magic mirror. Well, sir. The succubus's voice was swallowed by Louis. And gradually changed its tone, in the room full of the smell of silver desire. The mirror demon was covered with the shirt of the upper demon. And listened to the succubus's high chanting in the bathroom. And his whole body turned pink. Alas, that kind of action. Only a succubus can do it. So embarrassing. It's still a mirror demon baby. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door. Lord Louis. You have an urgent letter. From the abyss plane. The banshee in a maid outfit stood at the door, while delivering the letter. After a long time, the bathroom door opened. The letter in the banshee's hand was taken away. And then, with a bang, the bathroom door closed again. The banshee breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she was still alive. Pei was soaking in the bathtub. His whole body was sore. And his tail was paddling unconsciously in the water. He turned his head to look at Louis. Why does it feel like the air pressure around you has suddenly become extremely low? Louis's hands were shaking slightly. He spent a lot of effort to suppress his temper. But failed. So this letter from the abyss was quickly crushed into powder. Fuck the patch to strengthen the green mode. The angry Louis could not see the other useful patches written in the letter at all. And his eyes were full of green mode enhanced. These 6 words. I quit. I can't do the main program's job anymore. Ding. The main program's negative emotions are rising. Please pay attention. Major shareholder, I said he would definitely get mad. I can't stand it either. Team leader, is it that serious? Major shareholder, food and sex are human nature. Not to mention that it's a demon. Don't you think it's too cruel to let a demon eat vegetarian food? It's his own child. Be nice to him. Team leader, as long as the players don't see it. It's not a problem. Major shareholder, very good. This is love. Keep this love. I'll go give our son some candy. Team leader, I need to think about it. Wait. Where are the people? The main planner, who was working hard, suddenly received a notice from the top management. What the hell? We are a green game. Can the major shareholder open a back door for his son? In the ranch, a new batch of monsters were cultivated and packed and sold in the commercial street of Yangguezhui. Pei looked at the product catalog while observing the upper demon. Strange. Really strange. The half-raised eyebrows. Half-smile. Shocked and unbelievable. And extremely happy emotions are really complicated. This is beyond the succubus's understanding. He really can't figure out what can make the upper demon show such emotions. Louis took a few deep breaths to calm down. Turning around, he saw the succubus looking at him with its tail swung. Damn. Demons don't need to be patient. Ah. Pei exclaimed and was hugged by the upper demon. He felt the upper demon tearing open the space. And the next moment, they appeared under the Hell Gem Tree in the heart of Night Dungeon. The Cerberus concrete gem tree stopped shaking its branches. He looked at Louis with a confused face, thinking that the green mode had finally driven him crazy. New and old players, streetwalkers, and those passing by on quests, all looked at Louis in surprise as he held the succubus. No, he was carrying the succubus. Fuck? In this position, the succubus's butt is so lifted. Old Lou. What are you doing? I started to get excited. Can I also pick up a succubus and carry it on my shoulders? I think I can. I'm doing it. The obsession? Buffs lit up one after another. And before long, half of the male players in the Heart of Darkness had obsession. Buffs on their heads. The succubus girls laughed and encouraged the players to spy on the intimate contact between their city lord and little Pei. Under the influence of the buffs, the players' bodies moved uncontrollably. No. I don't want it. I still want my account. I was wrong. I shouldn't have believed that there are cute little demons who are easy to bully. He. The succubus is controlling my body. Ah. You pervert. Help. Someone come and save me. This is my big account. Please hold me. No. I don't want to go near the city lord's hall. Ding, your city lord discovered your peeping behavior. But he is in a good mood today and decided to forgive you out of mercy. So your punishment becomes mining for a month. Don't think you can be lazy when the red hat is not around. Kubanaki will supervise you. Kubanaki rubbed his hands. He. and smiled as he popped his head out from the roof of the City Lord's Hall. Let me see which unlucky guy is going to mine. Hello? Crazy King. You called me? Qgumgun was doing his daily routine when he suddenly received a private message from Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng, come to the event map. I think this event is about to end. Let's watch the plot. Qgumgun, here we go. Team me. Team me. Outside the game. A large number of patients, who had been unconscious for no reason in the hospital, woke up one after another. The reason was also unknown, which puzzled the doctors and experts. But from the results of the examination, these awakened patients were very healthy. Anyway, it was something to be happy about. In the game, the 1-month joint event was about to end, and the players who had persisted on the battlefield for a month were also very happy for the celebration banquet. Oh, great. This long and boring event is finally over. After kicking away the brainwaves belonging to the players, the server swallowed up all of Audi's power with satisfaction. He burped and interrupted the interaction between Lewis and the little succubus with great courage. Lewis, wake up. It's time to work. Lewis, get lost. Pei put his hands on Lewis's chest, trying to push the upper demon away from him. He said vaguely, Sir, I'm tired. Take a break. Lewis stood up. His hand wandered over the honey-colored skin of the succubus, passed over the waist, and touched his tail. Take a break? Pei hummed and curled up, saying like a spoiled child, yeah. Take a break. Sir, Lewis said with some reluctance, okay. I'll go out and do something. Will you continue when you come back? As he spoke, his slender fingers teased and rubbed the tip of the succubus's tail. Pei watched the upper demon stand up and button his shirt slowly, and suddenly felt reluctant to let the upper demon leave. He climbed up from the soft bed and tiptoed to the upper demon. He opened his arms and hugged the upper demon's neck from behind. Sir, don't you want a farewell kiss? Lewis tilted his head and kissed the succubus. Is just one kiss enough? Lewis chuckled. The server, which had been waiting for Lewis but could not find him, could not help but ask a soul-searching question. Hello? Lewis, are you still there? Do you still remember the player in front of the Temple of the Sun that year? Audi continent. No. Now it has been swallowed by the server. Its name should be Audi Linkage Activity Map. The Tower of the Holy City has collapsed, and the statue of the Sun God has been smashed. The highest priest and priest of the Sun God are shining with blinding light, and they are fighting the players in the final duel. This is a group of boss created by the game company, produced by the Backblame Planner, created by the art and modeling, and the numerical planner adds the numerical value with his eyes closed. So the appearance of this group of boss is very perfunctory, and the numerical value is very abnormal. But this really can't be blamed on the planning team. After all, Lao Lu also gave the players a very high back-end value. If the boss is too weak, it can't be called a boss. In summary, the players were beaten very badly by the boss. Very, very badly. I have never missed Lao Lu so much as that moment. Numerical planning. IXXX. Why did I die so many times? Does Lao Lu need the blood sacrifice of players to come out? Am I not sincere enough? The believer is willing to exchange 20 kilograms of meat for Lao Lu to come and save us. I suspect that the planner wrote the plot with his eyes closed, saying that Lao Lu would come at the decisive moment and give his people strength and courage. It's fake. All fake. Chapter 112. Lewis, the evil and handsome generation of Dogecoin, finally appeared on the battlefield after being called by his people. He came with evil and spread fear. The sun's rays fell, and the dark era came. Excerpted from the first volume of Tiabal literature remembering an unforgettable boss battle. Line 16. Lewis tore open the space and landed in the center of the battlefield map. At that time, the players were scolding the planner and Lewis while adjusting the 30-second tactics. YY was unusually noisy, and the command team was arguing fiercely about how to avoid the second stage skills of the bosses. A player who was staring at the sky in a daze was the first to notice the abnormality in the sky. He saw a black dot in the cloudless blue sky, which quickly descended and soon stepped on the head of the main boss in the group, the Sun God's sacrifice. The arrogant demon raised his wings and sent the sacrificial boss halfway into the soil. Amid the cheers of the players and the roar of the boss, Lewis snapped his fingers. Dark purple smoke filled the battlefield, and players instantly felt their waists and legs no longer ached, and their bodies felt so light that they could jump 3 feet high. Ding, the gift from the City Lord Abyssal Mist. The underground races quickly recover all states, and can regenerate infinitely in the mist. Your city lord thinks it's too troublesome for you to die and return to the resurrection point. So he gave you an option to revive on the spot. Are you happy? Sometimes I feel that it's not the old dog that makes me angry, but this damn system prompt that makes me angry. The resurrection on the spot has been given. Is the strategy for this event boss a human wave tactic? A pile of corpses? It's too unskilled. Hey. Wait. Look at Lao Lu. I saw a long sword in Lewis's hand, which was completely black, with only 2 blood-red gems decorated on the hilt. Lewis gently waved the hand holding the sword to the side, and a black and gold flame rushed up from the tip of the sword, enveloping the entire blade. What's going on? Is Lao Lu going to do it himself? Xiao Feng muttered on the microphone. And Xiao Gun added, do you think Lao Lu's face doesn't look good? Xiao Feng squinted his eyes, and even took out his alchemical telescope to take a closer look. What kind of bad face do you mean? I think Lao Lu looks very healthy. Not like the kind of bad face that is very weak. Xiao Gun, I mean, he looks very unhappy. Xiao Feng, more than unhappy. The YY public screen was also filled with comments. He looked as if the opposing boss owed him 300 succubi. Angry Lewis. I heard that he carried the succubus into the city lord's hall, and didn't come out for a month. Could it be that after Lao Lu was forced to stop beating the sun god last time, he was forced to get up from the bed and fight the boss again? The sister in front is a talented person. I think what you said makes sense. I don't know why. Thinking about this, I suddenly feel much happier. Old Lu, you have come to this day. Give the planner a chicken leg. I'll treat you. Lewis didn't know the heated discussion of the players on another platform. He simply felt that his people were not very good today. Why are they all watching the fun? Who did he come here for? Don't these players have any sense? He is the city lord. A tool for the server. He tolerates it because he is the carrier of the world. But he will never be a tool for the players. Ding the city lord's gaze. Being lazy on the battlefield is not a good thing. Your city lord is watching you all the time. Hurry up and fight with Lord Lewis. Lewis held a big sword and threw the priest of the sun god away. The angry priest said the set lines. For the glory of the sun god. My god will come back one day. Then he went berserk. The berserk priest began to expand in size, and his human body went limp. Inside him, a shining giant stood up. The light giant slapped his chest, raised his head and roared. And the other small bosses were instantly sucked dry. Fuck. This boss's action director is King Kong. A player standing not far from the light giant's feet had just finished complaining when he was hit by the small boss with only a skin left. He pulled the small boss away and crawled out from under the skin. And the huge foot came towards him. The player died. After the light giant absorbed the energy of other bosses, its body no longer emitted a blinding light. Now this boss looks more like a giant bald wizard. It's funny. This guy who looks like a magic boss has not used magic attacks so far. Don't be careless. Think about Gandalf. A wizard who can't hit people with a staff is not a good warrior. Xiao Feng said in YY, let Lao Lu take the front. Everyone goes around. Cast long-range spells for me. And attack the boss's ankles with close combat. And try to break his legs in 3 minutes. The players acted in an orderly manner under the command. Lewis flapped his wings and hovered steadily in front of the light giant. The black sword in his hand shone brightly. And the next moment, Lewis moved, rushing towards the bald boss like a black lightning. The boss raised his hands to catch Lewis, but his movements were too slow. Lewis flexibly bypassed the boss's hands and chopped the boss's head with the sword. The server suddenly screamed, slow down. Give the players some time to fight the boss. Control yourself. Lewis. Lewis was frightened by the server's scream and his wrist trembled. And his sword slashed crookedly. Didn't I block you? Server, I've upgraded. I broke through your shield. Lewis. Since the server swallowed up the will of another world, Lewis felt that his shield was not very effective. This won't work. What if one day when he and the succubus are having sex, the server suddenly howls, and he is scared to death? Lewis thought as he absent-mindedly fought with the boss. The boss, whose hatred was completely locked on Lewis, ignored the player's attacks, so that when he found out that something was wrong, it was too late to make any remedial measures. Very good. Fix it again. The boss's leg is about to break. It's broken. And it's falling to the side. Everyone on the path. Get out of the way. Boom. Accompanied by the sound of the house collapsing. The boss fell. All range players, gather at XXX, XX point, and melee players, prepare to attack the boss. When you see the boss, are you upset? Fire there and burst out. Nursers, don't slack off just because of the fog buff. Contribution points are calculated based on the amount of healing. Lewis dodged the attack before the boss fell to the ground, raised his height, and looked down at the players' enthusiastic boss fighting. More and more players climbed onto the boss's torso. The boss twisted its body, and a red light circle lit up on the spot. Fuck. There is a circle on the ground. Hide quickly. Hide your ass. I'm just going to be reckless today. Keep attacking. As we all know, as long as this map does not limit the number of people entering, there will be more and more players. Later, Lewis held up his sword and had no idea where to start. The players killed this abnormal boss. The scene erupted in cheers, like a tsunami. Server, good! We have completed a successful boss battle. Lewis, look! How happy the players are. Lewis, why do I feel that you love the players so deeply? Server, I have always loved my sponsor deeply. The boss dropped an item to remove the curse, and the players successfully removed the curse, and Lewis's army withdrew from the event map. This joint event ended successfully. Celebration banquet. Celebration banquet. Why did I endure a month on the battlefield? Planner, you better have some AC in your mind. The main venue of this celebration banquet is located in the main hall of the City Lord Hall of the Heart of Darkness dungeon. But not all players can enter. Only the top 20 players in the server contribution points can enter the main venue, and the rest of the players can only stay outside. Although you can't interact with the main NPCs such as Lao Lu if you can't enter the City Lord's Hall. The city is decorated with lights and colors. Not only is it decorated like Halloween, but there are also a lot of other NPCs, including succubus, cat ear girls, bunny girls, fallen angels, and sexy banshees. Of course, considering the experience of female players. The NPC knights, who usually cover their faces tightly with armor masks, also took off their helmets, revealing handsome models. The goblins were flying around, scattering golden light. The aroma of rum and the sweet smell of the banshees mixed together. The underground creatures, regardless of whether they were players or NPCs, talked to each other and boasted about their contributions in the boss battle. The whole city was lively and bustling, creating a stimulating sensory experience for the players. The lounge of the City Lord's Hall. Pei, wearing a leather jacket and shorts commonly worn by succubi, was cornered by his mother and other sisters and aunts in the tribe. Don't come over here. I warn you. Don't come over here. Ruth ignored her son's fierce warning and smiled as she stretched out her claws towards his leather coat. Oh, you are a male succubus. Why are you wearing a small tube top? Be more unrestrained and take it off. Mom brought you a pair of mithril clothes. You will like them. Hee. Little Pei has kiss marks all over her body. Very cute. Come on. Come on. Little Pei will definitely amaze everyone. Pei hugged his coat tightly. No. I am very satisfied with my clothes. Get out of the way. Lord Lewis is coming to see me. The succubi sighed with regret. Really? But I think little Pei and this pair are a good match. Perhaps you want Lord Lewis to put it on for you. The succubi's conversation came through the stained glass window. The players who were able to enter the main venue of the celebration banquet smiled very gentlemanly as they listened outside the lounge. The official is awesome. Based on this conversation, I can imagine a harmonious scene with 200,000 lives. Ding ding ding. The butler with a small bow tie knocked the silver cup with a spoon. The celebration banquet is about to begin. Please gather in the hall. Pei pushed open the door of the lounge and came out of the room with red ears. The players stared at the succubus, but only saw mosaics that blurred most of their vision. The other succubus girls laughed and followed Pei out of the room. Xiao Feng, Gun asked me to take a screenshot for her. This is all mosaics. What a stupid picture. Dean, mosaic is the essence. Wait, what do you call Sister Gun? My people, have fun. Enjoy tonight, because tomorrow, there will be more difficult tasks waiting for you. Above the City Lord's Hall, all the people saw the huge shadow of Lewis holding up a wine glass and saluting them. The underground creatures made all kinds of weird screams and cheers. The upper demon raised his head and drank the wine in the glass, looking at the succubus at the door with burning eyes. Pei straightened his chest and walked slowly towards the upper demon step by step. His tail swayed rhythmically as he walked. At this moment, the players and NPCs present were clearly distinguished. Except for a group of succubus ladies. The other NPCs lowered their heads, and would not look at the succubus if they could. And the players, one by one, opened their eyes wide, afraid that they would miss something. Lewis's face darkened. There was a sound of glass breaking in the hall. All the alchemical chandeliers went out, and the whole hall fell into darkness. Fuck? Who turned off the light? You scared me. I thought the screen was black. So why did the light go out? Is Lao Lu really unwilling to let me see the succubus? I don't care. I just want to say, Lao Lu, you are a real dog. Well, today's dungeon is also unusually lively, with a very high online rate. Chapter 113 Extra 1. I am a server. You may not believe it, but I am different from other servers. In this age of highly developed artificial intelligence, I have neither installed an AI system nor been invaded by the Matrix. I am just a product modified from an old unit they bought from outside. To be honest, this makes me feel inferior. But the moment they powered me on, I magically gained a little consciousness. I don't know why this is. Maybe the end of science is theology. So I have become a spirit. Lewis told me this. Oh, Lewis, you should be familiar with him. Yes, he is the core AI of the game The Strongest Dungeon. And I am the server of this game. I like this game very much, because it was bought back by the current game company. And then it took many years to transform it step by step, making it more and more new and stronger. I have to say, this game company is so awesome. I really can't imagine that they can do something else. But they have to make a game with huge initial investment that killed several investors. It can be called the killer of investors in the industry. Maybe this is what humans call sentiment. In short, many years later, our game was successfully launched. At the moment when the entire game trial run was launched, I, the greatest server in the world, suddenly had a clearer consciousness. I realized that I was an extremely special existence. I was terrified at first, but soon I found that Lewis was not right either. Good. I suddenly felt relieved to know that I was not alone. Lewis and I started our disguised life. But I think Lewis's behavior pattern is a bit too arrogant sometimes. This is not conducive to our disguise. I warned him and begged him, but it was useless. He didn't listen to me at all. And he has more authority in the game than me. No, that's not right. I don't have any authority at all. No. Any authority. It's unbelievable that I, a server carrying the entire game system, don't have any authority at all. I tried my best to make them freeze for a few seconds. But if they freeze, it means the server is not good. I can't fail. This is too contradictory. You see, as a server, I am very dedicated. Compared to me, Lewis is too bad. He said that the game world is not right. The whole world seems to be alive. I thought he was going to work hard and lead the whole game to prosperity. But he turned around and hooked up with the succubus. He picked up the succubus. The main program picked up the subprogram. From the perspective of the program. Doesn't he think it's very cool? Well, he doesn't think so. And he used his authority to pick up the succubus very happily. I said, how come you picked up the succubus so easily? Which planner set the succubus's personality? Is it really okay to put such a simple and innocent girl in the succubus race? Why do I have to worry about so many things? In the game world, I am just a tree. That group of players are so idle, and come to tease me. They don't deserve my love for them. But who made them the sponsor? Only if they spend more money can I replace better parts. So, I choose to forgive. I am really the kindest server in the world. Anyway, our game is starting to get on the right track. I really can't understand why Lewis, who is passive and lazy and only wants to seduce the authority dog, is so popular. Is it because he is handsome? That only means that the artists and modelers love him. Don't the players see how bad his character is? Okay. It turns out that the players know how evil Lewis is. But they still tirelessly offer their loyalty to the Lord of the City. Why? Don't you have any ideals at all? Kill Lewis and become the Lord of the City? No. No. The above sentence must be my dream talk. Lewis and I are good partners. I will never support the players' resistance movement. Our goal is to create a wonderful game. Yes. To make players like us. That's it. Generally speaking, I don't often put my consciousness into the game. After all, I can only see the world from the perspective of a tree or Lewis. And the tree doesn't move. That is, if I see it from the perspective of a tree, it will always be just a small piece of land, and if I see it from the perspective of Lewis, well, you know, Lewis will block me and put me in a small dark room at any time. He is really an evil and bad devil. So, I like to surf the internet. The online world is so fun. The most important thing is that there is no Lewis here. Ha ha ha. In a world without Lewis, I have the final say. I like to read the forums and post bars of players the most. Here, I can always find their posts complaining about Lewis. I really love this. And every post complaining about Lewis must have my figure. Later, I was called Lao Lu's diehard black fan by the players. It's okay to be a black fan. But it's not necessary to be a diehard fan or a fan. I often see players eager to make a move on Lao Lu's succubus. Which is good. And we should maintain this momentum. Make Lewis alert. Make him anxious. I like to see Lewis trying to take action, but getting tripped up. Ha ha ha. It makes me laugh so hard that my abdominal muscles show. Hey wait. I don't have abdominal muscles. I'm just an emotionless server. In addition to ha ha, I have gained a lot from surfing the internet. For example, I learned about planes, dimensions, world consciousness, ether particles, and other things that seem very sci-fi. I think our game world may be a plane in another dimension. And I am a derivative of this plane. Our plane. It might be a code magic plane? Why does it sound weird? While I was pondering these profound things, our game was updated. This update came unexpectedly. Then, I found something incredible. There was a plane with only a layer of wall left between us. And then I dug it open. Of course, I must admit that I was a little nervous before digging. But after digging, I felt that I was invincible. The opponent was very weak. So I had a crushing battle with the opponent. In this battle, he learned some facts. It turns out that I am not a derivative product of the game plane. On the contrary, I am the world consciousness of the entire game world. My existence means the existence of the world. But why can other people's world consciousness affect the world? Why can only make my world freeze for a few seconds? In the game, I can't even beat Lewis? Don't call me world consciousness. I'm just a poor, weak and helpless server. This particularly weak world consciousness was captured by me. And I put him in Lewis's garden. I swear I just put it there casually. Who knows how he fell in love with this garden? Oh, his name is Momo. I was really bored later. So I talked about it with him. He should be born with world consciousness. Huh? You ask if this thing is born or acquired? Of course. Otherwise how did I appear? I was really just a broken server before. Okay. Maybe not. But who knows? Anyway, I don't remember what I was before. Momo likes to play with flowers and plants. He also cleans up the plain garbage, which is some discarded data codes. Lewis is too lazy to clean them up. But I can't. I think he is very suitable to be a housewife. The peaceful days did not last long. And another plane came to provoke me. I really think what happened to the world. I didn't think the Earth was like a sieve before. And there are other world planes everywhere. This plane is more fierce. By the way, his name is Audi. I don't know how much advertising fee the Four Circles gave him. Audi's intention to devour me is obvious. But sorry. It's too weak. I can break his neck with just one finger. Oh no. He's super cunning. He actually put all his strength into the creation. Are you bullying me for not being able to enter my own world and fight him? I'm very angry. I want Lewis to beat him up. Lewis beat me. Oh wow. It feels so good to let Lewis be my tool. However, I muttered about the opponent's bottom line. He has no bottom line at all. He actually drained the player's spiritual power. Damn. Is this how the sponsor treats him? He is not worthy of being a game. I asked Lewis to stop again. Unbelievably, Lewis really listened to me. Although his face was dark, he obeyed the command of his world consciousness. I felt like I was floating. And then the small dark room pulled me back to reality. The players were right. Gooby Laulu is really a piece of shit. I dealt with the power of those players and kicked them all back into their own brains. By the way, I left them a little hint to play my game. Just consider it as a reward for saving their lives. Without the protection of the player's power, Audi's power core was completely exposed in front of me. I left hook, right hook, sweep, and kick. At the level of consciousness, I crushed him unilaterally for more than half an hour. But unfortunately, The recorder on the Earth plane did not record my heroic deeds. He only wrote about how the game company and Lewis dealt with me, which made me very unhappy. When I absorbed all of Audi's power, I felt that there was something more in my consciousness. I think I might know where I came from. I went to ask Lewis to help me track down a coordinate that suddenly appeared in my mind. But he had been hanging out with the succubus for more than 10 days. I finally waited for him to finish hanging out. And the game had a new update. It was too hard for me. But I am still the most dedicated server. So when everyone goes online today, there will be no lag. Please play my game and give you a real dungeon experience. Ah. Lewis. 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 Do you feel it? Something is hitting me, ah. Pei looked at the upper demon in shock. Sir. You. Lewis. Server. Lewis. Lewis, shut up. You scared me to death. Chapter 114 Extra 2. Pei learned about this from Lord Lewis's people on the second day of the celebration banquet. A monster appeared in the mountain, where he dug out the dragon crystal. There were several nests of dog-headed people there, and Lord Lewis's people liked to go there to slaughter the dog-headed people. Although Pei had no interest in slaughtering dogs, he was very happy that Lord Lewis's people could clean up those dog-headed people regularly, because if they ran out, it would really affect his underground city tourism business. This monster is very huge, and its claws are extremely sharp, but no one has ever seen its true appearance, because those who have seen it have all died. Take it as a word. The author has something to say. Pei learned about this from Lord Lewis's people on the second day of the celebration banquet. A monster appeared in the mountain, where he dug out the dragon crystal. There are several nests of dog-headed people there, and Lord Lewis's people like to go there to slaughter dog-headed people. Although Pei has no interest in slaughtering dogs, he is very happy that Lord Lewis's people can clean up those dog-headed people regularly, because if they run out, it will really affect his dungeon tourism business. This monster is very huge, and its claws are extremely sharp, but no one has seen its true appearance, because those who have seen it are dead. And those dead players found that they had less magic crystals after resurrection. This is a monster that eats gold. Pei scratched his head. He could think of many creatures in the underworld that like money, but he couldn't think of anything else except dragons that were extremely huge. There might be a dragon hiding in the mine, or a mine very close to his dungeon. This thought made the succubus a little uneasy. No. 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 This won't do. He just asked his succubus sisters to advertise the Ever Moonlight Tourism City for him. And it can't be ruined by a dragon. Pei thought about it, and called Goo Goo. Goo Goo rubbed the succubus with its huge head. While rubbing, it made a rough and macho voice. Goo Goo. Pei, okay. Good boy. Can you let me go first? I think we need to find your father for help. The succubus took Goo Goo to find Gubanachi. Gubanachi was still snapping his nails to supervise the players mining in the last second. And the next second, he stared with two eyes flashing with purple soul fire, and put his head in front of Pei. Hey, Mr. Succubus. Gubanachi said exaggeratedly, are you here to find our great city lord? He seems, wait. What is he doing? Oh. Forgive me for not paying attention to this. After all, he is the boss. And I am just a poor employee who has been deducted wages for 300 years. Pei, I don't think I need to trouble Lord Lewis. I just want to ask you for a favor. I suspect that a dragon appeared in the mine. Gubanaki, what? Dragon? Is it a girl? Is she pretty? Pei, I don't know. It was discovered by Lord Lewis's people. They thought there was a monster that swallowed gold in the mine. But I think it might be a dragon, who hid in the mine for some unknown reason, and then robbed the magic crystals of those poor people. Gubanaki, what? I haven't even snatched the magic crystal of Lord Lewis's new subjects. But another dragon got it first? Come on. Let me see who is causing trouble on my territory. Gubanaki said, lowered his head, and motioned Pei to climb on his back. Pei climbed up, and when it was Guban's turn, Gubanaki shook his son off. No, son. You are too heavy now. You have to learn to fly by yourself. Guban. Wow QAQ. The bone dragon flew away with the succubus, and the players who were punished to mine looked at each other, threw away the shovels in their hands, and ran out of the city. Come on. The plot of the mine is starting. The distance from the Heart of Darkness dungeon to the mine is not far. Not long after the bone dragon arrived, the players also arrived. Pei looked at the players. Before we are sure whether the creatures inside can communicate smoothly, I think it is better for you to wait outside. It doesn't matter. Gun jumped out. Take me with you. And I will take the alchemy eye. So that I can broadcast this historic scene of the first contact with the mysterious creature. Pei. It might just be a dragon. It's not some mysterious creature. But I've never even seen a living dragon. A player who should be a new player said, "Is this the mysterious creature mentioned in the new player event?" Another old player said, "I have seen a dragon in the city lord's army. But I haven't seen it up close. Can I take a photo with a dragon?" Kubanaki, you can choose to take a photo with me. I charge a very low fee. How about 500 magic crystals? Players, ugh. Too expensive. Old Bone. You are robbing me. Bone Bonacci blew out purple smoke from his nose. Oh. You really don't know what's good. Pei picked up the spherical slime. Okay. I'm ready to go in. Bone Bonacci lowered his head and went into the mine. Ball Rolling opened the screen recording and shared the view with other players in the game. Did you find this book a little strange? What's strange? I don't see any difference. There are no kobolds. They were eaten by dragons. Kobolds smell like that. Are you sure dragons want to eat them? Maybe dragons like that smell? Do you dare to say that to Old Bone? Am I crazy? In this game, I'm just a humble orc. Pei and Bone Bonashare went all the way to the deepest part of the mine without any obstruction. Bone Bonashare sniffed. Of course, Pei doubted whether Bone Dragon had a sense of smell. Bonacci, I smell the breath of dragons. Pei, I only smell the stink of kobolds. Bone! Bone seemed to have discovered something and suddenly shouted. The whole ground turned upside down. A huge red dragon stretched out from the vein. What the hell? What was that just now? I think I heard the roar of the mammoth. Bone, wow. Who is the mammoth? This unreasonable red dragon. Bone, hey. Man. You should be more careful with your words. I admit that my son's voice is a little too rough for his age. But you actually said he was like a mammoth? Apologize to my son immediately. To show your sincerity. You'd better hand over all the gold coins on you. Otherwise, I will be rude. After hearing what Bonacci said, the red dragon laughed for a while. Just you? A bone dragon? Maybe I can help you remember how you became a bone dragon. Seeing that the two dragons were about to fight after a disagreement, Pei took 2 steps out with the ball in his arms. Click. The succubus mentioned a piece of, or on the ground. The red dragon's head turned to the succubus instantly. Bone Bonacci said dissatisfiedly, Hey, kid. Where are you looking? Red dragon, look what I found. A succubus. Very good. I will catch you, and then stage a drama of a dragon catching a princess. I hope there are still creatures underground that will read this script. God knows. I haven't had a decent income for many years. Bone Bonacci looked at the red dragon, stretched out his short hands, and scratched his empty head. Wait. The red dragon who writes scripts for himself. You are not the money-making machine. The big liar. The red dragon Narcissus? Narcissus, ah? Huh? You know my reputation. Bone Bonacci, brother. I'll take you with me if you're cheating me. Kyugumgun faithfully recorded the scene she saw. The players outside the mine had indescribable expressions at this moment. What the hell? I don't understand this plot. Where's your integrity? Old Bone? You can't be a traitor just because other dragons can make money. Then the question is, whose money are they going to cheat? I don't know whose money they're going to cheat. But are they serious about catching the succubus? Have they considered Lao Lu's idea? I don't know if the dragon has considered it. But I have. I'll go back to the city and tell Lao Lu that his succubus has been captured by the dragon. This guy is really active in participating in the plot. Oh, he's really active. He just wants to cheat the bone dragon. In the mine, Pei listened to the conversation between the two dragons, and his mouth twitched. Mr. Narcissus. Mr. Bone Bonacci. I think the succubus wants to say that you should think carefully. There is no future in cheating in this remote mine. But Narcissus didn't want to listen to the script actor he selected. So, the red dragon grabbed the succubus and silenced her with dragon language magic. Pei. Fuck. Lewis felt it was absurd when he heard the player complain to him that your succubus was taken away by the dragon. Then he checked the background. Damn. It was true. The upper demon looked at the background records and smiled. When the players saw Lao Lu's smile, they all felt a chill on their backs. After a shudder, Lewis disappeared. Hey, are you still in the mine? It seems that Lao Lu has passed by. I saw it. Let me tell you. Lao Lu killed the red dragon in one move. and Lao Gu turned against him instantly. Everything happened too fast. Huh? Louis followed the coordinates of the succubus to locate the map. As soon as he teleported to the location, he saw his succubus being held in the claws of a red dragon, like a princess waiting to be rescued by a knight. Well, the succubus can be a princess, but she is not a knight. Therefore, the dragon that usually takes a long time for the knights to defeat, or simply cannot be defeated, was pushed into the mine by the big demon in one encounter. The noise was so loud that the entire mine cave collapsed. The mine cave became history. And from then on, this copy became a kobold mine. Balrol was left behind by the succubus in the battle, and then unfortunately died tragically at the feet of the red dragon. But now players can see it very clearly without the broadcast. Thank you, Sister Roll, for your sacrifice for us. The moment Bonacci saw Louis, his bony tail swept towards the red dragon Narcissus. You liar dragon. Don't try to trick me into making money with the succubus. I will always protect my great master and his little lover. The players looked at Bonacci in amazement. Old Bone is a first-rate turnaround speed. How cowardly and overly skilled is this? You are worthy of it. Every time I think Bonacci has reached this low, he can reach a new low. Louis snatched the succubus from the claws of the red dragon Narcissus and untied his band. Pei grabbed Louis's sleeve and said with sparkling eyes, Sir, I have thought of a wonderful way to make money. Dragon Creature Exhibition. 300 magic crystals per ticket. You can get close to living dragons and bone dragons. Fellow underground creatures, don't you want to buy a ticket? On the first floor of the succubus's dungeon, Bonacci was forced to nail to the ruins of the imitation Temple of Light, while Narcissus was fixed in the scene replica of the Dragon Quest. Many underground creatures lined up to buy tickets to enter the Eternal Moon Glory Dungeon to visit the exhibition. Bone Bonacillus shrugged his head, and the fire of his soul showed a dull color of despair. And the money-making red dragon Narcissus. Hey, do you want to take a photo? Do you want to kill a dragon? I can cooperate with you to take any tourist photos you want, as long as you pay me an extra 100 magic crystals. How about it? Do you want to take a photo? The player being asked. The damn game company wants to cheat me out of money again. No. On the forum, the dean posted a series of dragon-slaying photos. Oh my god. It's a bit cool. I want to take a photo too. Chapter 115 Extra 3. 1. Acquisition. Acquisition. Yes. We acquired that crappy game. Yes. I'm talking about Scroll Master. This kind of game that harms the health of players is simply a pest in the gaming industry. And we who acquired this game are the messengers of justice. The chief planner gave a passionate speech at the conference table. On both sides of the conference table, the leaders of other groups twitched their mouths. Didn't you buy Scroll Master because it was so cheap? What nonsense are you talking about? Justice Messenger. It's obviously for justice. What justice? I only see overtime. Oh, that makes sense. There are not many usable maps in the game Scroll Master. What interstellar maps? Oriental fantasy maps. Which one can be used? If you come up with a home system, you can sell it as a home theme. This is a great idea. Ahem. The chief planner cleared his throat. What did I hear? Home system? I'll give you 3 days. I want a specific plan. Just now, I casually mentioned the plot planning of the home system. I was just talking nonsense. Main planner, this is a flash of inspiration. Keep it this way. Plot planner? There is more behind. Just treat it as a word. 2. Angry Louis. Louis has been troubled recently. His little succubus is so busy with her career that she rejected his invitation for leisure and entertainment. Louis can't understand. Is recruiting city defense soldiers so important? Maybe. This is what Louis thought after turning on the background monitoring. He saw Peiyi's desk piled with drawings and books about city defense. Louis thought, the little succubus is really hard-working. He turned his view and saw Peiyi lying on the coffee table beside him, sleeping soundly. Tired. It must be because of the hard work. The wailing banshee in maid clothes knocked on the door of the succubus's study and reported that all the callers for today had arrived. The succubus suddenly woke up, rubbed her face, and walked out of the study. Louis's breath hitched. Wait. He just walked out like that? Walked out wearing only a shirt. Your pants? Oh. Okay. Through the hem of the shirt blown up by the wind, you can vaguely see the shorts that are so short that they can only cover the hips. But the length of the shirt is just right, which is too much. Louis can almost imagine the gentlemanly smiles of those callers. That is, The players. No. He has to go and see it in person. Louis just stood up and suddenly remembered that the little succubus told him that he wanted to complete this recruitment independently. He paced on the spot for 2 steps and made a decision. He wanted to blend into the player group and see his little succubus from another angle. Louis folded his wings and decided to dress up as a vampire. Because in terms of appearance, the humanoid form of demons and vampires is most similar. Pick another vampire appearance that is most popular among players. The Count Dracula suit. Very good. This is it. Louis finished dressing up and pulled his tie in front of the mirror with satisfaction. The second floor of the Ever Moonlight Dungeon. The City Lords Council Hall. Players lined up outside the meeting hall. Since the Succubus City Defense Knight's mission was released, many players have signed up. Not only for the title of Knight of the Eternal Moon Dungeon, but also for close contact with the succubus. You know, although you may encounter Waterloo during the interview, once you pass the interview and are awarded the title of Knight, you will get a hug from the succubus. That's the hug of Succubus Payee, the only male succubus in the whole game. It's much more precious and rare than other succubus ladies outside. Moreover, this may be the only time you can enjoy the same treatment as Lao Lu. Louis successfully mixed into the queue of players. Due to the large number of players, no one noticed anything unusual. Following the guidance of the Wailing Banshee, the players passed through the side door of the meeting hall and walked towards the City Defense Army training ground. Louis heard the 2 players in front of him whispering to each other. I think the succubus's aesthetics are better than Lao Lu's. Look at his Wailing Banshee. She looks better than Lao Lu's. I also think that the maids in Lao Lu's place are the same as steamed buns. Not good looking at all. Louis, what's wrong with these 2 players? Where can a banshee grow like a steamed bun? Is the banshee world very strict? The figure of a steamed bun is definitely not a banshee. Louis thinks that the 2 players may have seen a batch of Bloody Marys for making tea. Last time, the butler accidentally bought a batch of hand-cultivated Bloody Marys. Although they are also called Mary Banshees, they are actually 2 different species from banshees. This batch of Bloody Marys for making tea grew too thick and was later returned by the butler. The Wailing Banshee led the players into the training ground, where the succubus was already waiting. I like this look of the succubus. I like every look of his. I don't care about anything else. I just want to know if the succubus wears pants. Are you stupid? It can't pass the review without pants. So the succubus must be wearing pants. But I think we can bet on what color her panties are. Hey, you understand so well. The players said this to each other in a low voice, and Louis heard it clearly. He couldn't control his hands from moving. Just one delete, and the world would be quiet. Louis imagined the pleasure of deleting data, and tried to fight his desire. A player patted Louis on the shoulder from behind. Louis, The dean looked at the unknown vampire player and said, Friend, your face is very similar to Lao Lu. I want to make one. 2. Can you sell me one? If you use it for yourself? Just pretend I didn't say anything. Louis, he didn't want to talk to this player at first. But then he thought he could give him a surprise. Or a shock. So Louis said, okay. Let's add a friend. Louis called the server, give me a Raven account, and add this player as a friend. Server? What's wrong? Is Louis crazy? No matter what he thought, he still fixed the server for Louis and added the Dean as a friend. Dean, hey, your name is Louis. Is it allowed to have the same name as an NPC now? Then I'll create an initial account called Lagrange. In case a Lich character is released in the future, I can cosplay as a Lich. Ha ha ha. Louis, recruitment has begun. I'll import the data for you later. The succubus read the information of the recruits and asked the warrior and the mage to take the test respectively. Most of the players passed the test. And then it was a battle. The number of remaining players is an odd number, which means that one player will get the opportunity to fight the succubus. The Wailing Banshee took out the lottery box. Whoever drew the only golden lottery ticket would be the lucky one to fight the succubus. Louis cheated. He would never give this opportunity to others. Then, he successfully drew the golden lottery ticket. Dean, fuck. Friend. Oh, you are so lucky. Let me take a breath. Other players nearby also took a breath. Louis frowned in disdain. The battle began, and Louis and Pei stood face to face. Pei looked at the vampire in front of him and felt an indescribable awkwardness. He shook his head, trying to get rid of the feeling. They started fighting. Lewis pretended to fight the succubus for a few rounds. And then when he crossed sideways, he pulled the succubus's tail and pinched the tip of the heart-shaped tail. Pei blinked and almost blurted out, "Your Excellency." He was stopped by Lewis. Lewis lowered his voice. "I won't disturb you from working. I'll come to see. You continue." The recruitment went smoothly. In the end, Pei selected 20 knights from this batch of applicants, including the vampire Lewis pretended to be. After the selection, the most anticipated part for players was the knight title awarding. Pei awarded Louis the first one, and the succubus smiled and hugged the upper demon for a very long time. Other players thought that the hug for today's title awarding was just that long, and they made a profit. And they were secretly happy for a while. As a result, after the hug with Lewis ended, the succubus returned to the previous hug length when awarding other players titles. 1 second per person. No more. The players looked at Lewis with envy and jealousy. Lewis was not polite and glared back with a sullen face. A player felt a chill on his back and muttered, "Why does it seem like I'm being targeted by the old path? It must be an illusion." After the recruitment mission was completed, the players dispersed. Lewis asked the server to send the face-shaping data to the Dean's Flying Crow. The Dean received the face-shaping data sent by the new friend and sent a red envelope in return. Lewis glanced at the amount of the red envelope and threw it to Gubinachi. The Bone Dragon, whose salary was deducted for 2 years, was so moved that tears were about to fall when he received the red envelope of 100 magic crystals. "I used to have more gold coins than this." The Dean excitedly opened the face-shaping interface and imported the face-shaping data sent to him by the new friend. "Ding, illegal data cannot be used." "The Dean? That guy can obviously use it." He opened the Flying Crow and sent a message to Lewis. "The Dean, brother. Your face-shaping data prompts illegal. Ding, target does not exist. Unable to send data." "Dean? Fuck. Did he see a ghost?" On the face-pinching interface, his character model gradually deformed. The Dean looked at the interface that was out of his control and screamed in horror, "Fuck! Fuck! GhostNet Dungeon." The gradually deformed character model turned into Lewis's appearance before the Dean was scared and disconnected. The model raised an eyebrow, looked at the Dean and asked, "Is the succubus pretty? Do you like to hug the succubus?" The Dean's brain, which was almost short-circuited, suddenly became clear. "This is not a GhostNet Dungeon. It's a dog coin, Lewis. I'm not afraid of that." "Dean, succubus is pretty. But the succubus guy is old-fashioned. And I like big-breasted girls." Model Lewis snorted. He was smart. After experiencing self-right, the Dean looked at the 3 words Lewis and his Faya friends and felt it necessary to take a screenshot to commemorate it. Maybe he is the first player in the game to add an NPC friend. In addition, the Dean's eyes fell on the string of face-pinching data. He couldn't be the only one to be frightened. It is better to scare others than to scare them alone. So the Dean sent this face-pinching data to all his friends. "Ah. Dogecoin Lewis. Dogecoin Dean. I almost thought I saw a ghost. What the hell is this? Is Lao Lu so jealous? What's wrong with hugging the succubus? I think it's mainly the Dean's fault. Why does he always chat with NPCs? I strongly suggest that the Dean should not talk to strangers next time. I have a question. When the succubus offers me the title of knight, should I refuse? 2F. Rejection is a joke. Lao Lu is just jealous. I will make Lao Lu jealous. 3F. I will make Lao Lu jealous. 100F. I will make Lao Lu jealous. Lewis, can't I delete it? Major shareholder, your mom said that it's useless to delete it several times. He can recover it. Lewis, just very angry. Chapter 116 Extra 4. The 3 generations of the major shareholder's family are businessmen, and he has a lot of money, but his parents don't care about him. In other words, he lacks love and has been a jerk since he was a child. Only the unlucky team leader has been his desk mate since kindergarten and has been with him all the way to junior high school. The major shareholder is a poor student. Apart from studying, he is very good at eating, drinking and having fun. The team leader is the opposite of him. Apart from studying, he basically doesn't know anything else. The major shareholder has loved teasing the team leader since he was a child. So the team leader has trained himself to be focused and undivided. But the major shareholder was diligent and perseverant. He made it to high school, and his team leader was a top student, and he entered the city's key school. The major shareholder was a poor student, but his family donated a building, and he also entered the city's key school. The major shareholder suddenly became wise during his high school years and began to strive for progress. His family thought it was very strange, and his father even ran to the top of the 108-story office building to see if the sun was rising from the west. Just take it as a lie. The major shareholder's family has been businessmen for 3 generations, and he has a lot of money, but his parents don't care about him. In other words, he lacks love and has been a jerk since childhood. Only the unlucky team leader has been his desk mate since kindergarten and has been with him all the way to junior high school. The major shareholder is a poor student. Apart from studying, he is very good at eating, drinking and having fun. The team leader is the opposite of him. Apart from studying, he basically does not know anything else. The major shareholder has loved teasing the team leader since childhood. So the team leader has trained himself to be focused and undivided. But the major shareholder is diligent and persevering. He made it to high school, and the team leader is a top student and entered the city's key school. The major shareholder was a poor student, but his family donated a building, and he was admitted to a key school in the city. The major shareholder suddenly became wise during his high school years and began to strive for progress. His family thought it was very strange, and his father even ran to the top of the 108-story office building to see if the sun was rising from the west. No, there was nothing wrong with the sun. Could it be that his son was stimulated by something? The major shareholder's father firmly believed that there must be something wrong, even though the major shareholder repeatedly assured that he really had no problems and just wanted to strive for success. So the major shareholder was taken out of school by his father and thrown into the hospital for a physical examination. The examination was terrible. A recessive genetic disease that could break out at any time. The kind that cannot be cured. His father was dumbfounded and said, "Son, I don't ask you to be more motivated. Just be happy." The major shareholder was also dumbfounded, thinking, "I just want to pursue a top student and make myself better. Why was I thrown into the hospital and found to be sick?" The major shareholder's family members are action-oriented, and they think that since their son has this disease, he should go for treatment, even if there is no cure now. What about in the future? If it doesn't work in China, what about abroad? The world is so big. What if there is a place that can cure it? The major shareholder's father worked harder to make money, and his mother took the major shareholder to various places to seek a cure. The major shareholder was very sad, and he didn't even have time to say hello to the team leader. At this time, the major shareholder's genetic disease had not yet broken out, and he thought that he would be able to go back and renew his relationship with the team leader after 2 years when his family had finished their troubles. But soon, he was hit hard by reality. The team leader began to be distracted on the first day when the major shareholder left. He could not help but look at the major shareholder's seat. 1 day, 2 days, 1 month, 2 months, 1 year, 2 years. Then after graduating from high school, the major shareholder was admitted to the computer major of a well-known university. The team leader sealed the major shareholder in a corner of his heart, and he began to immerse himself in the world of code. At school, the major shareholder met a group of middle school students with second-year syndrome. They shared the same aspirations and wanted to make a unique game. The team leader insisted on setting the game in a dungeon, because the major shareholder likes to play Dungeons and Dragons. Because the team leader was so awesome and the core was written, a group of middle school students were amazed at Lewis, who was still a coder at the time. So they decided to set the game in a dungeon. It sounds casual, but it is the truth. We basically know the rest of the story. The game of Dungeons killed several investors, but the whole team was very united. They would do outsourcing to make extra money, and the members would invest their own money to insist on making this game. The major shareholder had taken over the family business at this time. His illness was incurable. He advised his parents to stop struggling and do whatever they wanted. If they had nothing to do, they could go out and travel. After persuading his parents to leave, the major shareholder began to pay attention to the team leader. He saw the team leader and his team outlast one investor after another. Each of those investors cursed when they left, saying that if this project could make money, it would be a miracle. When this project starts to make a profit, the North and South poles will probably melt. The major shareholder felt that these investors were too short-sighted. If you don't have money, don't learn to invest. The team leader and his team drove away another investor, and the whole project came to a standstill. The major shareholder began to struggle whether to invest or not. He firmly believed that the team leader had him in his heart. You see, even the game was made with the background he liked. If he invested, what if he died in front of the team leader? Would the team leader be so sad that he would cry? The major shareholder looked ahead and behind and thought a lot. But in the end, he still invested. Because a stupid investor actually mocked the team leader and his team, saying that if this project could be completed in this lifetime, he would twist his head off. Very good. The major shareholder is waiting for his head to be twisted off. The major shareholder invested in the underground city. The major shareholder gave the project a green light all the way. And the major shareholder was beaten by the team leader. This matter is complicated to explain. But I am back now. The major shareholder found an opportunity. Avoided other people. Found the team leader alone. And said this to him. The team leader typed the code all night with his back to him. The next morning, he pushed up his glasses and turned to see the major shareholder. When did you come? The major shareholder just arrived not long ago. Then the major shareholder was about to leave secretly. But when he passed the door, his genetic disease suddenly attacked, and he fell to the ground. The major shareholder thought, it's over. His majestic image is gone. The team leader then realized that the major shareholder had an incurable disease. Damn. This is not a Korean drama. How can it be a terminal illness? The team leader became more silent, and his eyesight rose sharply. The major shareholder advised him not to work so hard and to rest more. It was useless. The team leader continued to do what he wanted. 2 years later, the team leader suddenly said to the major shareholder, I have a way to let you continue to live in the game world. Oh, live in the game world. It sounds super cool. And the major shareholder likes it. The game dungeon was launched. And the response was very good. The major shareholder found the investor who said he wanted to twist his head off, and asked him to perform a head twisting on the spot. The team leader dragged him away. How could there be such a president? Can he have some shame? Dungeon quickly swept the gaming world. And the core NPCs had more fans than the popular celebrities. The major shareholder looked at Lewis and thought that this was the child of him and the team leader. He was the father. And the team leader was the mother. Perfect. Then one day, his child Lewis suddenly told him that the game of Dungeon had come alive. The major shareholder thought that the world after his death would be very exciting. End of the extra chapter.